Chapter 751. With just one attack from Yi Tianyun, the demon beasts were dead, including the feared Heaven Water Beast. They looked at the dead demon beasts and noticed that none of them had any external injuries. But because they were still unsure of what they have seen, they thought that the demon beasts were still alive because the demon beasts floated towards the boat. Hey, I appreciate your kindness, as it was hard to see some in this kind of time, so consider this my way to pay you back for your kindness. This many demon beasts should at least cover your expenses for a couple of months. Yi Tianyun said with a smile before he flew away towards the north. After a while, the other boat that Lin Shang saw earlier seemed jealous as they saw so many demon beasts' corpses floating around Lin Shang's boat. Lin Shang himself was shocked by what just happened, but he slowly regained his senses as he realized that the Heaven Water Beast was at least at 4th layer core transformation, and the young man that he saved earlier was obviously far more powerful than that. He must be a core transformation expert, Qianlong worriedly said as he looked at Lin Shang. I think he's even stronger than that. It won't be surprised if he turns out to be a void spirit expert, Lian Shang said in awe. It couldn't be helped if none of them knew that Yi Tianyun was at Saint King's stage, because such level of cultivation was unheard of in mortal world. Void spirit stage cultivation, Qianlong said while sweating profusely. I am just suspecting him as he was really suspicious, you know, Qianlong said worriedly. He was afraid that Yi Tianyun would pay him back for his rude attitude earlier. It was common to find someone dead after disrespecting someone a lot stronger than themselves. It's a mistake on your part indeed, but don't worry. If you really angered him earlier, you would have died by now, Lin Shang said while shaking his head. He was honest all this time, but you were just too paranoid to believe his story. Use this opportunity to learn that not everyone is as bad as you'll think, Lin Shang said confidently. We are lucky that the person earlier didn't mind your attitude and still rewards us over something that was common knowledge in the island now. But that aside, we have to haul these demon beasts' bodies and preserve them however we can. The body wasn't damaged, so it should fetch a high price later, Lin Shang said as he quickly ordered the last 2 of his crewmates to work. At the same time, Yi Tianyun already flew towards the north at a very fast speed. He searched the seabed with his appraisal eye at the same time, not overlooking any detail. Even after knowing that the heaven-ascending divine palace was being dragged towards the north, he couldn't seem to find it. There was a high chance that he had to buy another soul guide to finish this quest if he couldn't find it around the vicinity. But after searching this way for more than a day, he still couldn't find any trace about the palace, which made him really confused. He has flown hundreds of miles away from Devil Cloud's island and still couldn't find any sign of the palace. He began to wonder just how far the demon beast could drag the huge palace. This is so weird. Where is it? Yi Tianyun frowned and activated his lucky aura as he thought that luck might allow him to find any clue. He immediately pulled out a sword from his inventory and threw it to the sea to see where it would point to. Sure enough, the sword fell and pointed towards the north, which proved that he was going the right way. It seems that I have to keep going. Yi Tianyun shook his head and continued his fly towards the north. As he was about to turn off the lucky aura, suddenly a figure appeared from the water and splashed down right in front of Yi Tianyun. At first, he was startled that a beautiful woman appeared out of nowhere in front of him, but as he looked closely, he noticed that the woman was half fish. She might have the most attractive appearance out of the woman Yi Tianyun has met before, but she had a fishtail as a leg. Sea monster? Yi Tianyun frowned. He didn't expect to encounter them, but it seemed the lucky aura made the unlikely encounter possible. You are a man, human race's man, the mermaid said as she twisted her body to make herself more intimidating. But right after, a huge demon beast suddenly rushed out from below, trying to swallow her whole. Now, Yi Tianyun realized that the mermaid's sudden appearance earlier was her trying to escape this huge demon beast. Die, Yi Tianyun said as he waved his hands towards the demon beast, and it suddenly floated lifeless in the surface of the sea. The mermaid was shocked to see the huge demon beast was easily killed by the young human in front of her. She even forgot that she was still too close to that human. It's dead, the mermaid said in shock. She turned towards Yi Tianyun and smiled, but from Yi Tianyun's perspective, this mermaid's smile was like that of a predator, and he didn't like it. I already saved you. Shouldn't you repay me for that? Yi Tianyun said as he stepped back a little bit from the mermaid. You can't do that to me, human, the mermaid said as she covered her breast from Yi Tianyun's view. Yi Tianyun frowned as he only wanted some information, but the mermaid seemed to get the wrong idea. Chapter 752. Chapter 752. Yi Tianyun couldn't lie and said that the mermaid wasn't tempting at all, but honestly, the fish part is a little bit off-putting. Besides, he still had ch751 that loved him with all her heart. He could say that ch751 was more beautiful than the mermaid as he truly felt that way. You think too much about the situation. Do you think I am that kind of person? Yi Tianyun said as he lowered himself to the sea. You are all the same. You took us and sell us to play around later, the mermaid lady said with vigilance. I will never trust a human, she said coldly. Well, but I saved you earlier. Is it not a courtesy to thank your savior? Yi Tianyun said casually. It shouldn't be like this. The mermaid frowned as she looked down in shame. Yi Tianyun laughed as he was amused by the mermaid's reaction. He thought that the mermaid would be stubborn, but that didn't seem to be the case. Well, let's forget about it for now. I just want some information from you, and let's call it even. There is no need to feel indebted to me after that. Yi Tianyun said honestly. Really? What is it, human? You didn't look like a bad guy, so I will let it slide for now, the mermaid said excitedly. Yi Tianyun's happy smiley face made her a little bit comfortable as she didn't see the need to be on guard in front of Yi Tianyun. Start asking your question, human, the mermaid said excitedly as her debt to Yi Tianyun for saving her life would disappear after answering some questions. For starters, did you know where the sea monster dragged a palace around here? Yi Tianyun asked. Sea monster with a huge palace? You mean Scarlet Monster Clan? They are a very ferocious clan. They will assault you if you wander around them, the mermaid said solemnly. Great, so you really know about them? Yi Tianyun was in high spirits and asked her many questions immediately. It seemed the mermaid race wasn't the same as this Scarlet Monster Clan, but they are very dangerous. You shouldn't approach them carelessly. They have a sea monster king protecting their palace, and it is a powerful creature. Any other creature that tried to get close to their palace was caught and killed almost immediately, the mermaid said worriedly. It's fine. I only want to find them. But did you know how did they move the palace in the first place? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I am not sure, but I heard that a group of red demons moved that palace, the mermaid said honestly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head thoughtfully. Yi Tianyun now knew that the Scarlet Monster Clan was the strongest clan in the sea, and no one dared to lay a hand on them. Do you know around which parts did they live in? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Are you serious? Are you seriously going? It's too dangerous, I tell you. You can die there, you know, the mermaid said with a frown on her face. You don't have to worry about it. I want to get something back that I need from them. Yi Tianyun said with a light smile on his face to reassure the mermaid that he'd be fine. No. If you are harmed in any way, I won't be able to repay you, the mermaid determinedly said as she refused to tell Yi Tianyun where the Scarlet Demon lived. Well, one way or another, I will find them as I really need something from them. You won't be able to stop me in either way. Yi Tianyun said as he frowned at the mermaid's stubbornness. Are you serious right now? The mermaid wondered. Yes, I am being serious right now. They took something that doesn't belong to them, and I am here to get it back, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun has never seen Scarlet Monster Clan before. However, if they really took Heaven Ascending Divine Altar from its former location, that meant they had become Yi Tianyun's enemy. After all, he needed the palace to fight against the demon. Well, if you really insist, I will guide you there myself, the mermaid said confidently. Are you sure? The direction alone is fine, since you are convinced that it would be dangerous to come close to their palace? Yi Tianyun wondered as he was a little bit surprised that the mermaid would help him. Yes, if you are strong enough to fight them, I want to see it with my own eyes. They killed my parents. Therefore, they are my enemies too. They also took my sister away. I haven't heard from them for a long time now, the mermaid said coldly. If that being the case, I would help you get your revenge, Yi Tianyun said casually with a smile on his face. Then come with me. I will absolutely take you to their nest. Without a proper guide, it would be impossible for you to get there by yourself, the mermaid said confidently. Let's go. We don't have to waste our time any longer, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. The mermaid immediately swam under the sea while Yi Tianyun followed her closely behind, but the mermaid turned around and put a bubble on Yi Tianyun's head before they could go far. This is to help you breathe underwater. I know that the human race has trouble breathing underwater. Now, take my hand. I should be faster than you underwater. Here, take my hand, the mermaid said as she stretched her hand for Yi Tianyun to take. Yi Tianyun smiled as he realized that the mermaid was actually a considerate person. However, she failed to notice that Yi Tianyun didn't really have any trouble breathing underwater, and it was not like he became slower underwater either. But he didn't need to tell her that now. Chapter 753, what's wrong? The mermaid asked Yi Tianyun. It's nothing. I just think of something funny. But are you from Mermaid Clan? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. People from my clan are very kind and often helped each other. The mermaid smiled beautifully. Her long blue hair was swept beautifully by the water. Clearly, she was the flower of the sea. Lead the way, but don't worry about me. I won't lose you no matter how fast you are. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Are you sure? I don't believe you. Your speed underwater should be slower than ours, the mermaid said with a pout on her face. Trust me, I can keep up, Yi Tianyun said playfully. Well, let's make a bet. If you can keep up with me, I will treat you to a delicious meal, the mermaid said with eyes full of confidence. You're on. Then the rules are yours to set. No matter how far it is, I won't lose to you. Yi Tianyun said confidently. It's supposed to be around 10 miles from here. You will lose if you're apart 10 feet or more from me. How about that? The mermaid asked challengingly. 10 miles? It's that far? I thought it would just be a mile away. But you don't have to mind me that much. If it's that far, I can possibly outswim you, Yi Tianyun said playfully. Are you a powerful cultivator? I have heard that human was quite powerful. If you are really that powerful, I may be in trouble. But if you win, the delicious food is yours. I hope you are really able to keep up. Now, let's go, the mermaid said with a smile on her face. She immediately turned around and started to swim like a bullet. The water didn't seem to cause so much of a resistance as she swam. In the blink of an eye, the mermaid has swum 100 feet away. No wonder she was so confident that she would come out on top. Her cultivation was at the 5th layer core condensation stage, but her swimming speed was far faster than that. Even then, she wasn't serious just yet. Yi Tianyun knew that she was really fast at the very beginning of the race. Nonetheless, Yi Tianyun still kept up with her. "You sure are fast," the mermaid said as she looked behind her. She thought that she would leave the human in the dust, but that didn't seem to be the case. "I am quite fast, but I know that you are holding back. You know that I won't fall behind in speed now, so why don't we go a little bit faster?" Yi Tianyun said playfully. "Well, you said it now. Don't blame me if you get lost out here. But remember, if you lose sight of me, don't move. I will come back for you," the mermaid said while winking her eyes playfully before she sped off in a straight line. This time she was far faster than before. Her speed was so fast that a spirit core cultivator would have a hard time catching up to her. Again, Yi Tianyun knew why she was so confident before. It was clear that a normal human cultivator wouldn't be able to catch up to her. This time, she didn't look back as she kept getting faster and faster. She rushed out towards the distance without a care. It looks like that she really wanted to win. "It's over now, isn't it? I swam too fast. I must have shaken him off for sure now," the mermaid said to herself as she turned around to look for Yi Tianyun. But to her surprise, Yi Tianyun was right behind her. "You're pretty fast," Yi Tianyun said casually. How?" the mermaid asked confusedly. "How can you keep up with me? That is my ultimate speed." "Even if you are human race's expert, you shouldn't be able to keep up with me," the mermaid said confusedly. But she knew that it was her loss. "You are talking about an average expert, but I am not an average expert," Yi Tianyun said casually. It was quite good to exercise like this once in a while, as it would distract him from the problem in the future, but he was fine now as they could arrive at his target location quicker. "Well, I lost for now," the mermaid said in frustration. She didn't expect Yi Tianyun would be so fast that he could easily keep up with her. "Stop thinking about it." "It wasn't the end of the world, but is it the end of the trip now?" Yi Tianyun asked curiously. "It is the end of the trip now. We would continue tomorrow. I have a place to stay around here for tonight," the mermaid said with a pout on her face. Yi Tianyun smiled. Since she was lost, she didn't say much and quickly returned to her house. The next day, she quickly led Yi Tianyun to Scarlet Monster Clan's area. They were talking the entire way casually. He learned that the mermaid's name was Lan Qingling. She used to live in the sea area near Devil Cloud Island, but because of Scarlet Monster Clan, she and her people had no choice but to change location. Scarlet Monster Clan recently caught a lot of sea monsters or any other race that they could lay their hands on, and that was the biggest reason that Lan Qingling and her people tried to get away from Scarlet Monster Clan, as they didn't want to be taken away. Chapter 754. Chapter 754. This place was my home once, so there are quite a lot of us that remain here. "Be sure not to let anyone see you, or they will definitely attack you on the spot," Lan Qingling said worriedly. "Don't worry, as long as I hide, no one would be able to find me," Yi Tianyun said casually. "Well, if that's the case, I will go ahead and fetch something. Just stay here for a while," Lan Qingling said before she swam forward, leaving Yi Tianyun behind. Yi Tianyun was very surprised at first after knowing that the mermaid clan lived inside a huge sea whale. It was a mutual symbiosis, too, as he learned from Lan Qingling that the sea whale would provide a place for them to live and shelter, and in exchange, the mermaid clan would provide security for the whale in case some demon beast threatened its life. This could be achieved as the huge sea whale could easily provide enough space to accommodate thousands of people. The area also provided a good cover, as it was full of seaweed that kept them hidden from the Scarlet Monster Clan that hunt them down. "Mermaid Clan is certainly interesting," Yi Tianyun said as he observed his surrounding. He saw that several male mermaids were holding weapons and patrolling along the ridges. When Lan Qingling went past them, they just nodded towards her and continued their patrol without uttering even a single word. Yi Tianyun tried to observe the whale and noticed that the whale was at core transformation stage peak. Obviously, if the whale were only a shelter, it would become a powerful meat shield against any intruders. But as he observed closely, he noticed that there was no Void Spirit expert among the Mermaid Clan, meaning if someone at Void Spirit stage or higher attacked this place, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves since the whale wouldn't be able to become a meat shield against a Void Spirit expert. "I don't know what she was taking, but I guess I will just wait here for a while," Yi Tianyun said as he lay on the seaweed. After an hour, Yi Tianyun was getting bored as he thought that taking something wouldn't be this long. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun trusted Lan Qingling, and as he noticed that the Mermaid Clan's base was quite hidden, it wouldn't be a wonder if the Scarlet Monster Clan would be more hidden than this. But suddenly, Yi Tianyun noticed a movement in front of him, and when he looked at it, he noticed that many mermaids immediately goes inside the whale, and that the whale was beginning to move. It was obvious that something that Yi Tianyun wasn't aware of was happening. Were they startled by something? Yi Tianyun wondered, but at the same time, he saw Lan Qingling swam out towards him. "Big Brother Yi," she shouted nearby. "I am here. What is the situation over there?" Yi Tianyun said as he emerged from the seaweed and asked Lan Qingling curiously. "Just come over. Scarlet Monster Clan is nearby, and they're chasing several mermaids. We have to evacuate from this place," Lan Qingling worriedly said before grabbing Yi Tianyun's hand and dragged him towards the huge sea whale. "Wait, aren't you worried about me being discovered by your race earlier?" Yi Tianyun asked curiously. "It is better than letting you out there. You will be discovered by the Scarlet Monster Clan and died out there," Lan Qingling worriedly said as she took Yi Tianyun inside the huge sea whale. Soon they entered a place where there was no water before a voice appeared near them. "Princess, where have you been? You know that Scarlet Monster Clan was hunting us, right? Yet you still go out there. Wait, is that a human race? The voice said curiously. Several guards suddenly appeared and brandished their weapons towards Yi Tianyun with a vigilant look on their faces. Yi Tianyun observed these guards and noticed that they were around the 5th layer core transformation stage. If they were in a normal faction, these guards should be around elder rank. However, Yi Tianyun was quite surprised that Lan Qingling turned out to be the princess of the Mermaid Clan. Grandpa Bo, don't worry, he is not a bad person. He has saved me from Demon Beast earlier, Lan Qingling said as she got in between Yi Tianyun and the guards that pointed their weapons toward him. Saved you? It doesn't matter. He still shouldn't be here, Grandpa Bo said with a frown on his face. While Lan Qingling might trust Yi Tianyun, the same couldn't be said for the rest of the Mermaid Clan. Obviously, this was their first time meeting Yi Tianyun, and it would be a stretch for him to be trusted that fast. No, don't you hear me? He already saved my life, and this is how you repay him? He isn't a bad person, Lan Qingling angrily said before telling Grandpa Bo what has happened to her earlier and what Yi Tianyun's objective was. Well, if that's the case, then Mermaid Clan is glad to have you here. We will not do you any harm, Grandpa Bo said casually, but it was obvious that he still kept up his guard around him. It wasn't easy to trust a stranger, but he had to relent to Lan Qingling's request as he knew how stubborn Lan Qingling could be. Well, come with me now, Big Brother Yi, Lan Qingling said with a smile on her face and dragged Yi Tianyun inside. Just as he passed Grandpa Bo and the guards, Yi Tianyun noticed that they kept their vigilant and observed Yi Tianyun from afar. However, it didn't concern Yi Tianyun at all, as he knew that it was just a precaution to protect their clan. Chapter 755, Chapter 755. Thank you very much for saving the princess, Elder Bo said as he looked Yi Tianyun up and down to observe Yi Tianyun, but he didn't see anything suspicious about him. The one thing that he noticed was that Yi Tianyun's cultivation is so much better than him. It's nothing. I just happened to be around, so I saved her. But I didn't think that she is a princess at that time, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head with a smile on his face. It couldn't be helped that Yi Tianyun arrived at this conclusion as Lan Qingling didn't even have a single bodyguard with her. I went to water jade grass to cure the wound that I got, Lan Qingling said flusteredly. You know that the situation is dire, right? Scarlet Monster Clan has been chasing us for a while now. If you are somehow captured, we will be in big trouble, Elder Bo said with a sigh. At the same time, Yi Tianyun could tell that the huge sea whale was going down on the sea, but he didn't know where it would go to shake off the Scarlet Monster Clan that was chasing them. Yi Tianyun squinted his eyes at Elder Bo as it was obvious that Elder Bo didn't know about Lan Qingling's injuries. It should be obvious that someone with status as high as a princess to be well tended, and it went without saying that he should have known about the slightest of injuries she sustained. Yi Tianyun was also aware that Elder Bo was slightly cautious of Yi Tianyun after Lan Qingling told them that she got out to cure her wound. It was clear that he didn't want Yi Tianyun to talk about this matter to anybody. But apparently, Lan Qingling was completely oblivious to all this. I just want to get out and do something. I am hurt, and fortunately, I can help myself. That would get me in trouble probably, but I was bored, Lan Qingling said as she pouted with a sad expression on her face. Elder Bo felt a little uncomfortable as the princess' word was hard to refute. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but smile as he knew that Lan Qingling's words were simple yet effective. Are you hurt in any way? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face to Lan Qingling. At the same time, Elder Bo sighed as he knew that he couldn't do anything now. Yes, I was hurt earlier by the Scarlet Monster Clan. They hurt me pretty bad, and that is why I need the water jade grass, but just my luck, I couldn't find it anywhere out there, Lan Qingling said with a frown on her face. The water jade grass was another medicinal grass with the same effect as spirit grass, but it belonged to 4th grade spiritual medicine, and it only grew on the sea. I am sorry, young man, but I hope that you can keep this between us, Elder Bo said out front as he could no longer be subtle about it. Don't worry, Elder Bo, I wouldn't say it to any soul, Yi Tianyun said with a nod. Now, after we shake off the Scarlet Monster Clan, you should be able to escape easily. I suggest you leave once we do, as the situation here was dangerous for a human, Elder Bo said solemnly. It doesn't really matter. If by any chance you fail to escape, I can deal with the Scarlet Monster Clan on my own, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Elder Bo immediately frowned as he didn't like the arrogant tone coming out of the human's mouth. He couldn't believe the human, as a mere human, claimed that he could do what the Scarlet Monster race couldn't. Princess, I am afraid you brought a braggart and a liar here with you. His word is full of nonsense, a voice said from the side, startling Lan Qingling and Elder Bo. Yi Tianyun looked at the voice, and it was a young mermaid man. Yi Tianyun noticed that the young man was the one that stared at him earlier when they got inside the whale. Hai Xiaopeng, what are you saying? Big Brother Yi is not a liar. He really has the power to do so. He saved me from a dragon sea beast with one attack. If he weren't there at that time, I would be badly injured if not killed, Lan Qingling angrily said as she stood in front between Yi Tianyun and the young man. Only defeating a dragon sea beast? You know that the Scarlet Monster race is a lot stronger than that. The queen herself couldn't even deal with the Scarlet Monster race, and there he was, a mere human claiming capable of defeating the Scarlet Monster race? It already sounds like a lie, Hai Xiaopeng said in boredom. Yi Tianyun listened as the young man kept going, and it was the same as Elder Bo earlier. Do you like the princess? Yi Tianyun asked an irrelevant question instead of getting mad at the young man's word. The young man was instantly dumbfounded by Yi Tianyun's question, and he couldn't hide his flushed face. Are you messing with me? I don't, Hai Xiaopeng shouted as he took a step back while glancing towards Lan Qingling. Elder Bo and Lan Qingling noticed Hai Xiaopeng's gesture and sighed profusely. I am sorry, Hai Xiaopeng. You may like me, but I don't see you that way, Lan Qingling said with a look full of pity. Hai Xiaopeng's turned glum and his complexion suddenly turned pale. He was rejected before he could even confess properly. Yi Tianyun himself felt pity for the guy as he knew how badly hurt the young man must be. I am leaving, Hai Xiaopeng said as he turned towards the exit abruptly and ran away. Poor guy, you're being too blunt, princess, Yi Tianyun said with disapproval clear on his face. If I can't even say what's on my mind, how can I stand against my enemy in the future? Lan Qingling said confidently. Well, back to the matter at hand. Where are you injured? I can help heal you. Since none of your people believe that I can deal with Scarlet Monster race, why don't I heal you instead? Yi Tianyun said casually. Chapter 756, Big Brother Yi, how do you plan to heal me? There is no water jade grass here, Lan Qingling said confusedly. Water jade grass isn't always necessary, Yi Tianyun said confidently. He didn't need water jade grass to heal, as he could just rely on his spiritual power to heal Lan Qingling. Really? Then I'll take you up on your offer, Lan Qingling said excitedly. Princess, wait, Elder Bo said as he stepped in front of Lan Qingling. He was worried that Yi Tianyun was going to harm her instead of healing her. Moreover, Lan Qingling's trusting nature was a little bit worrisome. What's wrong, Elder Bo? Big Brother Yi has the ability to heal, so why can't he? Lan Qingling said curiously. We have to know for sure that he can do it, Elder Bo said to Lan Qingling before shifting his attention towards Yi Tianyun. Are you sure you can heal anything? You don't even know what her injuries might be, Elder Bo said with a frown on his face. He still felt that Yi Tianyun was all talk. He might be a spy that Scarlet Monster Clan sent to monitor their movement and whereabout too. No problem. Normally water jade grass was used on an injury that cut deep into the bone that easily shattered them. In the Mermaid Clan's case, I think the injury is right around your tail, is it not? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. How do you know all that? Elder Bo said in shock. It's not that difficult to figure out. That is just the kind of injury that needs water jade grass treatment. But for me, I don't need water jade grass, Yi Tianyun said confidently. He was telling the truth. Guessing the injury wasn't that hard when you know the medicine they wanted to use, but that wasn't all. Yi Tianyun knew that this type of injury could make it hard to move, so the one having this injury may not be Lan Qingling, but probably the queen or the king of Mermaid Clan. Elder Bo still frowned silently. He didn't know whether to believe Yi Tianyun or not. Grandpa Bo, Big Brother Yi, said that he could heal the injury. What else are you worried about now? Lan Qingling said curiously. Princess, why do you believe him? He is a human race. You know that human has kidnapped our people in the past. We'll be in trouble if he does something awful to the queen later. You have to think carefully about this, a guard beside Elder Bo suddenly said as they too felt the same about Yi Tianyun. They couldn't bring themselves to trust Yi Tianyun just yet, but Yi Tianyun now knew for sure that it was the queen instead of Lan Qingling. If you ask me why I believe in him, then the answer is simple, because Big Brother Yi is an honest person. He never told any lie, Lan Qingling said almost immediately. The people in the room were a little bit startled by Lan Qingling's answer that they couldn't say back a word, but Yi Tianyun himself was surprised as Lan Qingling sounded like she could see through lies. Princess Lan, thank you for believing me, Yi Tianyun said as he held Lan Qingling's hand and kissed it. Princess, don't be ridiculous. Even if we have the water jade grass, it's still hard to heal the injury, Elder Bo said worriedly. Grandpa Bo, as the next empress, I order you to let him heal the queen. I believe he can heal the queen, and he won't lie about it, Lan Qingling said as she squinted her eyes towards Elder Bo. Her demeanor changed almost immediately. Now her attitude was that of a queen, instead of a playful girl. Elder Bo and the guard's expression turned stiff as they didn't expect Lan Qingling to exert such pressure. All right, but if he does anything funny, the Mermaid Clan would kill him, Elder Bo said coldly. That's big words coming from you, but do you think your queen can wait any longer? To be honest, I don't care that much about the queen's health, but it is the least I can do for your princess. Otherwise, I won't do a thing, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Elder Bo was startled by Yi Tianyun's word, but there was nothing he could say to that, so he gave up and led the way towards the royal domain. They soon arrived there, and Yi Tianyun looked around, but the room didn't scream royalty at all. It was probably because they were inside the huge sea whale. Come on, Lan Qingling said as she opened the crystal curtain and walked before Yi Tianyun and Elder Bo. When Yi Tianyun entered the room, he felt a chilling cold shrouding the area. I brought someone to heal you, Lan Qingling said as she stood in front of a huge shell. Yi Tianyun used his appraisal eye and saw that lying inside the shell was a beautiful woman, no older than 30 with cultivation at 8th layer void spirit stage. He also noticed that the woman was weak now as her tail looked frozen as the ice seemed to cover up the injuries. A human? The queen said as she saw Yi Tianyun. Her killing intent suddenly spiked as she glared at Yi Tianyun. It was clear that even if she were weak right now, it wouldn't deter her will to fight. He's not a bad person. He saved me earlier, Lan Qingling said confidently. Her words eased the queen's killing intent, but her eyes were still full of doubts. So, where is the water jade grass? Or did he plan to heal me without it? The queen wondered. Yes, I don't need it to heal you. I don't even need to touch you to heal you, Yi Tianyun said casually. Chapter 757, Chapter 757, what? You don't need to touch me to heal me? The queen asked confusedly. Human, do you really understand what kind of injury did I suffer? How can you heal me without touching me? Not to mention you didn't even have the water jade grass, the queen said, bewildered by Yi Tianyun's remark. I know that your tail was injured and continuously damaged by some aflame, so you used the mysterious ice to wrap your leg so that the flames wouldn't spread. From that alone, I know that the flame has to be evil fire, Yi Tianyun said casually. That is certainly accurate, but how do you plan to heal me without even touching me? The queen asked curiously. I won't have to touch you, but yes. It'd be more effective if I make contact. But I believe that Mermaid Clan wouldn't be fond of me touching their queen. In fact, your guard wasn't keen on letting me in either. Yi Tianyun casually said while glancing at the group of guards that still had their hands on their weapons, and as they closely observed what Yi Tianyun planned to do. Big Brother Yi won't harm you. I believe his words, Lan Qingling said confidently at the side. Qingling, you are too easy to trust others, the queen said as she flicked Lan Qingling's forehead. No, I know when someone is telling the truth or lying. Did you ever see me being deceived in the past? Lan Qingling said with a grin on her face. That's true, but you always interact with our people, and since you're a princess, they had no choice but to tell you the truth, the queen said to Lan Qingling before turning her attention back to Yi Tianyun. If you can really heal me, our clan will be indebted to you in the future. I apologize in my men's place for our attitude this far, and we will consider you a friend of the Mermaid Clan forever, the queen said casually. Yi Tianyun nodded as he already understood the fear that the Mermaid Clan harbored towards humans. Thanks for the suggestion, but I don't need any of that as I just want to go to the Scarlet Monster Clan's palace to get what was stolen from me. So just leading the way towards their palace will do. With that being said, when should I start? Yi Tianyun said casually. Scarlet Monster Clan's palace? Well, I won't pry now, and you can start now if you want, the queen said as she realized something but refrained from asking Yi Tianyun about it. All right, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately equipped the longevity necklace. This necklace would increase the recovery rate and granted him the ability to heal without needing any spirit medicine. This necklace was one of the eternal sets. Once Yi Tianyun equipped this item, he would be able to heal everyone as long as the injury wasn't too severe. Immediately after wearing the necklace, Yi Tianyun released a strong wave of life energy that surprised everyone in the room. It has begun, Yi Tianyun said as he reached his arm towards the queen and a green spiritual energy flowed towards her slowly. Once the green spiritual energy wrapped her slowly, her recovery speed immediately sped up and her tail was healing on its own. The recovery speed was incredible as the power of a Saint King stage cultivator hastened the recovery process. The queen herself could tell that her body was starting to recover, but that was not the only thing that happened. The evil fire that infected her body was extinguished without any trace. You may come over and touch me to heal me more efficiently, the queen said as she grew confident that Yi Tianyun would be able to speed up the healing process. Elder Bo was shocked to see that the queen really began to recover from her wounds. Told you Big Brother Yi would definitely heal her like he said he would, Lan Qingling said towards Elder Bo tauntingly. Elder Bo was embarrassed as he already behaved rudely towards the savior of their queen. Pardon me for my rudeness, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards the queen and held her hands. The ice that wrapped the queen's tail immediately dissolved into powder, revealing the badly injured tail. As soon as she saw her own tail, the queen's smile disappeared, and her eyes became red like she was about to cry. Yi Tianyun just smiled and reached out towards her tail. The queen didn't say anything, but it was evident that she was uncomfortable as she was embarrassed for her badly injured tail, but she knew that she had to leave it to Yi Tianyun if she wanted her tail healed. Yi Tianyun didn't say anything as he began using the power of longevity necklace to heal the injury, and almost immediately, the scale that was in a horrible shape before started to heal and restore themselves to their once shiny state. The recovery speed was really amazing. Everyone couldn't believe what they were witnessing as no medicinal pills could grant such regenerative power. But even then, Yi Tianyun clearly still showed a dissatisfied look on his face as he thought that the recovery speed wasn't fast enough. Lottery roulette, Yi Tianyun whispered as he used the opportunity to use the lottery ticket that he got earlier. He activated his lucky aura before using the ticket. He wanted to get the next set from the Eternal set, and for that, the roulette had to stop on jewelry category. But just his luck, the roulette stopped on equipment. Just my luck. Yi Tianyun sighed as he opened the box, but to his surprise, it was Desolate Ancient Divine Armor. He didn't expect to get the Desolate Ancient set now, but with this, he'd be able to complete the set once he got Desolate Ancient Boots. Then again, he was still fixated with the Evil God suit, but it wasn't a complete loss. He believed the Desolate Ancient set would be useful in the future, and if he could complete the Eternal Longevity set, his power would grow exponentially. Chapter 758, Chapter 758. The second draw was much to Yi Tianyun's liking as it stopped right on the jewelry category. It was all thanks to the lucky aura and his high prestige point. Yi Tianyun wished for longevity set in his mind as it was the one he wanted the most right now. He knew that once he got the set, he would be practically invincible. Yi Tianyun immediately opened the box from the lottery, and a green longevity ring was presented inside. A longevity set, finally, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. He was so excited that he unconsciously stopped healing the queen, which perplexed the queen as she didn't understand what Yi Tianyun was doing. "What's wrong? Did you need to take a break?" the queen asked curiously. Everyone else was staring at Yi Tianyun as they too were curious about what was happening. They saw that the queen was recovering at an unusual rate, but Yi Tianyun suddenly stopped. "We have medicinal pills to help you with spiritual fatigue if you want. We will give it to you no problem," Elder Bo said as he thought that Yi Tianyun might be exhausted. It might not be cheap, but it was definitely cheaper for medicinal pills containing water jade grass. "That is unnecessary. I am just adjusting my aura. Please wait for a moment," Yi Tianyun said as he smiled towards everyone. It couldn't be helped as nobody knew about his system, so there was no way they would know how happy he was after getting another jewel from the Eternal Longevity set. "Big Brother Yi, perhaps you would like to take a break for a moment?" Lung Qingling said worriedly. "No, it's okay. I can manage," Yi Tianyun said casually. Elder Bo and the rest of the guards that showed animosity towards Yi Tianyun earlier felt guilty as they saw that Yi Tianyun really just want to heal their queen without any ill intent. Yi Tianyun ignored everyone for a moment as he went ahead and wore his new ring, enhancing the longevity effect immediately. Longevity ring, 5x healing power, 20x defense. Wearing 2 of these rings would grant a skill, absolute defense. The longevity ring's effect was straightforward yet powerful. It improved Yi Tianyun's healing power and defense, making it worth his while. Yi Tianyun knew if he could get the full set, he would be unkillable, and there was a saying in the gaming community that something you couldn't kill would be able to kill you. Therefore, if he could withstand the attack of a powerful cultivator, he'd be able to defeat his opponent eventually. After wearing the ring, he immediately healed the queen once again. This time, his healing power was enhanced by 5 times, so his healing rate became so fast that everyone was shocked. They could clearly sense the healing energy that Yi Tianyun used to heal the queen, and this time it was quicker and more potent than before. "This is," the queen said as surprise was clear on her face. She could feel that the pain on her tail disappeared almost immediately. The agony that she felt for weeks now was gone in an instant. Based on the recovery rate, she believed that it would take 2 whole days before the healing was concluded. Yi Tianyun's healing power was truly amazing. It was far more potent than high-grade medicinal pills. From Yi Tianyun's perspective, it was certainly faster now, but he was still a little bit disappointed that the healing would take countless hours to finish. But it couldn't be helped. He only had 2 pieces of the Eternal Longevity set, so he couldn't ask for more. But a guard barged in suddenly with a pale face. "This is bad. The situation is getting worse," the guard said nervously. "What about the situation? What happened? Didn't you see that the queen is still in the process of healing?" Elder Bo furiously said as he glared towards the rude guard. "I understand, Elder, but the Scarlet Monster clan has caught up to us and climbed the whale's back. They're attacking the whale as we talk, and it's just a matter of time before they knocked on our door," the guard said nervously. "What? How could that happen? The sea whale is so fast that they shouldn't be able to catch up," Elder Bo said worriedly. "They have Scarlet Monster clans chasing Monster with them. The monster could lock onto our sea whale and catch up eventually," the guard said nervously. "How could they send those monsters after us?" The king that was just sitting on his throne while Yi Tianyun was healing finally spoke. "The chasing monster had hurt our queen before, and it seems this time we have to stop them with all we got," Elder Bo said coldly. "Yes, we have to use all we got," the queen said as she stood up, stopping Yi Tianyun's healing process. "Thank you very much, young man. You are a friend of our mermaid clan for as long as you live, but I am afraid the situation is dire. You should leave with our little land to safety before it's too late," the queen said to Yi Tianyun. "But I want to help out too," Lan Qingling said as she clearly refused to leave. "Come on, take the water jade pearl and go. Little Lan, you have a bright future ahead of you. The future of Mermaid Clan will depend on you, so you can't stay here," the queen said commandingly. "Human, you are very reliable, but it's unfortunate that we can't repay you properly," the queen said as Lan Qingling dragged Yi Tianyun out of the room. "Yeah, it's unfortunate that I got to know a human that I can trust, but we have no idea whether we will survive this attack," Elder Bo said as he shook his head disappointedly. At the same time, Lan Qingling dragged Yi Tianyun towards the long hallway and into an empty room where a fist-sized jade floated in the middle of the room. Yi Tianyun immediately realized what it was at first glance. A divine tool. Yi Tianyun stared at wide-eyed as he didn't expect a small race like the Mermaid Clan would have a divine tool in their possession. Chapter 759. Chapter 759. Yi Tianyun knew that the Mermaid Clan was desperately trying to get away from the Scarlet Monster Clan, but apparently it was all to save this middle-grade divine tool from falling into their hands. Because of how rare middle-grade tool in Mortal World was, it really stood out. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun was surprised that the Mermaid Clan had something like this. Water Jade Pearl, middle-grade divine tool treasure. Grant user the ability to control the ice and water, 5x cultivation speed, can turn into a water shield that could withstand one attack regardless of its power. As expected of a middle-grade divine tool, the effect was very powerful, especially the effect to improve the cultivation rate for the wielder. However, Yi Tianyun didn't really want it as he already had a divine tool with the same effect. But it was really unexpected for the Mermaid Clan to have something as powerful as this divine tool. There was no way the Scarlet Monster Clan would let them escape while they had something like this. But Yi Tianyun was still wondered why the Mermaid Clan had something this powerful with them. He searched his memory again. There must be something from the Sealing Heaven Divine King's memory that he received earlier. Heaven-creating Divine King wasn't the only one from mortal world that tried to resist the demon's influence. The Mermaid Queen also participated in the war with Water Jade Pearl on her chest. With Water Jade Pearl, she wreaked havoc on enemies' base with her powerful water-based attack. Yi Tianyun certainly didn't expect that the Mermaid Queen turned out to be a hero, but the story about the Mermaid Clan must have been eaten away by the passage of time like everything else. Yi Tianyun also saw many other clans that helped Heaven-creating Divine King from mortal world that Yi Tianyun hasn't seen before. But it was obvious that they had to help Heaven-creating Divine King as their home was in danger as long as that demon roamed free. Yi Tianyun also found out that the Water Jade Pearl was also created by Heaven-creating Divine King himself in the memory, but all the materials needed to make it came from the Mermaid Clan themselves. Therefore, Heaven-creating Divine King couldn't keep it for himself. But Yi Tianyun couldn't help but think that the Water Jade Pearl was wasted on the current Mermaid Clan as the middle-grade divine tools wouldn't be effective on their hands since it took at least a Saint King stage cultivator to draw all of its latent power. But the current mortal world would have a hard time giving birth to a new Saint King cultivator as the rules make it hard to cultivate beyond Void Spirit stage. There was no other way but to go to Heaven World or Ghost World to quickly become a stronger cultivator. It seems that I underestimated the mortal world. I have to think back for a moment and study the memory thoroughly later. Yi Tianyun said to himself excitedly. At the same time, Lan Qingling walked towards the Water Jade Pearl and took it before walking back towards Yi Tianyun to grab his hands. Big brother Yi, this is Water Jade Pearl. Be sure to take it with you as you try to escape. I will go back inside and try to help them defeat the Scarlet Monster Clan, Lan Qingling said determinedly. Yi Tianyun immediately frowned as he didn't think Lan Qingling would go this far. It was clear that the princess trusted him too much despite just knowing him recently. Don't you think that it's risky to entrust a treasure like this to a stranger? If you go back, won't it just make your parent frustrated with you? Yi Tianyun said confusedly. That might be the case, but I already tried to escape on my own in the past. I don't think I want to do it again this time, Lan Qingling said with determination in her eyes. But what about the Water Jade Pearl? Yi Tianyun asked. The Mermaid Clan will not end with us, as we are scattered all over the ocean. Big brother Yi, if you can find any other Mermaid Clan, I hope you would give it to them, Lan Qingling said with a smile on her face. Let's end our chat here for now. Go now, big brother Yi. You may be strong, but the Scarlet Monster's chasing monster may be too much for you right now, Lan Qingling said solemnly. I know that you would be able to reach safety on your own without anyone slowing you down. Thus, I will rely on you to keep our treasure safe. So, goodbye, for now, big brother Yi, Lan Qingling said as she turned and left Yi Tianyun in a hurry. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun was shaking his head as he thought of Lan Qingling's action. Stupid girl, the Mermaid Clan seems too fearless that they didn't even care about their lives, Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. From Sealing Heaven Divine King's memory, it seemed the Mermaid Queen made a name for herself on the battlefield back in the days. She skilled so many demon minions that she rivaled even the Divine King themselves. After knowing that fact from the memory, how could Yi Tianyun just sit idly as Mermaid Clan risked their lives? At the same time, the queen has already arrived at the door out of the sea whale and set on crushing this chasing monster that was hounding them, but she heard some voice that she didn't want to hear again. My queen, where are you going? The figure said from outside the door. To kill that monster, the queen said with a grim expression on her face. She knew that it was one of the Scarlet Monster Clan, and he seemed ready to attack too. They have a scaly body like a fish, but lacked the characteristics of a human. This was obviously a trait from the evil spirit race. It wasn't only one, but several other Scarlet Monster Clan's members appeared before the queen with a weapon in their hand, ready to attack anytime. If anyone saw what was happening, they would lose hope as the huge sea whale that they counted on as protection couldn't do anything at the moment as it was pinned down by a large net that rendered it useless on the seabed. Chapter 760. Chapter 760. The cultivation of the beast that attacked the huge sea whale was amazing as it has reached the 8th layer Void Spirit stage, meaning it was stronger than the Mermaid Queen. Yi Tianyun immediately realized that it was impossible for the queen to defeat the beast in her current state, especially without the Water Jade Pearl. It was obvious that the power of the Scarlet Monster Clan that contained the evil spirit race would be stronger than that. Although the mermaid bloodline was strong, and they possessed control over the water around them, it wasn't enough to win against the Scarlet Monster Clan. My queen, I didn't expect you to recover this fast. Did you consume the Water Jade Grass? One of the Scarlet Monster Clan said sarcastically. Well, it wouldn't hurt to answer my question, would it? You don't have anywhere else to go at the moment anyway. Your whale is trapped now, and there is nothing you can do, he said with a smirk on his face. Now you have two choices. The first is to die here pathetically, or the second is to come with us bringing the water jade pearl. Please answer it carefully. Keep in mind that you have nowhere else to run, one of the Scarlet Monster clan said with a smirk on his face. Did you think I am that stupid? You'll still massacre my people even if I go with you, the queen said while brandishing her weapon bravely. That might be true, but they are a necessary sacrifice if you want to survive. As the queen, you should know that their lives are for your cause. One of the Scarlet Monster clan's men sarcastically said while sheathing his sword. Don't worry about that. I would rather die than doing something so heinous, the queen said as she took her stand. Wow, Mermaid Clan sure is weird. You guys are always putting up a brave front when you face a life and death situation. If that is what you wanted, then I would be happy to fulfill your wish. One of the Scarlet Monster clan that looked like the leader said with an emotionless face. Take them out, he shouted, and the Scarlet Monster clan's force began to attack. They started to rush towards the Mermaid Queen with a long spear in their hand. The Scarlet Monster clan, while having a water attribute on their attack, they also had a fire attribute with them. It was a strange combination for a sea dweller, which was strong enough that it could knock out the Mermaid Queen easily. I will help. Lan Qingling's voice came from inside the whale. The queen looked around and saw Lan Qingling rushing towards her with a long spear in her hand as well. Princess! Hai Xiaopeng shouted in shock. Obviously, he didn't expect the princess to come back. In fact, everyone else was also shocked, including the queen. Everyone hoped that the princess escaped with Water Jade Pearl, which would ensure the Mermaid Clan's survival. Clearly, their plan to distract the Scarlet Monster clan to buy Lan Qingling some time to escape has gone down the drain. Why did you come back? The queen asked with a frown on her face. I can't leave without my parent beside me, Lan Qingling said determinedly. You silly girl. What about your human friend? The queen wondered. I sent him off away with Water Jade Pearl to find another mermaid clan. I believe he will do it, Lan Qingling said firmly as she really believed in Yi Tianyun. Well, since we are already here, we should show them see the true power of our mermaid clan, the queen said as she stepped forward. She knew that it was too late to order Lan Qingling to hide or escape once again, but she would stay in front of her as it was a mother's job to protect their children. Well, this is awkward. That girl looks just like the queen. She has to be the princess of the mermaid clan. Did she come to offer herself as a sacrifice? The Scarlet Monster clan said with a smirk on his face. How dare you? I will kill you myself. Lan Qingling angrily shouted while releasing her killing intent. Not bad, girl. I can see that you want to kill me, the leader of the Scarlet Monster clan said with a smirk on his face. He then turned his attention towards the queen. I let you off the hook with only a wound on the tail before, but now I will completely break you, he said coldly. Then let us see what you can do, the queen coldly said as she brandished her spear forward. The sea whale turned into a battlefield in an instant as the mermaid clan tried hard to defend against the Scarlet Monster clan's attack. Lan Qingling herself also joined the battle, fighting with her companions like never before. While they were all so focused on the battle, they didn't notice a single figure slowly descending towards them with the Water Jade Pearl in his hand. When the figure descended close enough, the Scarlet Monster clan noticed him and frowned. Who are you, and why did you have the Water Jade Pearl? The Scarlet Monster clan asked confusedly. Yi Tianyun just walked towards the Scarlet Monster clan, and once he was close enough, the frown on Scarlet Monster clan's face became clearer. A human? I didn't expect the Water Jade Pearl would be in the hands of a human. Well, that saves us the trouble. Now, human boy, throw me that Water Jade Pearl, and you will walk out of here alive with so many treasures. We will even award you with a beautiful mermaid of your choice, the leader of the Scarlet Monster clan said with a grin. They knew that a human was weak to temptation, so they believed Yi Tianyun would cave in and threw them the Water Jade Pearl. Even the queen was staring at Yi Tianyun as she knew that there was no guarantee that a human wouldn't betray them. Chapter 761. Chapter 761. It was a good offer, but it wasn't enough to satisfy me, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Elder Bo and the rest of the mermaid clan was surprised that Yi Tianyun was considering the offer from Scarlet Monster clan. They were clearly afraid that Water Jade Pearl to fall towards their hands. You can't be serious, right? There is no way you were thinking about handing over the Water Jade Pearl, Elder Bo shouted at Yi Tianyun, while the queen looked at Yi Tianyun with a disappointed gaze. Although Yi Tianyun has healed her earlier, it seemed the human greed knew no bounds. The princess trusted you, but you throw it so easily, Hai Xiaopeng said furiously. Lan Qingling, on the side, was confused as she didn't understand what Yi Tianyun had in mind. Shut up. If you open your damn mouth one more time, I wouldn't be so kind anymore, the leader of Scarlet Monster clan said to Elder Bo before turning his attention back to Yi Tianyun. So, what do you want? As long as we can provide it, we can give it to you, the leader said with a smirk on his face. The other Scarlet Monster clan member laughed as they found it easy to follow the human's greed. I am not a greedy person. With that said, all I want is all your life. So, do you agree to my term? Yi Tianyun said casually. The Scarlet Monster clan was surprised by Yi Tianyun's word, and the entire place was silent for a good while as the Mermaid clan was also surprised by it. How dare you? The Scarlet Monster Clan's leader shouted angrily. He didn't expect the human to mock him like this. The human clearly had no intention to give them the Water Jade Pearl from the beginning. I knew it. There is no way Big Brother Yi would betray us, Lan Qingling said with a big smile on her face. The rest of the Mermaid Clan sighed with relief as they were glad Yi Tianyun wasn't betraying them. Yi Tianyun threw the Water Jade Pearl to Lan Qingling and talked casually. This is yours. Keep it safe and don't give it to others so easily. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Big Brother Yi, why didn't you escape like I told you? They're gonna kill you, Lan Qingling said as she was still worried about Yi Tianyun's safety. Why would you say that? I can deal with these Scarlet Monster Clan, you know. If you listen to me, you don't have to do anything from the beginning, Yi Tianyun said with a sigh as he was annoyed by Lan Qingling. The queen was speechless on the side as she too didn't understand what Yi Tianyun's point was. Was it really okay to underestimate the enemies right in front of their nose like what he was doing now? You bastard! How dare you look down on us, human? Let's prove your word now. The Scarlet Monster Clan that used magic shouted furiously. He then roared angrily, and many red demon beasts appeared out of nowhere. The Mermaid Clan's guards that grouped up around the queen turned pale when they saw the amount of demon beast that has been summoned by the Scarlet Monster Clan. This is bad, your majesty, the guard said nervously. This is it? Where are the others? The summoner of Scarlet Monster Clan shouted. There is nothing left. The other has been killed. One of the demon beasts talked nervously. Killed? The Scarlet Monster Clan were all surprised by this revelation. Did some other clan aid the Mermaid Clan? How could they retaliate? The Scarlet Monster Clan leader said confusedly, There's no need to brood over it that hard. I am the one that killed the rest of your soldiers. It was clear to me that your clan was a branch of evil spirit race, and you were also the one that moved the heaven-ascending divine altar away before I got the time to claim it. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. What? You were the one that did all of this? The Scarlet Monster Clan said with shock on their face. Don't be so surprised. Who else did you think was responsible for that? Yi Tianyun said before making a gun motion with his hands and pointed it out at the Scarlet Monster Clan. Then, a light was concentrated at Yi Tianyun's fingertips and hit the Scarlet Monster Clan one by one, turning them into a mist of blood. All of the Scarlet Monster Clan surrounding the Whale and Mermaid Clan was killed so easily. The Mermaid Clan was surprised by what Yi Tianyun was capable of, especially Hai Xiaopeng that was convinced that Yi Tianyun was only bragging the whole time. From what they saw, Yi Tianyun was powerful as he could easily kill so many Scarlet Monster Clan's men like they were nothing. They thought that Yi Tianyun was lying about his power, but clearly they were wrong. Your cultivation is so strong. How did you achieve that? The queen said curiously. See, Big Brother Yi is really strong. No wonder I didn't sense any lie in his words earlier. I am sorry, I should have believed your word earlier, Big Brother Yi, Lan Qingling said with an apologetic look on her face. With her ability to sense the truth from people, she never heard Yi Tianyun lying, but she couldn't believe it either. Well, it couldn't be helped since Yi Tianyun's word was too hard to believe without a proof. Now that she already saw the proof, she felt really bad for not believing Yi Tianyun's word earlier. If she listened to Yi Tianyun's words earlier, they could have dealt with the Scarlet Monster Clan faster without so much of a hassle as now. Well, you were the only one I left alive. Now, what would you do? Yi Tianyun coldly said to the only one Scarlet Monster Clan that he spared. Chapter 762. Chapter 762. The Mermaid Clan didn't see the Scarlet Monster Clan that Yi Tianyun has spared. Nonetheless, it was an exceptional achievement. In Yi Tianyun's mind, he could just use this Scarlet Monster Clan to lead the way. There was no need for Lan Qingling to do it anymore, as it would be too dangerous for her. Tell me the current situation of the Scarlet Monster Clan, Yi Tianyun said coldly towards the sole survivor of the Scarlet Monster Clan. He didn't care whether Mermaid Clan was here or not at the moment, as he didn't exactly hide his intention to go towards the Scarlet Monster Clan. Scarlet Monster Clan is now teaming up with Evil Spirit Race to rule the entire ocean and continuously snatch other races to sacrifice them to the Old Ancestor to make him stronger. After that, the Old Ancestor is supposed to unify the mortal world and then unify the other two worlds, the survivor said nervously. Everyone else was confused by this exchange as they didn't expect the survivor to spill out their internal information so easily. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun kept asking other questions without holding back. In the end, Yi Tianyun was satisfied as he now completely understood the situation inside Scarlet Monster Clan. As he suspected, the one behind all this was indeed Evil Spirit Race, not the Scarlet Monster Clan. Scarlet Monster Clan was just an accomplice in all this. The Heaven-Ascending Divine Altar was probably moved because of an order from Evil Spirit Race. But Yi Tianyun still didn't quite understand what the Evil Spirit Race wanted to do with it. He thought there was no Saint King expert left in mortal world. I wondered what are they planning to do with it? Yi Tianyun said with a cold look in his eyes. But Yi Tianyun did expect that there should be a Saint King cultivator among Evil Spirit Race. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother to move the Heaven-Ascending Divine Altar. Is it possible that the Heaven-Creating Divine King's rules didn't work in the ocean? Yi Tianyun wondered. If Yi Tianyun's concern were proven, then the battle against the Evil Spirit Race would be rough. Furthermore, he knew that evil spirit race power was different from the other race, meaning that even if they were in the Saint King stage, they were more powerful than most races with the same level of cultivation. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun couldn't let them do as they please. He had to make sure that he foiled their plan early. Thanks to the survivor that he captured, he knew what he had to do next. Even so, Yi Tianyun knew that he didn't know every single thing on the evil spirit race's plan. There was no way they would share all their plans with the Scarlet Monster clan, evil spirit race, and heaven-ascending divine altar? Does it have something to do with the demon in the past? The queen asked Yi Tianyun as she listened carefully to the question Yi Tianyun asked the survivor. Yes, they are connected with the demon in some way. It seems the evil spirit race infiltrated all races, and now they have the heaven-ascending divine altar that heaven-creating divine king left to his descendant, Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. I suspect that the old ancestor that he was talking about was a Saint King expert. Otherwise, the heaven-ascending divine altar serves no purpose for them, Yi Tianyun said coldly. A Saint King stage expert? The mermaid clan said with surprise clear on their face. They were clearly unnerved as they knew that not even their old ancestor had that high cultivation. The best they had was just a void spirit expert, not even a spirit king expert. The mermaid clan used to be a companion of heaven-creating divine king, therefore we are on the same team. I know that you aren't as good as you are in the past, but I will be willing to give you as many resources as you need. With that in mind, I hope that you will find a place to settle down and inform other races regarding the possibility of war against the demon again. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. On the same team? I don't even know your true identity, the queen said with a frown on her face. I am a descendant of heaven-creating divine king. Yi Tianyun said straightforwardly. The descendant of heaven-creating divine king? I am sorry for my rude behavior, young master, the queen said as she kept her head down in respect. Everyone else immediately followed suit as they knew that Yi Tianyun was someone that they should respect dearly. Yi Tianyun felt awkward as he didn't mention this because he wanted them to treat him with respect, but he set that aside and immediately asked something to ease the situation. Where is your old ancestor? Did they left for ancestral training? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. Yes, old ancestor had said to us in the past that we have to obey the descendant of heaven-creating divine king and become their servant, the queen said with a nod of her head. They were convinced of Yi Tianyun's status as he just saved them from the Scarlet Monster clan, and his power was really amazing. I am amazed that such a story was still passed down here and felt slightly embarrassed of your word, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He really wanted everyone to treat him normally instead of behaving like his servant. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun knew that he needed the mermaid clan's power to manage the ocean. However, he also knew that his relationship with the mermaid clan was still too shallow to expect loyalty from them. Chapter 763, Chapter 763. After the matter was resolved, the queen ordered the reorganization of the mermaid clan and ordered the injured mermaid to rest. I didn't expect that you would become the young master of our mermaid clan, Lan Xingling said with excitement in her eyes. I never expected the one that saved me out in the wild would be the young master, Lan Xingling added dreamily. The ancestor of the mermaid clan was really loyal towards heaven-creating divine king. Thus they kept passing down the story about the past and foretold about the forthcoming of the divine king's descendant. For some reason, the ancestor of mermaid clan knew that the mighty descendant of heaven-creating divine king would come one day. Water Jade Pearl was a gift from heaven-creating divine king, and that alone would justify the mermaid clan's loyalty towards the descendant of heaven-creating divine king. A middle-grade divine tool was a treasure that was so rare that they were convinced that the Water Jade Pearl was the only middle-grade divine tool on mortal world. But in reality, heaven-creating divine king was only helping create the Water Jade Pearl, and he wasn't its creator. The creator rank of blacksmithing was sealing heaven divine king. Thus, Water Jade Pearl was sealing heaven divine king's treasure. Well, to be fair, I never thought it will end up this way either, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled towards Lan Xingling. So, when will you go to the Scarlet Monster clan's den? Lan Xingling asked curiously. Soon. Yi Tianyun nodded. He knew that the mermaid clan was discussing a plan to join Yi Tianyun even though it wasn't necessary from his perspective. What Yi Tianyun needed from the mermaid clan was just the plan that allowed them to lead all the races in the ocean and how much resources they would need to do so. His plan to unify the heaven world and ghost world could wait since he had to unify the mortal world first. He at first thought that the evil spirit race only infiltrated the races in ghost world and heaven world, but he finally knew that the mortal world was no exception. Young master, do you want me to lead the way towards their base? Lan Xingling asked excitedly. I don't think that's necessary, Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his fingers towards the survivor of the Scarlet Monster clan. Lan Xingling's expectation was shattered as she realized that it was better to have the Scarlet Monster clan themselves guiding him than having the Mermaid clan did it. The captured Scarlet Monster clan was terrified as he could hear everything, but he could neither speak nor moved, no matter how hard he tried. But I want to help you. Scarlet Monster clan caught my parents. I want revenge too, Lan Xingling said determinedly. I understand what you want, but with your current cultivation base, you won't be of any help, Yi Tianyun said honestly. With the Scarlet Monster clan leading the way, Lan Qingling's help was really not needed anymore. Lan Qingling was immediately deflated after hearing Yi Tianyun's words, as she never expected to be rejected so harshly. Your real enemy is not the Scarlet Monster clan, but the evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun said as he reached out and patted Lan Qingling's head. I gave you some memories containing some martial arts. If you really want to get your revenge, you have to become stronger and raise your cultivation to some extent. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. If you manage to pull it off, you will be the ruler of the ocean, and that way, you can find the evil spirit race that lurks in the ocean and deal with them easily. I have given some memories that will teach you how to identify the evil spirit race, and I hope you will share it with the queen too. Yi Tianyun added solemnly. This is Yi Tianyun's true feeling. He'd rather share the power after unifying the realms with other races that were loyal to him instead of hoarding everything for himself. That way, he could rule the realms quite easily as he had eyes in every corner. After absorbing the memory, Lan Qingling lightened up with determination. I will make sure to live up to your expectation and make our mermaid clan the ruler of all ocean, Lan Qingling said excitedly. Ding! Successfully placed Lan Qingling as a general. Reward, 5 million XP, 100,000 CPs. Yi Tianyun smiled as this was an unexpected yet joyful turn of events, but knowing that Lan Qingling has become one of his generals, he would make sure to train her well in the future. After the situation calmed down, Yi Tianyun immediately left the Mermaid Clan and headed to the Scarlet Monster Clan's base with the survivor that he spared earlier. You are dead as soon as you come near our base. There is no way you can take back the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, the survivor shouted nervously. Our old ancestor will definitely kill you and eat you until there is nothing left. Heck, you may die even before we reach the front door, as we have many exceptional individuals there. He continued to shout at Yi Tianyun. Oh, powerful individuals? How about you tell me all about them? Yi Tianyun said with a smile as a light flickered in his eyes. Although he could control the Scarlet Monster Clan member as he saw fit, he couldn't tell what they had in mind. The great emperor of Water Dragon Empire was willing to work with us and want to use our power to gain the upper hand against Heavenly Cloud's empire. They sneaked out information while following our instructions, so no one knows what Water Dragon Empire was up to. At the end of the day, we would have to destroy a stupid human faction, and it's not a big deal. The Scarlet Monster Clan answered under Yi Tianyun's Eye of Charm's power. After he answered Yi Tianyun's question, Yi Tianyun freed him from his mind control. The Scarlet Monster Clan was visibly shaken by the fact that the human could easily obtain information from him like that. Chapter 764. Chapter 764. I am not surprised to see a human empire was trying to control the sea and curb another faction too, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He now knew that he had to destroy Water Dragon Empire as soon as possible before they could pose a threat to Heavenly Cloud's empire. Although he knew that they wouldn't be a problem for him, it couldn't be said the same to his men. He has already heard of Water Dragon Empire before, so he knew that they weren't particularly strong, nor were that weak in mortal world standard. They didn't seem ambitious and stayed under the radar for most of the time, which was why Yi Tianyun didn't show any interest in them before. But now that he knew the Water Dragon Empire was working with Evil Spirit Race to destroy his faction, Yi Tianyun wouldn't let it slide. Even though the Evil Spirit Race has taken roots in Water Dragon Empire was another possibility, Yi Tianyun still had to destroy them. You are dead, you hear me? I won't spill anything else to you. I'd rather die than doing so, the survivor said while trembling, visibly shaken by Yi Tianyun's ability to control him. Don't worry, I didn't plan to force any information out of you anyway. You are obviously just a pawn, irrelevant in the eye of your leader. There is nothing much you can provide me now, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He knew that the survivor only held the common knowledge from their clan, not the vital information that he needed. No wonder this quest gave such amazing rewards. It sure doesn't seem like an easy one, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he glanced at his main quest information. Following the survivor's lead, Yi Tianyun swam towards Heaven Ascending Divine Altar rather quickly. According to the Scarlet Monster Clan that he captured, Heaven Ascending Divine Altar was now their base, meaning that the tool spirit that held the control over the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar was being suppressed by the enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't let anything other than the Descendant control the Divine Altar. They soon arrived at the abyss that Scarlet Monster Clan used to hide their base. Yi Tianyun realized that the area was difficult to find. If no one led the way for him, he doubted that he would find this abyss anytime soon. Ding, Tiger Imitating Empire has become an ally. Reward, 1 billion XP, 10,400 CPs, 10,000 CPs, 100,000 Mastery Point. Yi Tianyun was surprised as the notification popped out when he was about to enter the abyss. It seemed that ch751 was working hard on the surface to persuade other forces across mortal world to join their alliances. I am not alone in this fight. I have my comrades that I can rely on, supporting me from behind the scene, Yi Tianyun said while smiling to himself. He then immediately swam down the abyss led by the survivor and concealed his aura. As long as it wasn't a high-grade expert, it was impossible to discover his existence. As Yi Tianyun got deeper into the abyss, he finally saw the familiar Heaven Ascending Divine Altar on the ground covered with ice. However, the Scarlet Monster Clan didn't seem to be fazed by the cold as they had the water and fire attribute on them. Yi Tianyun saw many Scarlet Monster Clan's guards standing vigilantly around every corner of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. Although their base was located in such a remote area, their security was far from lax. Some of them even patrolled the perimeter of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar itself. "Who is that?" one of the guards shouted as the survivor approached the bottom of the abyss. "You are the soldier that went after the Mermaid Clan's huge sea whale. Why are you back so soon?" the guard said as the soldier comes near the guard. "I have something to report, and that is why I return immediately," the soldier said, of course, being controlled by Yi Tianyun. "All right," the guard said as he opened the gate that led to the Heavenly Ascending Divine Altar. But as soon as the gate opened, the soldier suddenly went crazy and attacked the guard, slashing him mercilessly. "Soldier, what's wrong with you?" one guard said as he was surprised by the soldier's sudden aggression. "You dumbass, he betrayed us. We have to stop him, quick. Ask for backup," another guard said nervously. The guard shouted worriedly as their cultivation was too low to stop the soldier on their own. But soon, someone came to stop the soldier from rampaging any further, and it was Scarlet Monster Clan with 4 arms. "Stop him. Don't just stand around frightened like that," the 4-armed elder said with a frown on his face. "Please help me. I am not betraying you." "Someone is controlling me," the soldier said while still trying to attack the nearest guard. However, his word fell into deaf ears as his word was drowned by the scream of the guard he slashed. Eventually, many Void Spirit Stage experts and even Spirit King expert came out of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar to see what the ruckus was all about. Yi Tianyun was slightly surprised as he believed that the Scarlet Monster Clan was more skilled than other factions in Mortal World. But Yi Tianyun noticed that all the powerful experts that came out of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar had 4 arms. It was obvious to Yi Tianyun that they were connected with the evil spirit race now. They didn't even try to hide it, unlike Yi Tianyun's previous encounter with the evil spirit race when he was dealing with Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. At the same time, Yi Tianyun disappeared from his spot and reappeared inside Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. When he looked around, it was obvious that the place was controlled by evil spirit race, but everything was still familiar to him as he had already been to the other 2 Heaven Ascending Divine Altars. There was one question that bothered him right now, which was regarding who had the ability to control Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. Yi Tianyun knew that he must take the control away from whoever it was, as the controller had the privilege to suppress those inside Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. Chapter 765. Yi Tianyun sneaked inside and immediately headed towards the deeper part of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar as he was familiar with the layout of the place. Furthermore, he was so fast that he could easily walk past the guards that stood guard in various locations inside Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. "I have to find out who is the one controlling this Heaven Ascending Divine Altar," Yi Tianyun said to himself solemnly. He was curious, as the person that controlled the place right now was able to seal the tool spirit inside, and also control the environment inside too. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed towards the control room, and the room wasn't guarded, as basically no one would be able to enter without a certain level of cultivation. Once he arrived in front of the control room, Yi Tianyun slowed down and leaned into the wall, trying to overhear the voice inside. "Hey, I think there's someone outside." The Water Dragon Emperor frowned and stood up as soon as he thought he sensed something. "Don't worry, it must be your imagination. We have to talk about our plan," an old man that sat across from the Emperor said casually. Yi Tianyun noticed that the old man looked like an ordinary old man, but the old man was accompanied by 2 guards that were at Spirit King stage level. It was safe to say that the old man was stronger than those guards. Sir Kangming, now Heavenly Cloud's empire, has started to expand their influences rapidly. "I am in a dire situation right now because if I am not joining his league, my empire would be sanctioned." It was clear that the Heavenly Cloud's empire wanted to rule the entire mortal world. "We have to make a move as soon as possible," Water Dragon Emperor said solemnly. "They are too arrogant now as they have so many weapons and demon beasts on their side. If we let them gain momentum, there would be no place left for our Water Dragon Empire at this rate," Water Dragon Emperor said angrily. Obviously, joining the League wouldn't be an option for Water Dragon Emperor, as it would mean they would submit towards the League's leader, and in this case, Heavenly Cloud's empire. Even though Yi Tianyun gave them resources for their cooperation and had no intention to intervene with their empire at all, his idea to form an alliance seemed to raise resentment among the existing empire in Mortal World. If they really want you to join their ranks, why don't you just join them? That way, it would be easier for us to wreak havoc among them later and take away their power. "Kang Min," the old man said with a grin on his face. "But it would be hard to make a move, as they will surely station their men in the palace. They will monitor our every move for sure," Water Dragon Emperor said with a frown on his face. "Well, that shouldn't be a problem. Just mix their drink with some sleeping pills, and you can do whatever you want while they were out cold," Kang Min said casually. "Is there even such a thing as undetected poison? Why don't you just come up with a poison that can control people instead?" Water Dragon Emperor asked curiously. "It can be done too. Nothing is impossible for us. Take your time and find the right opportunity to assassinate their emperor during your time there. Heavenly Cloud's empire was a new empire, so if you kill their emperor, the faction will be in chaos," Kang Min said casually. "I will do that for sure. The great emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire was too arrogant for his own good. He might be a little bit stronger than others, and with that knowledge, he goes on a killing spree across the continents. Water Dragon Emperor said as some of his killing intent spilled out. In the past, he wanted to deal with the other empire himself and took over their faction to strengthen Water Dragon Empire, but Heavenly Cloud's empire beat him to it. But still, he is way too strong for Mortal World standard. I don't even know how I can kill him. There's a chance that he is at Spirit King Peak Stage 2, Water Dragon Emperor said with a frown back on his face. If you didn't have the ability to do so, it was better for you to contemplate your action. If you can't kill him in the end, I suggest you lure him into the ocean. That way, I can make sure to turn him into fish bait, Kung Min said with a smirk on his face. That's great. With Sir Kung Min's assurance, I could rest easy. I believe that it will be easy to lure him towards the ocean. He has so many trustees, and people often said that Heavenly Cloud's emperor was a kind man that wouldn't abandon his comrades. If we can kidnap one of these trustees and bring them here, Heavenly Cloud's emperor would come charging in. I am sure of it, Water Dragon Emperor said confidently. That's a good plan, but I will leave the land to you. I can't leave the ocean, so I can't help you with anything on the land. That is why, once we drag Heavenly Cloud's empire from their throne, you will control the land while we will control the ocean, Kung Min said with a smirk on his face. Great, that's settled then, Water Dragon Emperor said excitedly. The thought of ruling the entire continent of Mortal World elated him. If there is no problem, I hope you can carry on everything we planned here immediately. Furthermore, did you already send people to destroy the passage of Heaven World and Ghost World? Kang Min asked solemnly. I have sent several people, but it wasn't an easy task, especially the passage of Heaven World. There is an expert that guarded that passage. I hadn't received any report about their identity yet, but some of my men that I sent there were already dead, Water Dragon Emperor said annoyedly. You have to understand that we have to destroy both of those passageways no matter what, Kang Min coldly said while releasing his aura. Water Dragon Emperor immediately felt immense pressure from Kang Min as he almost tripped from the intense aura. Right, I hear you loud and clear, Water Dragon Emperor said with cold sweats on his head. Yi Tianyun, that was eavesdropping on their conversation, was surprised to hear such shocking news himself. He knew that he had to make a move soon, otherwise Mortal World would be in a dire. Chapter 766. Chapter 766. Yi Tianyun immediately knew that the both of them were already in contact even prior to this. It wasn't an alliance that was made recently, and they seemed to have planned this for quite a while. In particular, Yi Tianyun was surprised about their plan to kidnap Yi Tianyun's close ones in order to lure him out to the ocean. Yi Tianyun was a reasonable person, but he wouldn't be so kind if his loved ones were endangered. Right now, Water Dragon Empire must be destroyed. It was the first thought that crossed Yi Tianyun's mind. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun didn't need a conniving empire like this in his alliance to keep the mortal world safe. I have to be more vigilant with the evil spirit race. I didn't expect them to thrive in mortal world, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Before he arrived here, he never really expected that evil spirit race would thrive in mortal world as they couldn't really develop their cultivation here. However, quite the contrary, they thrived below the surface. Furthermore, Kang Min has reached the 7th layer Saint King stage, which was supposed to be impossible here on the mortal world. Yi Tianyun has already experienced firsthand that the ocean had no pressure limitation, unlike the land. Thanks to the guardian status that Yi Tianyun got earlier, he wasn't affected by this pressure on land, but he was surprised as he realized now that the ocean had no pressure. That was also why Kung Min said that he couldn't leave the ocean, as he would be at the mercy of the pressure, forcing him to leave the mortal world. The pressure was also the reason why he ordered the Water Dragon Empire to destroy the passageways, as it would weaken the pressure here on mortal world. Once the pressure was weakened, the evil spirit race would easily march out of the ocean towards the land, and if that time came, the mortal world would surely fall into a great crisis. Heaven-creating Divine King went through the trouble to create this pressure limitation to make sure that a land with a limited resource like mortal world was safer. Otherwise, mortal world be at the mercy of countless experts that would try to dominate it. Don't worry, Sir Kung Min. I will carry out the task you gave me, Water Dragon Emperor said with a smile on his face before walking out of the room, but as soon as he walked out, he looked up with a surprised look on his face and immediately fell unconscious on the ground. Water Dragon Emperor, what happened to you? A guard said as he was at the Water Dragon Emperor's side as he fell. The guard looked disgusted at Water Dragon Emperor as, even though they were allied with each other, the Scarlet Monster clan's hatred towards humans was undeniable. Nothing happened. I just tripped. Now, excuse me. I have a task I must complete, Water Dragon Emperor said with a smile as he turned around and left. As soon as Water Dragon Emperor left, Kang Min walked out of the room with a frown on his face. I felt someone was here just now, Kang Min said with a frown on his face, but as he saw no one outside, he didn't think much of it and walked away. Yi Tianyun, that used his Eye of Charm to control the Water Dragon Emperor, immediately undid his invisibility after Kang Min left. His attempt at controlling Kang Min failed as the old man's cultivation was stronger than he expected, but that wasn't the case for Water Dragon Emperor. I have to follow this old man, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He then concealed his aura again and followed Kang Min carefully. As Yi Tianyun followed Kang Min closely, he arrived at the core control area of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. This was the main room where all the divine rooms that were supposed to control the heaven-ascending divine altar, and where the tool spirit was supposed to reside. Open the door, as Kang Min shouted. The thick door that separated the core control room from the rest of the room opened slowly. Yi Tianyun had a serious look on his face as he knew that he would see who controlled heaven-ascending divine altar right now. The door closed again after Kang Min entered the room, but Yi Tianyun didn't follow him inside as he knew that his cover would be blown if he went in. Besides, he could eavesdrop from outside anyway. Yi Tianyun immediately activated his appraisal eye to see what was going on inside the room, as the divine rune inside the room wouldn't be able to stop appraisal eye from peeking in. Yi Tianyun saw Kang Min walk towards another figure in the middle of the room, clearly the one who controlled heaven-ascending divine altar. Kang Yun, how are you doing? Kang Min asked solemnly. Kang Yun, the one that controlled heaven-ascending divine altar, was also an evil spirit race, and it seemed this Kang Yun was one of the original evil spirit race as he had 4 arms, which were jet black. He was also at 6-layer Saint King stage cultivation, a little bit lower than Kang Min. I almost gained full control. I need to devour more heaven-creating divine king's descendant to gain full control of this place. You have to fetch me more heaven-creating divine king's descendant to fool this place into thinking that I am heaven-creating divine king's descendant, Kang Yun said with a hoarse voice. Of course, but you should understand that it's not easy to find heaven-creating divine king's descendant. There are only so many of them here in mortal world. It may be another story on Ghost World. But rest assured, after the 2 passages have been destroyed, you wouldn't need heaven-creating divine king's descendant anymore. The control would weaken, and we would be able to leave the ocean, Kang Min said solemnly. Sure, I will wait for the time to come. Had it not for the ancestors' blood, we would have been discovered by those wretched people. Heaven-creating divine king, sealing heaven divine king, and that damned ancient netherworld divine king, I will make sure that all of their descendants died an excruciating death, Kang Yun said furiously. Yi Tianyun, that eavesdropped on their conversation outside, was surprised as now all pieces of the puzzle were in place. Chapter 767 Yi Tianyun has been thinking regarding how the evil spirit race could control heaven-ascending divine altar without the descendant of heaven-creating divine king, and it turned out that the evil spirit race has been killing all heaven-creating divine king's descendants that they could find and drink their blood to trick heaven-ascending divine altar into thinking that the evil spirit race was heaven-creating divine king's descendant. But Yi Tianyun knew that it was possible, as the tool spirit only assessed the bloodline of the person that wanted to control heaven-ascending divine altar. Although Yi Tianyun has gained the inheritance, he wasn't heaven-creating divine king's descendant. Therefore, the tool spirit will prioritize the descendant first. After evil spirit race took over the place, they removed the tool spirit, and everything has become so much easier. They could do whatever they want to heaven-ascending divine altar, as no one would contest them for it, especially here on mortal world where no expert could defeat them if they filled the place with sea monster. Their method to obtain heaven-ascending divine altar was so cruel that Yi Tianyun couldn't help but feel disgusted that such a method existed. No wonder heaven-creating divine king tried his hardest to get rid of these people from the 3 realms. The worst realm for evil spirit race would probably be heaven world, as sealing heaven divine king's treasure would easily exterminate them once they were discovered. But Yi Tianyun was a little bit curious regarding why the ghost world's heaven-ascending divine altar wasn't controlled by evil spirit race when he was there. They must have tried to control it, but their attempt might have failed. I got all the information I need, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He just wanted to find heaven-ascending divine altar at first, but now he wanted to destroy this evil spirit race that ravaged this place. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move, so he decided to listen to their conversation a little longer. Yes, we have to exact our revenge against the divine kings for sure. The 3 realms will be ours soon, Kang Min said while laughing maniacally. Absorb the previous blood essence first. I will bring you 2 heaven-creating divine king's descendants soon, Kang Min said confidently. Okay, there is almost nothing left from the previous descendant. I am fine if you only manage to find one, but the more, the merrier, Kang Yun said elatedly. But if you want to bring them to me, then you should hurry up. That way I can control this place completely, Kang Yun said confidently. Great, then I will be off, Kang Min said as he waved his hand, and suddenly 2 people were thrown into the ground. One of them was a mermaid clan, and the other was Heavenly Monster Clan, another race in the ocean. Yi Tianyun wanted to know the identity of heaven-creating divine king's descendant in order to find out how to distinguish them, but he had to wait for now. Heaven-creating divine king had a good reputation here in the ocean, so it wasn't unusual to see that he had a descendant here in the ocean. Furthermore, the evil spirit race couldn't leave the ocean, so they had no choice but to search for the descendant down in the ocean. It would be rare to find a highly concentrated heaven-creating divine king's bloodline, so just a minuscule of it would be great for evil spirit race. It was disappointing that the tool spirit could be fooled by this method, but there was nothing Yi Tianyun could do about it. Don't eat me, the captured Heavenly Monster Clan shouted while crying frightenedly. I am sure that the Queen would avenge us in the future, so do what you want, the Mermaid Clan said coldly. Just like the rest of her clan, the captured Mermaid Clan wasn't even the slightest bit afraid even when their life was in danger. No wonder that Heaven Creating Divine King and Sealing Heaven Divine King helped them by creating a middle-grade divine tool. It was such a great treasure that could leave the other clan in envy. The Queen's revenge? That opportunity is already gone. You see, your queen would be captured soon enough, and she would also become my meal. Her bloodline must be pretty strong, so there is no way we will leave her alone. But I imagine that your queen would be delicious, Kang Yun said while laughing hysterically. That is impossible. The queen wouldn't be captured by the likes of you, the young mermaid lady said furiously. You can't possibly see that for yourself since you would have already become my food by then, Kang Yun said with delight. I will eat you first because I prefer the spunky one. Your scream and rapidly beating heartbeat would be a feast to enjoy, Kang Yun said while licking his lips in ecstasy. You are a coward, the young mermaid lady said while her face paled considerably. Yes, swear at me. Relent to your fear, for your meat would become more delicious that way, Kang Yun said with a horrifying laugh. The queen will definitely avenge me. You all will die at her hands, the mermaid said while tearing up from fear. Don't worry, her turn would come soon, Kang Yun said as he took a step towards the young mermaid, but suddenly a flash of light was coming from the side, and Kang Yun's arm suddenly got cut off. A figure appeared beside the young mermaid, looking down at Kang Yun with disgust in his eyes. Your time has come too, Yi Tianyun coldly said as he released his suppressed killing intent. Chapter 768, Chapter 768. The two men inside the room were shocked as it was so sudden. Kang Yun's arms were cut off from his body in a clean fashion that there was a delay before dark blood spurting out of the wound. The blood was harmful as the ground immediately started to corrode when the blood hit the ground. But the bleeding immediately stopped, and his arms even started to regrow thanks to Kang Yun's regeneration. It was common for Saint King Expert to have the regeneration of that level, but it wasn't as fast as Kang Yun's regeneration. What? Who are you, and how did you get here? Kang Min shouted with a frown on his face. He looked at the door, and it was still locked. Furthermore, that door would only open with Kang Yun's permission. The situation was so strange as there was no other way in, but Yi Tianyun just smirked as he wouldn't reveal his card. In fact, he just teleported in, so there was no trace of trespassing. He knew that Kang Min and Kang Yun wouldn't be able to guess that he came in with teleportation, as there was little to none amount of expert that had such an ability. The young mermaid that Yi Tianyun saved was shocked when she realized that she was still alive. She thought that she would be killed and never expected that she would be saved by a human. Although she hated humans, she was truly grateful for being alive right now. You don't need to know how I came in. The dead doesn't have to know about anything other than their own repentance, Yi Tianyun said while holding the evil spirit divine sword in his hand. How dare you, Kang Min said as he summoned a hand on his back, which was the trait of evil spirit race while his face transformed into that of a demon. He also set his aura loose, and the room was filled by the power of 7th layer Saint King stage aura. Kang Yun also did the same thing, but he still lost 2 arms as it was still in the middle of recovery. Nevertheless, he still transformed into a demon. Kang Yun activated a divine rune, and a great array that was right below them lighted up, summoning countless swords that encircled the room. Each sword contained at least 1st layer Saint King stage aura, so it was quite powerful. I don't know how you managed to get in, but you will be dead soon, Kang Yun said furiously. He was really startled by Yi Tianyun's arrival. Furthermore, he lost both of his arms too. We have to be careful here. He probably wasn't some small fry if he comes all the way here without us noticing. We have to kill him quickly, Kang Min said solemnly. He already suspected that Yi Tianyun managed to come in with some kind of special technique, so he had no intention to prolong the fight. I wouldn't kill him so fast. I will eat him and savor every bite of it. Although he might be strong, he was a fool for coming here like this, Kang Yun said with an evil grin on his face. He then pointed his finger towards Yi Tianyun, and countless swords that encircled the room earlier immediately flew towards Yi Tianyun. The mermaid looked pale as she really wanted to help the human, but unfortunately she couldn't move her body. As for the Heavenly Monster Clan, he is long hidden in the corner due to fear. However, even with countless swords flying towards him, Yi Tianyun didn't budge and even smiled at Kang Yun. The mermaid closed her eyes as she thought that Yi Tianyun would be stabbed countless times by the swords. What is going on? Kang Yun said with a shocked tone, and that was when the mermaid opened her eyes to see what happened. She saw that the countless swords were stopped on their track in the air, completely still. Do you think Heaven Ascending Divine Altar belongs to you? No, this place is mine, Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his fingers towards Kang Yun, and the swords that surrounded Yi Tianyun turned around, setting their path towards Kang Yun. You are the descendant of Heaven Creating Divine King. No, you are the descendant of Heaven Creating Divine King, Kang Yun said confusedly, but it was already too late for him to react as countless swords were coming at him with unbelievable speed. After the swords stopped, Yi Tianyun could see that Kang Yun was still alive, but his legs were blown away because of the attack. Kang Min wasn't in any better shape either, as he also suffered severe wounds that wouldn't be easy to regenerate. He stepped in as he thought that Kang Yun wouldn't be able to handle the swords on his own, and his decision turned out to be right. Had it not for Kang Min, Kang Yun would have been dead by now. Each of the swords that the Great Array summoned was deadly, so it would be impossible for a Saint King expert to hold it alone. Heaven-creating Divine King was definitely a monster in terms of divine rune usage. Now, Yi Tianyun has taken over the control of Heaven-ascending Divine Altar from Kang Yun. He conveyed his intention to the Tool Spirit when he came in. Although Kang Yun has the bloodline of the descendant of Heaven-creating Divine King, he wouldn't be able to nudge Yi Tianyun's priority inside the place. After all, he had a pure successor status. Well, you can ask those who knew about who I am later in hell. Your death would serve as my stepping stone too. I will destroy the Scarlet Monster clan and the remaining evil spirit race that I can find. You are pollution here in the Three Realms. You are better off dead, Yi Tianyun coldly said as he held Evil Spirit Divine Sword in his hand. Chapter 769. The two evil spirit race experts were horrified as they immediately realized that the human's cultivation was above their own. The human has already taken control over Heaven-ascending Divine Altar from Kang Yun, so they didn't have any escape route as every door was closed shut. They knew that their situation was very dire right now. Human, don't be rash. We can talk it out here. I can help you become the Emperor of Mortal World. I can even help you rise in the throne, replacing the current Heavenly Cloud's Emperor and make you the absolute monarch, Kangmin shouted nervously. He didn't want to die, so he attempted to tempt the human as he thought that all humans' weakness was their greed. Replace Great Emperor of Heavenly Cloud's Empire? Yi Tianyun said curiously. Yes. As long as you are willing to spare our lives, you will become the strongest emperor in mortal world. We can't leave the water, but that will no longer be the case soon, Kangmin said quickly. Do you even know who I am? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. No, I have never seen you before, Kangmin said nervously. I am the Great Emperor of Heavenly Cloud's Empire, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. He then swung his sword, and the evil spirit souls came out of the sword. Kangmin frantically dodged Yi Tianyun's attack, but Kang Yun wasn't as lucky as he couldn't react fast enough and was swallowed by the attack. Kang Yun started screaming as the evil spirit souls tried to swallow his soul. Even though Kangmin himself managed to survive the attack, he couldn't completely dodge it as his lower body was damaged by the attack. Ding. Successfully killed Kang Yun. Reward, 12 billion XP, 50W00 CPs, 13W0 SPs, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bloodline, Evil Spirit Bone, X50 XP card, 1 million XP pill. Yi Tianyun was quite surprised when he noticed that he got quite a haul from killing Kang Yun, but there was no weapon among the reward. Either way, it was still good rewards overall from killing a single individual. Yi Tianyun didn't think much of Kangmin either, as he knew that Kangmin would also die soon. The injuries caused by Evil Spirit Divine Sword couldn't be healed with normal methods as it directly damaged the souls. How are you this strong? Are you not affected by the realm's law? Kangmin said weakly. Are you deaf? Didn't I say that I am Heaven-creating Divine King's descendant? His law wasn't for me. It was for you, evildoers, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I see. No wonder that you are the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. No wonder you are the strongest emperor in mortal world. It turns out you're Heaven-creating Divine King's descendant, Kangmin said as he laughed loudly. He found the situation comical as he was just talking about Heavenly Cloud's emperor with Sea Dragon Emperor just a while ago. Yet there the Heavenly Cloud's emperor was, coming by himself. Heavenly Cloud's emperor that he painstakingly wanted to destroy was standing in front of him right now, but he simply couldn't do anything about it. He was also the last piece of the key to controlling the entire Heaven-ascending Divine Altar for Kang Yun, but it was clear that their plan has gone down the drain right now. Is that your last word? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. You think that you will have the last laugh? Did you know how much power did we have in the Three Realms? You don't know what will happen to you later. Clearly, you will be dying by our hands in the end. Kangmin said as he was still laughing hard. Kangmin clearly didn't ask for mercy now as he knew that there was no point in asking anyway. His attempt at negotiation earlier was merely to deceive Yi Tianyun. He didn't have any intention to work with Yi Tianyun in the first place. He didn't fear death as he was blinded by greed and anger. He wanted to kill all Heaven-creating Divine King's descendants and ravaged the Three Realms. Why are you so attached to the Three Realms? Did you have nothing better to do? Yi Tianyun asked coldly. How naive. It's because the Three Realms are the weakest, you idiot, Kangmin said disgustedly. Yi Tianyun thrust his sword down towards Kangmin's chest so that he didn't die instantly. The Three Realms may be weak, but don't you worry about it. I will kill all the evil spirit race from the Three Realms. After I reach Divine King stage, your entire race's struggle will be meaningless, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Just you alone? Kangmin asked with his dying breath. His eyes were still full of hatred as he struggled just to stay conscious, but he already lost a lot of blood and there was a sword in his chest, making him hard to breathe as it was. Yes, me alone is enough. I will be the one that unifies the Three Realms, Yi Tianyun coldly said before lifting his sword and stabbed Kangmin once more, killing him immediately. Ding successfully killed Kangmin. Reward, 5 billion XP, 240W000 CPs, 15W0 CS, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bloodline, Evil Spirit Divine Sword, Evil Spirit Divine Armor, Evil Spirit Divine Armor, Evil Spirit Boots. Yi Tianyun got a whole set of divine tools as he killed Kang Min. But Yi Tianyun didn't feel excited at all. His anger towards the evil spirit race hasn't subsided yet since they've slaughtered so many people just for their own greed. For now, Yi Tianyun knew that as far as the demons were concerned, the three realms were no match for them, which was why they were trying hard to get their hands on it as they couldn't dominate any other realm. Chapter 770. Chapter 770. After killing the two evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun wasn't satisfied just yet. He couldn't help but remember when Kang Min said that there were so many of their comrades hiding in the three realms and they wouldn't be discovered unless they themselves wanted to. Can I distinguish them if I level up the appraisal eye? Yi Tianyun wondered. Appraisal eye was the perfect solution for this as it always discovered something new anytime it was leveled up. For example, Yi Tianyun knew that he couldn't investigate someone's bloodline right now unless it was that obvious. But what if the appraisal eye could give him the bloodline data in detail once it was leveled up? But even if he wanted to, he couldn't do that right now. The appraisal eye needed a lot of crazy points to level up, and he didn't have that much resource right now. Ding! Successfully complete main quest. Find Mortal World's Heaven Ascending Divine Altar and take control. Reward, 20 billion XP, 50 to 00 CP zeros. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 5th layer Saint King stage. He leveled up after obtaining the reward from completing his main quest. He was a step closer towards the Divine King stage, but he knew that it was going to be a thorny path nonetheless. After all, he knew that some evil spirit race out there must have reached the Divine King stage. There was no way he could deal with them that easily. Ding! Successfully received a new main quest. Unify the mortal world and eradicate the evil spirit race from mortal world. Reward on completion, 40 billion XP, 5 million CPS, 500,000 CS. Title, Mortal World Kings Great. This amount is just sweet. Yi Tianyun said as he read his new main quest. He realized that the main quest was also in line with what he planned to do next. But his thought was immediately interrupted as the Tool Spirit suddenly appeared before him. Its appearance was similar with the Tool Spirit that he met back in Ghost World. Master, the Tool Spirit said respectfully towards Yi Tianyun. Did you know that you were being deceived by those guys earlier? Yi Tianyun asked with a frown on his face. I saw that they have heaven-creating Divine King's bloodline with them, so it's natural to give them some control of this palace, the Tool Spirit said indifferently. Yi Tianyun sighed hopelessly at the lack of emotion that the Tool Spirit showed. Although Heaven Ascending Divine Altar wasn't a divine tool, it had a tool spirit that behaved the same way as the divine tool's counterpart. But now, Yi Tianyun realized that they didn't have the same dynamic thinking that the tool spirit from Divine Tool had. It was clear that the tool spirit would grant access to anyone who met the requirement. Forget it, it was my fault for trying to figure out your logic. I believe not even Heaven-creating Divine King has any idea that the evil spirit race has such skill in their arsenal, Yi Tianyun said as he sighed and shook his head frustratedly. It was indeed possible to absorb other blood essence, but it was limited to a certain threshold. People couldn't just absorb too much blood essence as their cultivation could deteriorate from the excessive amount of blood essence. But it seemed the evil spirit race didn't have such limiter on them. Each race had some unique trait that no other race had. The human race was an exception as they didn't seem to have anything unique. However, they did have balance. A human race was balanced in all aspects. So if a human tried to hone a certain aspect they wanted, the result would be immediately seen. For example, a human race could become a forging master, a divine rune master, a pill refining master, and so on. But the mermaid clan literally couldn't imagine themselves become a blacksmith as all of them had a water attribute. A forging master needed fire the most, so mermaid clan couldn't become one as their attribute would clash. Evil spirit race was no exception. They should have traits that were unique only to them, and those traits were easy to recognize. However, there was barely any info about so Yi Tianyun still couldn't recognize any of their traits yet. I am almost there, Yi Tianyun said as he sighed once again. He then assumed control of the place and thoroughly explored the area to see if there was any of evil spirit race left inside. He knew that a lot of enemies were still lurking inside as it has become Scarlet Monster Clan's base. His only thought right now was to purge this place from all the Scarlet Monster Clan, as he could only assume that all of them were connected to Evil Spirit Race somehow. He couldn't let Evil Spirit Race thrive again, as now he knew that Evil Spirit Race was like a cockroach that had an absurdly strong will to live. Yi Tianyun immediately activated the Great Array of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, and the entire building began to light up in a dazzling light that penetrated Scarlet Monster Clan's body, immediately killing them on the spot. They couldn't respond to the attack as it was so sudden. What is happening? The cultivators standing guards outside of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar said as they saw the dazzling light came from the building. Their eyes were filled with horror as they saw countless of their comrades were burned to death the moment they were impaled by the light. You are lucky that you are out of the attack range. But why aren't you running yet? Yi Tianyun asked curiously as he suddenly appeared in front of the guards outside of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. Chapter 771. Chapter 771. Yi Tianyun then personally went to the prison inside the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar to free the prisoners that had been captured by the Scarlet Monster clan with the Mermaid Girl on his side. This was his way of appealing to the ocean's denizen that Mermaid Clan could be trusted so that Mermaid Clan would have an easier time unifying the ocean. But certainly, the Mermaid Girl didn't know anything about Yi Tianyun's ulterior motive. After they freed all the prisoners around the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, Yi Tianyun had no more use of the Mermaid Girl here, so he sent her back towards the Mermaid Clan base. Go back now, return to your Mermaid Clan, and tell Princess Lan about what happened here, Yi Tianyun said, but suddenly his eyes caught a glimpse of Lan Qingling not too far away from their position. No, scratch that. It doesn't seem to be necessary right now. Yi Tianyun sighed as he walked towards Lan Qingling. He never thought that the Mermaid Princess would sneak out and follow him to this dangerous place. It just showed how troublesome the princess could be. Princess? The Mermaid Girl said as she was surprised to see Lan Qingling here. Great! Little you survived, Lan Qingling excitedly said as she hugged the Mermaid Girl. Yeah, I am fine, thanks to the kind man here. Little Yu said as she felt relieved to see someone she knew. He is the young master of our Mermaid Clan. Thankfully, he got to you before something bad happened. Lan Qingling excitedly said as she looked at Yi Tianyun, but Yi Tianyun reached out and smacked Lan Qingling on the head. Why can't you just listen to anything I said? Don't you know coming here is dangerous? Yi Tianyun annoyedly said as he stared at Lan Qingling. I come here to make sure that there was no harm coming to young master's way, but after I know that nothing goes wrong, I simply observe from a distance. I saw that young master is very amazing, Lan Qingling said as she rubbed her head with a frown on her face. Great. Now that you are here, I want to ask you a question. I have to take this Heaven Ascending Divine Altar back to where it was before. Do you have any means to do it? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Heaven Ascending Divine Altar was a big building, so there was no way he could move it alone. He knew that he had to return it if he wanted the teleportation great array to work properly. That is simple, young master. We just need to find a few huge sea whales to drag Heaven Ascending Divine Altar to anywhere you want. I believe we can find the whales in no time, Lan Qingling said excitedly. Our Mermaid Clan will handle this task. Just tell us where we should bring the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar to, and we will do it, Lan Qingling said confidently. Good. Then I will leave this task to Mermaid Clan. You should drag Heaven Ascending Divine Altar to Devil Cloud Island. If anyone tries to stop you, kill them without mercy, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. He deliberately made it sound ruthless, as he knew that there were a lot of cultivators out there tried to capture the Mermaid Clan. Either it was Scarlet Monster Clan in the ocean, or human on the surface. But don't worry, even if you don't have the power to kill them, Heaven Ascending Divine Altar will protect you. Yi Tianyun smiled at Lan Qingling. He had already ordered the Tool Spirit to protect the Mermaid Clan and attack whoever got in their way. All right, we will do it efficiently, Lan Qingling said excitedly. She wanted to repay Yi Tianyun for helping her family earlier, and this sounded like a good plan to ease her debt a little bit. Good, now that I can leave it to Mermaid Clan, I will go to their den and kill those evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun coldly said with raging killing intent. But do you know where to find it, young master? Lan Qingling curiously asked, as she didn't know where their den would be. I don't know, but these two should be able to guide me there, Yi Tianyun said as he snapped his fingers, and two figures appeared behind him. It was the Water Dragon Emperor and Spirit King Expert of Evil Spirit Race. They both have been under Yi Tianyun's control. Although Yi Tianyun didn't know whether Water Dragon Emperor knew of the Evil Spirit Race's den, the Spirit King Expert of Evil Spirit Race should know this location, so Yi Tianyun wasn't worried at all. So Yi Tianyun immediately asked them a series of questions. He asked Water Dragon Emperor what Evil Spirit Race had planned on the surface and how much progress they've accomplished. Both of them obediently answered Yi Tianyun's question even though they were asked about the nest's location and the detailed plan of Evil Spirit Race. I'm disappointed in your rashness, Water Dragon Emperor. Didn't you know that the Evil Spirit Race would destroy the mortal world once they took control? Yi Tianyun asked coldly. I don't know. Heavenly Cloud's Emperor, I beg of you to let me go. I merely got fascinated by their temptations and promises. Water Dragon Emperor said nervously after Yi Tianyun returned the control to him. Fascinated? You want to kidnap my men and threaten me just because you are fascinated? Now, I want to be fascinated by you too. I will tell everyone how heroic you are later. You bravely fought the Evil Spirit Race despite knowing that you have no chance of winning and sacrifice yourself for the greater good, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Please forgive me, Water Dragon Emperor said as he dropped on his knees, begged for his life, and cried on Yi Tianyun's feet. As for the Spirit King stage Evil Spirit Race beside him, he didn't do anything as Yi Tianyun has forced him to spill out everything he needed to know, so the Evil Spirit Race man didn't have anything else to say. I didn't expect Evil Spirit Race to have this much power despite being in mortal world. They had 5 Saint King stage experts, making them somewhat in average Divine Nation power. Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the Evil Spirit Race man. He took control of the Water Dragon Emperor once again as it got annoying to hear him beg for his life all the time. These 5 Saint King stage experts included Kung Yun and Kung Min, meaning there were 3 more Saint King experts he'd have to deal with. Nonetheless, it was amazing that the evil spirit race could cultivate all the way to Saint King stage in mortal world. However, it was clear that these people consumed other races' blood essence to achieve such a thing. Yi Tianyun couldn't wrap his head around the idea of how many people had died by evil spirit race's hands. They killed many people and extracted their blood essence so that they could get stronger. This kind of thing really disgusted Yi Tianyun to the core that he couldn't wait to pulverize them thoroughly. Chapter 772, the evil spirit race expert led Yi Tianyun underground. At first, Yi Tianyun was slightly confused as he didn't know that there was any underground tunnel as they were already deep into the abyss to begin with. But now Yi Tianyun realized that it was a good hideout for a base as it would be hard for those with low cultivation to go down there. This place is well hidden. I can feel the effect of heaven creating Divine King's law getting weaker as we go further down, Yi Tianyun said to himself. He now realized that going underground was the evil spirit race's way to elude heaven creating Divine King's law. Nonetheless, it was hard for him to uncover the evil spirit race's base by himself. I heard that you have a treasure that can elude the law of heaven creating Divine King. So what kind of treasure is it? Yi Tianyun asked the evil spirit race expert. It is a treasure that has been left behind by the ancestors, and it was called Heaven-Swallowing Divine Treasure, which belongs to middle-grade Divine Tool rank. It can overrule many limitation once activated, the evil spirit race expert said honestly. I see, Yi Tianyun said with a frown. He now had additional information regarding how the evil spirit race managed to stay here in mortal world. Their treasure was the reason why heaven-creating Divine King didn't know that the evil spirit race still existed. So, that treasure is the reason you managed to survive in the mortal world, is it not? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, you are right. Heaven-creating Divine King and the other Divine Kings teamed up to search for our trace, but this treasure allowed us to stay under their radar. Even so, we got scared and decided to hide underground for hundreds of years. The evil spirit race expert said indifferently. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood what happened to the evil spirit race now. It couldn't be helped that they were too scared to leave their hideout as they didn't know what the Divine Kings were up to. With that treasure, you should be able to get some expert out in the open, shouldn't it? Yi Tianyun asked. It is a possibility at that time, but we were too scared that the Divine King might sniff us out as soon as we got out, so no one wanted to do it, evil spirit race expert answered. The frown on Yi Tianyun's became clearer. He was awed by the Divine King's power as it scared the evil spirit race to death. In Heaven World and Ghost World, the Divine King's suppression wasn't as intense as it was in Mortal World. The reason why heaven-creating Divine King couldn't set the same law on Heaven World and Ghost World was because the land was so big that it was hard to contain them. Compared to Mortal World that was a lot smaller than those two worlds, it was easier to set the law on Mortal World. Well, I will exterminate all of you from Mortal World, Yi Tianyun said coldly. The evil spirit race glared at him with hatred, but he couldn't do anything as he was controlled by Yi Tianyun at the moment. As they continued to the deeper part, the atmosphere became colder. It immediately hit him that the cold closely resembled the cold that he felt when he handled heavenly yin fire. Yi Tianyun began to think that maybe there was heavenly yin fire below them right now. Evil spirit race's body was inherently cold, and thus it was common for them to use heavenly yin fire to cultivate. Did you also use heavenly yin fire to cultivate? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, we absorb heavenly yin fire to cultivate, and it also helps us absorb others' blood essence if we want to take any other blood essence. Evil spirit race expert answered. Yi Tianyun nodded as he realized that immortal fire would become their mortal enemy no matter where they went. They'd stand no chance as long as Yi Tianyun used immortal fire to fight them. That was also why the evil spirit race was keen on destroying Phoenix Clan in Ghost World, as they possessed a threat for evil spirit race in general for having an opposite type of flame. Well, it doesn't matter much now, Yi Tianyun said, as he would eradicate all evil spirit race from Mortal World today. After they proceeded deeper for about half an hour later, they have reached the bottom, and Yi Tianyun immediately saw the heavenly yin fire that still burned brightly deep in the water. There was even a large ice in the large part of the tunnel, as heavenly yin fire has frozen the water on that part. Yi Tianyun also noticed a thick cover on the forefront of the tunnel, and he immediately used appraisal eye to check the detail behind the curtain. Heaven-swallowing divine treasure, middle-grade divine tool that can swallow the space and distort it from the rest of the land. It can exempt its user from any law that was made on the realm and most of the power that would detect anything inside the layer. The divine tool can also create a barrier that would trap any soul inside and protect anything inside from a normal Divine King's attack. This divine tool can withstand Divine King's attack? This is really something else, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he observed the heaven-swallowing divine treasure's description in detail. He began to wonder if a middle-grade divine tool could withstand a Divine King's attack. How about a high-grade divine tool? Wouldn't it be something that was amazingly powerful that could destroy the Divine Kings altogether? But as Yi Tianyun examined the detail of heaven-swallowing divine treasure, he realized that it didn't suggest that the divine tool would be able to withstand a relentless attack from a Divine King. It was foolish to think a divine tool that Saint King's stage cultivator could use would easily resist a divine king's attack, but Yi Tianyun himself didn't think that he needed to destroy this barrier now. He has the evil spirit race expert leading the way, so he was confident that he would be able to enter the base without any resistance. Your treasure is truly convenient, but I'll have you lead the way towards your race's extermination, so let's go. Yi Tianyun said as he patted the evil spirit race shoulder encouragingly. The evil spirit race expert was visibly shaken, but he couldn't go against Yi Tianyun's word and led the way frustratedly without even able to shout for help. Chapter 773, the evil spirit race expert led Yi Tianyun inside with Water Dragon Emperor in tow. Yi Tianyun camouflaged Water Dragon Emperor as it went without saying that no evil spirit race expert should bring any outsider down here. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun hid using his ability so that no one could detect him. Why are you back so soon? Have you fully seized control of Heaven Ascending Divine? A voice was heard on the side. Yes, it's almost complete. We just have to bring some more tributes. Evil spirit race expert said respectfully. More tribute? Haven't we sent some tribute earlier? The voice asked again as he opened a hole in the barrier for evil spirit race expert to enter. Yi Tianyun immediately took advantage of the moment and passed the figure while leaving the evil spirit race expert and Water Dragon Emperor behind. Yi Tianyun immediately saw that there was a building that was covered by heavenly yin fire. The fire was pulled inside the building slowly. But Yi Tianyun frowned a little bit as he just remembered that he should have dragged Water Dragon Emperor along so that he could fight and die. A human? Yu Cheng, what is going on? Why did you bring 2 humans with you here? A voice was suddenly heard from nearby. It was a different story if the human was tied up, but since Yi Tianyun and Water Dragon Emperor weren't tied up, they immediately sensed something was wrong. But Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay any attention to any of them as he was already inside heaven swallowing divine treasure. Once he was already inside like this, the evil spirit race had nothing to stop him from doing anything he wanted. Yi Tianyun was filled with anger as he knew that the evil spirit race had sacrificed so many children, teenagers, and even pregnant women for the purpose of their cultivation and ideas to control the whole realm. It was so obvious that Yi Tianyun even saw several of these children's bones on the ground at the corner of the building. Yi Tianyun saw everything with his appraisal eye and saw that one of the 3 leaders of evil spirit race was enjoying a child's flesh in his hands while the 2 other were bathing in a pool of blood. Yi Tianyun realized that it was probably children's blood too, but just how many children did they kill to leave that much blood? Yi Tianyun no longer concealed himself as he knew that the evil spirit race had detected him, but they didn't panic as they only saw a teenage boy and a man. They obviously thought that a human wouldn't be able to harm them, let alone kill them. Furthermore, they thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to leave as they could just close the barrier again. In addition to that, these 3 old ancestor-level cultivators had absolute confidence in their own power. They were Saint King expert whose cultivation almost hit the peak of their stage. The strongest between them was at the peak of Saint King. Hey, that one actually has the bloodline of heaven creating divine king, one of them said as they looked down on Yi Tianyun. You King, that human you brought here today is really excellent. Although I hate sealing heaven divine king the most, eating heaven creating divine king isn't so bad either, the man said excitedly. Yeah, that is true. If I can go to heaven world right now, I will search for sealing heaven divine king's descendants and eat them until there is none of them left. Another man of the 3 laughed as he licked his lips while looking at Yi Tianyun in anticipation. They were really tempted as Yi Tianyun had the bloodline of heaven creating divine king, but they seemed disappointed once they shifted their gaze towards Water Dragon Emperor and ignored him then. There is no bloodline in that one, but I suppose his cultivation base is okay. Feel free to have that one. The evil spirit race leader said indifferently. They failed to notice the look of disgust and anger in Yi Tianyun's eyes, but it was clear that they wouldn't care about it either way. Activate crazy damage mode. Equip evil god suit. Equip desolate ancient set. Equip dragon god bloodline. Equip phoenix bloodline. Yi Tianyun said as he activated all his combat purpose powers. His power immediately shot through the roof. The 3 old ancestor-level evil spirit race was surprised by the sudden rise of Yi Tianyun's power and immediately pulled out their weapon and began to watch Yi Tianyun vigilantly. What is that power? They said to each other as they felt an extraordinary amount of power from Yi Tianyun. They thought that the human boy was just another powerless cultivator, but it was clear that they have made a mistake. Now, they sensed a power that was clearly well beyond any of them. Yi Tianyun transformed into an evil god with the power of evil god suit, and his appearance wasn't that different compared to the evil spirit race, but it was clear that the evil god was much more terrifying than the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun was beyond angry at this point as he could see the remains of children no matter where he looked. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed towards the leader of evil spirit race with the desolate set and the phoenix bloodline that increased his speed dramatically. The next moment, Yi Tianyun appeared in front of the evil spirit race that was eating a child. He was disgusted by this man the most as he nonchalantly ate a child's flesh in front of him. He immediately slashed the man down using the evil god power and cut the man's arms and legs. The black flame of the evil god immediately consumed the man's body from the wound. One down, two more to go, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 774. Chapter 774. Yi Tianyun burned the evil spirit race leader's body so that the man couldn't regenerate easily. Yi Tianyun didn't want any of the limbs that he had already cut to regenerate so easily, as the evil spirit race had 6 arms instead of 2. Although the amount of arm was a symbol of strength on evil spirit race, it was burdensome garbage for Yi Tianyun. The heavenly netherworld holy king that he fought before has also reached the Saint King peak stage, so these mortal world evil spirit race leaders didn't deter him at all. Yi Tianyun wasn't easily deterred this day, as he had already reached the 5th layer Saint King stage, and his equipment boosted his strength that he was even more powerful than a Divine King early stage. That was why he thought that these evil spirit race leaders were nothing but scums. Kill him, the leader shouted. The two of them immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun with heaven-swallowing divine treasure under their control. They didn't seem to panic at all, even after seeing Yi Tianyun's speed, as they were confident in their own power. Saint King peak stage aura immediately filled the air as they went and attacked Yi Tianyun. But at that moment, Yi Tianyun suddenly disappeared, and the reflection of a black sword flashed in front of the rushing leaders, and they felt an extreme cold slip through them. They immediately felt a sudden pain from their limbs, and sure enough, their arms and legs were cut cleanly before the immortal fire engulfed their body. The immortal fire wasn't that intense, as it would take several days for them to be completely burned to death, but the fire was hard to extinguish, and it also cancelled out their recovery. You are pretty good. But in the end, you will be drained dry by heaven-swallowing divine treasure. You are already good as dead. I never thought mortal world would have someone as strong as you. Are you sealing Heaven Divine King's descendant? This power is similar to him, one of the leaders shouted as he was laughing while being burned slowly. Heavenly swallowing divine treasure would absorb Yi Tianyun's life force and blood essence, which was why they were so confident that Yi Tianyun would die soon. Furthermore, they were confident with heaven-swallowing divine treasure's barrier, as they thought that no one except for a Divine King stage expert or above would be able to escape it. Water Dragon Emperor and Evil Spirit Race expert that was still under Yi Tianyun's control frowned. They wondered whether they'd be freed from his control if Yi Tianyun died. They too thought that it was impossible for Yi Tianyun to escape heaven-swallowing divine treasure's barrier. Since they retained all memory while being controlled by Yi Tianyun, they felt terrible, as they knew that they had done something terrible to their allies. What are you thinking about? Yi Tianyun said as he suddenly appeared behind both of them. They immediately turned pale, as they were surprised that Yi Tianyun was already behind them without them realizing it. But more importantly, wasn't Yi Tianyun fighting the leaders inside heaven-swallowing divine treasure? So why was he out there with them? But in reality, the one that was fighting against the leaders at the moment was Yi Tianyun's clone. He immediately made a quick decision to send out his clone inside, as he didn't know whether he would be able to teleport out or not, as soon as he saw the Evil Spirit Race expert controlled heaven-swallowing divine treasure to let the Evil Spirit Race expert in earlier. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun's clone immediately pulled out 2 more divine swords and impaled the 2 Evil Spirit Race leaders in the chest to seal their movement. Even though the Evil Spirit Race leaders' limbs have been cut, it didn't mean that they had no other means to attack. He had to make sure that everything was safe and contained, because one negligent would cost him the chance to exterminate all Evil Spirit Race. So, with 3 divine tools impaling them to the ground, they couldn't use any of their power. Who are you? How did you have this many divine tools? The Evil Spirit Race leader coldly asked. They were frustrated now, as they no longer had any means to resist the intruder's power. They couldn't even absorb heaven-swallowing divine treasure's life essence to recover. Without anyone controlling it, heaven-swallowing divine treasure immediately showed itself as it floated in the middle of the room. Yi Tianyun immediately reached out for the black orb that was heaven-swallowing divine treasure. Yi Tianyun felt rejection from heaven-swallowing divine treasure at first. However, without anyone else to contest Yi Tianyun over control of this black orb, it couldn't resist Yi Tianyun's domination for much longer. This heaven-swallowing divine treasure is really convenient. I will use it as a defensive treasure on my own empire soon, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. He got a middle-grade divine tool just for following his main quest that easily. This main quest surely had so many bright sides for Yi Tianyun right now. Now, the 3 leaders of the Evil Spirit Race frowned as they felt contempt and deep hatred for the young human in front of them. Not only were they defeated, but their prized treasure has been taken too. Kill us then. What are you waiting for? One of the leaders shouted without any form of fear in his eyes. Yi Tianyun took a look at the other leader that was impaled on the ground and saw the same thing. None of these Evil Spirit Race leaders was afraid of death. Why would I kill any of you? I'd be doing you a favor if I kill you here now. I will watch you burn to death, a little bit at a time, so that everyone that you had killed in the past can rest easy knowing that you all die an excruciating death. Yi Tianyun said coldly. His anger towards these people hasn't subsided as he kept seeing the remains of those that have been killed by these evil spirit race people in the past. This place bore witness to every sadistic act that the evil spirit race people have done to so many people to gain power. None of them could talk now to judge these evil spirit race leaders, so it fell to Yi Tianyun to be the one that made sure none of these people died an easy death. He vowed to himself that he would exterminate all evil spirit race thoroughly from all three realms. Maybe there were other races that were as inhumane as evil spirit race too, but it didn't matter as he would destroy anything that was disappointing, unpleasant, and revolting to him. He would be the judge of all these disgusting behaviors. He would become the nightmare of these evildoers. Chapter 775. The evil spirit race leader kept mocking Yi Tianyun and his conviction to provoke Yi Tianyun into killing them. They knew that their chance to live was already down the drain, and the next best thing was getting rid of this painful torture and die immediately. You just want me to kill you faster, don't you? But don't worry, watching you all burn slowly brings joy to me. I will be here all the time to watch you burn no matter how many days it might take, Yi Tianyun said menacingly. But wait, I have a new idea that might torture you for much longer. You know the weak are prey for the strong, right? But only heartless ones like you would agree with such an argument. So to make things interesting, why don't I heal you a bit? Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out the longevity ring from his storage. This ring would discharge a strong recovery wave that would heal anyone he wanted, but he adjusted the healing rate so that it couldn't exceed the damage caused by immortal fire. Sure enough, the evil spirit race leader's limb began to heal as their recovery speed was enhanced by the longevity ring's power. But at the same time, Yi Tianyun intensified the immortal fire that it burned them more intensely and painfully. What are you doing? Why are you healing us? You are worse than a monster, the leader shouted at Yi Tianyun coldly. Our race will kill you mercilessly. You will be swallowed like a cattle, another screamed in torturous pain. In fact, they all were screaming bloody murder from the excruciating pain they felt from the immortal fire. This was Yi Tianyun's way of calming down his anger as he was really angry and disgusted by what these people had been doing for so many years. The evil spirit race expert and water dragon emperor were watching Yi Tianyun tortured the evil spirit race leaders, and horror couldn't be concealed from their faces as they saw that demons were basically cute compared to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun then turned his back on the leaders and went further into the building to search for any living being beside the evil spirit race inside. He knew that they should have kept so many sacrifices so their life would be easier and comfortable inside this heaven-swallowing divine treasure. Sure enough, Yi Tianyun saw a dozen girls tied up to the wall. Their condition was bad enough, but they still smiled when they saw Yi Tianyun. Their eyes were full of relief and joy as they realized that Yi Tianyun was there to free and rescue them from this demon pit. Yi Tianyun took out his longevity necklace and used its power to heal their wounds from within their body. At that moment, Yi Tianyun realized that these women were pregnant with the evil spirit race's offspring in their bellies. So, without even hesitating, Yi Tianyun used his immortal fire to destroy those offspring without harming the girls' bodies. If any other cultivator saw what Yi Tianyun was doing to the girl, they would say it was a waste. Such a great recovery power was wasted on useless people with no power. That was because these girls' cultivation was destroyed, shattering their chance to become a strong cultivator in the future. Nonetheless, Yi Tianyun still did it as it would make him feel better. He knew that none of what happened here was these girls' fault, and it was not fair to let them suffer any further. As Yi Tianyun healed them, their tongue that was severed by the evil spirit race began to grow back, and their cultivation began to recover little by little. Their cultivation took time to recover, but their physique was fully healed in a matter of minutes. Thank you very much, my lord. You don't need to save us, but you did it still, one girl said gratefully. They have been thinking of ending their lives as their situation was hopeless, and they felt depressed as they didn't think anyone would save them from these demons. We were already thinking of dying here as we never expected to be rescued like this. We have been thinking of taking revenge if we are rescued, but we don't think that is possible, another girl said with a sad look on her face. Well, if you want to die, I won't stop you from doing so, but if you want to exact your revenge towards these people, I can help you with that, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Thank you, my lord. You have done so much for us even though you didn't know us. We will do anything you ask for, the girl said confidently. They couldn't torture the evil spirit race leader more than they were at this point. They could stab them until they were satisfied, but it wouldn't do much more towards those leaders. Before they were brought here, their innate ability was considered that of a genius. The evil spirit race leaders used them for breeding the next generation of evil spirit race to ensure that the next generation of evil spirit race had a genius-level innate ability. You know that there is still a lot of evil spirit race in the three realms. We will have to capture them and finish them off to the root to maintain the peace in the three realms, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. If you really want to take revenge, then rise up. I will give you enough resources and training that you will be back to become a cultivation expert in no time, Yi Tianyun said charmingly. This was the only option that Yi Tianyun knew to help these poor girls' vendetta. He didn't know whether they would gladly accept his offer or not, as it would be a thorny path ahead of them if they accepted his offer. But the next moment, one girl stood up with a little despair in her eyes, but she was filled with killing intent to the brim. Yi Tianyun nodded as he knew that the girl that stood up just now accepted his offer. Chapter 776, Yi Tianyun's words gave them determination and new goals in mind. Their loyalty towards Yi Tianyun went up immediately. Ding, Jia Yuling has become your loyal divine general. Rewards 500,000,000. CPAs. Ding. Yu Tianling has become your loyal divine general. Rewards 100,000 EXP, 100,000 EXP. Ding. Hui Tianqing, 12 of the girls have become Yi Tianyun's divine general, which was a good news. He only wanted them to focus on their revenge and then go on with their life without any attachment to Yi Tianyun ever again, but that wasn't the case now. Yang successfully gained 10 divine generals. Rewards 1 billion XP, 1 million CPs, 500 D00 mastery points, divine general summoning command. Yang successfully gained 15 divine generals. Rewards 5 billion X, 5 million CPs, 2 million mastery points, divine general summoning command. Invincible divine general. Invincible Divine General would increase all Divine General combat power, defense power, and speed 10 times the normal value. A bunch of rewards popped out at once, which surprised Yi Tianyun. He got himself 12 Divine Generals, and all of them were young women. These ladies were definitely loyal towards him without question and willing to do anything for him. Under normal circumstances, gaining a Divine General was a hard task, but that didn't seem to be the case for Yi Tianyun. "We are willing to do anything for you, Master, even if you tell us to die," one girl said as she bowed down towards Yi Tianyun. "I hope Master would excuse our unsightly appearance right now," another girl said with her head bowed down towards Yi Tianyun too. "Do you think that you were tainted right now? Did you think that it would be hard to get close to other people?" Yi Tianyun asked as he interrupted the young woman's train of thoughts. "Yes, we feel that we are filthy right now. We have been defiled by a disgusting race, but Master has given us a new goal that we have to achieve in this life," the girl said respectfully. Hadn't it been for Yi Tianyun, they would have already committed suicide earlier. "That is nonsense. You are still pure inside. You guys are definitely not disgusting women. It is undeniable that you have been defiled by a group of beasts, but it only affects your body. When your cultivation has reached a certain threshold, you can even create a new body for yourself," Yi Tianyun said solemnly. "Everything that they had done towards your body was inevitable, but your heart is still pure from their influences, and that is the most important thing that you still hold tightly today. You should be proud of yourself as you have survived even after the horror that befalls you and lived to tell the tale," Yi Tianyun said encouragingly. It was the most honest word that Yi Tianyun said towards these girls, as he knew that they were just innocent victims. Moreover, if these girls reached Saint King stage cultivation, they could indeed recreate their bodies so that they could have a brand new one. But clearly, the pain in their heart wouldn't be easily forgotten. After hearing Yi Tianyun's words, the girls immediately cried their hearts out as they really disliked their current bodies. They were afraid that Yi Tianyun would be so disgusted with them that he refused to touch them. They haven't planned to find a Tao companion for now, as their goal was to eradicate all the evil spirit race on the 3 realms. It was just that they were afraid of Yi Tianyun's rejection. They were afraid that he would dislike them or even hate them later. Now that Yi Tianyun's words were heard and he sort of promised them that he wouldn't look at them differently, it finally sank in that they have been rescued and cried joyfully. Yi Tianyun then shook his head and sighed upon the sight in front of him. These women were all victims. They were caught and tainted by the hands of the greedy race that was trying to conquer the mortal world. Now I will give you a mission. Collect all valuable treasures inside this place and gather them here, Yi Tianyun said casually. The girls were under longevity necklace's effect, so they were constantly recovering. Although their cultivation was still hard to recover, it was no problem for them to walk around for a little while. "Of course, Master," the girls said at the same time and wiped their tears from their faces. Their eyes were full of hope as they were really expecting what future would Yi Tianyun bring to them later. They immediately dispersed to look for any treasure that could be hidden anywhere inside that place, while Yi Tianyun turned his attention towards the Water Dragon Emperor and Evil Spirit Race expert that was under his control earlier. "It seems I don't have to pit you against the people here," Yi Tianyun said coldly. He waved his hands, and the two were immediately sent flying and immediately swallowed by the immortal fire that was burning the evil spirit race leaders. The flame began to spread to their body, and eventually they shared the same fate as the evil spirit race leaders. Yi Tianyun sighed once again as he was embarrassed that he had to do this. But the damage that these people have caused in the past and the possibility of what they would do in the future if they weren't stopped really disgusted Yi Tianyun. "You won't be able to get rid of us. There is no way evil spirit race would be destroyed by the likes of you," the evil spirit race expert said coldly. "Yes, curse you and all your descendants. We will haunt you for eternity," Water Dragon Emperor shouted furiously. They still tried to attack Yi Tianyun verbally, but it all fell on deaf ears. "Do you have anything new to say? I will wait here for you to finish. Don't worry. You got time until you burn to cinders," Yi Tianyun said sarcastically. He has already received so much information about the evil spirit race today, and he had made up his mind to eradicate the evil spirit race from the 3 realms. Yi Tianyun intensified the immortal fire, inflicting even more pain to them, but for Yi Tianyun, this was only the beginning. Chapter 777, Chapter 777, Yi Tianyun was waiting for the girls to return while watching the evil spirit races and water dragon emperor he burned. Soon enough, the girls returned with some sacred tools, medicinal pill, and some martial art. Master, we found a lot of things, the girls said without even taking anything for themselves. They all gathered these treasures solely for Yi Tianyun. They were truly loyal for Yi Tianyun's sake. Had it been some other cultivators, there won't be this much treasure in front of Yi Tianyun right now. Yi Tianyun then observed the girls with his appraisal eye and saw that they really didn't take anything for themselves. Yi Tianyun nodded as he realized that he had to trust these girls more as they were his divine general in the future. Take all these treasures for yourself as your capital resources. Choose whatever you think may suit you, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. All the girls were shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's word, as all of it were prized treasures that anyone would covet once they saw them. The weapons were all sacred tool rank, and the medicinal pills were all 4th grade pill or higher. Before their cultivation was destroyed, they were at spirit core stage at most, so it couldn't be helped if those resources seemed too much for them. Master, we can't accept this. It's wasted on the likes of us, the girls said with a frown on their faces. You deserve this, and it's not that precious at all. I will teach each of you a martial arts that suit you later, and I hope that you would cultivate it diligently. Why, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. If I find out that you slack off or give up, I will send you home right away. Why, Yi Tianyun said with a solemn expression. We will work hard for you, master. We will never cut corners or anything like that, the girls said in unison. Good, then I will start teaching you the martial art you need after, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. The girls nodded and immediately chose the weapon that suited them. Some took a sword, while the others took a knife, spear, or an axe. They had their own preferences, and Yi Tianyun was satisfied. Then Yi Tianyun spread out the martial arts that he had never used before and had them choose one that suited them too. Then Yi Tianyun immediately supplemented them with medicinal pills that increased their cultivation level dramatically to make things easier for them. The girls immediately returned to their peak cultivation. In fact, some even break through their latest cultivation level. Yi Tianyun believed that it wouldn't take long for the girls to cultivate as the first stage of becoming his divine general, as he saw the determined look in their eyes. They would become a team of elites, and Yi Tianyun would give them a task to hunt down evil spirit race later. But the situation currently felt awkward as several people were screaming as they burned in agony, while the others were calm as they cultivated their cultivation with the help of medicinal pills. But even though Yi Tianyun has massacred the evil spirit race in this cave, he knew that he was nowhere near eradicating evil spirit race. However, he knew that the remaining evil spirit race in mortal world wouldn't be nearly as strong anymore as he already killed their leader. They stayed on the evil spirit cave for half a month, and the girls' cultivation already increased as high as spirit core peak stage with the help of so many medicinal pills. In short, the 12 girls' cultivation has recovered completely in less than a month. At the same time, the evil spirit race and the water dragon emperor have been burnt the whole time, but they were still alive as Yi Tianyun made sure that they were healed each and every day. That was Yi Tianyun's promise, as he didn't want these people to die so easily. Now, you can protect yourself. Later, I would make you all a necklace that would glow in red light whenever you're close to evil spirit race. If you encounter such a situation, I expect you know what to do on your own, Yi Tianyun said solemnly towards the girls. He thought that he had to level up his appraisal eye before he could detect the evil spirit race's existence. However, after some research, he found out that a treasure refined by using evil spirit race's blood would glow red as soon as it was close to the evil spirit race. This finding reduced his workload as he could give any kind of equipment this ability to detect the evil spirit race. Once he returned, he could arm everyone in his empire with it to create a network so that the evil spirit race wouldn't have any place to run. Thank you very much, master, the girls said as they would receive a necklace from Yi Tianyun. They were excited since this necklace was something that Yi Tianyun had personally made for them. But that wasn't all. Part of it was because they wanted to hunt this evil spirit race and destroy them with their own hands. With the necklace that Yi Tianyun promised, they would be able to distinguish the evil spirit race, leaving them nowhere to hide. Yi Tianyun himself only knew the true appearance of the evil spirit race even after all this time. However, not once was he able to notice the evil spirit race before they reverted to their true appearance. Great. Now, the last task that I would give you today is to kill these people, Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his finger towards the evil spirit race leaders and Water Dragon Emperor. I don't want to kill them myself, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Right away, master, the girls said as they rushed towards those two and chopped down the evil spirit race with their new sacred tools. They had no mercy towards these people as they chopped them down, peeled their skin, and even disemboweled them without mercy. I will give your group an official name. 12 golden hairpins sounds promising, Yi Tianyun said in the side. 12 golden hairpin was the symbol of beauty. They were indeed beautiful, but their heart was full of revenge. It was like seeing a beautiful thorny rose that would prick those who weren't careful. 12 golden hairpin, a strong team that would hunt down the evil spirit race. He could imagine that most of the evil spirit race would be terrified of that name in the future. Chapter 778, Chapter 778. The 12 girls immediately killed all 5 of them without mercy. Despite their young age, they demonstrated how much they hated the evil spirit race and all of their allies. They weren't even an adult yet, as some of these girls were still 15-year-old. The girls butchered these people without hesitating at all. They weren't afraid of getting blood on their hands. After carrying out the deeds, the girls let go of their weapons and hugged each other while crying. Yi Tianyun sighed as he realized that all of them was still a girl, no matter how merciless they seemed earlier. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 6th layer Saint King stage. Yi Tianyun leveled up again. He was in the upper half of the Saint King stage now, but this time he didn't have to use any of the XP card that he got earlier. 12 golden hairpins soon recollected their thoughts and walked over towards Yi Tianyun and stood in front of him with gratitude on their face. "Thank you very much, young master," the girls said in unison. There was nothing else they could say aside from expressing their gratitude towards Yi Tianyun. Now, from today onwards, you shall be called 12 Golden Hairpin as you represent both beauty and danger. Your goal would be removing the evil spirit race from mortal world. Did you understand everything I just said? Yi Tianyun asked solemnly. We understand, young master, the girls said in excitement. They really liked the name Yi Tianyun gave to their group. Good, now you may return to your own home or go to Heavenly Cloud's empire. With that in line, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Yi Tianyun, the great emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The 12 girls were shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's true identity. They never expected that their savior would be the great emperor of the newly rising empire that was constantly being the talk of the town everywhere they went. But they already promised themselves that they would serve him no matter who he was, so the true identity of Yi Tianyun only added more sugar to their already sweet future. They thought that the emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire would be some gross old man, but it turned out the emperor was still young. They already heard about the young emperor before, but now they truly believed it as Yi Tianyun stood before them. I will go home first and immediately go to Heavenly Cloud's empire after, one girl said shrilly. I plan to do the same. I will come to Heavenly Cloud's empire as soon as I can, another said with a smile on her face. I don't have any family, so I think I will head to Heavenly Cloud's empire right away, another said with a sad expression on her face. Everyone shared their plans with each other, and Yi Tianyun realized that half of them had no family and planned to head to Heavenly Cloud's empire after they left this place. Well, I will take all of you out of here first, Yi Tianyun said as he ordered them to hold each other before taking them out of Evil Spirit Race's hideout. He has already done everything he needed to do down there, including absorbing the heavenly yin fire that burned coldly down there. He also destroyed the entire building there before teleporting away to completely erase any trace of Evil Spirit Race down there. With that out of the way, the Evil Spirit Race's foothold on mortal world has weakened significantly. There was no doubt in his mind that the remaining Evil Spirit Race in the mortal world would be just some weakling as their leader has been killed. After all, Evil Spirit Race's legacy on mortal world wasn't as much as their legacy in Heaven World and Ghost World. Mortal world was considered too strict due to the law created by Heaven creating Divine King, so the Evil Spirit Race here wasn't as developed as they were in the other worlds. Soon enough, Yi Tianyun and the girls arrived at where he saw Heaven Ascending Divine Altar was before, but as he looked around, he noticed that the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar was no longer there. It was obvious that Lan Qingling has made progress on dragging the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar towards its rightful place. After all, Yi Tianyun has spent more than half a month inside Evil Spirit Race's hideout. Yi Tianyun then divided the 12 golden hairpins into two groups as he would take those that wanted to go directly to Heavenly Cloud's empire with him, while those that wanted to go home first would have to go separate ways. Yi Tianyun wasn't worried about whether they would really come back or not, as they were already marked by the crazy leveling system as his divine general with the highest loyalty. He immediately walked towards the Devil Clouds Island, and soon enough he could see the huge whales that were trying to drag the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar up ahead. The whales weren't that slow, but it wasn't fast either. It was basically not too different from the speed of a normal human running on the ground. But even so, Yi Tianyun understood why it was that slow. Then again, it has only been half a month, but after seeing the whale's speed, Yi Tianyun realized that it would take months before Heavenly Ascending Divine Altar arrived at its rightful place. When Yi Tianyun swam towards Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, the guards became vigilant. But after seeing that it was their young master, they instantly calmed down and saluted Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and walked inside the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar to see Lan Qingling. Sure enough, she was in the front of the altar, giving orders to the guards and the whales. She looked back and finally noticed Yi Tianyun had come back. Young master, you are finally back, Lan Qingling shouted as she was excited to see Yi Tianyun. Well, I clearly see that you're doing pretty well. I will accompany you next time after I return from my trip to Heavenly Cloud's empire, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He had a lot of time before Heaven Ascending Divine Altar arrived at its rightful place, meaning he could fix some of the divine runes inside Heaven Ascending Divine Altar before its arrival. But he noticed that it would be better for him to stay and refine some medicinal pills for the whales, as they would consume a lot of spiritual energy trying to drag the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar away. If he wanted to make sure that Heaven Ascending Divine Altar arrived at the Devil Clouds Island faster, He would have to make medicinal recovery pills so that the whales could recover their spiritual energy faster. But as Yi Tianyun was busy refining medicinal pills inside Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, Lan Qingling rushed towards him with a worried expression. Young master, there is a lot of cultivators outside stopping us from advancing forwards. It looks like they came from some empire, Lan Qingling said nervously. Well, our move seems to attract some attention. Let me deal with them. I want to see which empire they came from, Yi Tianyun said as he stood up and walked outside with an indifferent demeanor. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Yi Tianyun already knew that those trying to stop Heaven Ascending Divine Altar from being moved were bound to show up. Sure enough, once he walked out of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, he saw a large group of cultivators that were fighting the mermaids. The cultivators from Water Dragon Empire? Yi Tianyun frowned. He figured it out using the appraisal eye, and he was a little bit disappointed that the whole empire was on board with Water Dragon Emperor's scheme. Quick, we have to take back these mermaids. They would sell for a good price on the slave market, one of the cultivators said greedily. Hey, should we check out that big palace? There might be a better-looking mermaid inside, another cultivator said with a smug look on his face. They all behaved like crazed lunatics as they began capturing the mermaids that they have overpowered before. But Yi Tianyun was having none of it as he shot a shockwave that killed the nearest cultivator in an instant. The cultivators of Water Dragon Empire were surprised by this turn of events, as they never expected some of them would be killed by a mere shockwave. Who gave you the permission to stop my whales and took my people away? Yi Tianyun said as he walked menacingly towards the cultivators. The 12 golden hairpins were also behind him, but there were 8 of them left as 4 of them have returned to their home. How dare you kill some of us? Don't you know what faction are we from? A cultivator that seemed to be the leader said as he set his own killing intent loose. They have never seen Yi Tianyun before, so it couldn't be helped if they failed to recognize that the young man in front of them is the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. At the same time, the necklace on the girl's neck suddenly glowed, meaning that there was an evil spirit race nearby. Thus, the girl's killing intent also leaked out as they were prepared to fight to kill the said evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun observed all the cultivators on site and noticed a few evil spirit race amidst the cultivators, and some of them even tried to sneak out. Go on, show me your resolve, Yi Tianyun said and waved his hand forward. The 8 of the 12 golden hairpin immediately rushed forward without any hesitation and immediately attacked the cultivators before they even had the time to protect themselves. The cultivators of the Water Dragon Empire began to fall and died one by one as they couldn't withstand the 12 golden hairpins' attack. As soon as the 12 golden hairpins attacked the evil spirit race's people, they revealed the true appearance of the evil spirit race as the necklace on their neck forced them to do so. As soon as the necklace stopped glowing, the 8 girls immediately returned to Yi Tianyun's side, leaving the rest of Water Dragon Empire's cultivators aside. I didn't expect you to attack us so suddenly. Now, you have forfeited your chance to escape. The Water Dragon Empire's general shouted as he was furious that his men were killed by those girls easily. You don't seem to know who you're dealing with, considering your attitude. I am Heavenly Cloud's emperor. Now that you know, do you still want to impede my way? Yi Tianyun asked coldly. You are Heavenly Cloud's emperor? Wow, I must be a divine king then. You have killed our noble guest, so, because of that, you have successfully incurred the wrath of the Water Dragon Empire. Water Dragon Emperor would never let this slide, the general said coldly. Noble guest? Yi Tianyun frowned as it seemed the evil spirit race disguised themselves as the noble guest of the Water Dragon Empire. It seems Water Dragon Empire has gone too far. The entire empire seems to be infested by the evil spirit race now. I am afraid I have to purge them thoroughly later. Yi Tianyun said as he stepped forward and discharged a stronger shockwave that instantly killed the cultivators in front of him. The general of Water Dragon Empire was also caught in by this shockwave and died immediately. The attack was so powerful that the Water Dragon Empire's cultivators that stood far away from their general were shocked. They realized that the young man in front of their general earlier was someone powerful. It wasn't even a stretch to say that he was really the Heavenly Cloud's emperor himself, but they were already too late to make a move. They saw that the shockwave earlier suddenly curved and moving towards them at a terrifying speed. They started to panic, but there was nothing they could do as there is nowhere to escape the impending doom. Let's move, we have to keep going, Yi Tianyun said to Lan Qingling as the entire Water Dragon Empire's cultivator that stopped them earlier has been killed. With Yi Tianyun on site, no cultivators on the mortal world could stop the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar from being relocated to its original position. As they got closer to Devil Cloud's island, many cultivators on the island left their homes to see what caused the earthquake and thundering sound. As they checked under the water, they noticed that it was a group of mermaids, and greed got the better of some of them as they wanted to capture the mermaids. It's the mermaids. I am going to catch some of them to turn my life around, one of the cultivators said greedily. There are sea whales too. If we cut them apart, it would fetch a high price on the market, another said greedily. Isn't that the temple that was dragged by many sea monsters from a year ago? Why are the mermaids dragging it back here again? Another cultivator inquisitively said as he didn't understand what was happening. But then Yi Tianyun flew out of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar and, Don't be so rash. If anyone touches the mermaids, I will send their body down the sea to rot, Yi Tianyun said coldly. What are you saying? You aren't even old enough to make a threat, one cultivator said smugly, but Yi Tianyun just glared at him and discharged a terrifying shockwave that shrouded the entire Devil Cloud Island. It wasn't strong enough to kill the cultivator on the island, but it was powerful enough to keep their heads down and their mouths shut. Power never failed to silence people. Chapter 780. Chapter 780. Damn it. He is actually the Heavenly Cloud's Emperor. I have missed my opportunity to speak with Heavenly Cloud's Emperor himself. Qian Lang cried out as he saw Yi Tianyun flew out of the water. He realized that the man that they saved in the past was the same man he saw right now. He was surprised that the man they saved turned out to be Heavenly Cloud's Emperor, who was the object of worship in mortal world right now. He really is the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, Lin Shang said as he was equally shocked to hear about Yi Tianyun's real identity. He didn't know what to say in this situation as they heard that the emperor was a whimsical person who wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone that he didn't like. But after the first time they met, he knew that wasn't the case at all. Yi Tianyun's good nature left a good impression among people. In this cultivation world, Yi Tianyun was a sensational young man because he has already achieved so much in such a young age. But then again, with that level of achievement, there was bound to be people that didn't like it. The people that hated Yi Tianyun for it would either hide their feelings due to the fear of being overpowered by Heavenly Cloud's empire, or secretly stage Heavenly Cloud's empire's downfall in the dark. Furthermore, Heavenly Cloud's empire has formed an alliance with Empire across the mortal world. People just assumed that it was Heavenly Cloud's emperor's attempt to rule the entire mortal world slowly. Now, that very Heavenly Cloud's emperor stood before them with an overwhelming aura. I can't accept that. Even if you are the emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire, you are still a human too. How come you get to have all the mermaids for yourself? The cultivator said as soon as Yi Tianyun contained his aura. Everyone was surprised that the man was brave enough to complain to Yi Tianyun, but that wasn't the end of it. One by one, the cultivator started complaining to Yi Tianyun. From a normal cultivator's perspective, these people's complaints were reasonable, as mermaid trafficking has been going on for hundreds of years, and it wasn't something that was conflicting with morale value either. Yi Tianyun surely was strong, but he shouldn't use it to threaten other people. Everyone else looked at Yi Tianyun expectantly as they wanted to see what Yi Tianyun would do next. They saw that Yi Tianyun raised his hands, and suddenly several rays of lights emerged from his hands and pierced the chest of those who complained earlier, creating a huge hole on the complainer's chest, killing them instantly. Everyone gasped as right now, they believed that the rumor about how Yi Tianyun would kill people indiscriminately seemed to be true. They were frozen in fear as they were afraid that Yi Tianyun would kill them too. Why would you kill us for making a reasonable complaint? You may be stronger than all of us, but we still have our dignity. We won't just go down without a fight. Everyone, what do you say we teach this cold-hearted man a lesson? We may be able to steal some treasures from him, a person said from the back angrily. These people were incited as they wanted to maintain their dignity. The Queen of the Mermaids remained silent in the ocean as she didn't know what to do. She didn't want her people to be captured and enslaved by the humans, but she didn't want to see Yi Tianyun's prestige plummet either. No one liked a cold-blooded tyrant, and there was no such thing as exception, no matter in which realm it was. Many people wouldn't hesitate to overthrow a tyrant as they knew that their lives wouldn't get any better with the tyrant at the top. But then again, the mermaid didn't have the courage to calm Yi Tianyun down, and so they just observed the situation without doing anything about it. They simply waited for Yi Tianyun to resolve the situation. If even Yi Tianyun couldn't defuse the situation, then there was nothing they could do. The mermaid saw that Yi Tianyun killed several cultivators with a ray of light. The cultivators on the land instantly froze in place as soon as it's happened. The mermaids immediately realized that Yi Tianyun planned to force the people to submit to him using his power this time. Yi Tianyun suddenly disappeared and reappeared on Devil Cloud City with the 8 golden hairpins. The cultivators on the land immediately backed off as they were still afraid that Yi Tianyun would kill them too. But it was no doubt that they were also angry at Yi Tianyun for killing their comrades so easily like that. How can you kill people so easily? Are you a demon? We are only asking the reason why you make such a law, but you just killed them without hesitation. I still think that you are the greatest emperor on mortal world, but your attitude is a problem. A teenager suddenly come forward and spoke his mind in front of Yi Tianyun. Others began to follow suit as they saw the teenager spoke bravely in front of Yi Tianyun, but they didn't say anything as the teenager's word is already covered. Everything they wanted to say to Yi Tianyun. Are you really covering the real demon that snuck into your society and imposed themselves as one of your own? Yi Tianyun said as he lifted the body that he just killed, and immediately the cultivator realized that the one that Yi Tianyun has killed did seem like a huma, but it had multiple arms. In fact, Yi Tianyun only killed evil spirit race, and some of them indeed blend in among the residents of Devil Cloud City. Chapter 781, Chapter 781. What kind of race is that? Why did they disguise themselves as us? The people on the land were surprised as soon as they saw the evil spirit race. They had never seen something like that before, and they realized that it wasn't a human race or even a sea monster. If they disguised themselves as a human, it was obvious that they were up to no good. Any race would be proud to show anyone their race's features. After the Mermaid Queen realized that Yi Tianyun was only killing the evil spirit race, she was relieved as it turned out Yi Tianyun didn't have any intention to become a dictator. She knew that a dictator wouldn't have a good ending. While many dictators might possess great power, people wouldn't be satisfied by whatever they did. Thus, it would always lead to rebellion. The cultivators' faces were pale as they realized an unknown race had infiltrated their lives without them knowing what their goal was. But Yi Tianyun didn't care. He immediately raised his hand, and the 8 golden hairpin immediately rushed towards the crowds with their weapons. Their cultivation level might not be that high, but they had heaven-level martial arts and a sacred tool, which made them invincible against anyone on the island. In the blink of an eye, they started killing, followed by wails and screams among the crowds. But, once everyone saw the dead body, they realized that none of them was human. The beautiful girls were only hunting the non-human amidst the group of people, not the actual human. "Run! Escape!" someone shouted from somewhere among the crowd, followed by some people that started running in different directions. "Where did you plan to go?" Yi Tianyun said as he grabbed the hand of one fleeing cultivator. "Let me go." "You are a hypocrite. I might not be the same race as you, but you are still killing innocent people." The man shouted as he couldn't escape Yi Tianyun's grasp. They still resisted Yi Tianyun as much as they could, and still trying their hardest to depict Yi Tianyun as some tyrant so that all the cultivators on the island would judge Yi Tianyun and spread the news to everyone in the mortal world. But it didn't work. The 8 golden hairpins relentlessly hunted the evil spirit race, exposing their true appearance to everyone else. "An innocent race? Don't you ever start your bullshit with me?" Yi Tianyun coldly said before he broke the neck of the man he held. The man immediately turned back to his original evil spirit race appearance as his power to disguise himself was undone as his life was gone. The people on the island were in a huge uproar. They didn't understand why this unknown race was disguising themselves as human. Furthermore, it was clear that this unknown race was trying to incite them and pit them against Heavenly Cloud's emperor. Furthermore, their trust towards Yi Tianyun solidified as he demonstrated that he didn't just go on killing anyone brutally without any proper reason. They are an alien race called Evil Spirit Race. Their innate ability is brutal as they could devour any race they want to cultivate. Yi Tianyun said solemnly towards the Devil Cloud City's residents. Their goal is to dominate the 3 realms so that they could turn all humans and other races inside the 3 realms into their resources. Yi Tianyun said coldly. "Now, tell them what you had done on this island. Tell them everything, whoever it is that you have killed and devoured. Be sure to tell them one by one," Yi Tianyun said as he captured another evil spirit race that tried to escape. He used his Eye of Charm to make sure that the evil spirit race would tell the truth. "We are going to capture some cultivators, a strong innate ability, and devour some other people to raise our cultivation. I have devoured Lu Meng and an 8-year-old child before. They were very delicious. I also had devoured Sen Yu that has a good cultivation level," the man said as he told everyone what happened in the past. "You devoured the Forest Brothers? No wonder they were gone without leaving any trace behind," one of the people of Devil Cloud City shouted angrily. "He even ate children. What a beast." "I didn't expect these people ate children," another said disgustedly. "It was obvious that the evil spirit race wasn't a good race, so they didn't feel any sympathy toward them." The people started to talk about the demons and evil spirit race, while some suddenly recalled a myth about alien demons that invaded the mortal world in the past. They remembered that the demons were repelled by the 3 divine kings with the help of Mermaid Clan and some other clans from the 3 realms. They realized the reason why Heavenly Cloud's emperor protected the Mermaid Clan from trafficking. They immediately realized that Yi Tianyun didn't have any intention to become a tyrant too. "You might not understand how I do things, but I do things for the sake of the people I love, and because of that, I will do anything to make sure the realms are safe for them. Now that some of you know the true history of the world, you should know that the evil spirit race wasn't a race that you should protect," Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun still believed that the people in Mortal World and the other 2 realms should want to protect the realms from the evil spirit race as soon as they knew what terrible things the evil spirit race could do towards anyone. He knew that the big battle would take place soon, so he had to pick up the pace and let everyone know about the danger and disaster evil spirit race would bring. Chapter 782, everyone in Devil Cloud City was left speechless on the spot as they didn't know what to say to the scene unfolding before them. "So, this evil spirit race has been hiding among us and devouring our race for a long time? Doesn't it mean that a partner that you have trusted your whole life might have been actually a demon trying to devour you?" one of the cultivators said, shattering the silence. Yi Tianyun just nodded as he knew that it might be too much for all these people right now. Yi Tianyun knew that the cultivator here might have some relationship with the evil spirit race that he just killed, as they might have helped each other in the past, like hunting Demon Beast, for example. That is not the only thing you should consider. There's a possibility that evil spirit race came from the outside world. It was highly likely that Heaven World and Ghost World quite possibly were already swarmed by these guys, Yi Tianyun said casually. He knew that he could easily find the evil spirit race on this island alone, but he wanted to spread awareness for these people. Devil Cloud City had cultivators from so many factions of mortal world. They might be from the nearby Water Dragon Empire, the previously destroyed Heaven Primordial Empire, or any other empire. They were there, exiling themselves as they felt pressure from the empire or because their empire has been destroyed. They had the potential to pass on the news quicker, as they would eventually go to their respective empire or during trading with another city around here. But the most important thing was that they had seen the evil spirit race for themselves. Therefore, they didn't need any other proof, and once Yi Tianyun spread the news to the entire mortal world, everyone else would have no choice but to believe it too. I will ask you now, are you willing to follow my lead and exterminate these demons from our home? Are you willing to drive out these demons to ensure the safety of our loved ones? Yi Tianyun asked solemnly. Yi Tianyun gave them some time to let it sink in as he waited for their answer. He knew that most of them still couldn't take in everything that just happened, so he waited patiently. But he didn't have to wait for long as someone immediately shouted and waved his hands enthusiastically. Count me in. My best friend suddenly disappeared a long time ago, but now I suspect that he was devoured by those demons, the man said determinedly. After that, more and more people followed suit and shouted that they would eradicate all of the evil spirit race from mortal world. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, can I join your Heavenly Cloud's empire? I want to build up my strength so I can wipe out the evil spirit race too, someone suddenly asked Yi Tianyun a question that he didn't expect, especially from this group of people. Of course, there is no problem at all. I am very happy to welcome all of you to join Heavenly Cloud's empire, Yi Tianyun said with a bright smile on his face. Everyone immediately shouted excitedly after hearing Yi Tianyun's word, but there were some people among them that still looked at Yi Tianyun with disdain. Yi Tianyun clearly noticed it, but he knew that he couldn't force everyone to believe in what he said. He would try his best to unite the mortal world, but if some of them chose a different path, he wouldn't be mad about it. After all, once the demon was defeated, he wouldn't be responsible for these people any longer. He only encouraged the empire-sized faction to join his alliance. As for the other small faction, they could choose to do what they want for themselves. If Yi Tianyun also tried to encourage the small faction, he wouldn't have time for preparing the battle to come as there were too many factions here on the mortal world. Ding, completed the achievement worshipper. Reward, 1 to no 0 command points, 1 billion XP, 100 to 00 CPs. Yi Tianyun was surprised that he was suddenly got an achievement without even trying. He didn't expect any of these people to worship him as he only said a few words. But still, it was great that he received experience point without even trying. Especially the command points, now he could easily give an order to many people without trying to convince them first. I told you the young master would pull it off, Lan Qingling said proudly to the mermaid people. The queen nodded along as she was worried about Yi Tianyun for a second back there. She was afraid that Yi Tianyun couldn't contain his emotion and resorted to force. But clearly, Yi Tianyun was able to make a calm decision on his own. Although the mermaid clan despised humans, they knew that they would eventually have to work together with them, as Yi Tianyun was also a human. But as they saw how things went, the mermaids knew that the human wouldn't try to do them harm now, as they have started to remember the old legend about heaven creating Divine King and the mermaid clan that helped the Divine Kings to defeat the demons. After the people settled down, Yi Tianyun ordered the mermaid clan to drag the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar once more, and this time without any obstruction. Heaven Ascending Divine Altar finally reinstated in its rightful place. A ray of light immediately shone from the top of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar as soon as it was returned to its original position. Now, the only thing left to do for Yi Tianyun was to fix any deteriorated divine rune inside Heaven Ascending Divine Altar so that it could be used once more. Now, it's just a matter of time before evil spirit race completely extinct from mortal world, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Chapter 783, After Heaven. Ascending Divine Altar stabilized, the golden light swept through the entire Devil Clouds Island. But the people on the island didn't think much of it as they know that it was Yi Tianyun's doing. The only thing on their mind was that the evil spirit race had devoured a lot of cultivators, and most of them didn't have any idea that the evil spirit race existed. At the same time, Yi Tianyun returned to Devil Cloud City and immediately delivered the news that anyone might enter Heaven Ascending Divine Altar for cultivation. They cheered excitedly as they never thought that Yi Tianyun would let anyone inside Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. But the truth was that Heaven Ascending Divine Altar was nothing but an empty place, as its only purpose was for teleportation between realms and cultivation. There was absolutely no prized treasure inside. That also applied to the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar in both Heaven World and Ghost World. But of course, anyone that entered Heaven Ascending Divine Altar had to make sure that the place was taken care of. As long as they didn't cause trouble in Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, there shall be no problem. At the same time, he also gave additional information that those who wanted to join Heavenly Cloud's empire would immediately get to use a training manual that, in a sense, was similar to strong martial arts. Ding. Successfully formed an alliance with Myriad Horse Empire. Reward, 2 billion XP, 100,000, Mastery Point. Yi Tianyun got the notification that Heavenly Cloud's empire has successfully secured another empire to join their alliance. This was the second time he got this notification, but he believed it wouldn't be the last. During his time on Devil Cloud's Island, Yi Tianyun forged many necklaces with the ability to distinguish the evil spirit race from any normal person. To make sure that the necklace would glow if it got close to any evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun only needed to mix a little drop of evil spirit race's blood to the necklace in the refining process. Luckily, he has already killed so many evil spirit race and extracted their blood for this sole purpose. The necklace, however, didn't have any other use except for distinguishing the evil spirit race from other races, as it wasn't some spirit tool, let alone greater. It was just an ordinary iron necklace without any other material mixed in. That was why Yi Tianyun was able to create so many in a short amount of time. He did all this to hasten his goal to completely rid the evil spirit race from mortal world. After all, it was his main quest. It was too difficult to kill them on his own, as he had to travel around mortal world to do so. As Yi Tianyun was busy refining necklace, the information about evil spirit race has spread out of Devil Cloud's Island quickly. Many people were shocked to hear such news, as they never expected such a disgusting demon to live among them. But thanks to that news, many Empire immediately joined Heavenly Cloud's Empire's alliance, as they began to panic that their empire has been invaded by such disgusting creatures. They needed Heavenly Cloud's Emperor's help to get rid of these monsters. They needed a lot of the Iron Necklace to make sure that there was no evil spirit race among them. Ding successfully formed an alliance with Soaring Empire. Reward 2 billion XP, 200 W000 mastery points. Ding successfully formed an alliance with Magnificent Cloud's Empire. Reward many Empire has joined the alliance along with other small factions. They weren't even an empire that Heavenly Cloud's Empire was actively seeking to recruit either, but they were still welcomed wholeheartedly nonetheless. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun kept refining batch after batch of necklaces in a hurry to meet the demand from the alliances. At first, he forged around 10,000 pieces of necklace every day. Then he increased his speed and made around 20,000, even 30,000 necklaces every day. It was fortunate that Yi Tianyun didn't use any other material for refining such amount of item, as profound iron ore was easy to find. Many factions decided to join Heavenly Cloud's Empire's alliances solely because of the existence of this necklace. At first, these factions were hesitating, as they didn't really know the motive behind the alliance that Heavenly Cloud's Empire formed. If Heavenly Cloud's Empire's goal were to dominate the entire mortal world, the faction around wouldn't give in so easily. Some factions were still hesitating about joining the alliances, but they soon relented to their people's demand, as various news about the evil spirit race popping up on the Empire that has joined alliances with Heavenly Cloud's Empire. They discovered the evil spirit race in their midst, and once they killed the so-called evil spirit race, they turned into some demon. That was all the evidence that the faction needed to figure out that the news about evil spirit race was the truth. Yi Tianyun himself didn't know much about what was happening in other empires, as he was focused on refining the necklace and leveling up his blacksmith mastery. After a while, he successfully leveled up his blacksmithing technique to Grandmaster level. It was rare for someone to reach the Grandmaster level so fast in the mortal world. But Yi Tianyun was happy nonetheless, as he didn't have to run around searching for the evil spirit race. His method to leave the purge to other empires was the right decision. He finally stopped refining the necklace after a month and having more than hundreds of thousands of these iron necklaces. He only sent a few hundred necklaces for each empire instead of distributing them to the empires across the mortal world. Although he wanted to purge the evil spirit race from mortal world, he didn't have to go that far. After all, the mortal world wasn't as big as Heaven World and Ghost World. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 7th layer Saint King stage. Yi Tianyun immediately smiled excitedly as soon as he saw the notification that he had breakthrough to the next level. Chapter 784, Chapter 784. After refining an absurd amount of necklace, Yi Tianyun took the golden hairpins back to Heavenly Cloud's Empire, while the Mermaid Clan were to keep in touch and stay in the ocean to make sure that the ocean was safe from evil spirit race's influences. At the same time, Heaven Ascending Divine Altar has become a place for so many cultivators to cultivate safely and peacefully without any intrusion. Thanks to Yi Tianyun's word, no one dared to touch the Mermaid Clan now. The fear of getting killed because of disobeying Yi Tianyun's word was far more potent than the possibility of obtaining a lot of gold from selling the mermaid to the slave market. Yi Tianyun had to turn it into a law, as he knew that the Mermaid Clan was weak now, and they wouldn't stand a chance if they were kidnapped one after another. After returning to Heavenly Cloud's Empire, Yi Tianyun appointed the 12 golden hairpins as the royal guards. He even ordered Yi Yue to become their mentor to make sure that they could grow stronger efficiently. Although they were in charge of the royal protection, they were free to roam to the allied empire to search for evil spirit race on their own. As Yi Tianyun's divine general in the future, these 12 girls were absolutely loyal to Yi Tianyun. Although Yi Yue wasn't a divine general, she was also absolutely loyal to Yi Tianyun. The only difference was that Yi Yue was more like a family to Yi Tianyun than an actual part of the empire. She was a confidant to Yi Tianyun, so in a matter of perspective, Yi Yue might have a closer relationship with Yi Tianyun. I have to go back to Ghost World soon, Yi Tianyun said, as he didn't have to do much on Mortal World now. He wanted to look for ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendants and treasures so that he could create a union for the three realms to fight the demons in the future. Although he could just do it alone in the future if he leveled up enough, he knew that so many innocent people would be killed if he was that selfish. He could take care of the demons, but the evil spirit race in the three realms would wreak havoc without anyone knowing how to handle them. After all, Yi Tianyun couldn't be everywhere at the same time. He couldn't endanger the people he loved like that. He already promised that they wouldn't have to endure any hardship, so he was adamant about creating this union. Plus, Yi Tianyun knew that he would get a lot of experience if he successfully formed an alliance with the Divine Nation, as he got an ample amount of ESP just from forming an alliance with an empire alone. I will get a lot of experience if I can persuade a Divine Nation to join the alliance, Yi Tianyun said with excitement in his eyes. Yi Tianyun knew that he could use Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's influence to persuade other Divine Nations in Heaven World to join the alliance, but he wasn't too sure what he would do in Ghost World. Without absolute power, like Sealing Heaven Divine Nation in Heaven World, factions in Ghost World would hesitate to accept the alliances. Regardless of that, Yi Tianyun knew that he must go to Ghost World first. Yi Tianyun arrived at Ghost World and the environment was still the same. He immediately flew towards Heavenly Netherworld. It was a remote region on Ghost World where the coldest temperature existed, far away from Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. It was a place where even Spirit Core Cultivator would immediately freeze and become a statue right after stepping foot into this place. But this place was actually where ancient Netherworld Divine King built his own faction in the past. But, after the decline of power, ancient Netherworld Divine King's faction crumbled as most likely. The people couldn't stand living in this hazardous environment any longer. Some old faction in Ghost World did knew that ancient Netherworld Divine King's faction once lied there, but they mostly didn't care about it now. Even with Yi Tianyun's amazing speed, it still took him half a month to reach Heavenly Netherworld, as it was the most remote region in Ghost World. He immediately felt a piercing cold on his own skin, and he was actually surprised that ancient Netherworld Divine King even thought about using this region to build his faction. The entire place was covered with ice and snow, and it was 10 times more intense than the coldest area that he ever visited before. Yi Tianyun could see that heavenly yin fire floating in the air, and even some of it was seen on the ground. This was definitely a birthplace for the heavenly yin fire. It was a dream location for those that used heavenly yin fire, but if not controlled carefully, anyone would be frozen as soon as the fire touched them. Yi Tianyun could even see many unfortunate souls have been frozen solid on the ground. Even some demon beast could also be seen frozen on the ground, clearly couldn't handle the cold that the place had to offer. In addition to that, a tall tower could be seen far in the center of the region. It was a tower that went straight to the sky. It had to be a terrifyingly tall tower, as Yi Tianyun could see it clearly even from afar. Yi Tianyun immediately realized that the tower must be related to ancient Netherworld Divine Nation. It might even be the ancient Netherworld Divine Nation itself. Yi Tianyun used his appraisal eye and was startled as he immediately found out what he was seeing. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, a magic weapon left to the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King, a high-grade divine tool. This is the first time that Yi Tianyun saw a high-grade divine tool even after wandering the three realms. Chapter 785. Chapter 785. This is the great ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, Yi Tianyun said, disbelieving the huge tower he saw in front of him. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, high-grade divine tool. The tower's size could be adjusted with a strong aura. The same could be said to everything inside the tower. Once the tower was reduced in size, everything inside would also reduce in size accordingly. The tower's ability affects any living being, and any cultivator inside would also follow the same precedent. The tower has a set of rules that the controller has control over. Those that disobey the rules would be punished severely. It was undoubtedly a powerful divine tool. This tower could imprison any enemy with ease, and no one could resist its effect. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was a divine tool that was created by Sealing Heaven Divine King, combined with the blood essence of ancient Netherworld Divine King. Sealing Heaven Divine King must have used countless precious materials to build this place too. Sealing Heaven Divine King and Ancient Netherworld Divine King must have built this place with sealing the demon away in mind. This place was also the key location where the demon originally came into this world too. In essence, this place was closely related to a gate of some sort. So if another demon tried to invade this world, they would be trapped inside the tower, and if they tried to force their way out, the tower would immediately punish them, and from the sound of it, it wasn't something nice for sure. At the same time, Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was also the palace of Ancient Netherworld Divine Nation. The people must have been gone not long after Ancient Netherworld Divine King left this world and eventually stopped controlling the tower. With no one left to control the tower, it gradually lost power, or something happened that caused the cultivator of Ancient Netherworld Divine Nation unable to hold this place afloat. Thinking back again, it was a very peculiar incident because this place was supposed to be a safe haven, but Yi Tianyun was determined to know the truth of this place. He was even determined to find Ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant to make sure that Ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline still existed in this world. It was a little bit unfortunate that the area around the tower was under the effect of strict rules. Even if Yi Tianyun was at 7th layer Saint King stage, he still couldn't go against the no-flying rule. But it was a given, Yi Tianyun was in the presence of the strongest divine tool he ever encountered. Even a Saint King like him wouldn't be able to do much here. Although if Yi Tianyun released all his power, he might be as strong as Divine King, it was just an estimation of his combat power. After all, he never really went up against a true Divine King before. But then again, Yi Tianyun was curious what might happen if he went all out here. If I release all my power, I should be able to fly here. Yi Tianyun wondered and immediately released his aura, but he refrained from flying. He worried that some survivor of ancient Netherworld divine nation was still around and mistook him for an enemy. He didn't see anyone with his appraisal eye, but there was no telling if someone was hiding. After all, the evil spirit race people successfully hid in the 3 realms for so long. Furthermore, the ancient Netherworld divine nation's cultivators were supposed to have ice attribute cultivation. Therefore, this place was like a playground for them. Yi Tianyun walked towards ancient Netherworld divine tower while constantly looking around, and soon enough he encountered a group of people that seemed to head towards the same way as him. He observed them from afar and noticed that they were at the spirit core stage, so he didn't need to be wary of them. However, they didn't seem to be the survivor of ancient Netherworld divine nation either. Yi Tianyun was curious, so he walked towards the group of people to inquire about some information. Fellas, are you planning to go to ancient Netherworld divine nation too? Yi Tianyun asked politely. The group immediately grew vigilant as soon as they heard some random guy trying to start a conversation with them. They assessed Yi Tianyun immediately and frowned as they saw that Yi Tianyun didn't wear proper clothes for the extreme cold as they did. Indeed, we are going to ancient Netherworld divine nation. Is there anything wrong? One of the men on the group said politely. They immediately realized that Yi Tianyun wasn't someone they were supposed to mess with, as they saw that he wasn't wearing anything warm. May I know why you come here? Ancient Netherworld divine nation has long gone, hasn't it? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. It was a long story. I am afraid we can't say it out loud, so why don't you come closer, said a core transformation stage cultivator. Yi Tianyun shrugged and walked closer towards the group. Yes, that's it. Come on closer, the cultivator said with a smile on his face. But as Yi Tianyun was already close enough, the core transformation stage cultivator suddenly drew his sword and swung his sword at Yi Tianyun's neck. It was a swift attack, but fortunately Yi Tianyun was faster. Did you take me for a fool? I just want to ask you a question, but you turn your blade on me? Yi Tianyun said coldly. He then grabbed the core transformation cultivator's hand and smashed him to the ground. Yi Tianyun knew that casually exchanging information in the open wasn't always a good idea, but he didn't expect they'd attack him out of nowhere like this. My hands! The core transformation cultivator shouted in pain. The other cultivators from the group immediately rushed forward to save their leader, but Yi Tianyun kicked them aside. But the force of his kick successfully killed all of them easily. I am sorry, the core transformation cultivator shouted in horror as he saw that his companions were killed with ease. I don't have any intention to hear anything you have to say now, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. You are clearly a group of bandits anyway, Yi Tianyun said coldly. How did you know I would attack you earlier? The core transformation stage cultivator said as he was confident in his speed. You are a fool. I didn't have any intention to harm you earlier, but once you attacked me, there is no turning back. I didn't know who you are, but it doesn't matter now, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun then kicked the core transformation stage cultivator, ending his life. He didn't wait for any other words coming from the cultivator's mouth, as none of it would be useful either way. Chapter 786. Chapter 786. Yi Tianyun already knew to some extent that they were up to no good, but he still wanted to approach them for the benefit of the doubt. But it turned out it was all for naught all, as these people still choose to attack him. Yi Tianyun sighed, as killing these people didn't even yield any experience for him right now. Are they trying to go to ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, or are they trying to avoid it? Yi Tianyun said as he tried to guess where these people were heading. He knew that the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower gave off dangerous vibe that made it hard for people to come close. But these bandits might know that no one was at the tower, and thus tried their luck to use the tower as their base. They didn't have to enter the tower to make it their base. If there was really no one inside the tower, they could just use some corner near the base of the tower and settled there. The more dangerous the place was, the safer it was. According to the dangerous zone list that he got from the Phoenix clan in the past, ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was ranked the most dangerous of all places in Ghost World. This place was covered with so much Netherworld's fire and heavenly yin fire that it couldn't be easily avoided anymore. It was safe to say that those who came here unprepared would freeze to death. Although it was such a dangerous territory, many people still tried to come there to search for treasures that might be left behind by ancient Netherworld Divine Nation before their disappearance. It was rumored that many divine tools and top-notch martial arts were left behind in the tower. But unfortunately for Ghost World's cultivators, no one has been able to break into the tower no matter how strong they were. But after knowing the reality of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, Yi Tianyun knew that the tower couldn't be trespassed like that. According to Sealing Heaven Divine King's memories, the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower would only open to those who bore the seal of ancient Netherworld Divine King or cultivators that had his bloodlines. This was an absolute rule, as the purpose of the tower was to suppress and weaken the evil spirit race and the demon. If this place fell to the wrong hand, evil spirit race might end up conquering the three realms. Then again, many people still foolishly come to the tower, hoping that they would be able to conquer the tower for themselves, but sadly perished under the harsh environment. As time went by, the notoriety of this place finally made cultivators hesitate to challenge it, but there were some rare occasions where cultivators would come there out of desperation or, like the group earlier, crime. Yi Tianyun looked around and he saw that there were several other groups that already noticed his presence but didn't have what it took to come close. It was obvious that they were scared of Yi Tianyun after what he has done earlier, but Yi Tianyun didn't care. These people surely didn't hold any information he wanted. He knew that the best thing that he could do right now was to reach ancient Netherworld Divine Tower himself, so, without hesitation, Yi Tianyun rushed over to the tower. He noticed that the tower was getting even bigger as he got closer to it. At the same time, Yi Tianyun also noticed that the tower was actually surrounded by a huge city. Yi Tianyun wondered how many cultivators did the city shelter at its prime time. This ancient Netherworld Divine Tower is surely a grand palace for a divine nation. Yi Tianyun said in awe as he looked around the city and the tower itself. As he got closer to the tower, he saw two huge chains in the side of the tower and several cultivators that tried to climb them. Yi Tianyun also saw that there was a door at the end of the chains. It seemed that door was the entrance of this divine tower, making entry a little bit complicated than he thought. The chains itself seemed like a test, as Netherworld's fire was constantly discharged from the chain and froze any unfortunate soul that couldn't dodge it well enough. It was actually a very hard thing to do, as the cultivator must be able to either resist or suppress the Netherworld's fire so that the Netherworld's fire wouldn't harm them. If they didn't have anything in that regard, they wouldn't be able to go up. After walking towards the chains, Yi Tianyun saw that a figure was dropping fast from the sky. He quickly caught the cultivator before they met their doom, and Yi Tianyun noticed that the cultivator was wrapped in black robe. He couldn't see the cultivator's appearance, but he let them down to the ground gently. "Thank you very much, kind sir," the cultivator said sweetly. From the sound of it, the cultivator that Yi Tianyun had just saved was a woman. After expressing her gratitude, the woman climbed the chain once more, not bothering to rest at all. Yi Tianyun frowned as soon as he saw what the woman was doing. He didn't understand what the woman was doing, climbing the chain recklessly like this, but he calmed himself down and observed the woman again using his appraisal eye. Fan Shuexuan, 7th layer Spirit Core Cultivator with Ancient Netherworld Divine King bloodline. She is the descendant of Ancient Netherworld Divine King? Yi Tianyun was startled by the information he got from the appraisal eye. The appraisal eye could see the cultivator's bloodline, but it got a little complicated in Evil Spirit Race case, as they could have several bloodlines at once, so the appraisal eye could give inaccurate data because of that. Yi Tianyun looked around and tried to see others' bloodline, but none of them had Ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline like the woman earlier. As he frowned and observed Fan Shuexuan closely, he noticed that the woman's hand was blue, clearly from frostbite. But she still climbed the chains diligently no matter how difficult it was. She obviously lacked the cultivation base needed to clear this challenge by herself. Fortunately, the Netherworld's fire didn't seem to have any effect on her, but the climbing itself was tough. Yi Tianyun saw all of this as strange, as he didn't understand why would the descendant of Ancient Netherworld Divine King have to climb the chain to enter the tower. Wouldn't she be able to enter easily with her bloodline? "I have to make my way up there. I have to get our things back," Fan Shuexuan said while gritted her teeth in determination. But she didn't climb the chain very far before she fell down once again. She tried to grip the chain desperately, but her palms slipped due to her blood that covered her hands. Yi Tianyun's frowns became clearer as he admired Fan Shuexuan's determination, but her action was still too reckless to deserve a compliment. Chapter 787. Chapter 787. Fan Shuexuan didn't stop even after her failed attempt. She planned to keep going without rest, as she was afraid that she would never be able to climb the tower. Although she managed to avoid injuries after Yi Tianyun saved her earlier, he wasn't able to save her this time, as she wasn't that far up the chain. "Need any help?" Yi Tianyun said as he walked over and extended his hand for Fan Shuexuan. "No, thank you for your kindness, but I can do it myself. Besides, if you take another cultivator on your back, the chain would amplify its power, making it harder for the cultivators to climb." Fan Shuexuan said with determination to climb the chain. She then climbed the tower once again without showing her face to Yi Tianyun. "Are you not the descendant of Ancient Netherworld Divine King?" Yi Tianyun suddenly asked curiously. Fan Shuexuan was startled and jumped down the chain before standing in front of Yi Tianyun once again. "Who are you?" Fan Shuexuan asked vigilantly, as she didn't know where the man in front of her received that information. But Yi Tianyun immediately noticed that the woman definitely knew that she was a descendant of Ancient Netherworld Divine King. He already knew that Fan Shuizhuan wasn't evil spirit race as he bought along the iron necklace with him, but it didn't glow red. I just took a guess there. This is, after all, where ancient Netherworld Divine Nation once stood, so the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King should he hear of all places, Yi Tianyun said casually. He couldn't reveal that he had a praise-ally, as it was something that would break the order around the three realms. How is that possible? I am not the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King. Stop spouting nonsense, Fan Shuizhuan said as she gritted her teeth in frustration. Well, it seems you have an innate ability to ignore those Netherworld's fire. That alone was a good enough proof that ancient Netherworld Divine King's blood runs through you, Yi Tianyun said casually. You don't know what you are talking about. I don't have time to deal with crazy people. I am going up now, Fan Shuizhuan said coldly as she climbed the chain once more. Wait, I heard that once you got into the tower you won't be able to get out again. Is that true? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. That is not true. Whoever's saying it to you is a weakling. You can get out as long as you meet certain conditions, Fan Shuizhuan indifferently said as she continued making her way up. She didn't climb that fast, but she was definitely determined. But determination alone didn't seem to be enough as she lose her grip once more and immediately fall, but someone caught her midair before she hit the ground. You again? Fan Shuizhuan said as she realized that it was the same young man that saved her earlier. Let me go. If you keep this up, the Netherworld's fire will freeze you, she said worriedly. Sure enough, her warning became a reality as many Netherworld's fires suddenly appeared before Yi Tianyun. Under normal circumstances, Netherworld's fire would only attack several times, but as Yi Tianyun was bringing an extra along the way, the Netherworld's fire came out more frequently. It's fine, I will take you up there, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. At the same time, the laughter of the cultivators down on the ground could be heard as they saw how silly it was to bring another person along the way. They were already prepared for the climb, but they thought that the climbing part had to be done alone. They thought that it was impossible to climb the chain while carrying another person as the intensity of the Netherworld's fire increased several times the usual. After all, people could resist some Netherworld's fire if they had a strong fire, but no one could resist it in large amount. Therefore, if they were frozen because they were carrying another cultivator, it would spell the doom for both of them as there was no way they would be able to survive the fall. There were a lot of ice shards around the chain, and almost all of it came from the cultivator's body that broke apart as soon as they touched the ground. Stop. If you continue to go up with me on your back, we will die, Fan Shuizhuan said nervously. Just trust me, it is fine, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun kept getting faster as the Netherworld's fire did nothing to him. In fact, he was absorbing the Netherworld's fire and turned them into mastery for himself. Soon enough, Yi Tianyun was already past the halfway mark for the chain, and everyone was shocked by what they saw. The fire didn't even slow Yi Tianyun down, and now he was so close to reach the top of the chain. The chain will release heavenly yin fire soon, and they both will die, a cultivator said as he looked up at Yi Tianyun and Fan Shuizhuan. Many cultivator nodded their head as they all agreed with that statement. The heavenly yin fire was hard to resist as it was, and now the heavenly yin fire would be a lot stronger as it was for two people instead of one. The scene that they had waited for finally showed itself as heavenly yin fire burst out of the chain. Be careful, Fan Shuizhuan shouted nervously. Yi Tianyun just smiled and kept climbing as heavenly yin fire reached his foot, but it was quickly absorbed to his body. Ding! Successfully absorbed heavenly yin fire. Reward: 2W0S and heavenly yin fire mastery point. The so-called strongest fire was just a bunch of mastery point for Yi Tianyun. Chapter 788. Chapter 788. This is impossible, Fan Shuizhuan said as she watched the heavenly yin fire disappeared into the young man's body. She didn't feel any cold sensation from Yi Tianyun himself, meaning that heavenly yin fire didn't have any effect on him, but everyone else on the ground was also shocked. They clearly saw that a large amount of heavenly yin fire came out of the chains, but it immediately vanished as soon as the fire came into contact with the young man's body. That is impossible. Heavenly yin fire is basically the upper tier flames. No one should be able to brush it off just like that, the cultivator on the ground said in awe. They were amazed by the fact that the heavenly yin fire had no effect on the young man's body. But Yi Tianyun didn't care about what happened down there as he took his time climbing the chain. He didn't climb as fast as he could because he was expecting some more heavenly yin fire to obstruct his way, and he wanted to turn it into mastery point. If he wanted to save some time, he could have just used teleportation to reach the top as he could see the place already. Finally, Yi Tianyun reached the end of the chain and helped Fan Shuizhuan get back on her feet. Are you the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King? Fan Shuizhuan asked with a surprised look on her face. The black robe that covered her face since they met was finally uncovered as she wanted to see Yi Tianyun closely. Unfortunately, I am not the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King, Yi Tianyun said while shaking his head. How is that even possible? How could you absorb heavenly yin fire without the power of ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline? Fan Shuizhuan asked curiously. The world is a vast place. Although ancient Netherworld Divine King is amazing, he wasn't the only capable person out there. But why are you so familiar with ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline? Are you his descendant? Yi Tianyun asked inquisitively. He already knew that she was, in fact, the ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant, but he just wanted her to admit it. I am not the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King, Fan Shuizhuan said stubbornly. You can't say it out loud or something? Are you going to be punished if you confess? You know that your ancestor would weep if you disown them like that, Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. Fan Shuizhuan glanced right and left worriedly before whispered. I am sorry, I am ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant. Please help me, Fan Shuizhuan said worriedly. She was worried about something, but she couldn't say it to the young man she just met. Don't worry, I didn't mean any harm, Yi Tianyun said casually. Fan Shuizhuan sighed as she was expecting that her life would be in danger as soon as she blew her identity that she was indeed the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King. I am thankful that you have saved me and even carried me along to the top, but please keep my identity a secret. I will reward you later for your trouble, Fan Shuizhuan said pleadingly. Don't worry. You don't have to give me anything. But tell me something. I want to know the situation over at ancient Netherworld Divine Nation, Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He didn't need whatever Fan Shuizhuan planned to give him. Another heaven-level martial arts or sacred tool wouldn't be of much use to him right now. Information was the most important thing for now. The situation at ancient Netherworld Divine Nation? Well, just follow me, and you will know soon enough, Fan Shuizhuan said as she walked to the gate. But remember this, although I did say earlier that anyone could get out of the tower, you have to pay a large sum of money to actually get out. Are you sure you want to do this? Fan Shuizhuan asked indifferently. Don't worry. Getting out of this tower won't be that difficult for me, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Well, come on then, follow me. Fan Shuizhuan smiled and opened the gate. She immediately walked inside the tower confidently while Yi Tianyun was following closely. Once Yi Tianyun stepped inside the tower, he could feel rippling energy all around him, and he immediately realized that it was recovery energy. At the same time, as soon as the door closed, a group of people soon appeared at the top of the chain wearing a black robe that covered their faces. The black robe seemed similar to the one that Fan Shuizhuan wore earlier, but it seemed to be used primarily to conceal their bloodline from the outside world. But clearly, it wouldn't have any effect if they ran into Yi Tianyun. Why did you let the princess enter ancient Netherworld Divine Tower alone? A deep voice was heard among the group. The group fell silent as they didn't have any excuse regarding the situation they were in right now. It doesn't matter now. We have to catch up to her. Now we have to enter ancient Netherworld Divine Tower to catch her. It will be dangerous, and it would be hard to get out of that place. The deep voice was heard once again. Damn it, why does all this happen now? It won't be easy to take her back, he said, clearly frustrated about the situation. Great Elder, if we go in, we will be trapped inside for sure. Even if we have the ancestors' bloodline, it won't be easy, another cultivator from the group said worriedly. Do you think we have another option now? The person with the deep voice said frustratedly. Everyone else fell silent as they immediately opened the gate and entered the tower. Chapter 789. Chapter 789. Yi Tianyun entered the tower and noticed that it was extremely spacious inside. He could see a vast grassland in the distance and a forest not too far from it. He could also see a huge city as big as a capital city at the center of the space. But the most intriguing thing that he could see was the rotating ladder that led to the sky and disappeared behind the clouds. When Yi Tianyun took a step, the sky suddenly shone and a bright light appeared on his arms. Suddenly, a flame burned on his arms and left a mark that looked like the fire itself. What is this? Yi Tianyun asked confusedly to Fan Shuizhuan. This is the flame imprint. In the past, only those who possessed this imprint could come and go inside the ancient Netherworld Divine Nation. But now, this flame imprint was used to get past a level. In other words, without this imprint, you won't be able to get to the higher city inside the tower. Fan Shuizhuan said solemnly. I didn't know the rules could be changed like that. Yi Tianyun frowned. It wasn't a surprise that such a thing would happen, but it was sad to see such a powerful, ancient Netherworld Divine Nation would fall and be reduced to something like this. Well, it is the truth. A long time ago, ancient Netherworld Divine Nation was the stronger Divine Nation on Ghost World. But as our bloodline diminished over the year, followed by the death of our Tower Master, everything changed for the worse. A group of strong people barged in and began killing the disciple with strong bloodline and took over the tower for themselves. Fan Shuizhuan said with a glimmer of sadness on her face. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood the situation at that time. It would be a complete nightmare for the ancient Netherworld Divine Nation at that time. The death of the Tower Master made it easier for the enemy to take control over the matter, as they could just reconstruct the rules for themselves. It was unfortunate, but it was the right decision from the ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline to flee this tower in the past in order to ensure the survival of ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline. Those monsters that drove them out of their own place, was it the evil spirit race? Yi Tianyun wondered to himself. It was something that Yi Tianyun suspected as soon as he heard Fan Shuizhuan's story because only evil spirit race had the ability to check others' bloodlines and took advantage of it. These people had the ability to take over someone else's bloodline, so gaining access to the tower wasn't something difficult for them to do. Wait, evil spirit race? Did you already know about them? I thought no one knew about them. If it weren't for them, our ancient netherworld divine nation wouldn't fall. They killed our best cultivators and even drove our bloodline away from the tower and took over everything that we have, Fan Shuishuan said with a furious look on her face. Of course, I already knew about them. I can sense that there is a lot of evil spirit race residing in that city in front of us. I never expect the ancient netherworld divine tower that once served as the best place to protect humankind from the demon has become the evil spirit race territory. This is ironic, Yi Tianyun frowned. But it doesn't matter. The ancient netherworld divine tower is a top-grade artifact nonetheless, so it should be impossible for the evil spirit race to fool the tool spirit that manages the tower, Yi Tianyun said casually. There is no such thing. The ancient netherworld divine tower didn't have any tool spirit, Fan Shuishuan said with a frown on his face. What? There is no tool spirit in this tower? Was it because your ancestor lacked the power to summon the spirit? Yi Tianyun said with a frown clearer on his face as he couldn't believe what he just heard. Fan Shuizhuan was quiet as she didn't give Yi Tianyun any answer regarding the matter. Now that she thought about it carefully, there was no way a top-notch artifact like ancient netherworld divine tower wouldn't have any management on its own. Certainly, her ancestor would be the inadequate one that failed to wake the tool spirit in the past. The tool spirit wasn't something that you could have attained as soon as a cultivator became the master of the artifact. It was something that had to be awakened by mastering the artifact itself. Since ancient netherworld divine tower didn't have any tool spirit, that meant the previous master of the tower has failed to master the tower. So, this is the main reason why the ancient netherworld divine nation has fallen. The previous master failed to awaken the tool spirit and couldn't react to the invasion of evil spirit race in time, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He was surprised and therefore angry at the spirit race that stole the ancient netherworld divine tower for their own. You now know everything about ancient netherworld divine nation's embarrassing past. I beg of you to help me regain control over ancient netherworld divine tower. If we succeed, you will be rewarded handsomely, Fan Shuishuan said sincerely. Relax, just believe me, I will purge the tower from evil spirit race soon, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Are you sure? I am looking for someone I can trust. If you aren't up for the task, you are free to go. I won't force you to fight my fight, but if you keep your promise to hide my real identity, I will be grateful. Fan Shuizhuan said lightly. She didn't want to force anyone out of their will, which was why she questioned Yi Tianyun's willingness as it was too quick. You are brave, but don't you worry, I don't have any intention to back down. So, tell me everything about the rules in this place so I can decapitate every evil spirit race on this place, Yi Tianyun said as he grabbed Fan Shuizhuan's hands. Chapter 790? Chapter 790, Fan Shuizhuan explained the general rules and various aspects of Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower to Yi Tianyun, along with the gist of the situation on Ancient Netherworld Divine Nation. Yi Tianyun didn't push for any specific matter regarding the Ancient Netherworld Divine Nation, as he knew that it was up to Fan Shuizhuan whether or not she'd trust Yi Tianyun later. This flame imprint turns out to be so useful later, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the flame imprint on his hand. He got it when he entered the first layer city, and it would be used to challenge the platform later to get access to second layer city. Yi Tianyun learned that the ancient Netherworld Divine Nation had this system from the beginning to filter out the geniuses among cultivators. To reach the 9th layer city, where the Tower Lord resided, he had to clear the challenge of the 8th layer city, where the Elder resided, the 7th layer city, where the Master resided, and the 6th city, where the Deacon resided. Each city was huge, demonstrating that ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was really massive in size. It was no laughing matter, as Yi Tianyun realized how powerful ancient Netherworld Divine Nation really was in the past, but he was still not sure how could the ancient Netherworld Divine Nation have fallen. Yi Tianyun also learned that the Tower Lord had the power to kill anyone inside the tower, but he couldn't use it anytime he wanted. Unfortunately, there was no Tower Lord at the moment, so this power was unusable. The strongest cultivator right now inside the tower would be among the elders. The election of Tower Lord wasn't so simple as it required layers of assessment before one could be considered a candidate to become a Tower Lord. The key that became the basis of all criteria would be the pure bloodline. This key was a major factor that would cause the evil spirit race unable to elect themselves to become the Tower Lord, as the evil spirit race would never have a pure bloodline. The highest position that evil spirit race could attain inside the tower was only elder rank, but it was still good enough as they had a lot of power to create various rules inside the tower. This was where the flame imprint came in handy, as it was used as a sort of currency inside the tower. Any cultivator could use their flame imprint to enjoy a lot of resources and even could use it to gain access to cultivation room according to the level of their flame imprint. The most noticeable use of this flame imprint would be the ability to control the Netherworld's fire, which couldn't be controlled with any normal means otherwise. The only downside from entering the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was the obligation to pay at least 5 flame imprints for those who wished to leave. 5 flame imprints? The evil spirit race won't let these people leave if that's the case. The evil spirit race would rather absorb their blood essence for themselves before letting such a good cultivator go, Yi Tianyun said to himself. This made sense, as those who possessed 5 flame imprints would already be in 5th layer city, meaning they were at least a genius cultivator with a good innate ability. When Yi Tianyun was inside the city, he didn't see anything special, as he saw many residents were selling things on the side of the road, like treasures and spirit medicine. The 1st layer city was a huge place where people grew various spirit herbs, and even demon beast appeared once in a while. Moreover, the spiritual energy inside the tower was far better than the outside, making it a suitable place to grind cultivation. Even so, there were still quite a number of people at the spirit refinement stage, as they couldn't find suitable cultivation that could push their cultivation ahead. Yi Tianyun also learned that there was barely any cultivator coming in nowadays. The tower population has been thriving since the ancient Netherworld Divine King's time, so there was no problem there. Moreover, the cultivator with good evaluation had a chance to obtain a good heaven-level martial arts. As a result, the cultivators inside the tower were even more hesitant to leave the tower anyway. That propaganda is the reason why these people are reluctant to leave this place. Little did they know that they were just cattle waiting to be butchered once they are mature enough, Yi Tianyun said as he sighed. He knew that evil spirit race must have been already inside the tower, and they would be at the elder rank right now. Now, we have to climb up 1 layer at a time. Even if there are elders up there, they shouldn't have absolute control over the tower. We have to rush up and kill the elder to become a tower lord. Once we do, the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower should return to what it was supposed to be, Fan Shuizhuan said determinedly. Are you already aware that your elder is an evil spirit race? Yi Tianyun wondered. I had my suspicion in the past, but there is no way to really prove it, especially with their cultivation being so high. I can hide my own bloodline, but it was still tough to do so, Fan Shuizhuan explained. I understand. Now we must make haste. I don't have much time here, Yi Tianyun said, and Fan Shuizhuan nodded before walking towards the center of the city. A huge platform was in the center of the city, and many people were already fighting there. Killing the opponent or throwing them off of the platform would earn you a flame imprint. If you were out of flame imprint, you no longer had the right to challenge others and had to wait until you got another flame imprint. It wasn't that long after Yi Tianyun walked towards the center of the city, but the iron necklace on his chest began to glow red, meaning that an evil spirit race cultivator was nearby. He looked around and noticed a dozen of cultivators that might be evil spirit race cultivators on the side. They were just silently watching the participant on the platform instead of joining the fight. Yi Tianyun immediately jumped onto the platform and challenged one of the evil spirit race to be his opponent. You, come here and duel me, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Obviously, Fan Shuizhuan was startled by what Yi Tianyun did, as she didn't understand why Yi Tianyun decided to make a move right away instead of assessing the situation at hand first. Chapter 791, Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower had a wide range of cultivators, many cultivators that still couldn't move out to the city, and some people that were just hanging around. Most of the cultivators there were at the Spirit Core stage, while some of them were at Core Transformation stage or higher. But mostly, it was just the Spirit Core stage cultivator, as it seemed they were born in this city. The evil spirit race that Yi Tianyun saw was at the 5th layer Core Transformation stage, and he was the most powerful cultivator in their group. Wow, this brat is certainly new around here. He just challenged a patrol envoy without any hesitation. One of the evil spirit race said mockingly, while the others snickered mockingly. Other cultivators were surprised by Yi Tianyun's sudden challenge and shook their heads as they thought Yi Tianyun must be crazy. Did you seriously just challenge me, kid? Inspector Zhao, the evil spirit race cultivator that Yi Tianyun challenged, said with a mocking expression on his face. He stroked the 2 flame imprint on his arms to show that he was different from an average cultivator in the 1st layer city. This platform was the only place where killing people wasn't considered breaking the law of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, so a brutal battle among the cultivators was the common way to solve their differences. That was one of the rules that ancient Netherworld Divine King enforced to the tower, as it was part of his own belief. Murder was such a cowardly move that he condemned it throughout his territory. I am sure, but are you brave enough to step up to the challenge? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Why would I? You didn't have the qualification to challenge me, Inspector Zhao said mockingly. He rejected Yi Tianyun's challenge without any hesitation, even though everyone encouraged him to accept it. Some people understood that someone with a high status like Inspector Zhao wouldn't accept a challenge for a duel from some random guy, as he didn't gain anything from it. Wow, I don't know that inspectors are such a coward. How can a coward like you be chosen to be a patrol? It just doesn't make any sense, right? Yi Tianyun said sarcastically. It was only a provocation, but Yi Tianyun knew that Inspector Zhao would take the bait, as there was no way the evil spirit race would just sit idly after being humiliated like that. Careful now, boy, are you really sure you want to do this? Inspector Zhao said coldly. He, at first, didn't want to accept the challenge, as he wanted to preserve the cultivator as much as he could until they reached the peak of their power. That way, they would be able to reap the cultivator at their best, harvesting the best quality blood essence from them for evil spirit race to consume. Of course, I am sure, so what are you waiting for? I am waiting up here, Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Everyone shook their head as they thought that the young man was done for now. The inspector would surely kill him after taunting him impertinently like that. Yi Tianyun knew what these cultivators were thinking, but he didn't care. He just wanted to kill the evil spirit race as soon as he could. In actuality, Yi Tianyun didn't even care if the inspector refused his challenge, as he would kill him in the end nonetheless. Inspector Zhao looked at Yi Tianyun coldly and jumped over to the platform. The field instantly lighted up and created a dim barrier, meaning that no one could escape the battle, and the only way to get out was to kill the opponent or force them to surrender. Congratulations, you have successfully made me mad, Zhao coldly said as he walked slowly toward the platform. Two flames appeared in his hands, and as the flame's intensity increased, it turned into Netherworld's fire. The cultivators knew that the power that Inspector Zhao was using was the privilege of the patrol, and it had the absolute power to suppress people. This ability was the reason why people in the layered city hesitated to challenge any of them. Unless the young man in front of the inspector right now was some kind of genius, he wouldn't be able to win against the inspector. The inspector looked at Yi Tianyun with the intention to attack, but he was suddenly gone. He tried to find Yi Tianyun, but he couldn't find him on the platform. Suddenly, he felt something hit him, and he lost his consciousness. He didn't feel any pain at all, but it was clear that he wouldn't be waking up again in this world. People were startled by what happened as Inspector Zhao's head was cut off from his body with one attack. It was an insane scene, as no one ever expected an inspector to be killed so easily. The inspector's powerful fire didn't even play any part, as Inspector Zhao couldn't even react to the young man's attack. Yi Tianyun sighed as he felt a little bit cruel challenging a core transformation cultivator while he himself was already Saint King stage expert. But to be fair, Yi Tianyun did hold back considerably, but clearly it didn't change anything. After killing Inspector Zhao, his flame imprint flew towards Yi Tianyun and thus added another flame imprint on Yi Tianyun's arm. Yi Tianyun was actually satisfied with the flame imprint system, as it was so easy to follow. He just had to defeat 5 more cultivators to upgrade his flame imprint to earn the qualification to enter Third Layer City. And of course, this was the standard procedure way, not an alternative that might immediately take him to the top. Yi Tianyun's provocation to challenge the evil spirit race to take their flame imprint was his own way to reach the top quickly. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This way, he could also cull out the evil spirit race inside the tower ahead of time. Chapter 792. Chapter 792, Ding. Successfully killed Inspector Zhao. Reward, 120 DDU00 XP, 5 DDU0 CPs, 2 DDU00 CPs, Evil Spirit Blood. Yi Tianyun easily killed Inspector Zhao, and it obviously surprised Fan Shuozhuan and everyone else. But Fan Shuozhuan was surprised beyond everyone else as she understood that the one that Yi Tianyun killed was an evil spirit race cultivator. You did it. Fan Shuozhuan clenched her fist in the air excitedly. She finally saw someone bold enough to kill the evil spirit race. She couldn't forget the thick, heavy smell of blood that was a characteristic of evil spirit race now wafting off from the corpse on the platform. But it was soon gone as the tower teleported it away somewhere else. It was a well-known fact that the platform would be maintained by the tower almost immediately, including disposing of the dead body as it would be used for the next fight. Next, Yi Tianyun shouted towards another patrol. He pulled his spirit tool-grade weapon, as it would suffice for now. Besides, it would give an impression that he might not be that strong. If he pulled out his divine tools right now, the evil spirit race cultivator might run away, and it would complicate things. His action startled everyone, as no one expected that he would go after 2 patrols, one after another. It was really impressive to see such a young man as brave as Yi Tianyun. Damn it, human. This time, I will be the one that will kill you, another patrol officer coldly shouted as he released his power and showed his true appearance. Clearly, he didn't care whether his cover was blown or not. He then pulled out 4 spirit weapons from his storage ring and held each sword in his hand. He released every ounce of his core transformation aura, which affected everyone that watched the fight on the sideline as they trembled in fear. Inspector Liu is going to kill that young man, one cultivator from the side said worriedly. It was pitiable, as that boy may have a bright future, but once Inspector Liu uses his 4-armed sword's secret art, no one would be able to hold him off, another cultivator said with a disappointed expression. The murmur among the cultivators was heard from the side as they didn't even realize that Inspector Liu had transformed back to his evil spirit race form. But aside from the forearm, Inspector Liu's appearance didn't look that different from any normal cultivator. It seems the evil spirit race has made up a lie regarding their appearance. People seem to think that it was some kind of martial art right now. Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. How dare you kill Inspector Zhao? You are dead meat, kid, Inspector Liu said coldly before rushing towards Yi Tianyun and swung his weapons around, trying to cut Yi Tianyun in pieces. Yi Tianyun just dodged it slightly, but he made it look like he was trying hard to dodge the attack. Fan Shuozhuan clenched her fist as she watched Yi Tianyun from the sidelines. She thought that Yi Tianyun was in a dire situation. If Yi Tianyun were wounded by the evil spirit race cultivator's attack, it wouldn't be pretty. She really wanted to help Yi Tianyun right now, but that was impossible as the tower had acknowledged the battle, and no one would be able to penetrate the barrier of the platform. The bypassers also shook their heads as they thought that Yi Tianyun would die this time. They thought Yi Tianyun should be grateful for his victory against Inspector Zhao and left right away, but he turned greedy instead and challenged another patrol to the duel. The other patrol also felt the same thing. They thought that Inspector Liu wouldn't lose against a teenager, and the annoying, arrogant young man would finally be killed for his arrogance. There was no way the young man would be able to dodge the attack for long, but it was all just a thought. Heh, is that it? Yi Tianyun said as he swiped the swords on Inspector Liu's hand aside and pierced his chest with one attack. This is impossible, Inspector Zhao said as he looked at the sword on his chest. He wanted to rip the sword out and ran away, but he knew that it was the end of him as he felt his strength fading. Ding! Successfully killed Inspector Liu. Reward, 50DU00 CP, 80U00 CPs, 2800 CPs Evil Spirit Blood. Yi Tianyun didn't get anything good from killing both inspectors, as Evil Spirit Blood was the only item worth mentioning. Inspector Liu's flame imprint also burned and catapulted towards Yi Tianyun, then settled inside Yi Tianyun's flame imprint. Since Inspector Liu's flame imprint was the same as Inspector Zhao, it didn't give Yi Tianyun the additional flame imprint. Yi Tianyun sighed as he thought that this took too long. He wanted to earn his flame imprint much quicker. Meanwhile, the other patrols were shocked beyond belief. The inspector that they thought should have the upper hand against the young man was killed easily. Furthermore, Inspector Liu was at core transformation stage, meaning the young boy must be at core transformation rank, or was it void spirit rank? They never thought to stumble upon a young man that already reached void spirit stage here in ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, as there was barely any genius cultivator left their faction. But as they looked over to Yi Tianyun once more, they noticed that the young man was a little bit out of breath, so they thought that the young man should be easy prey now. Is there anyone else who wants to fight me? Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his sword at the patrol. I'll go next, another patrol said as he smirked to Yi Tianyun. He noticed that Yi Tianyun was out of breath, so he thought it was going to be an easy one. But none of them knew that Yi Tianyun was just acting, and they fell right into his trap. Chapter 793, Yi Tianyun wanted to deceive more evil spirit race cultivators so that he could supplement his flame imprint, as he didn't want to drag things down. He wanted to rush towards the third layer city as fast as he could. The third layer city and above was when the real fight started, as the first and second layer was for the beginner cultivators. Yi Tianyun kept challenging the evil spirit race cultivator one after another. Yi Tianyun even pretended to succumb to exhaustion once in a while to make sure that the evil spirit race kept on coming. Yi Tianyun smirked as he found the situation was a little bit funny. The evil spirit race didn't seem to notice that Yi Tianyun killed them effortlessly. Their arrogance surely would become their downfall. Big brother Yi, what are you doing? Fan Shuixuan said anxiously, as she also believed that Yi Tianyun was already exhausted, but he still challenged another guard callously. You are dead now, stupid human. Another patrol jumped up the platform and immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun with his sword drawn. Yi Tianyun dodged it in the last second, deliberately letting the blade rip his clothes while seemingly faking an injury. Damn it, Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. He let the patrol attack as much as he wanted while he was constantly dodging the attack before piercing the patrol's heart with his own sword. The patrol was killed with a single attack, but the most important thing was Yi Tianyun's act actually fooled everyone. Inspector Huang died. The people were startled as they didn't think that it was possible. Come on to the next one, Yi Tianyun said as he stood with the support of his sword, keeping up his acting. Damn you, human. Let me be the next one, another patrol said as he walked towards the platform. Yi Tianyun has already killed 3 patrols so far, and the evil spirit race obviously couldn't forgive what he did. They had never lost against a human before, but this time they were killed successively by this human, so they couldn't contain their anger any longer. The patrol began attacking as he jumped up into the platform, and Yi Tianyun kept up his act before attacking the patrol with a desperate and seemingly weak attack. Of course, it wasn't truly a weak attack, as it instantly penetrated the patrol's chest easily. Once again, another patrol died from Yi Tianyun's attack. Yi Tianyun received another flame imprint, and this time, it seemed the flame imprint would be able to reach the third layer after one more challenge. Come on, who's next? Yi Tianyun said as he clutched his sword as if he would fall as the wind blew, but obviously, it was just acting. Is this brat doing this on purpose to lure the patrol to their death? A cultivator said from the side as he started to suspect Yi Tianyun wasn't exhausted at all. I don't know, but it might be true, another one said with a frown on his face. Yi Tianyun noticed that people started to doubt him, so he knew he couldn't pretend to be exhausted for much longer. Damn it! How could you kill my companion with that weak attack? Fine, this is my turn, another patrol said as he jumped to the platform and released all of his power. He even showed his true appearance as he pulled out 4 swords and rushed towards Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun disappeared from his sight, and as he frantically tried to look for Yi Tianyun, a flash of light went through his body. He looked to his side and saw Yi Tianyun stand not too far from him with an indifferent look on his face. He moved his body as he wanted to attack Yi Tianyun when he realized that his body was suddenly cut in half. The patrol has already been cut by Yi Tianyun's attack, but he wasn't bright enough to notice it. Ding. Successfully killed Inspector Hua. Reward, 50D00 XP, 800 CPS, 2800 Spies, Evil Spirit Blood. The flame imprint from the last patrol was catapulted towards Yi Tianyun and settled on his arm, but this time, the third flame imprint finally appeared. This guy, it's all just an act. He was neither weak nor exhausted, the patrol said with fear in their eyes. Fan Shuichuan was surprised by this turn of events as she was really worried about Yi Tianyun earlier. Big Brother Yi is only pretending to be exhausted? Even I buy that for a second, Big Brother Yi, Fan Shuichuan said with a frown on her face. Yi Tianyun just smiled at Fan Shuichuan as he didn't know what to say to that. He turned his head to the rest of the patrol and noticed their cold eyes full of killing intent looking straight at Yi Tianyun. But one more thing that Yi Tianyun noticed was that the patrol couldn't hide their greed as they thought Yi Tianyun was premium meat. A young man with incredible innate ability would be a huge boost to the evil spirit race cultivation. A genius finally come. We have to report this, the patrol said among themselves. We don't have to do anything. Once he gets to Third Layer City, someone will defeat him for sure, another patrol said expectantly. The other patrol nodded as they believed that would be the case too. Now, anyone else wants to fight me? Yi Tianyun said as he stared at the patrol. But the cultivators on the side looked down as they didn't want to fight Yi Tianyun. They know that there was no chance for them to win against Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun noticed that he wouldn't get another fight in this city, but it wouldn't matter right now as he already had the third flame imprint. He could just leave the city and challenge the next one. Furthermore, the cultivators in this city weren't good enough, so it would probably be better to get to the higher layer. After all, there was no threat to him here. Chapter 794, don't you want to avenge your fallen companion? Yi Tianyun said to the patrol coldly. We are only a patrol. Don't mix us with some thugs that would come down and fight. One of the patrols, who was obviously an evil spirit race, said helplessly, What a bunch of cowards. At least your companion did fight me to avenge their fallen comrade earlier, unlike you, a bunch of cowards hiding behind the pretext of duty. Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. He deliberately made it sound as taunting as possible because he wanted to reel in those evil spirit race people to fight him. Yi Tianyun didn't have any interest in fighting other cultivators as his objective was solely to destroy the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun had other bloodlines that he could use to mask his Sealing Heaven Divine King bloodline, so he believed that the evil spirit race people wouldn't be able to detect his bloodline. The only thing they would see was the Dragon God bloodline, and Yi Tianyun suspected that it should be enough to bait such a greedy race. The evil spirit race patrol that Yi Tianyun taunted was indeed irritated by his taunt. The ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was now their territory. Although they couldn't control the tower, they were in charge of it nonetheless. Seeing someone trample on their pride like this obviously angered them. In fact, one of the patrols wanted to jump into the platform, but another patrol dragged him away. Are you crazy? You won't be able to defeat that brat. I hate to say this, but his cultivation is really strong for his age. It's probably best to leave it to the Third Layer City to deal with him, the patrol said as he dragged his comrade away from the platform. They were definitely furious because of Yi Tianyun's taunting, but they tried hard to keep a level head. Let's get out of here, the patrol said to each other as they left the platform area. After they all left, Yi Tianyun sighed as he failed to purge evil spirit race from the First Layer City, but Yi Tianyun was still satisfied that he could kill 5 of them here and got his hands on the third flame imprint. Some residents of the city snickered as they began to think that the patrol wasn't that tough. However, they knew it was still impossible for them to win against the patrol right now. After Yi Tianyun went down the platform, Fan Shuichuan immediately rushed towards him joyfully. Big Brother Yi, you are so powerful. I didn't expect you to win against those people, but it turns out you were just pretending all along, she said with a big smile on her face. Well, it was easy to lie towards your enemy, but the hard part is to fool your allies. Yi Tianyun smiled. You are mocking me, aren't you, Big Brother Yi? Fan Shuichuan said while puffing her cheeks. Well, it doesn't matter now. I'm heading to the Third Layer City after this, and you should stay here as this place is probably a lot safer than the Upper City, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Why did you help me out? Who are you really? Fan Shuichuan wondered out loud. It was too soon for me to tell you, but it's just that your goal was in line with my own goal, so I'm not really helping you out, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun then patted her head before heading towards the stairs beside the platform to go to the Second Layer City. Be careful up there. I will catch up with you soon, Fan Shuichuan shouted at Yi Tianyun. She was determined to follow Yi Tianyun up as soon as she could. She immediately psyched herself up as she wanted to earn her own flame imprint. Yi Tianyun smiled as he left Fan Shuichuan behind. He didn't want to bring Fan Shuichuan with him because it was easier for him to act alone than having an additional burden. The interior of the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was easy to explore, so he didn't need her guide anymore. After all, the First Layer City might be best for her due to its safety. Yi Tianyun climbed the winding stairs with many other cultivators that had 2 flame imprints on their arms. These people clearly have triumphed over their opponent to get their hands on the second flame imprint. Yi Tianyun noticed that the stair itself was also a type of test, as it was a little bit difficult, unlike normal stairs. Obviously, Yi Tianyun ignored these people and walked up the stairs indifferently. He could feel the gravity was different on the stairs as it was more difficult to make his way up. He overtook other cultivators easily, surprising them as it took everything they got to keep going. Yi Tianyun didn't care about these cultivators that looked at him with awe and envy. As he went higher, the flame imprint on his arm started to flash, and as he got to the top of the stairs, it flashed brightly, granting him permission to enter the second-layer city. As soon as Yi Tianyun stepped his foot on the top of the stairs, he saw patrol not far from the stairs giving him an intimidating look, but clearly, they weren't Yi Tianyun's concern right now. The first thing that Yi Tianyun noticed as soon as he entered the second-layer city was the spiritual power on the second-layer city that was much stronger than the first-layer city. But the environment was still the same, as there were green trees, a mountain, a river, and a small city. Do you want to join our faction? Suddenly, a cultivator came over and asked Yi Tianyun to come with him. But not long after, another cultivator intervened and asked Yi Tianyun the same question. Yi Tianyun sighed and ignored these people as he didn't want to stay here for too long. So, he immediately walked towards the stairs in the middle that connected the place with third-layer city. What is going on? Isn't that guy new here? Why is he heading to the third-layer city right off the bat? A cultivator was confused by what Yi Tianyun was doing. Chapter 795, Chapter 795, Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower hasn't changed much, and the rules in second-layer city were a little bit strange. The second-layer city had the highest population out of the entire city inside the tower, and the average cultivation level in this city was core transformation stage. The first thing that cultivators needed to do here on second-layer city was joining a faction. The faction would keep watch on other factions, and once they gauged the power of their enemies, they would order a challenge. This was also why Yi Tianyun didn't want to stick around the second-layer city, as it was too much of a hassle for him. In the third-layer city, everyone was free to challenge anyone without any restriction. The cultivators on third-layer city couldn't even refuse a challenge, as the rules stated that everyone had to accept the challenge in any condition. That was why the second-layer city was the most populated city inside the tower, as it was safer for the cultivator to be here than on the third or higher level. They could even trade flame imprint here on second-layer city, as there was no punishment for deliberately losing a duel. The worst thing that could happen to a cultivator was losing their flame imprint and being forced to go back to first-layer city. There was no other punishment other than that. But this rule applied to the third-layer city and higher too. The moment they had less flame imprint than the city's requirement, they would be forced to go back to the previous city. This rule wasn't really that important for Yi Tianyun, as he only wanted to destroy the evil spirit race, and he had no intention to stay at second-layer city anyway. It was better to challenge the evil spirit race on the third-layer city, as they couldn't reject the challenge notion. The only condition where the challenge would be invalid was when the cultivator was injured or already participated in a challenge recently. This was to make sure that the cultivator had the time to recuperate from their previous duel before starting the next one, making it a fair challenge. This was why the third-layer city and above was the best place to gain flame imprint, as rejecting a challenge was pretty hard to come by. Soon, Yi Tianyun reached the third-layer city and immediately sensed that the place was definitely better than the second-layer city, as the spiritual energy was richer and thicker than the second-layer city. Yi Tianyun realized that as he go up a level, the condition would be so much better for cultivation. "Hey newbie," a cultivator near the stairs called Yi Tianyun over. The cultivator seemed to assess Yi Tianyun's appearance and frowned as soon as he realized that Yi Tianyun didn't have any faction badge on him. "Which faction did you come from?" the cultivator asked curiously. Obviously, this cultivator was there to pick up his own faction's cultivator that has successfully collected the flame imprint. This kind of behavior was normal, as it would be safer to cultivate in groups than cultivating alone in this competitive environment. That was just how it worked here on Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. It was a great place to cultivate, and the flame imprint could be exchanged for some martial arts or some medicine that could help the cultivation grow faster. However, Yi Tianyun didn't have any interest in joining any faction at all, as it would just increase his workload later. "I don't have any faction, and my goal is to challenge the city lord here," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Starting from third-layer city, the city was managed by a city lord, and those who could defeat the city lord in battle would become the new city lord, thus speeding up flame imprint they got and mastering greater martial arts. "You want to challenge the city lord?" The cultivators that heard Yi Tianyun's word were confused. Their first thought is that the newbie was too arrogant for his own good, as there was no way a newbie would win against the city lord as soon as he arrived at the city. But Yi Tianyun didn't care about their opinion, as the only thing that mattered for Yi Tianyun was to gain flame imprint to go to higher layer and kill the evil spirit race, purging them from the tower. Yi Tianyun walked away from cultivators on the stairs and immediately walked towards the city palace. He believed that the city palace would be full of evil spirit race people. There was no way the evil spirit race would let other groups control the city in their territory, so the evil spirit race should be highly concentrated in the palace. Soon he arrived in front of the palace, and he was immediately stopped by some cultivator. "Who are you, newcomer?" the cultivator asked, as they had never seen Yi Tianyun before. They didn't know that Yi Tianyun had just arrived at third-layer city just a moment ago. Yi Tianyun knew that he couldn't kill or even less fight the evil spirit race he met outside of the platform that had been designated for that purpose. This was the sole rule that couldn't be violated inside Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. If this rule was violated, the offender would be punished severely. Yi Tianyun ignored these cultivators and walked towards the throne room directly. He saw blood flowing down the stairs from the throne room and many piles of bones on the side. If any other cultivator saw this scene, they would definitely shiver on their way as it was so gruesome. But obviously, Yi Tianyun was different from any other cultivator. Although the city lord that was obviously part of the evil spirit race couldn't kill his victim, he could just keep them alive. Of course, the victim would be badly injured, and the victim would be silenced throughout the entire process to make sure that he wouldn't be interrupted. Yi Tianyun wasn't surprised. He already expected every city lord in each city would be an evil spirit race cultivator, so this gruesome scene wasn't such an unexpected sight he would see on his way towards the city palace. There was no doubt on his mind that he would kill all this city lord as soon as he went up a level inside the tower. Hey, trash city lord, you are garbage and disgusting creature. Come down here and accept my challenge, Yi Tianyun shouted coldly. Chapter 796, failed to download chapter body. Chapter 797, Chapter 797. Even after killing City Lord Qin Sheng, Yi Tianyun wasn't satisfied at all. For him, it was only the beginning of his goal to purge the evil spirit race from ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. But he has already taken a significant step now, as only a City Lord could challenge the higher-level City Lord. Furthermore, the City Lord couldn't refuse another City Lord's challenge regardless of the circumstances. The City Lord challenge was different from the regular challenge. The City Lord could reject the regular challenge as long as they provided a certain condition to the challenger, for example, defeating certain people before earning the right to challenge the City Lord. This was a given provided that the City Lord bore the responsibility to take care of the city they were in charge of. Yi Tianyun didn't know who bore the City Lord position in a higher layer, but he speculated that all of them would be evil spirit race cultivators. This position provided so many benefits that there was no way the evil spirit race would let such an advantageous position fell into other races' hands. Yi Tianyun was very lucky that Qin Sheng charged straight at him without thinking earlier. If Qin Sheng kept his composure, Yi Tianyun had to wait for a certain amount of time before he could deal with Qin Sheng. Now, let's continue our fight, Yi Tianyun said as he turned his attention to the guards that attacked him earlier. He expanded his aura and covered the entire room. The guards immediately felt a foreboding shadow of death and thus immediately tried to escape. But unfortunately for them, their decision was a little too late. Yi Tianyun flashed in front of them and blocked their escape route. "Stop! Don't kill me!" The guards screamed while assuming a defensive position as they subconsciously tried to protect themselves. But once again, their action was futile, as Yi Tianyun easily cleaved them in two with the big axe that Qin Sheng used earlier. Yi Tianyun got the guard's flame imprint, and he successfully upgraded the fourth flame imprint, while the fifth flame imprint started to show itself faintly. Surely, it would be hard to upgrade the fifth flame imprint as the guard was only at the third flame imprint. It surely would be far easier to just go up another level instead of challenging the guards on the third layer city to upgrade his flame imprint. But when he checked the City Lord status and found something that might be useful later, he found that the City Lord had the authority to judge anyone they deemed a sinner, regardless of whether they really violated the rules, as it was up to City Lord's decision whether to punish the cultivator to duel or not. But still, the trials for the sinner only worked on those with the same level of flame imprint as the city that the City Lord managed, meaning that Yi Tianyun's privilege as the City Lord wouldn't work on those that had fourth flame imprint or above. The most useful thing was that the City Lord privilege could ignore the rule that prohibited challenging those who had just participated in another duel recently, meaning that there was no time given to the sinner to recuperate. But it was understandable as the City Lord was supposed to set a trial instead of challenging the sinner. The City Lord had a chance to hold 3 trials each month, meaning that Yi Tianyun could kill 3 cultivators of his choice each month without evoking the tower's punishment. Yi Tianyun then rushed towards the cultivator that Qin Sheng toyed around with earlier. He equipped the longevity necklace and longevity ring to help the poor cultivator. The female cultivator was badly injured as Qin Sheng also damaged her soul. Her blood essence has already depleted, meaning that Qin Sheng has feasted on her for quite some time. Although Yi Tianyun has equipped his best equipment to save the female cultivator, it didn't mean he was omnipotent. Furthermore, the female cultivator was dying. This was beyond him unless he had the full set of longevity set. "Thank you for killing that monster," the female cultivator said with a smile on her face. Even though she didn't want to die, at least she could see her enemy met the end he deserved. After expressing her gratitude to Yi Tianyun, she died on his hand, but she died with a smile on her face. Yi Tianyun sighed and covered the bodies in the room with his immortal fire. He didn't want the odor to spread further. Besides, he did it to honor the female cultivator to make sure no one could see her badly injured body. Yi Tianyun then walked out of the throne room as he didn't have anything else to do in this place, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw that many cultivators had gathered on the bottom of the stairs as they heard the commotion on the city palace. They heard that someone was challenging the City Lord, but they thought there was no way the challenger would win as the City Lord was a very powerful cultivator. There was no way someone on Third Layer City could defeat such a man, but once they saw Yi Tianyun coming out of the throne room and the blue ring on Yi Tianyun's arm, they knew that the previous City Lord had been killed. City Lord, the cultivator shouted in surprise as they didn't want to get into the new City Lord's bad side. They were terrified as the situation changed so fast, and they didn't even know the young man who successfully killed the previous City Lord in such a short amount of time. Yi Tianyun stared at the cultivator coldly, but since he didn't feel any evil spirit race's presence among the crowd, he ignored them and started to walk towards the stairs that would bring him to the fourth layer city. But suddenly, a man rushed towards Yi Tianyun with strong killing intent. "I challenge you, young man. How dare you kill City Lord Qin?" "Do you realize what you have gotten yourself into?" the cultivator shouted coldly. The iron necklace on Yi Tianyun's neck started to glow red, meaning that the cultivator that rushed towards him right now was part of the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun looked at the cultivator coldly, and as soon as the cultivator rushed close enough to where he was, Yi Tianyun split the cultivator in two with the big axe that he got from Qin Shang earlier. His goal was to slaughter the evil spirit race, so there was no need for him to hear anything they have to say. Chapter 798? Chapter 798? Everyone witnessed the cultivator came as sudden as he accused Yi Tianyun of killing the previous city lord in cold blood, but he was immediately killed by Yi Tianyun without so much effort, instilling fear deep on their hearts. "We didn't mean any harm. We're just here to see the new city lord with our own eyes," the cultivator said with their head down. "Do you know about the evil spirit race?" Yi Tianyun asked the cultivators coldly. "Evil spirit race? We don't know about them." The cultivators said while shaking their heads. They have heard about it, but they didn't know about them specifically. But it was normal for them to be unaware of the evil spirit race. After all, the Demon War was already 1,000 years ago, and most of the records depicting the war were either lost in history or destroyed by the evil spirit race. Some big countries still pass down the story about the war and the evil spirit race, but the cultivators there surely didn't care about it or just solely forgot about their existence. Moreover, the cultivator inside the tower right now was more likely to be a rogue cultivator or cultivators from small faction trying to turn their lives around. Well, you will know about them soon enough. They are the enemies of the three realms, Yi Tianyun coldly said as he turned around and walked towards the ladder leading to Fourth Layer City. The cultivators seemed confused by Yi Tianyun's word as they didn't know what was going on. The story about the evil spirit race was scarce. In all honesty, the evil spirit race did really well on their parts to stay hidden. They could hide so well that no one knew about them, and they probably killed those who knew about them too. After Yi Tianyun left for the Fourth Layer City, some cultivators came to Third Layer City, but they were surprised by what had happened. Qin Shang has been killed, and the man who has become the new City Lord has gone up to Fourth Layer City. We have to report to the elders. The City Lord of Third Layer City has been killed, and the City Lord in the Upper City is in danger, one of the cultivators said nervously. They were the evil spirit race cultivator that was ordered to stop the young man that came out of nowhere and started challenging their patrol on the First Layer City. They came to the Third Layer City as they didn't find the man in the Second Layer City, but they were shocked upon realizing that they were already too late. They knew that they might be too late to inform the Fourth Layer City as climbing the ladder to the Fourth Layer City would take some time. Besides, they didn't have any other means of communication other than going to the said level themselves. Yi Tianyun kept going without any problem. The ladder towards the Fourth Layer City might be more challenging than those in the lower level, but that didn't mean it could halt Yi Tianyun's progress. But even if everything seemed easy right now, Yi Tianyun knew that he would soon face someone that might be more challenging than any other opponents he had battled with in the past. Soon, Yi Tianyun arrived at Fourth Layer City and noticed nothing out of place from the Third Layer City, except for the spiritual energy that was clearly more potent than that of the Third Layer City. Like the first time he came to Third Layer City, some cultivators approached and asked which faction Yi Tianyun came from. This was a normal question, as all cultivators there on ancient Netherworld Divine Tower wanted to survive by grouping up. "I am not associated with any faction," Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. He then left the confused cultivator and proceeded towards the City Lord Palace. But the cultivators earlier chased after him as he couldn't fathom what Yi Tianyun had said. "Wait. Did you just say that you didn't have a faction up here? How did you get to come up? Did you already fight every single faction there is down there?" the cultivator asked confusedly. "This isn't the right time to talk. I want to challenge the City Lord right away," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. "What? Did you want to die, brat?" "Why would you challenge the City Lord right away?" the cultivator asked as he was baffled by Yi Tianyun's word. "Seriously, this place has gone nuts. There was this hot woman that came up in the past that also did the exact same thing as this brat, and look at that. He already has the City Lord imprint on his arms," another cultivator said as he overheard what the previous cultivator was talking about with Yi Tianyun. "But look, kid, Xinjiang, the City Lord of this Fourth Layer City was actually the older brother of the City Lord you just killed. If he knew that his brother was dead, you would be in serious danger," the cultivator said while shaking his head. Yi Tianyun wanted to ignore these people, but he was intrigued about the woman who took the same path as him. A woman did the same thing I do, Yi Tianyun said to himself, but he knew that it wasn't the right time to inquire about that as he had to complete his own mission. So he ignored the cultivators and walked straight towards the City Lord Palace. He looked around on his way there and noticed that the average cultivation level was the late core transformation stage or early void spirit stage. The cultivation level of this place wasn't bad, but it wasn't something that Yi Tianyun needed to concern himself with now. Suddenly, he heard a loud banging sound from the City Lord Palace. Yi Tianyun looked really close and saw that the sky above the palace was filled with Netherworld's fire, but there was another flame that tried to pressure the Netherworld's fire. Immortal fire? Yi Tianyun said to himself as he recognized the orange-colored fire. Yi Tianyun thought about it for a while and arrived at one conclusion. The only person he knew that was also capable of controlling the immortal fire was Bai Shui Huang, the Lord of the Phoenix race. He knew from the cultivator earlier that a hot woman was walking the same path as he does, and if it were a woman, the probability that it was Bai Shui Huang increased exponentially. He rushed towards the City Lord Palace and went right through the crowds. Sure enough, he immediately saw Bai Shui Huang fighting against Qin Jian. Both of them were at Spirit King peak stage, making the battle even more intense. It really is her, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he was surprised by this situation. Chapter 799. Chapter 799. Yi Tianyun didn't expect Bai Shui Huang to be here out of all places, but more importantly, why would she leave the Phoenix race behind? But it was most likely because Bai Shui Huang had learned about the evil spirit race. There was no way Phoenix clan and evil spirit race could coexist anyway, so here she was. Yi Tianyun then observed the crowds and was a little bit surprised that he found some other elders of the Phoenix race among them, which was none other than shopkeeper Ye. With that knowledge, Yi Tianyun wouldn't be surprised if he found some other Phoenix clan elders here later on. The Phoenix clan's cultivation was indeed strong, but Yi Tianyun wasn't sure whether they could take on the evil spirit race that had already taken control over the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower by themselves. An explosion surprised everyone as Bai Shui Huang's immortal fire and Qin Jian's Netherworld's fire collided again, causing an explosion that would easily kill any normal cultivator. Immortal fire might be stronger than Netherworld's fire, but Qin Jian's Netherworld's fire was a lot more intense than Bai Shui Huang's immortal fire, so she was losing ground at the moment. I didn't expect to see a Phoenix bloodline in this place, but I welcome you gladly. Qin Jian laughed maniacally. He released the power of his City Lord's flame imprint, empowering his Netherworld's fire further. Qin Jian licked his lips as he was delighted to see Phoenix clan here. He really wanted to consume their bloodline so that he could further improve his power. As for Bai Shui Huang, she was trying hard to find a weak spot on Qin Jian's defense. She knew that she couldn't win against Qin Jian's Netherworld's fire, so she had to put everything to her own wits to win the battle. She knew that she couldn't prolong the battle like this, otherwise she wouldn't have any chance of winning. I'll wipe the grin out of that ugly face today, Bai Shui Huang said coldly. She tried to increase her immortal fire's firepower and summoned the Phoenix Phantom Shadow to assist her. She immediately clashed her immortal fire with Qin Jian's Netherworld's fire once again. My ugly face? It's so hard to see past your spiteful word, woman, Qin Jian said coldly. He used his Netherworld's fire to enhance his body, thus increasing his power several folds. This place is my territory. Even if you are the great Phoenix race, you're powerless here, Qin Jian coldly said as he started to wave his giant axe around. The giant axe was similar in terms of appearance to what Qin Shen used in his fight with Yi Tianyun earlier. The giant axe could just split Bai Shui Huang in half, and Qin Jian's attack wasn't slow either. As time went by, it was clear that Bai Shui Huang was in a dire as she looked exhausted, while Qin Jian didn't seem to be out of breath at all. Bai Shui Huang tried to dodge the attack with her amazing speed and successfully dodged it by a hairbreadth, but to what end? That is enough, Lord Bai, Shopkeeper Ye shouted as he didn't like the way things went. Bai Shui Huang herself knows that she was pushed to a corner, but she didn't want to admit that she lost just yet. There was nothing she hated more than losing. Furthermore, she really wanted to kill all these evil spirit race scumbags. Lord Bai, it is okay. Leave everything else to me, Yi Tianyun said as he walked across the crowds. Every eye was immediately focused on Yi Tianyun as they heard his arrogant words. Divine Envoy, Shopkeeper Yi shouted surprisedly. He didn't expect to encounter Yi Tianyun here out of all places. Bai Shui Huang also glanced towards the voice and sighed as she used the last ounce of her power to empower the immortal fire for the last time. She turned into a huge phoenix and started to rush forward to attack Qin Jian. She successfully hit Qin Jian that was caught off guard since he didn't expect that Bai Shui Huang still got a fight left in her. She charged at Qin Jian like an arrow, resulting in Qin Jian not having enough time to get away. Bai Shui Huang herself didn't continue the battle as she rushed towards the edge of the platform and jumped out of it. The barrier that protected the platform immediately disappeared as it marked the end of the battle with Qin Jian's victory. At the same time, the flame imprint on Bai Shui Huang's arm was catapulted towards Qin Jian as then reward for his victory. I will let you win this one, Bai Shuihuang said with a smile on her face. She immediately disappeared as she was teleported back to the third layer city due to losing her qualification to stay in fourth layer city. She didn't have the fourth flame imprint anymore when she lost her duel against Qinjian, but it didn't really matter for her. I didn't expect to be downed by that woman, Qinjian said as he was annoyed by Bai Shuihuang's last struggle. He thought that he could win easily against Bai Shuihuang, that he was caught off guard at the last moment. Furthermore, Bai Shuihuang has escaped his clutch, further annoyed him since he couldn't get his hands on the rare Phoenix bloodline. But at the same time, Yi Tianyun stepped up into the platform with his gaze still on Qinjian. I challenge Qinjian, the city lord of fourth layer city, Yi Tianyun said coldly. No thanks, you aren't from Phoenix bloodline. I don't have any reason to fight you. Qinjian waved his hands dismissively. It doesn't matter whether you are interested or not. This duel is already a decided matter. Yi Tianyun said as he showed Qinjian the blue circle on his third flame imprint, a sign that he was the city lord for third layer city, and the duel between two city lords couldn't be rejected. You are the third layer city's city lord? You killed my brother, Qinjian said as his eyes reddened and filled with fury. Well, for a weakling and a trash race like you and your brother, death is already the best thing I could give, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. So, are you sure you don't want to fight me? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 800, you killed my younger brother. Qinjian shouted furiously. How dare you, stupid human, kill my younger brother? I will make sure you die a painful death, Qinjian shouted as he was consumed with rage. The barrier of the platform was erected as a sign that the duel officially began. Yi Tianyun knew that Qinjian would be easily provoked as soon as he showed that his brother had been killed and thus took advantage of it. The evil spirit race was a race that would easily lose themselves in rage, especially those that never experienced it before. They easily lost their senses as they blindly attacked with rage, so Yi Tianyun should be able to end it rather easily. There are a lot of people that want me dead, but you are actually weaker than most of them, Yi Tianyun mocked Qinjian without showing the slightest worry of Qinjian's incoming attack, further provoking Qinjian. The cultivators on the side that watched the fight began to frown as they doubted that a young man like Yi Tianyun could win against the city lord. They still didn't know about the evil spirit race, but surely they were about to find out. How dare you? A trash like you dare to mock me? Qinjian furiously shouted as he began to swing his huge axe towards Yi Tianyun. The fifth flame imprint on his arms burst out, enhancing Qinjian's power even further than when he was facing Bai Shuihuang. Devouring the heaven, Qinjian shouted as he released his aura completely. His body was immediately shrouded with the netherworld's fire, and the axe on his hands grew as it got even bigger than before, while also completely covered with the netherworld's fire. At this point, Qinjian didn't care about his identity at all. After all, nobody on this place really knew about the evil spirit race. Even if some of them knew about evil spirit race, he didn't have to worry. After all, they could be dealt with later on. Divine Envoy, watch out for his power. He could utilize the tower's power since he is the city lord here, Shopkeeper Ye shouted as he was worried that Yi Tianyun would fail to defend against the enemy attack. Yi Tianyun didn't really mind Shopkeeper Yi's word as he already knew about it from his previous fight, but Qinjian was still leagues apart from Yi Tianyun. Even with that much netherworld's fire, that's all you got? How pathetic, Yi Tianyun said as he activated the fourth flame imprint on his hands and summoned his immortal fire. The cultivators on the side once again thought that Yi Tianyun lacked combat experience. Although Yi Tianyun's fire did seem impressive, it wouldn't be able to stop Qinjian's fire. Furthermore, Qinjian's fifth flame imprint was one level above Yi Tianyun's fourth flame imprint. You are too naive, kid, Qin coldly Jian said as he waved his axe over towards Yi Tianyun's head. He was confident that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to defend against his attack, so he focused himself on attacking. As he swung his axe, it radiated an intense fire attack that would definitely engulf everything it touched, but Yi Tianyun calmly raised his hand and stopped the axe with minimum effort. The fire headed straight towards Yi Tianyun, but as it collides with immortal fire that Yi Tianyun has summoned, it disappeared. The netherworld's fire that was brimming with power just a moment ago disappeared without a trace. The weak-looking immortal fire that Yi Tianyun summoned earlier completely devoured Qinjian's fire. How is this possible? Qinjian said as his complexion turned pale. He used everything he got to kill his brother's killer, but he couldn't even graze his clothes. The cultivators that watched the duel intensely were clearly stunned and confused by what just happened. They didn't understand why a young man such as Yi Tianyun could block such an overwhelming attack from their city lord. Furthermore, the young man's weak little fire completely overpowered the city lord's intense fire. Now, do you still think that the human race is trash? I already cut your brother in half, and I am about to do the same thing to you. Now, where is the power that you, evil spirit race, bragging? Yi Tianyun said challengingly. Qinjian tried to pull the axe from Yi Tianyun's hands, but it didn't budge, not even a millimeter. City Lord Qin, I'm here to inform you about the third layer city's City Lord. We have to discuss. The guard rushed to the platform, but they were stunned as soon as they saw that their City Lord was being overpowered. Qin Jian's storage ring immediately flashed, and another giant axe appeared on his hand. Qin Jian immediately abandoned the axe Yi Tianyun held and immediately swung his new axe, aiming for Yi Tianyun's waist. But clearly, Yi Tianyun wasn't having it and immediately struck Qin Jian with the axe that he was holding. Fortunately for Qin Jian, Yi Tianyun attacked him with the handle of the axe, not the blade, so Qin Jian was thrown to the barrier of the platform that served like a wall. Clearly, even though he was still alive, Qin Jian was heavily injured. How can a human possess this much power? Qin Jian said as he was terrified of Yi Tianyun's monstrous power. He immediately stood up again, but this time he wanted to get out from the barrier to save himself. The fact that Yi Tianyun had killed his brother earlier wasn't important anymore. Human race is far more powerful than what you can imagine, Yi Tianyun said as he clenched his fist and punched Qin Jian's head. A beam of blue light appeared as Yi Tianyun's fist landed on Qin Jian's head and covered Qin Jian's body. As soon as the blue light disappeared, everyone was surprised as Qin Jian was already frozen solid, turned into an ice sculpture. Chapter 802, Yi Tianyun quickly ascended to the fifth layer city as he wanted to conquer the tower as soon as possible. Yi Tianyun knew that he got to control ancient netherworld divine tower as soon as possible, as there was a chance the gate to another world could be opened in this exact place. If he was too late, more demons could come and devastated the three realms with ease. Furthermore, he already promised himself to destroy the evil spirit race, and it was aligned with his quest. When he came to the fifth layer city, the number of cultivators inside was far smaller than the number of cultivators on the previous floor. The cultivation of these cultivators was also far higher than people on the previous floor, as Yi Tianyun noticed that most of them were at Spirit King stage. It's the new kid. He is the new fourth layer city's City Lord after defeating the third and the fourth City Lord consecutively. That kid must be thinking of challenging Master Su Changming. But does the City Lord want to accept his challenge? The cultivator wondered as he talked with another cultivator. Well, I guess we will have to wait to find out, hee, the other cultivator said enthusiastically. There was no one waiting at the entrance of the stairs this time. It was obvious that the news about Yi Tianyun conquering each floor has reached this floor, so no one thought of receiving him this time. Fourth layer City Lord, are you here to challenge Master Su Changmin? One of them said with a big smile on his face. They clearly didn't know Yi Tianyun's name, but since Yi Tianyun was the fourth layer city's City Lord, they just called him by his title. Su Changmin, an evil spirit race cultivator that named himself with a common surname in this world. Now that's hilarious, Yi Tianyun said while shaking his head. It was obvious that the evil spirit race was trying hard to blend in with the people of this world. What are you talking about? The cultivators asked as they were confused by Yi Tianyun's word. Don't you know those people that called themselves the City Lord or the Elder of this place is actually evil spirit race? Yi Tianyun challengingly asked as he looked around the area. These people were at Spirit King stage, so they should have heard about the evil spirit race before. Well, we have heard about it before, but what is the problem? One cultivator asked as he was confused. I have heard that the evil spirit race was a race that could devour another cultivator to gain their power. Another cultivator chimed in. Since some of you already knew about them, then you should get the big picture already, Yi Tianyun said casually. They have nothing to do with us anyway. They can eat any cultivator for all I care as long as they don't bother us, another cultivator said indifferently. Yes, that is true. As long as we got along fine with them, they wouldn't do anything to us. Other people's lives have nothing to do with me, another cultivator said indifferently. Do you really think that you'll be all right as long as you leave them alone? Yi Tianyun coldly said as he began to think that these cultivators didn't seem to get it even after what he said. Boy, are you sure your head is all right? Are you seriously thinking that you are some kind of savior that comes here to save us? Don't you hear us? As long as we leave them alone, they wouldn't do anything to us, another cultivator said annoyedly. Yeah, that's right. They are the master of this tower, and there is no merit in picking a fight with them. It's wiser to follow them than putting the odds against you. The cultivator nodded as they agreed with that wise word. They looked at Yi Tianyun with disdain as they thought that nothing good would come from listening to Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun didn't really care about these people. Obviously, a human that tried to leech off the evil spirit race was the enemy of humanity. But then again, there was no need for Yi Tianyun to save them here, as the enemy of humanity should perish as soon as the evil spirit race that they adored so much disappeared from this world. Now, if someday the evil spirit race successfully rules over the three realms, and then one day they had the urge to devour a cultivator that may be your family in the future, will you still bow your head to serve them? Yi Tianyun asked coldly. What are you talking about, you idiot? That is impossible. If by any chance it happens, I will serve them more devotedly, as I am sure that they would treat us better that way. The cultivator tried to mock Yi Tianyun. I will judge you, Yi Tianyun said coldly, and an intense light immediately enveloped the cultivator. The cultivator in question tried to run away, but he was too slow, so the sharp light pierced the cultivator's heart, killing him in an instant. Yi Tianyun was furious that the cultivator was so adamant about serving the evil spirit race. Nothing good would come from letting this kind of people walk freely in this world. The cultivators even went as far as mocking those that tried to dethrone the evil spirit race. This was why there was no need for Yi Tianyun to show mercy to this kind of people. Evil spirit race should be exterminated, and nothing could compromise Yi Tianyun from achieving that goal. The evil deeds that the evil spirit race has done were unforgivable, and killing them as quickly as possible was his way of showing mercy. But then again, Yi Tianyun wasn't surprised to hear that some humans even went as low as sacrificing their own family to gain power and advantages over others. That kind of man would have no problem at all lowering their heads to the evil spirit race as long as they gained benefit and status over others. Fortunately, there weren't that many people who would stoop that low in the three realms. Otherwise, Yi Tianyun's hard work would amount to nothing. Chapter 803, Yi Tianyun killed every cultivator that stood in his way, be it evil spirit race people or not. He realized that most of the cultivators in this level were traitors that would gladly serve the evil spirit race without hesitation to save their hide, so there was no point in letting these people live. "Run away!" the cultivators shouted in panic as they knew that Yi Tianyun would use his city lord's title to kill anyone he deemed worthless. They didn't know for sure how strong Yi Tianyun was, but Yi Tianyun was definitely a lot stronger than them. Yi Tianyun just looked at the fleeing cultivator coldly without the intention to go after them. Killing people that have lost their will to fight was a waste of time. Furthermore, none of the evil spirit race cultivators was among them. After that, Yi Tianyun immediately walked towards the city lord palace as his goal was to kill the city lord and ascend the level. At the same time, two of the fleeing cultivators earlier didn't escape towards their faction, but instead, they ran towards the city lord palace. "Master Su, we are in danger," the cultivator said nervously. "What happened?" Su Changmin curiously asked as he sat on his throne. "The cultivator that killed the Qin brothers has come to this city to challenge you, my lord," the cultivators reported nervously. Su Changmin waved his hands to the guards and looked at the cultivators closely. Su Changmin's appearance was far different compared to the ordinary evil spirit race, as he looked like a nerd with his thin body and nerdish look. Then again, the six-flame imprint on his arm said otherwise. "What did he tell you earlier? Did you have any information about him?" Su Changmin asked curiously. "He said that you are part of the evil spirit race, one of the worst races out there, and he promised to get rid of every single one of this race from this tower," the cultivator answered nervously. "We didn't believe what he said, as we know that Master Su is so kind and always rewards us for helping out in the city. If he comes here, we will protect you, my lord," the other cultivator said confidently. They tried to assert their loyalty in front of Su Changmin as they deemed it necessary to get the rewards they wanted. "It seems you are loyal to us, evil spirit race. When our evil spirit race dominates the three realms, do you still choose to stand with us against your own race?" Su Changmin asked curiously. "Of course, it's a given to serve the dominator." "The three realms weren't even that strong if compared to you, my lord," the cultivator said confidently. "Yes, my lord, we are willing to work hard to stand with you. We will do as you ordered," the other cultivator said confidently. Clearly, they wanted to take advantage of this situation as they thought that joining the evil spirit race would reap so much benefit. "Interesting. Do you really want to abide by my order?" Su Changmin asked curiously. "Yes, my lord. We've always wanted to join your cause for a long time ago. We promise you that we will never betray you," the cultivator said at the same time. "Trial!" Su Changmin shouted casually, and both of the cultivators were immediately enveloped inside the dual barrier. Suddenly, Su Changmin returned to his evil spirit form and immediately grabbed one of the cultivators before devouring him completely. The other cultivator was too shocked to realize that he was in a dire situation as he trembled on the floor. "Why?" the cultivator asked while trembling on the floor. "I have no intention to make trashes like you to be my subordinate. Obviously, you are not worthy enough to entrust my back on. You betrayed your own race without any second thought. What would stop you from betraying us in the future?" Su Changmin said sinisterly. The cultivator was too scared to reply, so he cried to his heart content as he felt regret beyond belief. He didn't expect Yi Tianyun's words to be the truth. He then tried to stand up and escape the dual barrier as he thought that he would be safe once he got out of the dual barrier. But clearly he was far too slow compared to Su Changmin's speed. Su Changmin intercepted him in an instant and stared at the cultivator coldly. "I will let you live, but I need you to do something for me," Su Changmin said coldly. "Anything, my lord," the cultivator said while keeping his head down, obviously scared of what would happen next. "Drag that cultivator's name through the mud. Turn him into the enemy of your race," Su Changmin said coldly. "All right, I will do as you told," the cultivator nodded. He didn't care what would happen to Yi Tianyun, as his life was what mattered the most. "Then, get out of my palace," Su Changmin coldly said as he was disgusted by the cultivator's existence itself. The cultivator nodded and hurriedly ran out of the palace, but before long, the cultivator's body was thrown inside the palace once again, and this time he was dead. "Wow, I am a bit surprised that you didn't consume this traitor." A figure walked to the palace's door. It was Yi Tianyun who came here to challenge Su Changmin. I challenge you to a duel, worthless trash, Yi Tianyun coldly said as he stared at Su Changmin. Every evil spirit race out there was all worthless. There is nothing more distasteful than sharing this realm with such a disgusting race. Chapter 804. Chapter 804. Yi Tianyun heard the conversation between Su Changmin and the two cultivators earlier. Yi Tianyun wasn't even angry at the two cultivators, he just felt pity towards them. It was obvious that people like them would sell out their own race to gain some leverage in life without a second thought, but they were clearly unfortunate to think that the evil spirit race would want them in their ranks. It was like a dog wagging its tail in front of a starving crocodile. You want to challenge me? Are you qualified to do so? Su Changmin said coldly. Well, it doesn't matter. Even if you refuse the match right now, you won't have any rights to decline again in 1 week, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Su Changmin was a proud evil spirit race that came from a strong family. He was at the 4th layer Saint King stage and even had good control over the Netherworld's fire. Su Changmin could be said a genius as he was still considered young in evil spirit race's standard. Su Changmin also has been taught the exclusive Evil Spirit Descend, Evil Spirit Swallow, and Evil Spirit Devouring the Sky martial arts with combat power reaching 4 to 5 billion points. It needed to be said as a normal Saint King stage cultivator at Su Changmin level only had around 2 billion points combat power. Furthermore, Su Changmin didn't even have any weapons on him, and his clothes didn't even seem like it could enhance his power. Su Changmin was definitely a genius among the evil spirit race. The previous two city lords definitely were nowhere near Su Changmin's level. The two could be compared to the old ancestor on Mortal World, which didn't even come close to Su Changmin's level as he was unrivaled in the Mortal World, but Yi Tianyun didn't really care about this fact. In a week, you will be crushed like a bug you are, Su Changmin said coldly. Good, I sure hope that you can, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He knew that a duel between two city lords couldn't be avoided, so Yi Tianyun wasn't worried that Su Changmin would keep rejecting his challenge as it wasn't something that could be done. The only way for Su Changmin to avoid the duel would be leaving the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower altogether, as he would be teleported to complete the duel no matter where he was, as long as he was still inside the tower. That kid has the smell of sealing heaven Divine King's blood within him. I have to kill him no matter what. He is the enemy of our race, Su Changmin said as he turned around. A dark figure appeared from the shadow in the corner of the room with 6 arms and a dark body. This figure obviously one of the evil spirit race. That kid is a strange one. His cultivation is much more complicated than you think, and he might be much stronger than you, Kang Yuheng said as he looked at Su Changmin coldly. If you fight him, you may die. If he continued to climb the tower at his current rate, the elder would be worried for sure, Kang Yuheng said with a frown on his face. This is impossible. There's no way that kid is that strong, Su Changmin said as he refused to believe it. He is the one that destroyed the heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. Is this information enough to convince you? Kang Yuheng said calmly. Su Changmin was surprised and immediately shook his head. Although they've spent their lives inside this ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, it didn't mean that they were completely isolated from the information in the outside world. The news that most people knew was that the heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation was destroyed by the effort of the Phoenix race. But if Yi Tianyun were really the one that did all of it, then he was far more powerful than what Su Changmin thought. That kid is definitely the main perpetrator that destroyed the heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, Kang Yuheng said confidently. Su Changmin frowned as the grudge against Yi Tianyun suddenly arose within him. The evil spirit race has invested so much for the heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's prosperity and growth. One of their old ancestor-level cultivators was even dispatched there to watch over the development of that divine nation, but unfortunately, that cultivator was killed. Su Changmin knew that he was nowhere near the old ancestor's level, so he knew that he wouldn't win against Yi Tianyun. Now, our scouts say that they spotted the Phoenix Race cultivator below. They heard the Phoenix Race cultivator called him their divine envoy. That is proof that the man earlier was the main perpetrator of that incident. There is no way the Phoenix Race would call a human their divine envoy without some special circumstance, Kang Yuheng said indifferently. So, are you still planning to fight him? Kang Yuheng asked curiously. No, I shouldn't fight him, but how can I avoid his challenge? No matter what I do, the duel would commence in a week, Su Changmin asked desperately. He was nervous as he knew that he had no way to win. That is true, but what if he died before the challenge started? Kang Yuheng smiled evilly. Dying before the duel started? Who could kill that monster? Did the ancestor want to deal with him on their own? Su Changmin asked curiously. If Yi Tianyun was really the one who destroyed Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, then the one that could stand against him was only the ancestor-level cultivator. Why would you think only an ancestor can end his life? We can use something else to finish him off. In the meantime, do whatever you want to do, and we will take care of him for you, Kang Yuheng said confidently with an evil smirk on his face. Su Changmin just nodded as he left it all Kang Yuheng's hands. Chapter 805. Chapter 805. Yi Tianyun went down to the 4th layer city immediately after leaving Su Changmin's palace. There was no need for him to wait in fifth layer city, so he decided to go back to the city he had already conquered. Furthermore, he wanted to check on Bai Shuihuang and Fan Shuishuan. When he found out that both of them were still stuck below, he made his way to the third layer city and immediately saw a commotion at the city lord palace. When Yi Tianyun got closer, he saw that Bai Shuihuang was the center of that commotion, and that she was showing off the new flame imprint on her arm, clearly a sign that she had already received the city lord imprint. She couldn't become the fourth layer city's city lord, but she didn't have any issue conquering the third layer city. Yi Tianyun knew that Bai Shuihuang had absolutely decimated the evil spirit race in the third layer city, so she earned the qualification rather quickly. She really is a cunning woman, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he watched Bai Shuihuang's big smile from the crowd. The third layer city didn't have any Saint King expert, so she'd obviously become the strongest here. But nevertheless, this title of the third city lord does not reflect her real strength, as she deserved the fourth city lord status. There were two other Phoenix race in the scene. It was Elder Ye, or rather known as Shopkeeper Ye, and Elder Lei. Both were obviously strong elders to boot. But compared to Elder Ye that already received his fourth flame imprint, Elder Lei still had the third flame imprint. But according to the information that he got from Shopkeeper Ye earlier, they've been stuck on the third layer city for almost 3 months now, as Qin Sheng rejected their challenge every time. When they realized that their challenge would never be answered, Elder Ye and Lord Bai decided to go to the fourth layer city to challenge Qin Jian. That was when Yi Tianyun entered the tower and caught up to them. Congratulations for becoming the third city lord, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face as he walked towards Bai Shuihuang. Thank you, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Did you receive any information regarding the evil spirit race too? Bai Shuihuang asked curiously. That is not the case. I came here to find the Holy King of Ancient Netherworld Divine Nation. I didn't expect to find the evil spirit race was already taking over this place. Yi Tianyun said honestly. I guess that is to be expected. Anyway, we can't let these evil spirit race wrap their hands around this tower any further, Bai Shuihuang said solemnly. That is what I'm planning to do, Lord Bai. I want to exterminate them from this tower, but it's such a hassle to find them one by one. That is why I devised a plan to exterminate them in on fell swoop, Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. All right. I will trust you to do a good job, Bai Shuihuang said with a smile on her face. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and bid farewell with the Phoenix race for now. Yi Tianyun planned to search for Fan Shuishuan, and he wondered if Fan Shuishuan was still stuck at the second layer city. But when Yi Tianyun searched for Fan Shuishuan and couldn't find her on the second layer city, Yi Tianyun figured out that he should check the first layer city. But as soon as he reached the stairs leading to the first layer city, he saw a familiar figure that had a powerful netherworld spire. It was Fan Shuishuan. She finally reached the second layer city. Maybe because she looked a little frail, people kept challenging her one after another, and that was why she was late to reach the second layer city, and also the reason why her netherworld's fire became so strong. Even if it was just a second flame imprint, her netherworld's fire couldn't be matched by the third flame imprint. It seemed people failed to notice that she was a strong spirit core cultivator despite her frail look. But still, her goal to climb to the top was still just a dream. Her cultivation was too low to push beyond third layer city. Yi Tianyun then noticed many cultivators frowned as they looked at Fan Shuishuan. Clearly, they've already heard about what Fan Shuishuan had done in the first layer city. Obviously, they all acknowledged the fact that Fan Shuishuan had much better control over the netherworld's fire than anyone they had seen. It was to be expected, as Fan Shuishuan was the descendant of ancient netherworld divine king. It was natural for her to be able to control the netherworld's fire better than anyone else at her cultivation level. After she reached the second layer city, she didn't immediately go for a challenge, but instead, she meditated to control her power. She knew she wasn't strong enough yet, so she couldn't afford to be too hasty. It seems you're not half bad, Yi Tianyun praised as he approached Fan Shuishuan. Ah, nice to see you again, but wow. How could you already receive the fifth flame imprint so quickly? Fan Shuishuan said with a shocked expression as she saw the flame imprint on Yi Tianyun's hand. Look at that! You even have the sign of the fourth layer city lord on your arm, she said with the same expression. She didn't think that Yi Tianyun had gone for that long, but he has made a rapid progress for such a short amount of time. The goal here wasn't just to climb the tower, but also to fight many opponents to obtain the flame imprint, which granted access to the floor above. Considering how fast and how far Yi Tianyun has gotten was too great to be true. Well, I think I am still a little slow. Hadn't the fifth layer city's city lord refused my challenge, I would have gotten the sixth flame imprint by now, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. You are a show-off, Fan Shuishuan said with a pout on her face. Princess, why did you come here? At the same time, an old man came hurriedly to Fan Shuishuan's side. Great elder, why did you follow me here? Fan Shuishuan said as she was surprised to see the old man that turned out to be her great elder. Yi Tianyun frowned as Fan Shuishuan turned out to be not just any ordinary cultivator. Chapter 805. Chapter 805. Yi Tianyun went down to the fourth layer city immediately after leaving Su Changmin's palace. There was no need for him to wait in fifth layer city, so he decided to go back to the city he had already conquered. Furthermore, he wanted to check on Bai Shuihuang and Fan Shuishuan. When he found out that both of them were still stuck below, he made his way to the third-layer city and immediately saw a commotion at the City Lord Palace. When Yi Tianyun got closer, he saw that Bai Shuihuang was the center of that commotion and that she was showing off the new flame imprint on her arm, clearly a sign that she had already received the City Lord imprint. She couldn't become the fourth-layer city's City Lord, but she didn't have any issue conquering the third-layer city. Yi Tianyun knew that Bai Shuihuang had absolutely decimated the evil spirit race in the third-layer city, so she earned the qualification rather quickly. She really is a cunning woman, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he watched Bai Shuihuang's big smile from the crowd. The third-layer city didn't have any Saint King expert, so she'd obviously become the strongest here. But nevertheless, this title of the third City Lord does not reflect her real strength, as she deserved the fourth City Lord status. There were two other Phoenix race in the scene. It was Elder Yi, or rather known as Shopkeeper Yi, and Elder Lei. Both were obviously strong elders to boot. But compared to Elder Yi that already received his fourth flame imprint, Elder Lei still had the third flame imprint. But according to the information that he got from Shopkeeper Ye earlier, they've been stuck on the third-layer city for almost 3 months now, as Qin Sheng rejected their challenge every time. When they realized that their challenge would never be answered, Elder Ye and Lord Bai decided to go to the fourth-layer city to challenge Qin Jian. That was when Yi Tianyun entered the tower and caught up to them. "Congratulations for becoming the third City Lord," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face as he walked towards Bai Shuihuang. "Thank you, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Did you receive any information regarding the evil spirit race too?" Bai Shuihuang asked curiously. "That is not the case. I came here to find the Holy King of ancient Netherworld Divine Nation. I didn't expect to find the evil spirit race was already taking over this place," Yi Tianyun said honestly. "I guess that is to be expected. Anyway, we can't let these evil spirit race wrap their hands around this tower any further." Bai Shuihuang said solemnly, "That is what I'm planning to do, Lord Bai. I want to exterminate them from this tower, but it's such a hassle to find them one by one. That is why I devised a plan to exterminate them in on fell swoop," Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. "All right, I will trust you to do a good job," Bai Shuihuang said with a smile on her face. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and bid farewell with the Phoenix race for now. Yi Tianyun planned to search for Fan Shuishuan, and he wondered if Fan Shuishuan was still stuck at the second-layer city. But when Yi Tianyun searched for Fan Shuishuan and couldn't find her on the second-layer city, Yi Tianyun figured out that he should check the first-layer city. But as soon as he reached the stairs leading to the first-layer city, he saw a familiar figure that had a powerful netherworld spire. It was Fan Shuishuan. She finally reached the second-layer city. Maybe because she looked a little frail, people kept challenging her one after another, and that was why she was late to reach the second-layer city, and also the reason why her netherworld's fire became so strong. Even if it was just a second flame imprint, her netherworld's fire couldn't be matched by the third flame imprint. It seemed people failed to notice that she was a strong spirit core cultivator despite her frail look. But still, her goal to climb to the top was still just a dream. Her cultivation was too low to push beyond third-layer city. Yi Tianyun then noticed many cultivators frowned as they looked at Fan Shuijuan. Clearly, they've already heard about what Fan Shuijuan had done in the first-layer city. Obviously, they all acknowledged the fact that Fan Shuijuan had much better control over the netherworld's fire than anyone they had seen. It was to be expected, as Fan Shuijuan was the descendant of ancient netherworld divine king. It was natural for her to be able to control the netherworld's fire better than anyone else at her cultivation level. After she reached the second-layer city, she didn't immediately go for a challenge, but instead, she meditated to control her power. She knew she wasn't strong enough yet, so she couldn't afford to be too hasty. "It seems you're not half bad," Yi Tianyun praised as he approached Fan Shuijuan. "Ah, nice to see you again, but wow! How could you already receive the fifth flame imprint so quickly?" Fan Shuijuan said with a shocked expression as she saw the flame imprint on Yi Tianyun's hand. "Look at that! You even have the sign of the fourth-layer city lord on your arm," she said with the same expression. She didn't think that Yi Tianyun had gone for that long, but he has made a rapid progress for such a short amount of time. The goal here wasn't just to climb the tower, but also to fight many opponents to obtain the flame imprint, which granted access to the floor above. Considering how fast and how far Yi Tianyun has gotten was too great to be true. Well, I think I am still a little slow. Hadn't the fifth-layer city's city lord refused my challenge, I would have gotten the sixth flame imprint by now," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. "You are a show-off," Fan Shuijuan said with a pout on her face. "Princess, why did you come here?" At the same time, an old man came hurriedly to Fan Shuijuan's side. "Great Elder, why did you follow me here?" Fan Shuijuan said as she was surprised to see the old man that turned out to be her Great Elder. Yi Tianyun frowned as Fan Shuijuan turned out to be not just any ordinary cultivator. Chapter 806. Chapter 806. "Shouldn't I come?" the Great Elder said as he tried to act calm in front of Fan Shuijuan. The Great Elder then told Fan Shuijuan to follow him, as that wasn't the best place to talk. "Big Brother Yi, come with me," Fan Shuijuan said as she held Yi Tianyun's hand. "This is your internal affair. I think it's best for you if I just wait here." Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Fan Shuishuan tried to give Yi Tianyun her most convincing puppy eyes, but clearly the Great Elder agreed with Yi Tianyun's word. Missy, he is right, the Great Elder said with a sigh, but he immediately noticed the fifth flame imprint on Yi Tianyun's arm and the fourth city lord imprint on his fourth flame imprint. The Great Elder was clearly surprised by this. His name is Yi Tianyun. He is the one that saved me before. He even got the fifth flame imprint rather quickly, even though he came here at the same time as me. Great Elder, Big Brother Yi promised me that he would eradicate the evil spirit race from this place, Fan Shuizhuan said with a pout. Is this true, young man? Fan Xingyun, the Great Elder, asked Yi Tianyun. It is true, Great Elder. Why won't you trust me? Fan Shuizhuan said with a frown on his face. Yi Tianyun sighed before nodding. He felt nothing bad would come out from the Great Elder knowing about him anyway. He then followed Fan Shuizhuan as it seemed she would have it her way. The Great Elder then took them to a cultivation room and created a barrier that prevented anyone from entering the room and contained their voice inside the barrier. Why did you promise to help us? What do you want from us? Fan Qingyun asked rudely. If you want some kind of reward from us, I think we can work it out as long as it is a martial arts or treasure, Fan Qingyun said solemnly. He didn't know Yi Tianyun's intention, and as far as he was concerned, no one would work for free. I am not really helping you. My goal is to get rid of evil spirit race from the three realms. It just happened that my and Fan Shuizhuan's goal were aligned. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. In the first place, I'm here to find ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant and seek their cooperation to eliminate all evil spirit race in the ghost world. Why, Yi Tianyun said casually. What? Are you serious? Fan Qingyun said as he was surprised by Yi Tianyun's word. Yi Tianyun then explained some general knowledge that he already knew about the three realms and the evil spirit race, including the existence of the demon on the mortal world. This is our ancient record. The evil spirit race's root was indeed starting from the mortal world. Just who in the world are you? How did you get your hands on this information? Fan Qingyun asked solemnly. Fan Qingyun didn't deny the fact that he was the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King. He knew that it was best to let the people that would help him in the future know about this information. I am the descendant of Heaven-creating Divine King and Sealing Heaven Divine King. You never cease to surprise me, don't you? Fan Qingyun said as he was shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's identity. He wasn't a descendant of one Divine King, but two of them. You are also the descendant of the Divine Kings. No wonder you want to exterminate all evil spirit race, but you aren't willing to disclose this information before. What's with the sudden change of heart? Fan Shuizhuan said as he felt disappointed after knowing this now. There is no point in me sharing this information earlier, as I didn't know what your position in ancient Netherworld Divine Nation was, so it wasn't necessary at that point, Yi Tianyun said honestly. How rude, Fan Shuizhuan said as she was angered by Yi Tianyun, who seemed to look down on her. She didn't even want to look at Yi Tianyun anymore. What evidence do you have to back this fact up? Fan Qingyun said as he gazed at Yi Tianyun. Although Fan Shuishuan said that he was trustworthy, Fan Qingyun couldn't just trust him unconditionally. I can release the aura of Sealing Heaven Divine King, but can you sense it? I can also release the aura of Heaven-creating Divine King as long as you can sense it too, Yi Tianyun said casually. No problem, we always had a good relationship with the two Divine Kings, so we have the understanding about the two Divine Kings' aura so that we can recognize it once we meet with their descendant. Yi Tianyun nodded as he knew that ancient Netherworld Divine Tower had been blessed by Heaven-creating Divine King and Sealing Heaven Divine King. Therefore their power could be sensed around the tower. The divine rune on the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was created by Heaven-creating Divine King, while the tower itself was made by Sealing Heaven Divine King. As for ancient Netherworld Divine King, he was a cultivator that specialized in refining pills. Although it might be shocking to hear that the Divine King was an expert pill refiner, it was the truth. He had the strongest fire among the Divine Kings, and the pills that he made were exceptionally potent. All right, Yi Tianyun said as he released Heaven-creating Divine King's aura. Fan Qingyun immediately nodded as he felt the familiar power. Now I believe you, young master. I am sorry for ever throwing my suspicion in your direction, Fan Qingyun said reverently. Fan Qingyun wasn't just some weak cultivator, he was at the third layer Saint King stage, but even if he was older than Yi Tianyun, he still showed his respect as it should be. Descendant of Heaven creating Divine King was rare, plus Yi Tianyun also had Sealing Heaven Divine King's blood in him. That's alright, now I want to know your plan to deal with the evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun asked curiously. We have a plan, but sadly we couldn't act on it immediately. We couldn't sneak in our people inside the tower as they would be found out immediately. We are in a big shock as we heard that the princess was entering the tower earlier as we were afraid that she would be taken in by the evil spirit race immediately, Fan Qingyun said honestly. I am sorry for being too late to introduce her properly. She is the princess of ancient Netherworld Divine Nation, Princess Fan. Because of our lord, Princess Fan's father has committed suicide by coming here. Because of that, no one else in our family retained any control over the tower. She is our only hope to regain control over the tower once she masters the tower someday, Fan Qingyun said solemnly. I didn't expect she was such a prominent figure, Yi Tianyun said as he looked over to Fan Shuizhuan. Yes, in fact, before our Lord comes here, we are expecting some sort of signal to charge inside the tower to take it over, but the signal never come, Fan Qingyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood the current situation, but he never expected that the Holy King of ancient Netherworld divine nation's status would be unknown. He wasn't sure whether the Lord was killed here on the tower and already consumed by the evil spirit race, or he was still lying in wait for the right moment to strike. Chapter 807. Chapter 807. Yi Tianyun finally grasped the current situation now. Fan Shuixuan's father, the ancient Netherworld divine nation's holy king, Fan Tianchen, already snuck into the tower a few years ago and has been missing ever since. They were waiting for the signal from Fan Tianchen that never came. It was a pretty simple signal, which was making one of the floors radiate light to the outside world by taking over that floor first. But clearly, the signal had never come. The ancient Netherworld divine tower was like a huge country with 9 cities. Obviously, each city was armed with a weapon to attack the outside world, and this was what Fan Tianchen was aiming at, as only City Lord could control the weapon. This plan clearly had some risks to it, as the evil spirit race would be immediately notified if there was a situation on the said floor, but that probably wouldn't happen if the ancient Netherworld divine nation had already infiltrated the tower at that time. Now that Fan Tiancheng's whereabouts were unknown, Fan Shuixuan wanted to carry out the plan herself. Fortunately, they could conceal their bloodline power from others. It was only thanks to the appraisal eye that Yi Tianyun was able to discern that she was the descendant of ancient Netherworld divine king. But even so, not everyone from ancient Netherworld divine nation could do this, so they wouldn't be able to stick around the tower without thorough preparation. I'm intrigued about this situation. I will help you find your father. I will check his whereabouts as soon as possible, Yi Tianyun said curiously. Yi Tianyun knew that the city lord had the power to find any cultivator he wanted inside their city, and that should be enough, as it would give information for Yi Tianyun where to start searching. Thank you for your kindness, Big Brother Yi. Please find my father, Fan Shuixuan said helplessly. But first, since you're here already, what are you planning to do? Yi Tianyun asked curiously to Fan Qingyun. Our plan isn't that complicated either. We will pick up the pace and take over the City Lord position as soon as possible. We have to take the City Lord position in a higher floor too, as we will be able to take the tower back if we can gain the City Lord power of the higher floor, Fan Qingyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood what they were planning to do. Well, if that is your plan, then it was already in full swing, Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun had already conquered the 3rd and 4th floor, and in merely only 1 week he would take over the 5th floor as well. But Yi Tianyun knew that he had to help take control of the tower completely, so Yi Tianyun immediately went back to the 1st floor and opened the Divine General Summoning Command. He didn't hesitate to use this command as he deemed it absolutely necessary to increase manpower in this situation. He immediately called for the 12 golden hairpins as he knew that they were the best option here right now. Although he had stronger generals, the 12 golden hairpin harbored a deep grudge against the evil spirit race. A flash of light enveloped the room, and the 12 golden hairpin appeared in front of Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun smirked as he realized that not even the highest grade of divine relic could stop the divine general summoning. It was a testament to how absurd Yi Tianyun's ability really was. The 12 golden hairpin themselves were confused by this situation as they didn't understand how they found themselves at a completely different place all of a sudden. They were doing their duty like normal, but suddenly a flash of light enveloped them and took them away. Furthermore, they felt something warm on their hands almost immediately, which was the materialization of flame imprint on their arms. Yi Tianyun smirked as he had already calculated it all. He knew that the tower would also give the flame imprint to the 12 golden hairpin, but if he summoned them on the higher floor, the tower would only teleport them back to the 1st floor anyway, as they wouldn't have the qualification to stay on the higher floor. It was better to summon them on the 1st floor as they wouldn't be as confused. Young master. They shouted at the same time as they noticed Yi Tianyun in front of them. They immediately bowed as a sign of respect. Get up, don't be surprised. I summoned all of you here this way because I have work for you to do. Now, first thing first, you can't die in this place. You have to protect your life with the utmost care. Second, this tower was infested by the evil spirit race, and I want you to get rid of them from each floor. Now the last thing is that this place is the perfect environment to cultivate. I hope that you could become stronger as you exterminate the evil spirit race in this place. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun immediately explained where they were and the rules of this place. The 12 golden hairpins were clearly surprised to hear Yi Tianyun's explanation, but they regained their composure almost immediately. Is there anything you want to ask? Yi Tianyun asked. No, we understand it all, young master, the 12 golden hairpins said in unison. They nodded their head and immediately scattered, challenging any cultivator to gain the flame imprint to make their way up the floor. Soon enough, the bottom floor was ruled by these 12 pretty girls. They might look harmless, but once the cultivator accepted their challenge, they knew that their appearance was deceiving. Yi Tianyun order is simple. The 12 golden hairpins were to exterminate any evil spirit race that they spotted. If any human got in their way, they could also get rid of them to make things easier. Everything would become far easier, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the 12 golden hairpins before returning to the 5th layer city. He now had to wait for Su Changmin to accept his challenge in 1 week. Other than that, he got nothing else to do. Chapter 808. Chapter 808. Yi Tianyun returned to 5th layer city, but someone immediately greeted him as soon as he got there. 4th layer lord. The cultivator greeted respectfully. Yi Tianyun just nodded and walked towards the inner city as he was too annoyed to pay attention to these people. 4th layer lord. We, Rainflower Nation, are here to show you our utmost respect. Would you like to invite us as your guest this time around? A cultivator said as she showed his respect to Yi Tianyun. She was wearing a black robe, and her face was actually beautiful for a cultivator's standard. But still, Yi Tianyun wouldn't trust anyone easily. He looked at the cultivator with cold, suspecting eyes. The cultivator took a step back as she was afraid that Yi Tianyun would attack her. What did you want to tell me? I don't have the time to deal with stuff I'm not interested in, Yi Tianyun said coldly. I am sorry if we are offending you, my lord. Our Rainflower Nation wants to invite 4th layer lord to cooperate. We would be happy if my lord can hear us out first, the woman said while paying respect to Yi Tianyun. I am not interested, Yi Tianyun said coldly before kept walking. He neither wanted nor needed to cooperate with anyone right now. If he really needed it, he would be the one recruiting the people he needed to join his cause before carrying out his conquer. For Yi Tianyun, it was better to just do everything alone. In fact, Yi Tianyun reached the 5th layer city all alone. It would only increase his burden if he cooperated with anyone else at this point. For now, cooperating with ancient Netherworld divine nation that had the same goal as him was the best, as they didn't burden him with any unnecessary stuff. 4th City Lord, don't worry. We know that you want to challenge the 5th City Lord, but without preparation, you won't win Tat easily. Ruifeng asked in panic as she saw that Yi Tianyun had no intention to hear them out. So, what can you provide for me? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. We will provide you many medicinal pill from the top site of 5th layer city, Ruifeng said hurriedly. Do you think I'm short on that? Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. 4th City Lord, we are sincerely want to cooperate with you. I know that your cultivation is strong, but we excel in medicinal pills. We have many strong 6th grade medicinal pills, and we even have some special cultivation area that you can't get in even with your status as the 4th layer City Lord, Ruifeng said confidently. This special cultivation area is special because there was the martial arts left by the Divine King inside, and those who are qualified should be able to get their hands on it, Ruifeng explained confidently. In order to win Yi Tianyun over, Ruifeng exhausted all possible means to make sure that Yi Tianyun would cooperate with them. Honestly, Ruifeng didn't lie. There was indeed a special cultivation area that required many requirements before someone could enter. This area was a much more efficient place to cultivate compared to other areas on the same floor. This was the privilege given to those of genius bloodline to cultivate here on ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. Ruifeng clearly waited for Yi Tianyun to accept her offer. She also believed that Yi Tianyun wouldn't reject such an offer as it would help them in the long run. Not interested, Yi Tianyun said indifferently and went on his way. He didn't need any Divine King's martial arts, as he already had the martial arts of Sealing Heaven Divine King and Heaven Creating Divine King. Ruifeng was clearly shocked when Yi Tianyun's rejected her offer. She couldn't believe that Yi Tianyun would reject such offers without hesitation. Please wait, 4th layer City Lord. Please tell me what you need. We will try our best to grant your desire, Ruifeng said desperately. Yi Tianyun sighed and turned his attention towards Ruifeng once again. I want to be the Tower Lord. Can you make me the Tower Lord? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Ruifeng immediately fell silent after hearing what Yi Tianyun wanted. Clearly, they couldn't grant what Yi Tianyun wanted. If they could do it, then they wouldn't need Yi Tianyun's cooperation in the first place. That is too difficult, my lord. Would you kindly reconsider? Ruifeng asked worriedly. You know, I didn't expect you to betray your own race just for your own sake, Yi Tianyun said coldly towards Ruifeng. What? 4th layer lord, all we want is to cooperate with you and help us on growing our faction, Ruifeng said confusedly. She didn't understand what Yi Tianyun meant by what he said earlier. Yi Tianyun looked at Ruifeng coldly, and Ruifeng couldn't help take a step back out of fear. Tell me what information you had, and I will hear you out for now, Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. He then told Ruifeng to follow him to a somewhat more private area. Once Yi Tianyun knew that they were safe from any prying ears, Ruifeng began to tell Yi Tianyun about the current situation and the information about the 6th layer city lord, Kang Yuhen, as much as they knew. Ruifeng even gave Yi Tianyun several medicinal pills and brought Yi Tianyun to the special cultivation area. But Yi Tianyun immediately frowned as he saw the special cultivation area and the medicinal pills that Ruifeng gave. The special area was quite dangerous, and the medicinal pills were highly addictive. This special area and medicinal pills were trouble instead of blessing. From that alone, Yi Tianyun knew that something was fishy. What is this petty trick? Who told you to give me this? Yi Tianyun coldly said, as he didn't think anyone would give him something like this if they wanted to get on his good side. It was clearly the evil spirit race's scheme to get rid of those that annoyed them. Fortunately, Yi Tianyun wasn't stupid. He wouldn't fall for something like this. Chapter 809. Chapter 809. This is a nuisance. Yi Tianyun shook his head as he walked towards Ruifeng. The girl herself didn't know what was going on, and so she took Yi Tianyun to a restaurant and ordered a top-quality wine with a great meal of the day. The restaurant was close to the special cultivation area, and it was built on the convenience of the cultivator in the area, as they would need wine and food. Even if they didn't need to eat, the desire for wine and good food didn't go away that easily. So, for Yi Tianyun, this was not so bad in the meantime. As they were eating and enjoying the food, Ruifeng left the table, saying that she wanted to go to the bathroom, but she went out to the alley instead as a man was already waiting there. "What are you doing here? This is not part of our plan. We can't fail now. Remember that we have to finish the contract before the time limit," the man said to Ruifeng coldly. "He isn't interested in the special cultivation area and the medicinal pills. All he wants is to eat and drink in this place," Ruifeng said frustratedly. "Damn it, if we can't force him, just keep him busy. We have to find other ways to convince him," the man said frustratedly. "I understand," Ruifeng said as she nodded and returned to Yi Tianyun. The man looked at Ruifeng as she returned inside the restaurant before leaving too. Ruifeng took a seat and back to eating as if nothing happened. "They're trying to tempt me with all sort of things to avoid the duel with Su Changmin, huh? As I expected, evil spirit race was too cowardly to do things right," Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. Clearly, the news about the destruction of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation barely reached this place, which explained why the evil spirit race barely knew anything about Yi Tianyun. But apparently, Su Changmin has already got the information about Yi Tianyun and the destruction of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. Otherwise, he wouldn't try to avoid the duel with Yi Tianyun like this. Another day came, and Yi Tianyun was still wandering around Fifth Layer City with Ruifeng on his side. He had to admit that the scenery around Fifth Layer City was beautiful. Ancient Netherworld Divine King really created a magical palace here on Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. There was a lot of medicinal herb and demon beast here to help the people in the city grow. This abundance of life was not created by the tower, but instead, they were teleported inside, as life couldn't be created no matter how powerful one was. As time passed, suddenly Ruifeng was stopped by a man. She nodded her head and excused herself to Yi Tianyun by saying that she would catch up soon. They were clearly frustrated as they saw Yi Tianyun walking around the Fifth Layer City instead of cultivating inside the special cultivation area they had prepared in advance. They clearly became more desperate as the day of the duel between Yi Tianyun and Su Changmin was getting closer. "Ruifeng, what is happening? You go to the restaurant on the first day and mountain hiking on the second day. Are you taking this seriously? The time of the duel is getting close," the man said frustratedly. In the city palace, Lord Su Changmin kept pressuring Rainflower Divine Nation to get their contract done as he was desperate here. "That brat wasn't interested in anything I suggested. It doesn't feel like he has the desire to do anything at all," the Rainflower cultivator on the side said to Su Changmin as they kept observing Yi Tianyun from afar. "If you can't make that brat enter the special cultivation area before the last day, you all will die," Su Changmin shouted desperately. "I understand, my lord," the Rainflower cultivator said while trembling in fear. "Now, get out of my way. I am done with you," Su Changmin shouted furiously. The Rainflower cultivator immediately rushed out of the palace as he was scared of Su Changmin's rage. "If they can't do anything to stop that brat, I will have to participate in the duel," Su Changmin said as he wiped the cold sweat on his face. He was scared as the brat he just said has destroyed the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation before. Thus he knew that he wouldn't have the strength to fight him on his own. There was no way someone who already won against an elder rank would lose to someone of Su Changmin's caliber. Of course, Su Changmin had the option to escape from the tower to avoid the brat, but the old ancestor would definitely search and execute him from dereliction of duty. The Rainflower cultivator that rushed out of the city palace earlier immediately made his way towards Ruifeng. He gave his ultimatum to Ruifeng to take Yi Tianyun to the special cultivation area as soon as possible. He also told Ruifeng that Rainflower Divine Nation would be destroyed if she failed to do so. Ruifeng promised that she would complete the mission as soon as possible with worry in her eyes. The next day, Yi Tianyun didn't go hiking or sightseeing, but instead he walked around the city market to check out the unique merchandise sold in the city. Once again, the Rainflower cultivator that saw what Yi Tianyun did was frustrated as Yi Tianyun didn't seem to have the slightest intention to enter the special cultivation area. Fourth Layer City Lord. "Didn't you say that you would visit the special cultivation area today? If you don't go in now, your time on the Fifth Layer City would be cut short?" A man appeared out of nowhere and persuaded Yi Tianyun to enter the special cultivation area. "Oh well, I am thinking of visiting after I am done with the city lord," Yi Tianyun said casually, but he noticed how anxious the man was. The man was shaken when he heard Yi Tianyun's answer as he immediately realized that he had failed his mission. "My lord, I am afraid that it can't be done. If you miss the timing, the special cultivation area would be closed indefinitely." The man lied out of desperation. "If that's the case, then I guess I'll have to go when it's open next time." "Maybe after I have become the new Fifth Layer City Lord, wouldn't you agree?" Yi Tianyun said casually. He already knew that the man was a traitor of the human race, so he wanted to toy with them around his palm for as long as he could. Chapter 810. Chapter 810. Yi Tianyun had given them the benefit of the doubt by saying he would enter the special cultivation area when he became the fifth layer city lord. Surely, the value would be greater then. But these people still insistently suggested Yi Tianyun enter the special cultivation area before he became the city lord of the fifth layer city. Clearly, these people's intention was to assassinate Yi Tianyun before he could challenge the city lord. No matter what these people were trying to do, it would be futile against Yi Tianyun. In fact, Ruifeng already knew that Yi Tianyun was aware of their intention, which was why she wanted to stop the man from being overly persistent, as it would only make things worse, but she couldn't do it. They were all frozen from fear as Yi Tianyun looked at them menacingly. If you have nothing else to say, return to wherever you came from. I will enter the special cultivation area when I want. Yi Tianyun waved his hands effortlessly. I promise you that it won't take your precious time. Just go in for a little while. The man kneeled down before Yi Tianyun. If they couldn't convince Yi Tianyun to enter the special cultivation area, their Rainflower Divine Nation would be destroyed. At the same time, Su Changmin came out of nowhere and glared at them. I trusted you to deal with him, but you can't even convince him to do what you want. You are a bunch of trash. Get out of my sight, Su Changmin said furiously. They were startled, but immediately thanked Su Changmin before walking away, but before they could leave, a red barrier stopped them in their place. Did I say that you could go? Yi Tianyun said menacingly. Fourth layer city lord, what do you mean by this? The men said as they noticed that they were being judged by Yi Tianyun. A group of evil spirit races, dog. You thought I didn't know what you were planning? You have to pay for your insolence, Yi Tianyun said coldly. The two people that Yi Tianyun stopped took his punch head on. Their bodies shook and their organs were smashed. Although there were no external injuries from Yi Tianyun's punch, their internal organs were smashed. Their flame imprint was immediately absorbed into Yi Tianyun's flame imprint as a sign that they were already dead. How dare you say that evil spirit race was trash? Don't think for a second that I am afraid of fighting you, you stupid human trash, Su Changmin said furiously. Well then, if you really mean it, then let's have a fight right here, right now. Let us prove who is the real trash, Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Su Changmin immediately fell silent as cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. Why would he accept Yi Tianyun's challenge when he knew that he didn't have any chance to win? This brat sure has a big temper. A tall, handsome cultivator made his appearance suddenly. He was none other than Kang Yuhen, the one behind this scheme to hinder the duel between Yi Tianyun and Su Changmin. He wanted to trap Yi Tianyun with some addictive, but his plan clearly didn't work out so well. Sixth layer city lord? Yi Tianyun looked at Kang Yuhen and saw the flame imprint on his arm. Why are you here? Do you want to fight me too, or do you want to judge this unsightly man here? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Why would I do that? We had a misunderstanding from the beginning. Why don't we strike a deal instead? Kang Yuhen said casually. Sure, let me hear what you have to say first, Yi Tianyun said nonchalantly. All right, let's talk somewhere else more private, Kang Yuhen said casually. How important is this talk? Can't we just talk it out here? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. No, we can't risk someone else hearing what we are talking about here. Are you afraid that we will team up and take you down? Kang Yuhen said with a smirk on his face. Wow, where is that coming from? If you are so insistent that this is that important of a matter, then come on, let's find somewhere private, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. All right, come on, Kang Yuhen said politely. Yi Tianyun nodded and followed Kang Yuhen. Meanwhile, Su Changmin and Kang Yuhen were grinning at each other as they thought that Yi Tianyun was so easy to fool. This brat is too arrogant. Maybe because he has strong cultivation at such a young age, but even so, our strategy will work for sure this time, Kang Yuhen said with a mind link to Su Changmin. Yi Tianyun couldn't hear what they were talking about, so he followed Kang Yuhen and Su Changmin to the city palace. As soon as he entered the palace, the area was immediately covered with 5 strong barriers, meaning that he challenged 5 people at the same time. The duel didn't have a strict rule, so a person could challenge as many people at the same time without any limitation. Suddenly, 5 evil spirit race cultivators leaped towards Yi Tianyun, with their original appearance bared open, meaning that they already released their 4 arms in the back. Attacking in a group, Yi Tianyun sighed as he looked at everyone in the room. In addition to Kang Yuhen and Su Changmin, there were 3 other cultivators that were equally as powerful as Kang Yuhen and Su Changmin. At least they were at 6th or 7th layer Saint King stage. Brat, I didn't expect you to be this stupid. You were just like Big Brother Kang described, so proud and arrogant. You think that you are the most powerful person in this world, don't you? I have never seen someone would willingly follow their enemies like this, Su Changmin said while laughing comically. This time, you will die with no one here to save you, Su Changmin said excitedly. The 5 evil spirit race people immediately released the power of their flame imprint. The 3 new evil spirit race wasn't a city lord, but they were a deacon of evil spirit race, so they would play the support role here to make sure Su Changmin and Kang Yuhen win this battle. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower allowed the existence of deacon rank and elder rank cultivator to rule over the tower. You are correct. I am the strongest one here. Is there a problem with that? Yi Tianyun said coldly. He already expected the evil spirit race would swarm him as soon as they realized that they couldn't fight him head on, but then again, it was a good source of experience point for Yi Tianyun. He might even use his XP card here. After all, he got to fight 5 Saint King stage cultivators. Chapter 811, Yi Tianyun just stayed calm and let them laugh all they wanted. You are an arrogant bastard. This time you will die miserably, Kang Yuhen said with a smirk on his face. You destroyed our heavenly netherworld divine nation, but you have the Phoenix clan on your side back then. Now that you are alone, there is no way you can win, Kang Yuhen said proudly. Yi Tianyun was startled by the information in Kang Yuhen's possession. Did evil spirit race have an informant outside of the tower? But nevertheless, the information that Kang Yuhen had was a little bit off. Although Phoenix Race did help Yi Tianyun destroy Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, they just helped in the aftermath of the destruction. The one that killed their Holy King, Imperial Preceptor, and even the Old Ancestor was Yi Tianyun alone. Kang Yuhen ordered the other 4 to attack, and the 5 of them held their arms to the air. The Netherworld's fire that came out of their flame imprint immediately condensed together and converged into a thick Heavenly Yin fire. The temperature inside the room immediately dropped as Heavenly Yin Fire's cold properties permeated throughout the room. The cultivator outside of the city palace was immediately alerted as they noticed a thick ice was forming on the city palace's gate. They tried to get inside, but they couldn't even get close as it was too cold. Of course, some of them have the ability to resist the cold, but they chose to stay and observe the situation further as they felt a strong, menacing aura from inside the city palace. What happened here? I don't think this aura comes from Master Su, a cultivator said outside of the city palace. Yes, this aura is too strong to be Master Su's, another cultivator said, as they were quite sure that Su Changmin wouldn't have such a strong aura. Their curiosity really took a turn as they really wanted to know what happened inside the city palace, but they couldn't go in. Inside the city palace, the energy from 5 evil spirit race cultivators condensed and formed an airtight flame network. They thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to escape their attack as they had completely surrounded every corner of the room. It is true that I am arrogant, but honestly, ganging up on me with only 5 people? Aren't you the arrogant one here? Yi Tianyun nonchalantly said as he wasn't worried at all. Their combination attack was comparable to the Saint King Peak stage's attack, but surely he already defeated such an opponent with the same intensity of attack in the past. You are crazy. The people we sent outside were powerful, but don't you dare think that we would be weaker inside this tower. This place is ours, and you will not be able to get past this point, Su Changmin said coldly. We will give you 2 choices now. The first one is to join us and become our slave. We wouldn't rough you up too much, don't worry. After all, you are a powerful individual, and we wouldn't want you to die just like that. Although you already killed so many of our comrades, we will give you a better position later once we conquer the 3 realms. Or, you can choose to die here by our hands, Kang Yuhen said coldly. So, which one do you choose? Su Changmin said with a smirk on his face. Both of them were too confident that they would definitely win against Yi Tianyun here, so they had no reservations in front of Yi Tianyun whatsoever. You want me to become your slave? Is your brain the same size as a dog's or something? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. He clearly wasn't worried at all. Well, you just have to choose. I will give you 3 seconds to consider your option. If you don't choose anything by that time, we will attack you immediately. Don't you dare say I didn't give you a chance later. But honestly, I want you to reject our offer, Kang Yuhen said with a smirk on his face. Kang Yuhen was confident in his power. He trusted the power that ancient Netherworld Divine Tower had bestowed him. He thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to withstand his power that was empowered by ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. 1. Kang Yuhen began counting, while the other 4 evil spirit race were snickering as they looked at Yi Tianyun mockingly. 2. Kang Yuhen said while slightly raising his voice. Yi Tianyun just smiled as he let Kang Yuhen count all he liked. I have decided. I will take the 3rd choice. That is, killing all of you, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face, and immediately he disappeared from their sight. Yi Tianyun teleported behind Kang Yuhen and pulled out the strongest sword in his arsenal, the Evil Spirit Divine Sword. He even equipped the Desolate Ancient Set, increasing his combat power beyond these cultivators' expectations. Ah! The cultivators were startled as they lost Yi Tianyun from their line of sight. But suddenly, Yi Tianyun appeared behind one of the Evil Spirit Race cultivators and started attacking. Yi Tianyun thought it was too fast to kill Kang Yuhen and thought he should start with the mobs first. Even if the cultivators were shrouded with intense heavenly yin fire, it wasn't enough to withstand Yi Tianyun's attack. As Yi Tianyun swung his sword, he cut the first evil spirit race cultivator in half. At the same time, the immortal fire immediately consumed the evil spirit race's corpse. As the immortal fire was intensified by the desolate ancient set, the evil spirit race's corpse turned into dust in a matter of seconds. Ding successfully killed Mi-Ursi, Evil Spirit Race, Saint King Cultivator, reward 27.6 billion XP 1 to 200 000 CPs 2200 00 CPs, 22 XP card X100 XP card, and 8 X10 XP card. Combined with his crazy X mode, he had a combined x221 XP per kill. It was to be expected that Yi Tianyun would get a huge amount of XP. Chapter 812. Chapter 812. A strong evil spirit race cultivator was killed in an instant. The large formation that they used to restrict Yi Tianyun's movement immediately became insignificant as the heavenly yin fire network shrank down in size. Everyone was horrified as they couldn't even see Yi Tianyun's movement. The next moment, Yi Tianyun's figure swiftly passed across the room. His desolate ancient set gave off a faint yellow light as he glided through the room. Although the cultivators in the room were at St. King's stage, they couldn't tell what Yi Tianyun's cultivation level was. Yi Tianyun's cultivation base was at the 7th layer St. King stage, not that much different compared to their cultivation level, but what they felt was more powerful than an early stage Divine King. Then they saw a black flame burst forth as another evil spirit race cultivator was killed and quickly turned to ashes by the effect of the immortal fire. Ding. Successfully killed an evil spirit race cultivator, Mitra. Reward, 27 billion XP, 430 to 00000, CPS 20 to 000, Evil Spirit Sword, Evil Spirit Soul, X50 XP card. Yi Tianyun was satisfied by the amount of XP that he got from the kill. This was what he needed the most right now, but it was a pity that there were too few St. King stage evil spirit race in the room. He would get so much more XP if only there were a little more St. King stage experts here. I got another XP card. Well, it wouldn't hurt to use it right away, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Ding, X50 XP card activated. Total XP multiplier right now is X262. Yi Tianyun didn't hesitate at all. He used another XP card that he just got. He couldn't buy another one as right now. The price for a X50 XP card inside the crazy shop was more than 4 million crazy points. He would have already bought another one if it were cheaper. He immediately rushed towards another evil spirit race as their heavenly yin fire could be considered obsolete right now. We have to escape, quickly, Kang Yuhen shouted frighteningly. His arrogance from earlier disappeared without a trace as he realized how powerless they were against Yi Tianyun. It was a mistake to challenge Yi Tianyun with only 5 of them. In front of an absolute powerhouse, their tricks and plan were all for naught. But it was already too late. They were too late to respond to Yi Tianyun's attack, and another evil spirit race cultivator was killed. Ding. Successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator, Mihui-er. Reward, 31 to 5 billion XP, 410 to 00 CPs, 13 to 00 CPs, Blood of Evil Spirit Race, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bones, Evil Spirit Armor. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 8th layer St. King stage. Yi Tianyun leveled up again. The XP that he got from these evil spirit race cultivators was astronomical. But still, leveling up was supposed to be this easy. The hard part came after he couldn't find any other high-leveled cultivator that he could kill. It would be pretty hard to level up to if he couldn't get his hand on another XP card. He would need to kill dozens of St. King expert just to level up without the help of EXP card. Even so, it was still much faster than a standard cultivator, but it was still too slow for his liking. Without the help of EXP card, Yi Tianyun really couldn't be satisfied by the amount of EXP he got from killing these St. King stage cultivators. After he leveled up to 8th layer St. King stage, Yi Tianyun's combat power crushed these evil spirit race cultivators' existence. He then easily caught up to Su Changmin and Kang Yuhen that tried to escape the city palace and kicked them down to the ground, rendering them unable to escape. The kick was really powerful as they couldn't help but vomited so much blood from the impact. What is this? Didn't you say that you were very powerful earlier? Come on, get up and entertain me some more, Yi Tianyun said as he walked casually in front of Su Changmin and Kang Yuhen. The two of them were horrified by Yi Tianyun's power, and now they didn't know what to do to get away from Yi Tianyun. They overestimated their power in front of Yi Tianyun, and now it was clear that their power was nowhere near Yi Tianyun's level. After all, Yi Tianyun already destroyed Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. They thought that the Phoenix race must have played a huge role in destroying the Divine Nation, but it turned out Yi Tianyun alone was enough. Our estimation was wrong, and it turned into this disaster. But don't be so full of yourself. Even if your cultivation is strong, you won't be able to get rid of evil spirit race from the 3 realms. Hell, on the higher layer of this tower, only death awaits you. You will become our food at the end of the day, Kang Yuhen said spitefully. Although he was in complete shock and fear, he wouldn't beg for mercy. This was their discipline of life. It was better to die than surrender to their enemies. Great, then I am looking forward to fight your old ancestor. Let me see how fast I can destroy them. Yi Tianyun walked closer to Su Changmin and Kang Yuhen, but when he walked close enough, Su Changmin and Kang Yuhen suddenly shone brightly. The spiritual energy around them began to go wild as they were about to explode. They didn't want to die in Yi Tianyun's hand and chose to blow themselves up to maintain their dignity. But unfortunately for them, it took too long. Before they could blow themselves up, Yi Tianyun's sword had already cut their body. The spiritual energy that had gone haywire around them immediately stabilized while they felt that they could no longer move their body. The next thing that they felt was extremely excruciating pain from being burned alive by Yi Tianyun's immortal fire. No, Both of them screamed as they tried to endure the pain, but it was all for naught as they turned into dust almost immediately. Their death was no different than the other three evil spirit race that Yi Tianyun killed before them. None of their trace was left behind. Chapter 813 Ding. Successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator Misula. Reward 2622 billion XPs, 2002 CPs, 182 CXPs, evil spirit soul, evil spirit blood, evil spirit bone. Ding. Successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator Mi Telly. Rewards 2725 billion XP, 462 CCPs, 2000 CPCs, 2000 CPs, 22 CPPs, 22 CCs, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Bone, X50 XP card, Ethersu XP 20 and dollar. Killing the evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun noticed that the name of the evil spirit race cultivators that he killed was completely different from their name in public. It was obvious that the evil spirit race had a different name that they used in public. However, their name wasn't something Yi Tianyun needed to concern himself with, as they were just a pile of ESP regardless of their name. Yi Tianyun wouldn't let them kill themselves as he still needed their ESP. Yi Tianyun has been using his appraisal eye from the get-go, so he got the notification that Su Chongming and Kung Yuhen were about to self-destruct. There is a lot of XP here. I am halfway to 9th layer Saint King stage, Yi Tianyun excitedly said as he was satisfied by the amount of XP. He was truly happy that he got to come to ancient Netherworld Divine Tower before doing anything else. If he exterminated the entire evil spirit race from the tower, getting to Divine King stage wasn't even a dream. His crazy leveling system was truly impeccable as it allowed him to become a Divine King with minimum effort compared to other cultivators that need to have absolute cultivation and talent to reach Divine King stage. The evil spirit race's body immediately turned into ash, while their flame imprint was catapulted toward Yi Tianyun and enhanced his own flame imprint. He did not only get his 6th flame imprint, but also got the 7th flame imprint as well, which meant that he had already reached the level of Deacon. Originally, he wanted to climb the tower floor by floor, but who knew that the evil spirit race would help him leap through the floor like it was nothing? I guess the evil spirit race would be cautious in the future, knowing that their rank easily fell apart in my presence, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Since Kung Yuhen that he fought earlier was the city lord of 6th layer city, Yi Tianyun didn't feel the need to go to 6th layer city anymore, so he planned to skip ahead to the 7th layer city next. But the evil spirit race in the top would be cautious as they lost contact with 5 of their men in a matter of minutes. Well, no matter what kind of trick they use, I will break them all, Yi Tianyun said while smirking expectantly. He walked out of the palace as soon as the barrier disappeared. The cultivator outside immediately poured inside to see what just happened, but they were startled as they only saw Yi Tianyun alone. There was no one else inside the palace except for Yi Tianyun. Look at his arm, one of the cultivators said as he saw the amount of flame imprint on Yi Tianyun's arm. 7th flame imprint? It is a deacon rank. Did he just challenge a deacon? A cultivator said as he was startled by Yi Tianyun's flame imprint. How could this be? He just entered ancient Netherworld Divine Tower a few weeks ago. Isn't this too fast? Another cultivator said with a shocked expression. They really couldn't believe how fast Yi Tianyun did everything on his own. An elder rank was the strongest existence in the tower right now. There is no Tower Lord right now, but it was a mystery to everyone too why no one took the position of Tower Lord from the elder rank. However, Yi Tianyun knew why no one assumed the Tower Lord's seat this whole time, and it was because none of the elder rank had the qualification to take it for themselves. The Tower Lord of Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower must have a pure bloodline of Ancient Netherworld Divine King. Yi Tianyun didn't bother paying attention to these cultivators and just walked away indifferently. Some of the cultivators who watched him leave looked at him with awe, while others looked at him complicatedly. They watched Yi Tianyun climb the tower towards the 6th layer city. Once Yi Tianyun was out of sight, they immediately cheered as the position of 5th layer city lord was now vacant. Surely everyone in the city wanted to take it for themselves. After Yi Tianyun reached the deacon rank, the position of 4th layer city lord and 5th layer city lord immediately became vacant. Surely fierce competition of the said layer ensued. Soon enough, Yi Tianyun reached 7th layer city as he skipped the 6th layer city, but when he arrived at 7th layer city, he immediately heard someone. He already killed 3 of our deacon, the cultivator said coldly. Yes, he killed 3 deacons and 6 city lords. But they are a bunch of trash anyway. Our cultivator that can't even stand up against some human is just a waste of space, another cultivator said coldly. Yi Tianyun immediately used his appraisal eye to look for these cultivators and found that they were close by. Yi Tianyun noticed that these evil spirit race cultivators didn't even bother hiding their unsightly appearance as their 6 arms were out in the open for anyone to see. Yi Tianyun also noticed that they had the ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline on their bodies, but it wasn't very apparent. They finally noticed Yi Tianyun on the end of the stairs and smirked evilly. Brat, you are very brave coming here after killing our people, the evil spirit race cultivator said menacingly. Their cultivation was very diverse as the lowest was at Spirit King stage cultivation while the highest seemed to reach the 3rd layer Saint King stage cultivation, but Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay any mind to them right now. The seventh layer city was so extravagant that it could no longer be called a city. The buildings were a bunch of luxurious houses, but even so, the smell of thick blood swirled across the area. There was no doubt that the evil spirit race killed and ate the body of the cultivator from any race that came to this floor. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the distance, and something dropped from the light into a mountain. But after a closer inspection, Yi Tianyun realized that it wasn't just any ordinary mountain, it was a mountain made from cultivator corpse. Yi Tianyun was startled as he finally realized that the cultivator's corpses had been teleported to this place. Yi Tianyun now realized that the evil spirit race cultivator in this place has been using this floor to eat any corpse that was dumped into this place. Chapter 814. The mountain wasn't made out of the soil, but from corpses. Because of the cold temperature in this place, the corpses didn't rot as fast. The decomposition of the corpse has turned slower than what they could think of. Meanwhile, the place was swarmed by evil spirit race, picking up corpses for them to feed on. Yi Tianyun activated his appraisal eye to the full extent this time around and tried to look around the area. He has confirmed that there was only the evil spirit race in this place, so it went without saying that Yi Tianyun was the only human in the entire area. Yi Tianyun speculated that the cultivators from other races besides evil spirit race would be killed immediately after coming to this level. There was no way the evil spirit race would let anyone else become a new deacon or elder of ancient netherworld divine tower. It was unfortunate for the cultivators that thought they could gain much more benefit as soon as they reached 7th layer city. But it was unfortunate too for the entirety of the realms knowing that the dead was teleported to this place. Upon closer inspection, Yi Tianyun noticed that the corpses were only around Void Spirit rank to Spirit King rank, so where were the other stronger cultivators' corpses? He didn't really know about it for sure, but he betted those corpses would be in the 8th layer city. 8th layer city should be the home of the evil spirit race old ancestor. It was a common thing to know that they would receive abundant resources to cultivate. In evil spirit race's case, those resources were corpses of the stronger cultivators. The cultivation of the evil spirit race in 7th layer city ranged from Spirit King stage to Saint King stage, but they weren't that powerful. The corpses of the Spirit King cultivator would be wasted for these guys, so they gave them to the old ancestors instead. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but compliment the evil spirit race a little, as no faction on Ghost World or even Heaven World had this many Saint King stage experts. This place has been taken over by the evil spirit race for a long time, so it couldn't be helped if this place had become their home, their paradise. No wonder the evil spirit race didn't strive in the outside world if they had this kind of place. They could consume as many cultivators that they wanted here, speeding up their cultivation even more. It was reasonable for them to stay here to cultivate rather than go outside to create havoc. Wouldn't they be free to go out whenever they want then? Yi Tianyun wondered. But still, the situation here on 7th layer city was too shocking for him. This ancient netherworld divine tower has really fallen. It was such an unfortunate place where many desperate cultivators tried their hardest, but in the end, they would end up as these evil spirit race's food. Yi Tianyun threw a crystal over his head, and it emitted a dim light. This crystal was a recording crystal that recorded the situation around it. It could be said that it was a perfect item to record evidence in this place. He believed that once this footage was shown to the outside world, the entire ancient netherworld divine tower would be a mess. What are you doing, kid? Do you seriously think you can get away from this place alive? The evil spirit race cultivator immediately surrounded Yi Tianyun. They were not the deacons of evil spirit race, but it wasn't clear whether they were more powerful than the deacons. But still, they were nowhere near Yi Tianyun's level. Do you think you can stop me? Yi Tianyun said coldly. The tower's rule was still applied to this floor, meaning that they couldn't carelessly make a move here. If they attacked Yi Tianyun first, he would be free to retaliate, and it would yield a good result for Yi Tianyun. You sure are an annoying brat. You think you can kill the 5 of us now? Are you seriously thinking that you are invincible here? The cultivator said coldly. You know there are so many of you arrogant humans before, but in the end, they turned into our fodder. You won't be any different, kid, another cultivator said while licking his lips disgustingly. Yi Tianyun kept recording everything that happened here without a care about what these people would do. But suddenly, a loud voice was heard from the city, coming towards them. The 5 evil spirit race cultivators who surrounded Yi Tianyun immediately looked towards the city. Several cultivators appeared, and the 5 cultivators earlier immediately formed a passage to let them through. These people were the deacons here in 7th layer city. Their cultivation was truly one of the best in the entire tower. The strongest among them was at St. King Peak stage cultivation. It was incredible for a cultivator to achieve this rank. But Yi Tianyun pondered for a moment that if the deacons of the 7th layer city was at St. King Peak stage, wouldn't they be stronger on the higher floor? These cultivators had a strong physique aside from their huge bodies, and they also had 8 arms. This was the first time for Yi Tianyun to see the evil spirit race with so many arms. With every step they took, the ground began to shake. The ancient netherworld divine tower was a powerful divine tool, but these behemoths could make it vibrate with their power. Yi Tianyun was clearly stunned and a little shocked that they were able to achieve such a thing, but that was not all. There was one person in the middle of the group that was clearly different than the other. Yi Tianyun immediately observed him with his appraisal eye to see what kind of person he would be fighting against. Demon God, Mi-Ge, First Layer Divine King, Stage Cultivation Base. Each of the 8 arms has a grip force of 10,000 pounds, has an extremely rich ancient netherworld Divine King bloodline. Far superior to anyone at the same level. Martial arts, violent evil spirit dash, weakness, none. Combat power, 51.5 billion points under normal circumstances. It was crazy. His combat power has reached 51.5 billion. Seriously, Divine King Cultivation Base was such a powerful existence. It was the highest combat power that Yi Tianyun ever saw from his enemies. Chapter 815. Chapter 815 First Layer. Divine King Stage. Demon God Mi-Ge. It was not a surprise that the evil spirit race finally reached a Divine King stage. There was just so much resource here for them to grow. The cultivator who has worked hard to develop their cultivation just basically became food for evil spirit race. The only option for these cultivators was to get out of ancient netherworld divine tower before they reached the 6th layer city. However, since the tower provided so much resource, the thought of leaving never crossed their mind as they didn't know that the evil spirit race awaited them at the higher level. Once they reached the 6th layer city, it would be impossible for them to leave. Furthermore, if they persisted in their pursuit to achieve greatness in the tower, death was the only thing that awaited them once they reached 7th layer city. Divine King Stage Expert, do you wish to fight me? Yi Tianyun said indifferently as Demon God Mi-Ge walked towards him slowly. This Demon God Mige seemed pretty young, unlike the old man that he encountered when he destroyed Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation in the past. But Yi Tianyun knew that Mi-Ge wasn't actually young. His vitality simply improved so significantly once he reached Divine King Cultivation. Human Race Young Expert. You've reached 7th layer city in such a short period of time. It was truly amazing. I haven't seen a human that reached 7th layer city like you before, especially since you are so young, Mi-Ge said with a voice full of majesty. Yi Tianyun felt a little bit of pressure from Mi-Ge's voice, but it wasn't really something that he needed to be cautious of, while the other evil spirit race has been kneeling behind Mi-Ge, worshipping him like some kind of god. So, is it your turn to fight me? Yi Tianyun said coldly as his eyes were filled with killing intent. He was excited to find out just how strong a Divine King could be. More importantly, Yi Tianyun would get so much stuff from killing a Divine King, it could be his elite kill after so long. Young human, you are truly too arrogant for your own good. But it's already over for you. Demon God Mi-Ge said as he saw that Yi Tianyun was too eager to fight. But it was probably right in Mi-Ge's eyes, as he would have noticed that Yi Tianyun was only at Saint King stage, and a Saint King stage cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against a Divine King expert. Okay, surely you think all humans are beneath you, considering you devour anyone that comes your way except your own race, Yi Tianyun said coldly. How dare you speak like that to Elder Mi-Ge, one of the deacons shouted angrily. If you're trying to talk your way out, then don't bother. I already knew that you've been devouring our race. You are disgusting, and it shall not change. If you want to fight, then I am down for a fight, Yi Tianyun said confidently. I almost forgot that you have to disguise yourself in order to survive, but it was natural. Nobody would want such a disgusting thing anywhere near them, Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Impudent bastard, Mi-Ge said furiously as he immediately released his aura, and terrifying power immediately put pressure on the ground, trying to knock Yi Tianyun to the ground. But Yi Tianyun still felt at ease as Mi-Ge's power didn't affect him whatsoever. He knew that Mi-Ge's power was monstrous, but still, it didn't affect him. Evil God Suit and Desert Ancient Set was too strong, so facing against Divine King Cultivator wasn't a big deal for Yi Tianyun right now. Furthermore, Mi-Ge was only 1st layer Divine King stage cultivation. It might be another story if Mi-Ge was at the 4th layer Divine King stage or higher. Is this all you got? Yi Tianyun indifferently asked as he stood motionless, not affected by Mi-Ge's power whatsoever. The evil spirit race stared at him with wide eyes as they couldn't believe what they were seeing. They already bowed down and worshipped Mi-Ge, but they couldn't stand back up because of Mi-Ge's sheer pressure. But a young brat like Yi Tianyun wasn't even affected by Mi-Ge's power. You sure are something else. Do you know why I didn't kill you right away? That is because I don't need to. Here in ancient netherworld divine tower, I can further enhance my monstrous power with the tower's power, so killing you too fast wouldn't be entertaining enough for me, Mi-Ge said as he released more power now. So, you want to dominate me? You aren't the first to plan something like that. Do you plan to turn me into your slave, forcing me to help you destroy the human race outside? This is what I call a no-brain cultivator, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. Wow, it seems that I don't have to say anything else. Although your cooperation would be a pleasant surprise, that's not too shabby either. You will become my food now. Demon God Mi-Ge said as a flash of light appeared on his hand, and a huge demon staff materialized the next moment. Although it was a huge weapon, it was still at lower grade divine tool. Mi-Ge slammed his staff on the ground and shouted, "Judgment for everyone to hear." In an instant, a huge barrier appeared, containing Yi Tianyun and Mi-Ge in it. The evil spirit race on the side immediately got away from the barrier as they didn't want to get caught inside the barrier. Young human, I will give you a chance to attack me before you die in fear after that, Migi said as he looked down on Yi Tianyun. He had such a huge body that Yi Tianyun was like a small child in front of him. He wanted to force Yi Tianyun to submit and make him despair over absolute power. Die in fear? I have never killed people in fear, nor will I die in fear, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Evil god transformation, Yi Tianyun said coldly, and soon after, Yi Tianyun's figure began to distort and suddenly got huge while the surrounding area became inky black. This inky black stuff was the evil flame aura that was enough to burn anything it touched. But more importantly, Yi Tianyun's figure was now the same height as Mi Ge. Chapter 816. Chapter 816, not only did Yi Tianyun get bigger in size, but he was also able to perform a long-range attack. Although becoming larger didn't mean his combat effectiveness increased, his combat power certainly grew stronger. Now, the only thing that Yi Tianyun needed to do was to dominate the entire area. Prepare yourself, Yi Tianyun said as he finally made his move. The evil spirit sword that he held became larger, matching his current huge body now. Yi Tianyun rushed forward and swung his sword at Mi Ji. A black light burst out of Yi Tianyun's dark eyes that enveloped the earth and the sky. Slash of the evil spirit flames, Yi Tianyun roared, and an unquenchable fire immediately erupted like a volcano. At the same time, the desert ancient set began to glow yellow faintly. It was the effect of the set, multiplying Yi Tianyun's combat power significantly. Yi Tianyun's combat power began to increase exponentially until it stopped at 88 billion points. This was the strongest attack that Yi Tianyun had ever thrown. After all, there was no opponent strong enough for him to do his best like this. When he got to the first layer Saint King stage, his combat power reached 40 billion points, and now that he was at the 8th layer Saint King stage, he easily surpassed it and essentially doubled his combat power. This was something that no cultivator could hope to achieve, for the average combat power of Saint King Peak stage was at 30 billion points. Yi Tianyun hasn't reached the Saint King Peak stage just yet, but his combat power has easily reached 90 billion points. It is the result of his evil god suit and desert ancient set's effect. Yi Tianyun easily surpassed Mi Ge's combat power with all these effects. Mi Ge himself remained vigilant all the time. Although he sensed that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was much lower than his, he sensed danger from Yi Tianyun's attack, like he would die if he tried to block the attack. Earth and sky shatter. Mi Ge waved the staff on his hand forward, and the space in front of him immediately suddenly vibrated and started to contort to block Yi Tianyun's attack. Mi Ge didn't use a weapon on each hand as the staff was all he needed. His combat power has risen from 50 billion points to 80 billion points. Yi Tianyun's attack hit the distorted space in front of Mi Ge's earlier, and an instant explosion occurred, but the space vibration that Mi Ge used to defend himself began to crack, and that was not all. A glass-shattering sound could be heard from the barrier as the barrier wasn't omnipotent. The evil spirit cultivator that was closer to the barrier began to feel the burst of energy that came from Yi Tianyun and Mi Ge's technique colliding with each other. Some even couldn't withstand the pressure and dropped dead on the spot. The cultivators that realized that they were still in the line of fire began to back off from the barrier as far as they could. This power is too scary. That human sure is strong. A cultivator began to speak when they recovered from their shocked state. They thought that their old ancestor, Mi Ji, would suppress Yi Tianyun and crush him with absolute power, but it turned out the human was as powerful as Mi Ji himself. After the explosion occurred, the two figures were seen standing in the middle of it all. Yi Tianyun didn't have a single scratch on him while demon god Mi Ji was severely wounded. Some part of his limbs has turned into ash, while some others have a trace of severe burn on them. It was obvious that Yi Tianyun came out on top from the last exchange. All cultivators in the vicinity were shocked. The god that they worshipped just lost to a young human and was in such a miserable state now. You haven't broken through Divine King's stage yet, but how could you be so strong? Mi Ge asked while keeping his cool as he tried to endure the pain that he got from Yi Tianyun's attack. Yi Tianyun's transformation and attack took less than a second. If Mi Ge weren't prepared, he would have died instantly. You are spewing so much nonsense, Yi Tianyun said as he swung his sword forward one more time, intending to end this duel once and for all. Another explosion shuddered the city as a mortal fire fell from the sky and filled the area. Ancient Netherworld Divine King's power. Mi Ge roared as a faint blue light from the sky enveloped his body and healing his injuries. At the same time, his power rapidly increased, and a layer of fire covered his body like an armor. A phantom shadow in a human form appeared behind Mi Ji. It was odd to see an evil spirit cultivator like Mi Ji had a human phantom shadow instead of an evil spirit race form. But still, this was the power of Divine King. The flame that condensed around Mi Ge was most likely the power that he got from ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline, not the evil spirit race's original power. Undoubtedly, the ancient Netherworld Divine King would leave behind his martial arts and techniques, but it was unfortunate that the evil spirit race got their hands on them before a good descendant could claim it. Now, Migi's combat power began to rise and reach 93 billion points. Simply summoning a phantom shadow increased Migi's combat power close to 10 billion points. No wonder the evil spirit race dared to claim the ancient netherworld divine tower for themselves. Chapter 817, Foolish Human. Do you think you can win against me? You are too naive. I will let you taste the power of ancient netherworld divine king's bloodline, Migi shouted as he brandished the staff in his hand. The phantom shadow behind him mimicked his move and immediately swept over the sky. The chilling flame that Migi used was trying to freeze everything in the area. Migi's combat power under the ancient netherworld divine tower's blessing and ancient netherworld divine king's bloodline easily reached 98 billion points. His power was clearly outstanding. Compared to his earlier attack, this one was clearly much more powerful. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes and then threw a black ball in front of himself that quickly enveloped his body and formed a thick shield. What is that? Miga said as he was startled by the ominous shield that Yi Tianyun used, but nonetheless, he didn't stop his attack. Once Miga's attack hit Yi Tianyun's shield, it dispersed, and the shield that enveloped Yi Tianyun's body didn't budge at all. Not even a crack could be seen in that pitch-black ball. Miga was clearly shaken as his powerful attack didn't even make a dent on that shield. But as Yi Tianyun knew that Mige wasn't in a position to attack, he immediately countered Mige. The evil spirit sword in his hand emitted a cold light, and Yi Tianyun quickly rushed towards Mige with his sword pointed at his heart. Moonflash. Yi Tianyun shouted as a dragon emerged from his sword and enveloped it. This was the power that he got as he activated Dragon God's bloodline. It went without saying that his combat power rose once more as he activated the Dragon God's bloodline power. It was so fast that everyone couldn't see what happened. Not even Migi had the chance to react to Yi Tianyun's attack. How could you have that black ball? Migi asked as he recognized it as the divine tools that was supposed to belong to the evil spirit race, and it should be in mortal world right now. Think for yourself. If this divine tool is in my possession, what do you think happened to its previous owner? Yi Tianyun said playfully. It was such a no-brainer question as heaven-devouring divine treasure was the treasure of evil spirit race on mortal world. There was no way they would let a human take it, so there was no doubt the evil spirit race that safeguarded this divine tool was no longer in this world. How dare you? Migi's body twitched as Yi Tianyun pulled out his sword from Migi's body. Miga's body split in two, and a fountain of blood splattered all around over Miga's split body. Ding! Successfully killed Demon God Magi. Reward: 91 billion XP, 25 million CPS, 250 to 00000 EVLs Evil Spirit Staff, Evil Spirit Ring, Evil Spirit Ring, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Blood. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 9th layer Saint King stage. He got so much experience from killing Mige. Before he killed Migi, Yi Tianyun activated a X100 EXP card and X50 EXP card, plus the effect of X32 XP that he got from his crazy leveling mode. He got X182 XP from killing Migi alone. It was unfortunate that Migi wasn't an elite enemy. If he were, Yi Tianyun would have gotten a better reward now. Yi Tianyun knew that he would get a lot of XP from killing Mige, and that was why he exchanged his crazy points with the XP card earlier. Now Yi Tianyun even got useful information that heaven-devouring divine treasure was capable of withstanding a divine king's attack. He now knew that he didn't have to try his hardest to kill a divine king. Even if his combat power wasn't as high as a divine king that he would fight, it didn't necessarily mean that he would lose against a divine king later on. What happened earlier was the perfect example, as Yi Tianyun's combat power wasn't higher than Mige, but it was close. He used the heaven-devouring divine treasure to block Migi's attack and perform a counterattack immediately, resulting in Yi Tianyun's effortless victory. It was fortunate for Yi Tianyun that he had so many equipments that could enhance his power, and the crazy damage mode that also did the same thing. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fight against Migi. Master Migi lost. The evil spirit cultivators on the side were all dumbfounded by the scene unfolding in front of them. They never imagined the god that they worshipped would die by a human's hands. The flame imprint on Migi's body was immediately catapulted towards Yi Tianyun, and he successfully gained the 8th flame imprint. He hasn't been at the 7th layer city for long, but he was already qualified to enter the 8th layer city. Yi Tianyun was truly terrifying. Judgment, Yi Tianyun shouted, and the 5 deacons in front of him were immediately enveloped by the barrier. They were startled and tried to escape, but it was impossible for them to escape the tower's barrier. I will take out the trash, now die. Yi Tianyun shouted as he raised the evil spirit sword above his head and swung it down towards the 5 deacons. The 5 deacons couldn't react to Yi Tianyun's attack and were swallowed by the attack, killing them instantly. Ding. Successfully killed evil spirit cultivator, Mir. Reward: 23.6 billion XP, 250,000 CPs, 15,000 Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit Sword, X50 XP card, ding, successfully killed Evil Spirit Cultivator MIDI. Reward: 24.6 billion XP, 280,000 CPEs, ding, successfully killed the 5 Deacons turned into Yi Tianyun's XPs, ding, successfully killed the 5 Deacon XP. With this much XP, Yi Tianyun once again leveled up. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully break through to Saint King Peak Stage. Chapter 818. Chapter 818. Yi Tianyun leveled up 2 times in a short period of time. He was only 1 step away from becoming a Divine King himself. This was why he used the XP card without hesitation. There was just too much experience in that place, and he obviously had no intention to just let it go to waste. The 5 Deacons that he fought just now were all at a high Saint King stage cultivation. It was the perfect XP source for him right now. It was such a hassle to level up once he got to the Saint King stage, as the XP requirement increased by several folds. I am 1 step away from becoming a Divine King, Yi Tianyun said excitedly to himself. If he kept moving forward, he would break through to Divine King stage in no time. Yi Tianyun was certain that he wouldn't have any problem handling the demon that was sealed in the mortal world once he reached Divine King stage, as he still had crazy damage mode that would multiply his power. I need 500 billion XP to level up to Divine King, Yi Tianyun said as he saw how much XP he needed to level up. It was surely an impressive leap, as he only needed 100 billion XP to level up to Saint King Peak stage. The requirement to reach the Divine King stage sure was high. It reminded him of the normal cultivators that were prone to get stuck at this stage, as they just seemingly couldn't break through to the Divine King stage. Yi Tianyun, however, knew how much XP he required to level up, so he wouldn't get stuck here, but the problem was obtaining that much XP. Thus, Yi Tianyun thought that he had to go slow from now on. Judgment, Yi Tianyun said as the barrier enveloped the surrounding evil spirit race cultivator. Another 5 Saint King level cultivators were enveloped in the barrier, and Yi Tianyun immediately got rid of them without any hesitation. The 5 of them turned into Yi Tianyun's EXP. The 5 of them gave around 100 billion of EXP in one go. The rest of the evil spirit race cultivator immediately fled the scene, as they were afraid to be Yi Tianyun's next victim. Then again, Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to continue anyway, as he didn't have the right to duel anyone anymore according to the tower's rule. It was such a shame that he was only be able to judge 10 people at most with his current city lord status. He had to wait a month before he could judge the same number of people once again. He could also use one of these flame imprints to increase his judgment limit, but it was such a waste to use his flame imprint like that. He is terrifying. He has the cultivation level of a Divine King. The evil spirit race cultivator shouted as they ran away from Yi Tianyun. Of course, you dimwit. If that weren't the case, there is no way he would be able to kill old Ancestor Miguel. Another cultivator shouted annoyedly. Didn't you see the divine tool that he used earlier? It seems to be the same as our Heaven Devour divine treasure, right? Why does he have our divine treasure on him? Another said as they seemed to notice the divine tool that Yi Tianyun used to block Miguel's attack earlier. Heaven-devouring divine treasure should be on the hand of our old ancestor in Mortal World. We haven't been able to contact them in a while, as it was difficult to get to Mortal World from here, so that divine tool might just be stolen from them, another said unsurely. Several of the cultivators that weren't escaping from the scene leisurely analyzed Yi Tianyun, as they knew that Yi Tianyun had reached the limit of his judgment. They didn't think that Yi Tianyun could defy the tower's rule, as he would be kicked out and banned from entering the tower ever again. Of course, their thought aligned with Yi Tianyun's, as he had no plan to attack them illegally either. The power of the ancient Netherworld Divine King sure was strong. Unless he had breakthrough to Divine King stage, he wouldn't dare to break the rule of the tower. He glanced at everyone and sighed before walking towards the 8th layer city stairs. If he couldn't do anything in this place, then he didn't have to stick around for too long. He just wanted to kill the evil spirit race in this tower, so he must keep going. He could kill all of these evil spirit race that was swarming the tower all at once if he became the Tower Lord, and Yi Tianyun was planning to be one. Becoming the Tower Lord meant he could change the rule of the tower to his will. Once he did, he could even kick out as many people as he wanted without any repercussion. Adding it with his power to detect the evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun was sure that the evil spirit race would be exterminated from the tower once he became the Tower Lord. The moment Yi Tianyun stepped into the 8th layer city, he felt a terrifying aura come from above. The smell of blood that came from above was even more intense than the one from 7th layer city. Even so, the pressure he felt when he climbed the stairs to 8th layer city wasn't any different than walking up a normal flight of stairs at all. But it was so strange for Yi Tianyun, as he didn't see any blood on the entrance of 8th layer city. It looked so clean and beautiful. What awaited him at the 8th layer city was a beautiful garden without any corpse or blood stain at all. But sure enough, several murderous eyes were already observing him from close by. Yi Tianyun looked around and saw a large blood pool in the distance, and 2 powerful evil spirit race were soaked in them while looking in Yi Tianyun's direction. It seemed the thick smell of blood came from this blood pool. Yi Tianyun didn't even know just how much blood essence would this evil spirit race need to produce such a strong blood stench. Yi Tianyun could smell the blood essence of the Phoenix clan, and the blood essence of the dragon tribe mixed in with the smell of other blood essences from that pool. Yi Tianyun observed the two evil spirit race with appraisal eye and found that these two cultivators were at second layer Divine King stage and third layer Divine King stage respectively. Surely Migi was part of these groups, and since he was the weakest, he had to deal with the problem below. But why did these people choose to stay here instead of going out? Wouldn't they dominate the entire ghost world easily if they wanted to? Yi Tianyun was really curious about this and started wondering whether these people couldn't get out instead of wouldn't get out. It was one of the possibilities. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was a strong force to begin with. It may impede their freedom to go out of the tower and trap them here. In addition to the two of them, Yi Tianyun also saw several beauties standing on the side of the pool, wiping the two Divine King cultivators like a slave. But Yi Tianyun was a little bit confused as he noticed that the women serving them were human. Chapter 819. Chapter 819. In fact, there were a lot of cultivators here serving them. They were from various races, and it was obvious that these cultivators were slaves. It was clear that these cultivators opted to become slaves instead of dying at the evil spirit race's hands. Yi Tianyun didn't say much about this as everyone was free to choose their own fate. But if they chose to stand on the wrong side, Yi Tianyun wouldn't care about them anymore. These cultivators hadn't attained the 8th flame imprint just yet. In fact, some of them only had 1 flame imprint. It was clearly the privilege of serving an elder rank as they were allowed to come up here without much hassle. This place had a system that was closely similar to the palace on the Divine Nation, as anyone could come to the palace if the emperor desired it. It was certainly true for these elders' case. There was just no way for these cultivators to reach 8th layer city without having the appropriate flame imprint. Yi Tianyun looked around, but he didn't see any other evil spirit race around. But it was nothing strange as the cultivator had to kill a bunch of cultivators with the 7th layer imprint in order to come to 8th layer city. As the evil spirit race on 7th layer city didn't kill each other, the number of elder on 8th layer city remained fixed, which was the 3 divine kings. From the looks of it, there was no way for the evil spirit race to become an elder without a divine king cultivation base. Even if they had enough flame imprint to get up to 8th layer city, they wouldn't be acknowledged as an elder before they reached the divine king stage. Migi, that idiot, he was too negligent, and because of that, things become troublesome. Demon god Suo Te said with disdain. He didn't feel the slightest emotion by the death of one of his companions whatsoever. These evil spirit race cultivators might think that the weak didn't deserve any sympathy. If they are dead, then that was all they were worth. Heaven devouring divine treasure? That divine tool has a good ability. It seems that you came from the mortal world, meaning that you had killed the old guys from the mortal world. Demon god Swoga said with a smirk on his face. He was the strongest cultivator that Yi Tianyun has ever laid his eyes upon, being at the 3rd layer Divine King stage. Their combat power was basically off the chart, as Suote's combat power at 68 billion points even in such an unprepared state, 10 billion points higher than when Mige first appeared before Yi Tianyun. It seemed that the power gap became higher than 1 billion points even with only 1 level difference once a cultivator reached the Divine King stage. The same could be said with Suoge as his combat power was around 80 billion points. If he went with this logic, did that make a Divine King peak stage cultivator have more than 120 billion combat points? Yi Tianyun couldn't imagine just how much power that would be. It could be said that they could destroy heaven and earth itself with the power of their fists. But even so, it wasn't something that Yi Tianyun cared about right now, and so he started walking towards the blood pool without any fear in his heart, demanding respect from the slaved cultivator. That Migi is so useless. Hey boy, did you think you deserved to challenge us after killing Mige? Suoge said as he looked at Yi Tianyun indifferently. What if I do? Yi Tianyun said as he looked at them coldly. It seems that the 3 realms have gotten complacent. Do you really think you are invincible, boy? Suoge said as he stood up from the pool of blood. Did you have the ability to prove otherwise now? Did you think I didn't notice? The tower has trapped you here. The only thing you can do is consume the blood of ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant in order to earn the qualification to become the Tower Lord. Otherwise, you couldn't get out and would be forced to spend your life in captivity like a dog waiting to die. Yi Tianyun said scornfully. Now, I will tell you one thing. Even if you devour the ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline, you won't be able to get out of here. You will be trapped here your whole life. Your race is an idiot race that comes here hoping to cultivate faster, only to be trapped here like a dog in a cage. Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. This was the only rational reason why these evil spirit race didn't choose to go out of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. Otherwise, these people would have already dominated the 3 realms. The problem right now was that the evil spirit race didn't try to hide here in ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. They devoured any cultivator that caught their attention, and this was how they could cultivate faster than the evil spirit race on the outside world. Yi Tianyun didn't really understand how they first thought that entering ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was a good idea. The ancient Netherworld divine nation clearly gave them a bit of a fight, but in front of a divine king's power, ancient Netherworld divine nation doesn't stand a chance of winning. Yi Tianyun frowned for a bit as the people who knew about the existence of the evil spirit race inside the ancient Netherworld divine tower must have made a huge mistake in the past. They should have prevented people from entering so that the evil spirit race would starve, but instead, they kept feeding the evil spirit race bloodline resources by sending people to take back the tower. It seems that you know a lot, brat. Sometimes it is good to turn a blind eye to some things. Now I have to deal with you myself, Suojie said as his expression turned solemn as he looked at Yi Tianyun full of killing intent. I have no doubt that you can kill me. Since that was the case, why don't you challenge me to a duel, like your companion demon god Mijie did below? I will be very happy to indulge you, Yi Tianyun said mockingly. Yi Tianyun knew that two divine kings at once would be hard to deal with even for him, but if he only had to deal with one he was still confident in winning. Duel you? Why would I do that? Did you know that the greatest pleasure in punishing naive people like you is to let them die slowly? Suoge said as he waved his hand, then Suote immediately stood up. At the same time, both Divine King cultivators slapped their 8 arms together, and a ray of light quickly enveloped Yi Tianyun's body. Yi Tianyun tried to attack, but he was met with a powerful sealing barrier. Teleport, Yi Tianyun said faintly before he disappeared without a trace. The two Divine Kings then sat back down on their blood pond leisurely before looking at each other and laughed heartily. Let him know what it feels like to be sealed, Suojie said while laughing out loud. Chapter 820. Chapter 820. Yi Tianyun felt that he was teleported to some strange place. He wanted to escape, but decided not to, as he wanted to see where he was first. But as soon as he arrived, he felt a terrifying power from the sky and immediately pulled out his evil spirit divine sword to repel anything that came his way. Sure enough, Yi Tianyun made a good decision as the terrifying power blew out in front of him. This power was no less than a first-layer Divine King stage attack. It was too sudden, and it almost caused fatal damage to Yi Tianyun, but thankfully he reacted in time and kept the damage to a minimum. As he felt another attack was coming, Yi Tianyun swiftly threw his heaven-devouring divine treasure and hid himself inside its barrier. At the same time, another divine thunder hit the barrier. A crack was formed on the barrier, but thankfully it was able to withstand the attack. As the divine thunder couldn't attack Yi Tianyun, it lost its objective. Heaven-devouring divine treasure was really a convenient divine tool as it could deceive a divine sense. It was thanks to the fact that heaven-devouring divine treasure fooled the divine thunder that Yi Tianyun didn't receive any more damage. Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out the longevity necklace and began recovering his injuries. Yi Tianyun looked all around him and saw that the sky was full of dark clouds. Yi Tianyun knew that all of them was a divine thunder, ready to strike as soon as it detected an intruder. This area seems to be dedicated for the sake of eliminating the evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun said as he saw the big pit on the ground where he blocked the divine thunder earlier. No wonder those evil spirit race earlier was laughing as they thought it would be hilarious to see Yi Tianyun die because of his ancestors' legacy. Even though Yi Tianyun didn't have any relationship with ancient Netherworld Divine King, he was still one of the 3 original Divine King that protected the 3 realms. But still, Yi Tianyun continued to look around and finally saw a man in the corner that was fully covered by a divine rune, meditating with so many divine tools all around him. As he meditated, he constantly withstood the divine thunder that was directed at him. The man used a divine tool to block the divine thunder with minimum injuries. Even so, the injuries couldn't be completely avoided. Now Yi Tianyun realized why there were so many divine tools all around the man. It was because all of them were already on their limit after blocking the divine thunder for too many times. Is this man Fan Shuizhuan's father, the heavenly netherworld divine nation's holy king? Yi Tianyun wondered as he observed the man. He noticed that the man was covered in blood due to the injuries he sustained from blocking the divine thunder. Now, the man was holding a divine tool that would help him draw a divine rune to resist the divine thunder. Yi Tianyun wasn't sure if the man really was Fan Shuizhuan's father. After all, he never saw any cultivator that resembled Fan Shuizhuan on his way to 8th Layer City, but now the man was very likely to be Fan Shuizhuan's father as he was a human, not evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun quickly flew over towards the man and helped him by extending the heaven-devouring divine treasures barrier to protect him from the divine thunder. Even so, the heaven-devouring divine treasure consumed a lot of spiritual energy. If Yi Tianyun weren't careful, he wouldn't be able to hold heaven-devouring divine treasure for long. The longest Yi Tianyun would be able to maintain the barrier would be 10 days, 15 days at the most. The man noticed Yi Tianyun, but he was too weak to have a small talk, so he just remained silent as he tried to maintain his meditation. Yi Tianyun observed him closely, and the detailed data from Appraisal Eye immediately appeared in front of him. Fan Hongdae, St. King Peak Stage Cultivation Base, have the ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline. The fact that the man was Fan Shuizhuan's father and the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King wasn't necessary, as Yi Tianyun didn't have any intention to fight the man anyway. I'm not your enemy, Yi Tianyun said as he noticed the man was trying to free himself from the barrier. But as another divine thunder struck above the man and the barrier was protecting him from it, Fan Hongdae stopped resisting. "Now, hurry up and recover," Yi Tianyun said as he signaled Fan Hongdae to keep meditating. Fan Hongdae looked at Yi Tianyun for a second, then nodded his head as he kept on meditating to recover his body. It was very fortunate, as Fan Hongdae would be dead if Yi Tianyun were even slightly late to find him. Yi Tianyun didn't just leave Fan Hongdae to his own device, as he used the longevity set to help Fan Hongdae recover faster. Fan Hongdae's eyelids twitched as it seemed the man was enduring his pain, but he didn't open his eyes and continued to recover from his injuries. As time passed, Fan Hongdae opened his eyes as he has recovered a little bit from his injuries. "Thank you very much, friend. Because of your help, I managed to hold on for much longer. It seems you are also thrown here, to this heavenly thunder space," Fan Hongdae said gratefully. "I am sorry if I am a little bit nosy, but are you the heavenly netherworld divine nation's holy king?" Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. "Friend, where did you learn that information?" Fan Hongdae asked as he was startled by Yi Tianyun's word. He didn't deny the fact that he was the holy king, but it didn't really matter right now as they were trapped inside heavenly thunder space. If it weren't for Yi Tianyun, Fan Hongdae would have died. He just couldn't bring himself to think that Yi Tianyun would be an evil spirit race's minion that was tasked to information out of him, as it would be impossible to get out of this place. "I learned it from your daughter, Fan Shuizhuan. She asked me to find you, but I never expected that you would be trapped in here," Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Fan Hongdae. Chapter 821, My daughter? You have seen my daughter? Where is she now? Fan Hongdae said as he grabbed into Yi Tianyun desperately. He didn't think that Yi Tianyun would have met with his daughter before. But soon after, he realized that he came out too aggressive because it involved his daughter and apologized for it. "I am sorry for showing such an embarrassing side of me, but I don't know you. I sometimes went too when it came to my daughter. So, where have you met her before?" Fan Hongdae asked curiously. "It was here on ancient netherworld divine tower," Yi Tianyun replied honestly. "What? Why would she come here?" Fan Hongdae said as he was frustrated that his daughter went after him and came here. "What is going on? I already said to wait for my signal," Fan Hongdae said as he was frustrated with himself. "This place has been taken over by evil spirit race. It was a death trap. There was no way that his daughter would be safe, but it was all just on his own thought. She has waited too long for you. They thought that you've died, and that is why your daughter came here to look for you, as she doesn't believe that you were killed. Not only your daughter, but several of your elder also came here to raid the ancient netherworld divine tower off of the evil spirit race. They already occupied the first layer city, and up to fourth layer city has already been taken control by an allied phoenix race," Yi Tianyun said solemnly. "How do you know about all this? Did you talk to them?" Fan Hongdae asked curiously. Yi Tianyun then explained the gist of the situation to Fan Hongdae about what happened as Yi Tianyun reached the tower, and Fan Hongdae was surprised as so many things happened in the tower. What shocked Fan Hongdae the most was how Yi Tianyun had reached the 8th layer city while also killing one of the evil spirit race's divine kings in the process. "You are incredible, little brother Yi. You really reached 8th layer city in a short time," Fan Hongdae said surprisedly. "I used to be an elder here myself, but it took a long time for me to get there," Fan Hongdae said excitedly. "Lord Fan, why are you trapped here? Are you also forcefully teleported here like me? Did you not know of the way getting out of this place?" Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Fan Hongdae frowned a little as he didn't expect Yi Tianyun to ask such stuff. But it was true that staying in this place was no different than death. "No, when I become the city lord of the 5th layer city, the evil spirit race teleported me here. Because of my bloodline, they couldn't use judgment on me, so the only thing that they could do was to send me here. But as far as I know, there is no easy way out of here," Fan Hongdae said sadly. He felt helpless as the rule that the tower enforced was hard to change. He was sent here by the power of 2 elders, so he couldn't resist it. "So, there is a way to get out of here?" Yi Tianyun asked again. "Of course, the only way that I know is to tear the space of this place. I can't do it to save myself." At first, this place was meant to be a cage for those evil spirit race, but 2 powerful divine king cultivators on their side tore the space of this place and free everyone, Fan Hongdae said honestly. "When I realized that they had torn the space itself to escape, my mind was blown. That was a testament to how powerful they were, which was beyond our ancestors' imagination," Fan Hongdae said shamefully. "Indeed, they are strong. I never expected that they could tear the space inside ancient netherworld divine tower," Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised himself. But then again, the evil spirit race came from some unknown realm to begin with, bringing many powerful treasures and martial arts with them. Fortunately, after they came out of this space, they were restricted by the tower rules and couldn't kill everyone at the same time. But then again, we were forced to get out of the tower, or we will die slowly. The tower is our ancestors' legacy, and I am ashamed to say that we didn't use it to the best of its ability, Fan Hongdae said with his head down. "When they first came out of this place, didn't the tower suppress them?" Yi Tianyun asked curiously. "They were suppressed at first. Either they were thrown back to this place by the tower or struck by the divine thunder. But after they devoured some of our people, the tower stopped suppressing them, and they also had an item that could withstand the tower's divine thunder. In any case, they managed to hold on," Fan Hongdae said frustratedly. It's the bloodline. They devoured the ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline from your people. They fooled the tower by having the bloodline in their blood. The ancient Netherworld Divine Tower doesn't have any tool spirit to help identify the evil spirit race after all. Yeah, we realized that it was bloodline too, but we didn't know that it would make them so much more powerful. It's pointless to make a move now because of that. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower couldn't do anything to them, Fan Hongda said solemnly. It's fine. I will be the one that exterminate those pesky bloodsuckers. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. How would you do that? Fan Hongde said as he was confused as Yi Tianyun was still so young but already so powerful. That's not the issue right now. The only problem here is how we should control the entire ancient Netherworld Divine Tower after we get out of this place. If we can't do that, we'll have a hard time later. Yi Tianyun said honestly. The rules of the tower were absolute, so even if Yi Tianyun became an elder of the tower, he still had to follow the rules. The only way to decimate the entire evil spirit race on this tower was to become a tower lord. There is a way. They couldn't teleport anyone again as they just teleported you in here. After we get out, you should take me to the 8th layer city and I will take the Tower Lord assessment. If I pass the test, I will become Tower Lord immediately and remove them from the tower, Fan Hongde said confidently. Yi Tianyun smiled as he saw that method was doable. But have you already reached the Elder rank? Yi Tianyun asked as he noticed that Fan Hongde didn't have the 8th flame imprint on his arm. It's fine. As long as I release my stored flame, I will reach the 8th flame imprint immediately, Fan Hongde said as he waved his hand and a flame imprint appeared on his forehead, showing the sign of the 8th flame imprint. This way of storing the flame imprint was unexpected by Yi Tianyun, but surely the master of the flame imprint would be able to do such a thing. Chapter 822, Yi Tianyun saw Fan Hongde had the 8th flame imprint, meaning that he was qualified as the elder of the tower. It was obvious that Fan Hongde was planning to quietly get to 8th layer city and take the Tower Lord trial without anyone noticing. This way, both of us are qualified as elders. Now can we throw them here with our current status? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. We can do that as long as there are 2 of us. We can forcefully send one of them here. We may not be able to kill them, but trapping them here should be no problem. Fan Hongde said excitedly. Great, let one of them rot in this place and kill the other one, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. But how do we get out of this place now? Fan Hongde curiously asked as he didn't know anything about Yi Tianyun's ability. It's simple, Yi Tianyun said as he grabbed Fan Hongde's shoulder and both of them disappeared from the spot. At the same time, in 8th layer city, demon god Suo Te was still in the blood pond, eating the meat of a strong cultivator that they killed earlier. There was no doubt that every cultivator other than evil spirit race was considered food by this evil spirit race. Did you know what happened to that brat earlier? Did he get killed by the divine thunder? Demon god Suoge said as he also ate beside Suote. It doesn't matter. Even if he's still alive now, he won't have the means to escape that place. Sure, heaven-devouring divine treasure is a strong divine tool, but still, it wouldn't help him escape from that place. Demon god Suote said as he shook his head. But it's sad, you know. We originally came here to dominate the 3 realms, but now we are stuck here like rats, Suote said annoyedly. What else could we do? If we carelessly make a move, we would be detected, and they will corner us back in here anyway. It's helpless. But rest assured, after we took control of this ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, we will be able to go out easily, Suoje said confidently. It was a bit frustrating that we have to send those weak cultivators out to pave the way for us, but it was even more frustrating to know that those cultivators failed and killed so easily. Such a waste of resources and energy, Suote said annoyedly. Well, we underestimated the power behind the 3 realms. But still, it's just a matter of time now. I can already feel Ancestor Suo-Air's power. He will be out soon, and everything will be over, Suo-Jae said excitedly. Thinking about Ancestor Suo-Air, he will definitely laugh at us after he knows that we can't dominate the 3 realms all this time. But I believe that Evil Spirit Star will continue to send reinforcements here to help us, Suoge added. Still, I stand for my opinion. We underestimated the 3 realms too much, Suote said helplessly. They didn't expect the 3 realms would hinder their movement that much, and they end up suffering a huge loss as a result. Both of them kept chatting while eating. They need not bother to cultivate their technique as evil spirit race cultivation only required them to eat strong cultivators' flesh and blood. The evil spirit race continued to absorb the power of the cultivator they ate into their own body, enhancing their power slowly. Long time no see, you two. It seems you both are having a good time. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before the evil spirit divine kings. They both were so shocked by the sudden arrival of these unexpected figures that they jumped off of the blood pond immediately. How did both of you come out of that place? Suote said as he was surprised that both the young man and the old elder of the tower came out of the divine thunder area. But they immediately calmed themselves as they didn't have to panic here. Still, it was really surprising that both of them didn't receive any injuries from the divine thunder. Nothing is impossible here. Now we will send you there to experience the same thing we did, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at Fan Hongde, and they immediately locked their finger, forming a seal. As soon as they did so, the 8th flame imprint on their arms began to glow, and a column of light immediately covered Demon God Swoge. Demon God Swoge had the strongest cultivation base here, so it made sense to isolate him away first. Even if he could withstand the Divine Thunder area, at least they had a chance of winning against Swote. How did you earn that 8th flame imprint? This is ridiculous, Swoje shouted, but it was useless as he was teleported away from 8th Layer City. He was teleported to Divine Thunder area, and so he also went through what Fan Hongdae was experiencing so far. How did you two come out of that place? Swote asked confusedly, but he knew that he couldn't do anything about it right now. He couldn't attack these two as he could be sanctioned by the tower. Although he wouldn't die even if he tried to attack them forcefully, it wasn't worth the trouble. Yi Tianyun and Fan Hongdae shrugged and ignored Swote as they rushed towards the Tower Lord altar. Swote immediately realized what these two were up to and tried to stop them, but it was useless as the area was too spacious and Fan Hongdae couldn't attack to stop them. Idiot, how do you plan to stop any of us if you can't attack? Yi Tianyun taunted as he ran along with Swote. Swote didn't say anything as he was trying to keep his composure, but he really didn't have any way to stop both of them from reaching the Tower Lord altar. The altar itself was a very simple altar as it was used to teleport anyone that wanted to take on the Tower Lord test. Upon entering the Tower Lord altar, Fan Hongdae immediately shouted, "I want to take on the Tower Lord assessment," he said loudly. Then he suddenly disappeared, teleported somewhere else by the Tower Lord altar. Swote frowned and rushed towards the altar himself. "I want to challenge the Tower Lord assessment," Swote shouted, and he too disappeared, teleported away by the Tower Lord altar. The ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline that ran in his blood was quite dominating as he already consumed countless ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendants. Yi Tianyun considered his option for a moment and walked towards the altar, and then shouted, "I too want to take on the Tower Lord assessment," he said confidently. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and Yi Tianyun too was also teleported by the Tower Lord altar. Chapter 823. Chapter 823. Fan Hongdae took a breather as he came out of the teleporter. The place that he was in now looked familiar as he had already been here before, but he didn't have the chance to come back in a long time. Swote also arrived at the same place a second later. "How dare you step foot into this place to take the Tower Lord assessment? As if I'll just let it slide," Swote said angrily. The Tower Lord assessment had a series of tests that the participant had to clear, but if they did clear it all, in the end, it would come down to the cultivation base of the participant, meaning that Fan Hongdae would definitely lose. "Well, do your worst." "I sure hope you can clear the last test," Fan Hongdae said as he kept his calm in front of Swote. The Tower Lord assessment had a series of tests that the participant had to take. Even if there were only one participant left, the test wouldn't stop. Clearly, as long as there were no Tower Lord in the tower, the participant that failed the test could still try again if they still had the confidence to take it. That was why Fan Hongdae didn't show any fear even though Demon God Swote was in front of him. But as they wanted to press onward, a flash of light appeared behind them. "Suo-jae, is that you?" Swote asked, as he didn't expect anyone else to follow them here. Meanwhile, Fan Hongdae was pale because if it really were the other evil spirit race Divine King, then he was screwed. He started to wonder how could the evil spirit race escape from the Divine Thunder area so quickly. Although Yi Tianyun did get out of Divine Thunder area so quickly earlier, it was all due to his skill. But as a figure came out of the light, Fan Hongdae was surprised while Swote was angered. "You again," Swote said as he saw Yi Tianyun walking out of the light. In fact, Yi Tianyun was also surprised as he didn't expect that he would be able to participate in the ancient Netherworld Tower Lord's assessment. "It is me. Glad to see me?" Yi Tianyun grinned as he was satisfied by this outcome. "How could you come here? What have you done?" Swote asked angrily. The condition to enter the assessment area was straightforward, and that was to have ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline and 8th Flame imprint. Yi Tianyun surely already got the 8th Flame imprint, but what about the ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline? "What is it to you?" Yi Tianyun casually said as he didn't feel like explaining himself to the enemy. "Great, now I have to clean you both up at the same time. It would be faster this way," Swote coldly said as he was extremely annoyed by Yi Tianyun's nonchalant attitude. "Sure, if you can do it, then it would be amazing," Yi Tianyun said casually. He didn't really care about Swote as his cultivation had already reached Saint King Peak stage. Combined with his other power multiplier, Yi Tianyun would be able to kill Swote without even trying hard, but Fan Hongdae was still curious about how Yi Tianyun managed to enter. He knew that Yi Tianyun didn't want to let the enemy know his ability, so Fan Hongdae tried to communicate with Yi Tianyun via sound transmission. "How did you do it? Did you also have the Ancestor's bloodline?" Fan Hongdae asked. "I do have the Ancestor Divine King's bloodline in me, but it wasn't Ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline. I have Sealing Heaven Divine King's bloodline in me." Maybe Sealing Heaven Divine King also made it so that his descendants were allowed to take the Tower Lord assessment when he created the tower with Ancient Netherworld Divine King. Yi Tianyun answered honestly. The only reason that Yi Tianyun could think of right now was not very credible, but it might be the truth too, as he didn't know what the Divine Kings were thinking about in the past. I didn't expect you to be the descendant of Sealing Heaven Divine King, but I believe that's a plausible reason. Fan Hongdae nodded his head as he didn't pry further regarding Yi Tianyun's background, but nevertheless, Fan Hongdae began to tell the story about the past that he knew of to Yi Tianyun. They walked side by side without saying anything on the surface, as they didn't want Suo Te to know about the content of their conversation. Instead, they kept using the sound transmission the whole time. However, Suo Te smirked as he knew what the two of them were doing, but he couldn't stop it, nor could he eavesdrop on their conversation. Nevertheless, Suo Te was racking his brain to find a way to conquer the Tower Lord assessment. There was just no way to clear the Tower Lord assessment. If it weren't unclearable, the Tower Lord position would have belonged to the evil spirit race from a long time ago. Hurry up and stop using sound transmission, Suo Te said annoyedly. If you want to take the test, why don't you challenge me for it? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Brat, make sure you survive till the end. I will make you feel the pain that you never knew before, Suo Te said as he clenched his teeth in anger. Don't worry, you're going to eat those words soon, Yi Tianyun said as he ignored Suo Te after that. He kept walking forward as he looked around him since the only thing he could see right now was a long corridor with a smooth wall and floor. It seemed to be a normal place, but as he took a step forward, a ripple of spiritual energy could be felt all around him. As Yi Tianyun kept going, his surrounding area started to change to an endless desert. He tried to look around, but he couldn't see Fan Hongdae and Suo Te any longer. This is not an illusion, Yi Tianyun said as he felt the sand on his feet. The temperature of this place also resembled that of a desert. It was obvious that the place wasn't an illusion, but a really small and separated world. Fan Hongdae already explained earlier that this place was called Psychedelic Corridor. Those who wished to become the next Tower Lord had to advance forward while going through 5 different worlds. Only after going through all 5 worlds would the corridor come to an end. Right now, Fan Hongdae and Suo Te were also experiencing the same thing in a different world, and they wouldn't be able to meet each other anytime soon. Chapter 824. Chapter 824. This place is ridiculous. I can't seem to find the right direction whatsoever, Yi Tianyun said as he walked around aimlessly. All he saw was sand wherever he went, and there was no noticeable sign whatsoever that he could see. He kept pressing onward, but after a while, he felt energy pulling his feet and trying to drag him down to the sand. Yi Tianyun immediately jumped and got away from the force immediately. Although he knew that the assessment wouldn't kill its participant, it would be such a shame if Yi Tianyun was eliminated shortly after entering. After all, one could only enter the assessment once a year, so as Yi Tianyun realized that he couldn't just leisurely walk on the dangerous sand, he began to leap crazily high at high speed. The tower prevented flying, but it didn't say anything about leaping. Sure enough, the sand began to move and tried to capture him as he leaped forward, but it wasn't a problem for Yi Tianyun at all. I am sure the exit is right ahead, Yi Tianyun said as he remembered the information that Fan Hongdae shared earlier. The assessment was ever-changing, and so it wouldn't create something that the participant couldn't escape, but in turn, the test would be something that would test the participant's innate talent. But for Yi Tianyun, he had a cheat ability that could make everything so much easier, and that was the appraisal eye. He could see the exit as long as it was within his range of vision, and as he leaped forward effortlessly, he finally saw the exit with appraisal eye ability. The exit at last, Yi Tianyun said as he finally returned to the long winding corridor. This is interesting. I am sure that I already traveled quite far back then, but it turns out I only traveled several meters, Yi Tianyun said as he observed the corridor some more. It was clear now that the place wasn't only for evaluating the next Tower Lord, but also a place to hold off any intruders and outsiders who forcefully attacked the tower. When he was about to walk forward, Fan Hongdae suddenly appeared on the side. Yi Tianyun was surprised, but Fan Hongdae was even more surprised as he never expected any outsider to finish the first world. Have you been here before? Fan Hongdae asked curiously. What surprised Fan Hongdae the most was that Yi Tianyun passed the first test on his first time taking the Tower Lord's assessment. It is a little bit difficult to pass, but it wasn't really that hard. Yi Tianyun smiled at Fan Hongdae. Fan Hongdae, in turn, just silently gazed upon Yi Tianyun as if he was some sort of freak. But as they busily chatted with each other, demon god Suo Te finally appeared. As Fan Hongdae and Yi Tianyun saw that Suo Te showed up, they just snorted and moved forward, ignoring Suo Te altogether. But Suo Te was actually shocked as he didn't expect Fan Hongdae and the brat finished faster than him. It was humiliating for him as he was the one that had the strongest cultivation base among them. Let's go, Yi Tianyun said to Fan Hongdae as he kept going, with Fan Hongdae following close behind. After a few steps, both of them disappeared as they entered another world. For Yi Tianyun, he was instantly submerged as he was in the water world right now, a place that was only surrounded by the sea. This environment was harsh as he was just from the desert world before. Yi Tianyun sighed and started to swim forward, but not too long after he swam, a pulling force that he encountered earlier on Desert World was here too. Yi Tianyun grumbled and shot an energy blast backward, propelling him forward extremely fast. The pulling force in the sea couldn't pull Yi Tianyun strong enough as the force Yi Tianyun exerted to propel himself forward was far stronger. This way, Yi Tianyun quickly reached the exit and escaped the water world without a hitch. He arrived back at the corridor. Again, Yi Tianyun looked around and noticed that he was indeed just around 10 meters from his previous spot on the corridor before he was transported to the water world. He didn't hesitate this time and quickly stepped into another world. The next world was weird, as Yi Tianyun was immediately welcomed by sharp edges everywhere he could see. The edges were all made of metal, and some swords even flew towards Yi Tianyun, clearly trying to stab or slash him to pieces. Yi Tianyun pushed through with all his might and reached the exit once again. He now understood the fundamental aspect of these worlds that was used as a test. It followed the 5 elements, that was fire, water, earth, wood, and metal. It was the information that he got now, as he remembered that Fan Hongdae said that it would be 5 worlds. The test seemed to be about the ability of the participant to resist the 5 element or overcome it with their ability. But for Yi Tianyun, it wasn't difficult at all. He just pushed through the worlds like it was nothing. All he needed was sufficient speed to reach the exit without minding the world's element. He then pressed onward and entered another world. This time, he entered the fire world, just as he expected. The only world left after this was Wood World. He breezed through the fire world in no time and entered the Wood World after. He stepped into the Wood World and noticed that the world was a spacious hall. There was a huge wall in front of him, and it was very smooth too. Other than that, there wasn't any other entrance or anything inside the world. Yi Tianyun didn't know where to go. Even the entrance he used to get here was no longer there. What test is this supposed to be? Yi Tianyun said to himself as he started walking. Fan Hongdae didn't explain any of the worlds specifically, as it seemed Fan Hongdae never really cleared the entire 5 world before. Yi Tianyun approached the huge wall, and he suddenly shone in bright light. It looked like the barrier that materialized during the duel on Layered City. Yi Tianyun frowned as he was confused to see that there was no opponent here. So, did he have to find his opponent first? But as Yi Tianyun was contemplating what to do next, a voice came from behind. "You, how did you get here so fast?" Fan Hongdae asked as he appeared on the Wood World. Clearly, Fan Hongdae thought that he was the first one to arrive here, so he was surprised to see Yi Tianyun was already waiting there. "I just keep going forward." Yi Tianyun frowned as he didn't remember doing anything special. Chapter 825. Chapter 825. Yi Tianyun saw Fan Hongdae's shocked expression, but he didn't do anything about it. Instead, Yi Tianyun observed his surroundings but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. There was a weapon rack on the side, but there was no exceptional weapon there. In fact, there was nothing but some weak-looking weapons. "What is this?" Yi Tianyun said in confusion as he checked the weapons one by one. "You idiot! You got here so quickly, but you don't seem to know what test it would be. If you didn't use those weapons, you can't break the wall," Suote said as he appeared and saw that Yi Tianyun tried to ignore the weak weapons on the rack. "Do I really have to pick a weapon to keep going? Do I have to destroy the wall with those weak copper and iron weapon? What is the rule here?" Yi Tianyun asked curiously. "Little brother Yi, the main task of this test is to use those weapons to smash through the wall. But you are absolutely forbidden to break any of those weapons. If you break it, you would be immediately disqualified," Fan Hongdae said with a small smile on his face. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as he understood what he had to do now. "Stupid human. Did you think those weapons are merely for display? Such a naive thought," Suote said while laughing hard at Yi Tianyun. "Do I really need to use those weapons to break the wall? Can I just use my fist instead?" Yi Tianyun asked Fan Hongdae indifferently. Both Fan Hongdae and Suote were startled by Yi Tianyun's words as they didn't expect Yi Tianyun would ask such a thing. "You are a true idiot. If we can just use our fist, why would the tower go through all the trouble to provide us with those weapons?" Suote said while still laughing at Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun had enough of Suote's attitude and immediately punched the wall, resulting in an explosion and sudden tremor that could be felt by Suote and Fan Hongdae. The wall that Yi Tianyun punched crumbled, exposing an entrance behind it. At the same time, Fan Hongdae and Suote felt awkward as they didn't know what to say. They didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be able to destroy the wall with just his fist, as they always thought that the weak-looking weapons were necessary to smash the wall. They thought that Yi Tianyun would be disqualified now, but complete to their surprise, a light shrouded the area around Yi Tianyun before a faint flame's imprint appeared on his forehead, indicating that he had passed the test. For Yi Tianyun himself, he felt a surge of power inside his body, like he had inherited power from the tower. At this moment, he felt a certain connection to ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. "I am sorry, it looks like those weapons were indeed a mere decoration. You used the weapon to break the wall, and if you don't break the weapon before you break the wall, you will pass the test. Doesn't it seem too dodgy for you, stupid evil spirit race?" Yi Tianyun said while smirking down to Suote. Suote remained silent, but it was clear that he was trying to contain his anger. Clearly, Suote didn't expect Yi Tianyun to succeed, let alone gain a strange power from the tower. He had never heard something like this before. Such thing was allowed? Fan Hongdae said as he felt dumbfounded by what Yi Tianyun did. It seemed ancient Netherworld Divine King really put some thought into these assessments. It seemed like the ancient Netherworld Divine King was trying to find someone who would break the rules he created. Fan Hongdae realized that to become a good Tower Lord, one couldn't be too rigid and must adapt to the situation given. It seemed ancient Netherworld Divine King wanted the Tower Lord to be capable of adapting to any problem. This seemed to be a correct way to think about the test that ancient Netherworld Divine King has made for his descendants. Demon God Suote was still shocked as he was convinced that he had to use the weapon to clear the test. It was a huge shock as he learned that the weapon was a mere decoration. "I will go on ahead," Yi Tianyun said as he walked inside the path that he created and quickly disappeared from Fan Hongdae and Suote's sight. But even so, the wall was still destroyed. It didn't regenerate or reset whatsoever. Fan Hongdae thought about it for a moment and walked towards the path that Yi Tianyun had created. Once he saw that the path was still there, he immediately chased after Yi Tianyun. Suote didn't wait around and followed Fan Hongdae right after. Soon, they both caught up with Yi Tianyun as he was just walking along the path. "Little brother Yi, your way of thinking is truly amazing," Fan Hongdae said sincerely. "No, it's just out of luck, really," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. "Sure, it was just some rotten luck. I sure hope you can be as lucky until the end, brat. I will end it soon enough," Suote said with a smirk on his face. Yi Tianyun looked at Suote disinterestedly and ignored him after. It was such a pain to pay attention to someone like him, so Yi Tianyun didn't bother with him and kept walking with Fan Hongdae at his side. Suote was annoyed as he was ignored once again, but soon enough, he would be excited again as he knew that the test would resolve into fighting soon enough. As they continued to walk along the path, they immediately reached a Hall of the Mirror. What test is it now? Or is it to look for a handsome people? If that was the case, I guess you would be eliminated immediately, right, trash? Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face towards Suote. "How dare you mock me, human? You are the ugly one, human. You are even more disgusting than garbage," Suote said angrily. He just couldn't keep his calm whenever Yi Tianyun mocked him. Chapter 826. Chapter 826. Suote was insulted while Fan Hongdae just chuckled lightly. He thought that Yi Tianyun was really bold enough to insult a divine king. Then again, Yi Tianyun didn't really care. He threw the insult right at Suote's face like flowing water. He knew that Suote wouldn't be able to keep his composure for long and eventually burst into a rage. Being a divine king, Suote had it worse as he thought he would be a lot stronger than Yi Tianyun. Although Yi Tianyun was an exceptional existence that could rival a divine king like Suote, he didn't get his power through a cheap method like Suote. Our ancient netherworld divine king is the expert of the three realms. Surely he was so much different and clearly more powerful than trash like you. Yi Tianyun insulted Suote once more. "You want proof of my power? Here, I'll show you see." Demon God Suote said as he rushed forward and punched the mirror with a powerful punch. The attack bounced towards him, but it didn't give him any damage whatsoever. It was thanks to his powerful physique that he could neutralize a powerful attack like that without breaking a sweat. "What? Do you want to say that you are so weak that you can't break this mirror on your own?" Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Clearly, Suote was startled by Yi Tianyun's constant insult. "It seems you want to try your luck to break the rules as I did earlier by breaking the mirror. Like I said earlier, I was lucky enough that what I did was the correct course of action, but it seems you don't have any luck at all," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Suote's face was white with shame. As Yi Tianyun said, he really wanted to break the rules and got rewarded like Yi Tianyun earlier, but he failed. "Sure, you are lucky, but I sure hope that your luck will keep you off from fighting me later because it would be the end of your luck by then," Suote said coldly. He then walked forward and touched one of the mirrors and suddenly disappeared, like he was teleported away. "Let's go. This next test is supposed to be the simplest one, which is to fight against yourself," Fan Hongdae said as he calmly reached towards one of the mirrors and disappeared as Suote did earlier. Yi Tianyun also did the same thing and disappeared into a new area. After entering the new area, Yi Tianyun realized that the place was very peculiar, especially since it was all mirror in front of him. "Have you ever fought yourself in the past?" A voice was suddenly heard from the mirror, and suddenly, the 8 mirrors that made up the wall burst into light, and 4 of Yi Tianyun's image in the mirror raised their fist. Yi Tianyun looked at his images with his appraisal eye and realized that each of them had the same cultivation base as him. Yi Tianyun was already excited to have a chance to fight himself, but 4 of him at the same time? The Tower Lord's assessment sure wasn't easy. Fighting against 4 of him in the same condition would be troubling. But Yi Tianyun started to look around at each of his images and immediately noticed something important. He noticed that the image was merely an image. They couldn't copy Yi Tianyun's martial arts, let alone his weapons. Instead, they used the ancient Netherworld Divine King's martial arts. Yi Tianyun sighed as he was excited to finally be able to fight against himself, but he had to be disappointed that the image was just a bunch of trash. "Get out of my sight," Yi Tianyun said as he started kicking the image of himself that came towards him. As Yi Tianyun kicked them towards the mirror, they shattered into dust and disappeared without a trace. Ding. Successfully killed mirror image. Reward, 3200 XP, 500 CPs. Ding. Successfully killed mirror image. Reward. Yi Tianyun sighed once again as he never thought that the amount of XP that he got would be this bad. These fakes were all at Saint King Peak stage level, but they didn't give the same amount of XP. It was similar to the weak demon beast that he killed in the past to cultivate his crazy leveling system. After killing the 4 mirror images that came his way, another wave of enemies came once more. Again? What the hell is this test? Yi Tianyun said as he kicked the new images that came towards him. The amount of XP that he got from this mirror image was the same as the previous one, and it really annoyed Yi Tianyun as this wasn't even worth his time. Why did they only give such a low reward? Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. The mirror images kept coming, but the quality hasn't changed at all. Yi Tianyun could easily destroy each image with a single kick. But after half an hour, the mirror image stopped spawning, but instead, a ray of light shrouded Yi Tianyun and left a mark on his forehead. Yi Tianyun was really confused as he didn't even know what the test was all about, and he just did what he thought was right as he couldn't make anything out of this place. He got out of the mirror dimension with so many questions, and Fan Hongdae followed not long after. Yi Tianyun looked at Fan Hongdae's forehead, but he didn't see the flame imprint that he got from the mirror dimension earlier. Suote also came soon after, and Yi Tianyun noticed that he didn't have the flame imprint either. Little brother Yi, did you get a new flame imprint? Fan Hongdae was surprised as he saw the flame on Yi Tianyun's forehead. You didn't get one? Yi Tianyun asked confusedly. No, but it is fine, Fan Hongdae said as he shook his head and sighed. Why would that be? Did you not beat up your opponent? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, I only managed to fend off 2 waves, Fan Hongdae said as he shook his head again. What? 2 waves? Is this flame imprint related to how many waves we defeat? Yi Tianyun wondered loudly. With that said, how many waves did you beat, little brother Yi? Fan Hongdae asked curiously. It's around 5 or 6, I think. I lost count in the middle of the fight. Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. Suote, that was eavesdropping on their conversation, didn't say anything regarding Yi Tianyun's achievement as he was too startled by it. Chapter 827, Chapter 827. It was obvious that one had to take a lot of tests to get the Tower Lord Flame imprint, so defeating their own self multiple times didn't really come as a surprise. It was surprisingly taxing for someone like Fan Hongdae and Suote for defeating themselves, not to mention hordes of them, but for Yi Tianyun he found it surprisingly easy. Even Suote, that was already a divine king, couldn't obtain the flame imprint himself. It was fine to say that one shouldn't underestimate the assessment given by the 3 divine kings of the past. It was unfortunate for Suote too, as the tower shouldn't be able to create his mirror image if he had a slightly higher cultivation level on his divine king stage. But it was reassuring to know that a divine king couldn't waltz through the assessment easily. The 3 of them kept going. After entering the next corridor, the surroundings changed and the place was immediately covered by heavenly yin fire. Be careful not to fall down there. You will be burned to cinders by those heavenly yin fire, Fan Hongdae said as he reminded Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun was a little bit confused as the corridor was wide, so it shouldn't be possible to fall into the heavenly yin fire. How stupid a person can be if they easily fall to such a place, Suote said coldly on the side. Fan Hongdae frowned as he didn't refute Suote's word. Although it seemed like Fan Hongdae was about to say something back, he refrained from doing so. Yi Tianyun looked around and remembered something that he hadn't thought about in a long time. He quickly opened his Crazy Points shop and bought the Bad Luck Divine Pill. Yi Tianyun swiftly flicked the Bad Luck Divine Pill towards Suote, and it landed on his pocket undetected. Suote immediately felt something was off, but as he looked over to Yi Tianyun and then back at Fan Hongdae, he didn't see anything suspicious. But certainly Yi Tianyun was still smirking at Suote. Suote looked at Yi Tianyun suspiciously, but it was impossible to know what the young boy planned to do. He couldn't use violence to make the young boy spill out what he had done, as it would be the same as violating the tower's rules right now. Bad Luck Divine Pill activate, Yi Tianyun said while smirking excitedly. Bad Luck Divine Pill activated for 5 minutes. Suote kept walking without a clue of what Yi Tianyun had done, but suddenly heavenly yin fire burst out from the wall and coiled Suote's foot. His feet were immediately frozen, and the heavenly yin fire spread throughout his body. Obviously, Suote was frightened, so he immediately released his power and shattered the ice on his feet before running away from the heavenly yin fire. But as Suote was running away from the heavenly yin fire, he slipped and rolled towards another side of the wall, where heavenly yin fire raged on. Fan Hongdae was stunned by the sight in front of him. He has been here many times before, but never experienced something like this. Heavenly yin fire on the wall never attacked anybody. The main purpose of the heavenly yin fire itself was supposed to be the tower's energy, so as long as heavenly yin fire raged on, the tower would be sufficient on its own. So, Fan Hongdae was surprisingly confused as no one attacked Suote, but he rolled towards the heavenly yin fire on his own. Fan Hongdae looked closely at the floor where Suote slipped earlier and found that the floor was frozen. It seemed some of the heavenly yin fire that burned Suote actually spread to the floor and froze it, causing Fan Hongdae to slip. Demon god Suote has fallen to the heavenly yin fire pit and burned by heavenly yin fire. The heavenly yin fire froze him constantly so that he couldn't easily escape. But Suote was a divine king cultivator. He couldn't allow himself to be frozen to death that easily here, so he forced his way out of the pit by climbing the ledge. His body was severely frozen as he finally reached the top and got away from heavenly yin fire. Even if he is a divine king cultivator, he couldn't just brush off the damage caused by the heavenly yin fire. Wow, someone said that only a fool will fall to that pit. With that said, are you a fool? Yi Tianyun laughed out loud. You damned human! How dare you mock me? Demon God Suote said as he stood up and looked at Yi Tianyun coldly. Aren't you the one that stated that fact? Why are you mad at me now? Yi Tianyun said while snickering annoyingly. Fan Hongdae walked towards Yi Tianyun's side and smiled at the embarrassing thing that happened to Suote, but he hoped for a second that Suote would die in that pit earlier. They kept walking, but it wasn't very smooth as Suote kept slipping and eventually slowed him down as he kept getting frozen by heavenly yin fire. What is happening right now? Why do you keep slipping and falling like an idiot? Fan Hongdae said annoyedly. His luck has run out. Now all he has is bad luck, Yi Tianyun said while laughing contently. Fan Hongdae just sighed as there was no more explanation other than a stroke of bad luck. Yi Tianyun and Fan Hongdae just ignored Suote and kept walking forward. They finally reached an aisle with a stone tablet in the middle of it. 2 words were engraved on the tablet. It says, "My heart." What is the meaning of this? This assessment is too confusing sometimes, Yi Tianyun said while wondering what the word could have meant. Is this test about our intelligence? Yi Tianyun wondered. Yes, this test is about comprehension. The one that comprehended the truth about this tower could pass this test, Fan Hongdae said as he nodded to Yi Tianyun. Now Yi Tianyun understood what ancient Netherworld Divine King was trying to do. He wanted to test his descendants, and only the one that could pass all aspects of his test could succeed him and become the Tower Lord. An inheritor of the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower must have a good innate ability, strength, and intelligence. Yi Tianyun immediately meditated while touching the stone tablet to comprehend the tower. Fan Hongdae followed suit while Suote finally freed himself from heavenly yin fire's corridor, unable to hide his embarrassment anymore. He came over to the stone tablet and touched it before meditating himself. Chapter 828. Chapter 828. Suote meditated like the rest. He wasn't just some lazy cultivator, so it went without saying that he knew how to meditate and comprehend at the same time. You have to comprehend the stone tablet until it emitted a warm blue light. If you can't attain this level, then you will fail. The time is limited. That flame over there is the timer here. If it's extinguished, then your time is up. According to the past experience, the time was up to 3 days. You have a disadvantage of being a newcomer, but I believe you will be able to push through, Fan Hongdae said with a smile on his face as he patted Yi Tianyun's shoulder. Sure enough, Suote's stone tablet immediately reacted, and a faint blue light appeared, meaning that he already understood what to do with this test. It seemed Suote came here as often as he could. Fan Hongdae was upset by Suote's progress, as this place was supposed to be theirs, but there was nothing he could do now. Don't look at me like that. Our evil spirit race is too good with this comprehension stuff. There was a saying in our race that comprehension was a trash way of cultivation. Just take new martial arts and it would be better, Suote said tauntingly. Did you ever see us using your martial arts? Although we can learn in, we wouldn't use it as it was much worse than the one we already had, Suote said indifferently. His word wasn't a lie, but it was truly a bane in the martial arts world's existence. Yi Tianyun had their martial arts as he had already killed so many of the evil spirit race before. He knew that their martial arts were powerful, but it wasn't exactly the best either. This comprehension doesn't matter. If you have the ability to pass this test, then why don't you? Why didn't you become the next Tower Lord already? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He also pointed his finger to the flame imprint on his forehead. It was the fact that Yi Tianyun was able to prove that he was much better than Suote. Demon God Suote immediately frowned as he wanted to brag at first, but got completely shut down by Yi Tianyun. He just said a big word that he couldn't chew. It was a fact that even if they thought that the comprehension was a trash cultivation method, they couldn't even prove that they were stronger by taking the Tower Lord status for themselves. You don't even know this place has any flame imprint at all. Stop bragging about your flame imprint so much, boy. I can comprehend this stone tablet no problem, but there is no flame imprint here, Suote said coldly. Fan Hongdae just remained silent as he couldn't refute what Suote had said. He had already tried to comprehend this stone tablet so many times, but he couldn't get the flame imprint himself. Well, I don't think so, Yi Tianyun said as he continued to meditate. He already felt the flame imprint on his forehead, and he could feel the same thing from the stone tablet, meaning the stone tablet did contain another flame imprint in them. As Yi Tianyun kept meditating, the stone tablet in front of him suddenly burst into dazzling light. The entire stone tablet began to shake, and the blue light immediately enveloped the entire stone tablet. Fan Hongdae and Suote were shocked by this turn of events. They saw that Yi Tianyun was doing the exact same thing that they had done earlier, but why did Yi Tianyun's stone tablet react differently? This was the first time they ever saw this situation in front of him, but it wasn't over just yet. The stone tablet that was covered in blue light gradually changed to a darker shade of blue and eventually turned purple. Fan Hongdae and Suote were surprised one more time as they never saw this shade of color on the stone tablet before. At the same time Yi Tianyun's stone tablet turned purple, the entire place began to shake. In fact, the entire ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was shaking. The cultivator on the layered city below certainly felt it too. They were scared and confused as this had never happened before. They began to look at the sky as they felt that the vibration was coming from the top, but then again, they couldn't see anything in the sky. This situation really confused everyone on the tower as it was unprecedented and uncalled before. No one knew that the situation that happened to the tower right now was caused by Yi Tianyun. His comprehension caused the stone tablet to vibrate, causing the entire ancient netherworld divine tower to vibrate along with it. Fan Hongdae and Suotei's comprehension couldn't hold a candle to Yi Tianyun's. That was not all, as the purple light on Yi Tianyun's stone tablet began to glow even brighter, and a strong oppressing pressure could be felt in the air. Finally, Yi Tianyun's eyes suddenly opened, and a cold light was emitted from his eyes as he floated in the air. "My heart has found the way," Yi Tianyun said coldly. The 4 words, "My heart is the way," kept rotating in the air as it was printed on the stone tablet. Fan Hongdae and Suotei were stunned upon the sight in front of them. They didn't understand what was going on here, but they didn't have to wait for long as Yi Tianyun slowly descended to the ground. The light in his eyes dimmed over time, and the oppressing pressure on the air started to fade. The flame imprint on his forehead has been strengthened once again. Yi Tianyun took a deep breath as he himself was surprised by the event that just happened to him earlier. He just tried to comprehend the stone tablet like what Fan Hongdae has taught him before, but he felt something was missing, and as soon as he tried to fill that something, he awakened the power within the stone tablet. He contemplated "my heart" word on the stone tablet means, and he filled the missing link with his own Tao heart. Now, who said that there was no flame imprint here? Who said that the stone tablet was trash? Yi Tianyun coldly said as he turned his attention to Suotei. "Now, aren't you the trash here?" Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun couldn't tolerate the evil spirit race, let alone when they wanted to undermine the legacy of the 3 divine kings. Chapter 829, Suotei was livid. He participated in the Tower Lord assessment every year, but he always failed. But now that he got the hang of what the assessment was supposed to be, he still fell short from a young human boy. "You're being too arrogant for your own good, brat. Death will await you, I promise you that," Suotei said as he bit his lips to calm his anger. "I am arrogant? It seems someone forgot about his own word before we all started, saying stupid and all that stuff. But now that I've already defeated him decisively, he is saying that I am being arrogant," Yi Tianyun said as he taunted Suotei. "Well, I don't know the truth of this place at that time," Suotei said as he tried to reason. "But then again, you will see what happened to you soon," Demon God Suotei said as he walked forward to the new passage that opened after Yi Tianyun was done comprehending the stone tablet. "Little brother Yi, are you sure it's wise to irritate that man?" Fan Hongdae asked with worry in his eyes. Despite his attitude, Suotei was a divine king cultivator nonetheless. If he chose to fight Yi Tianyun, it sure wouldn't work against their favor. "It's fine. Fighting him is what I am after. You know that we have to kill the evil spirit race, right? You got to steal your convictions some more, Lord Fan. Or is that you have been away for too long that you have become meek like this?" Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Fan Hongdae was silent as he let Yi Tianyun's words sink in. He sighed heavily as he knew that Yi Tianyun was more powerful than he let on, so Fan Hongdae just followed Yi Tianyun for now. Yi Tianyun had this attitude from the beginning. He didn't like it when someone just let somebody else trample their legacy. They need to fight back. Otherwise, the bullying wouldn't stop. Yi Tianyun walked towards the new path, and he noticed that the corridor was long and winding too. The heavenly yin fire still burned brightly on the side, but it was certainly weaker than the previous corridor. This time, Suotei ran to the other side of the corridor very fast. He felt uneasy inside the corridor, and he didn't want what happened on the previous corridor to repeat itself. Yi Tianyun noticed it and just shook his head helplessly. He wanted to toy with Suotei's luck some more, but it seems he'd have to pass for now. As they walked past the corridor, Yi Tianyun and the others arrived at a huge open space. A phantom shadow resembling a young man appeared in the middle of the room. This was just an illusion that was left by ancient Netherworld Divine King, and it served as the illusory spirit of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. Congratulations for passing all the previous tests. The next one will be the last, but since there are too many of you, you will have to exclude one person. Now, you two will duel each other, and whoever wins will be allowed to proceed further. The illusory spirit said as he pointed his finger towards Fan Hongdae and Suotei. "Finally, I will defeat you in no time," Suotei said as he turned his attention towards Suotei. "Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's Holy King, I've always wanted to eat you," Suotei said coldly. "The evil spirit race has always been after ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline. Furthermore, Fan Hongdae's bloodline was the purest of other ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendants. Surely, Fan Hongdae's complexion immediately changed as he saw no way of winning the duel. His cultivation wasn't weak at all, but he knew he was no match against a Divine King. Just forfeit for now, and I will deal with him in your stead," Yi Tianyun said as he patted Fan Hongdae's shoulder. Fan Hongdae paused for a while and nodded his head. He didn't say anything as he didn't have any other solution. Yi Tianyun looked at the illusory spirit. "That guy is part of the evil spirit race. Don't you have any sanction for them?" Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Illusory Spirit turned its gaze towards Demon God Suotei, and after observing Suotei for a while, Illusory Spirit turned its attention back to Yi Tianyun. He has ancient netherworld divine king's bloodline on his body, and therefore there shall be no sanction for him, the illusory spirit said solemnly. This was within Yi Tianyun's expectation because the illusory spirit would have already sanctioned the evil spirit race inside the tower long ago if they could. Idiot! Do you think you could force the illusory spirit to attack me? Relax, after I am done with this guy, you will be next, Suate said to Yi Tianyun coldly. Are you both ready? Illusory spirit asked Fan Hongdae and Suate. I'm always ready, Suote said impatiently. I am ready, Fan Hongdae said as he nodded his head. The battle is ready to start. Anyone who escaped from the barrier would be disqualified. Illusory Spirit said as it erected a barrier that surrounded Fan Hongdae and Suote. It wasn't a very wide area for a duel, but clearly it was a disadvantage for Fan Hongdae as the opponent was very strong. Commence the duel, Illusory Spirit shouted. Suote immediately released his Divine King's aura, and his power immediately increased significantly. He immediately slammed his foot to the ground, and the ground immediately turned into a pit from the pressure and power Suote released. He wanted to use his full power to shred Fan Hongdae into bits and swallow him whole. Fan Hongdae immediately turned around and fled to the edge of the barrier. He knew that he didn't have any chance of winning, so he would willingly surrender. You want to escape? That is impossible, Suote shouted as he quickly charged towards Fan Hongdae. He was much faster than Fan Hongdae, and the distance between them closed very quickly. Suote eventually closed the distance with Fan Hongdae as Fan Hongdae was only within an arm's reach and tried to grab Fan Hongdae immediately. However, his hand was repelled by a sudden ray of light that came out of Fan Hongdae's body, forming a huge shield-like energy that kept Suote from coming any closer. Suote tried to attack the shield, but his attack bounced back towards him, slamming him to the side. This shield that protected Fan Hongdae was actually Heaven-Swallowing Divine Treasure's ability. Yi Tianyun lent it to Fan Hongdae as he knew that something like this would happen. With Heaven-Swallowing Divine Treasure, Fan Hongdae would be able to escape smoothly and withstand the attack from a Divine King at any given moment. Chapter 830. Chapter 830. You are disqualified from continuing the assessment for leaving the barrier, the illusory spirit said as Fan Hongdae left the barrier. The barrier immediately disappeared as the loser was determined. Little brother Yi, if it weren't for you, I would have died by now, Fan Hongdae said as he looked at the ground under Suote's feet. He would never be able to win against a Divine King as he himself was still at Saint King Peak stage. But he knew that if the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower fell to the evil spirit race hand, the three realms would fall along with it. The three realms didn't have any Divine King, so a Divine King from evil spirit race was enough to make them fall on their knees. The gap between Divine King and Saint King was too big. In front of a Divine King, Saint King was like an ant that was not worth getting serious about. It would be impossible for a Saint King stage to kill a Divine King unless it was a sneak attack or other underhanded methods. Rest assured, I will deal with him myself, Yi Tianyun said solemnly, but he himself was having a hard time withstanding a Divine King's attack. In particular, Suote still didn't use his full power as he didn't want to completely obliterate Fan Hongdae. In this case, Heaven-Swallowing Divine Treasure was enough to withstand his attack, but if he went all out, Heaven-Swallowing Divine Treasure wouldn't be enough. Demon God Suote began to roar as he was furious that he was being thrown aside by Fan Hongdae. He then walked towards Fan Hongdae, but Fan Hongdae wasn't afraid at all because if Suote attacked him, Suote would be immediately disqualified by the illusory spirit. Even though Suote was at the second layer Divine King stage, ancient Netherworld Divine Tower itself was a powerful divine treasure that a Divine King couldn't ignore. If you want to fight here, hit me first, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Shit, I didn't expect you to lend him your divine treasure. Why aren't you selfish and greedy like the rest of the humans? Suote said as he tried to calm down. You've only met the trash that called themselves human so far, but don't worry, only a small portion of people would behave that way, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Fan Hongdae gave Heaven-Swallowing Divine Treasure back to Yi Tianyun and smiled at him. Little brother Yi, be careful. Although you are not a descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King, I hope that you will become the next Tower Lord, Fan Hongdae said with a smile on his face. When he was done talking, he was immediately teleported back to the 8th layer city as he no longer had the right to be there. Now the only candidate to become a Tower Lord was down to 2 people, and thus Yi Tianyun began to wonder what test would the tower give next. You become a Tower Lord? Do you even know what the last test would be? Let me tell you one thing, the last level is to climb the tower to the top. You can interfere with each other during the process, so it is no different from fighting against each other. I will not let you take a step forward later, Suote said coldly. Is this true? Yi Tianyun asked the illusory spirit. Yes, the last test would be climbing the tower to the top. Your goal is reaching the 9th layer city, and any type of obstruction is allowed on the way there. Whoever gets there first will attain the final victory, the illusory spirit said with a smile on its face. The test is too simple. I can become the Tower Lord just by climbing to 9th layer city, Yi Tianyun said as he was confused about the test. You idiot, if it was just that simple, we would already become the Tower Lord from a long time ago. Even if you get there without a sufficient bloodline, there is nothing out there. Now, I know that your innate ability is good, but you will soon become my food boy, Suote said coldly. Let's see if you can really live up to your words this time, Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. The illusory spirit reached out his hands to the sky, and a winding staircase appeared before Yi Tianyun and Suote. This staircase was no different from what Yi Tianyun saw before. It was the staircase that would lead them to the next layered city. No wonder Yi Tianyun didn't see any staircase in 8th layer city as it was here all along. Yi Tianyun believed that it wouldn't be as simple as Fan Hongdae said earlier. To become a Tower Lord, one must have a pure bloodline. Otherwise, what Suote said earlier would happen to him. But even so, Yi Tianyun knew that he was on the right track as he already had the special flame imprint on his head that no one had before him. At the same time, the entire ancient netherworld divine tower shook, which made the cultivators within the tower stop everything they were doing and look around in confusion. A phantom shadow appears in the air on each floor, depicting the situation of Yi Tianyun and Suote. What is that creature? Why does it have 8 arms? It looks so disgusting, a cultivator said as he didn't know of the existence of evil spirit race just yet. Many other cultivators beside him also said the same thing as they didn't recognize the appearance of evil spirit race. What did you just say? Apologize right now, a cultivator said as he was part of the evil spirit race. Apologize? Why do I have to do that? Are you also from the same race or something? The previous cultivator said with a smirk on his face. Many cultivators started to discuss the appearance of the hideous creature they saw among themselves, ignoring the existence of the evil spirit race cultivator that was around them. But still, they didn't know about the existence of the evil spirit race just yet. Some of these cultivators did know about the evil spirit race, but they didn't say anything as they were afraid of what evil spirit race would do. Meanwhile, the people on the higher floor knew about the existence of the evil spirit race, and they were startled to see this phenomenon themselves. Big Brother Yi appeared on the air, Fan Shuizhuan said as she stopped and looked at the sky. 12 golden hairpins also stopped their hands as they reached out to 3rd layer city to look at the sky. Their cold demeanor suddenly changed as they saw their master was fighting against the evil spirit race somewhere else. At the same time, Yi Tianyun looked around in confusion as he could see everything on each layer from there. What is this? Why can I see the outside from here? Yi Tianyun said loudly. It is because you have the qualification to be the next Tower Lord. Everyone in the tower should bear witness to your success, Illusory Spirit said reverently. Is it about the flame imprint that I got earlier? Yi Tianyun asked as he pointed to the flame imprint on his forehead. Yes, that is a sign that you passed the test that was given earlier. It would be the proof of your qualification to become the next Tower Lord, the Illusory Spirit said with a smile on its face. But what about him? Yi Tianyun said as he pointed towards Suote. He didn't qualify as the Tower Lord, Illusory Spirit said indifferently. But why is he here with us? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Because he has strong cultivation. If he beats you, he won't become the next Tower Lord, but you will also lose your qualification to become the Tower Lord. He will serve as the last wall between you and the Tower Lord's seat. Illusory Spirit explained his intention of letting Suote stay. Yi Tianyun smirked as everything became clear now. Suote was here to get in his way from becoming the next Tower Lord, but it turns out the Illusory Spirit also let Suote disturb Yi Tianyun too. This was just too bizarre. Chapter 831, Suote wouldn't be able to become the Tower Lord even if he beat Yi Tianyun to 9th Layer City. It was safe to say that Suote was only there as a small stepping stone that Yi Tianyun had to overcome. It was even more embarrassing as their situation was broadcasted live to the entire people inside the tower. What did you mean by everyone is watching us right now? Suote asked the Illusory Spirit with a frown on his face. It is exactly what it sounds like, Illusory Spirit said indifferently. The attitudes of the Illusory Spirit toward Suote and Yi Tianyun were different. While he treated Yi Tianyun like his master, he treated Suote like a random passerby that wasn't worth mentioning at all. Stop it. I don't want anyone to see anything that happened here, Suote yelled at the Illusory Spirit. It can't be stopped. Everyone has to see the birth of the new Tower Lord, Illusory Spirit said indifferently. But when we enter the Tower Lord assessment in the past, there is no such thing like this, Suote said angrily. That is because none of you were qualified to become the next Tower Lord, Illusory Spirit replied indifferently. Damn you, Suote shouted angrily at the Illusory Spirit. He wanted to attack the Illusory Spirit, but he knew that it was pointless. He wouldn't be able to kill the Illusory Spirit, and he wouldn't be able to stop the broadcast either. Can everyone really watch us right now? Yi Tianyun asked as he was excited over the probability of his next course of action, as now he knew that everyone was watching. He was a little bit disappointed that everyone couldn't see him when he was at 7th Layer City, as that city was the place where the evil spirit race's activity concentrated the most. But still, this was the right time for Yi Tianyun to let everyone know about the evil spirit race's hideous deeds. Furthermore, it would reveal the evil spirit race to the entire people inside the tower, making Yi Tianyun's job much easier. Sure enough, the entire cultivator inside the tower was shocked to see Yi Tianyun with some horrid creature. The people who didn't know about the evil spirit race thought of them as some kind of monster, while those who knew about them remained silent. That man is from a unique race called Evil Spirit Race. They want to devour every cultivator within the 3 realms. They come from the outside world to conquer the three realms for themselves, Yi Tianyun said loudly. They have a unique characteristic of having multiple arms. If you found them, don't show any mercy and kill them unless you want to be their food, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun's voice echoed throughout the entire tower. After hearing it, the people inside the tower were shocked. After all, most of the people inside the tower didn't know about the existence of the evil spirit race. But the most shocking thing was the evil spirit race's tendency to kill and feed upon their victim, just like a demon beast would. There was no way anyone would let such a beast gain any significant footing inside the three realms. The denizens of the three realms always hunted and killed demon beast, and as this race wasn't any different than a demon beast, they would do the same thing to them. This race is disgusting. How dare they announce to rule over the three realms while also doing something deplorable as cannibalism, a cultivator said with a furious face. I had heard something like this a long time ago. My friend disappeared inside this tower, and when they were found, there was nothing but their bones, another cultivator said furiously. I am sure that it was their doing too. My friend had a duel with these guys in the past, and he was devoured after losing the fight. This race sure is deplorable. We have to kill them and drive them out of the three realms, another one shouted angrily. The cultivator that already knew of the existence of evil spirit race began to shout the deplorable act of the evil spirit race as their way of showing disgust and anger. Hearing this new information about the evil spirit race, the cultivator that didn't know about the existence of evil spirit race earlier began to show their aversion towards these evil spirit race. Furthermore, the evil spirit race's deeds sparked their anger. They've always thought that the dead cultivators' corpses were burned to ashes, so they were furious when they found out that the dead cultivators were eaten by the evil spirit race. Furthermore, they also learned about the seventh layer city, where all dead bodies in the tower were gathered. It was the evil spirit race feeding ground. Cultivators at fifth layer city and above began to show their anger as they knew about the existence of evil spirit race, as the evil spirit race didn't even bother hiding their appearance on this floor. I am not an evil spirit race. Please stop looking at me like that, a man shouted as he felt creeped out by the stares of some cultivator. I am not an evil spirit race either. Stop judging me just because of what I've done in the past, another cultivator shouted at the same time. Many cultivators began to shout, claiming that they weren't part of the evil spirit race, but Fan Shuizhuan immediately stood and glared at some people around her. You are disgusting. I can smell your reek bloodline from over here, Fan Shuizhuan shouted angrily. Do you have any proof, little girl? The man retorted with a frown on his face. I am the descendant of ancient netherworld divine king, and that should be a good enough proof for the lot of you, Fan Shuizhuan shouted as she put off the black robe that hid her real identity. Previously, they were afraid that they would be exposed, so they used the black robe to hide their bloodline. But after seeing Yi Tianyun's bravery, she decided that it was no longer necessary to hide her identity. Descendant of ancient netherworld divine king, a cultivator said as he couldn't believe what he had just heard. The mark on her forehead proved that she was a legitimate descendant of ancient netherworld divine king, and therefore there was no way anyone could dismiss her claims. The same situation happened on another floor as 12 Golden Hairpin had the necklace to identify an evil spirit race cultivator. They took the initiative to look for the evil spirit race as it would be easier with the necklace in their possession. At the same time, the entire ancient netherworld divine tower has fallen into confusion. Many cultivators began to distrust each other as they learned that the evil spirit race could alter their appearance to look exactly like a human, with nothing to distinguish them from a normal human. Some cultivator that has worked with the evil spirit race before started to see the evil spirit race like they were supposed to, a demon. Because of that, they shivered in fear of their own life. Just stop this nonsense right now, Suolte shouted furiously. He raised his hand and broke the ground several times like a child throwing a tantrum. What are you afraid of? You aren't one to fear being known to the public anyway, but I will make sure that your race wouldn't ever see the light of day again, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 832, Demon God Suote could no longer contain his anger right now. If the evil spirit race was exposed to the outside world, their activity and cultivation would get harder in the future as everyone would constantly be on guard about them. To put it bluntly, they wouldn't be able to devour people so easily anymore. Great, you've already done so much. Now, why don't you get going already? You shouldn't waste any time here any longer, Suote said as he got really impatient. He wanted to attack Yi Tianyun and get this over with so that he could silence everyone in the tower later. Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulder and started to walk towards the stairs. He knew that Suote would immediately attack him once he got to the stairs, as it was the rule. Suote was here to get in his way from acquiring the Tower Lord status, not to become the Tower Lord himself. It seems ancient Netherworld Divine King's idea was pretty simple. It was elder rank cultivators interfering against each other's rite of passage to make a competitive environment for the elders' growth. Originally, it was hard to kill an elder, so interfering with each other would mean much as they wouldn't be able to pass the Tower Lord assessment without ensuring there was no competition. If ancient Netherworld Divine King knew that his legacy was being tainted by evil spirit race right now, Yi Tianyun was sure that his rage wouldn't be quenched. Cultivator's bloodline is different from Divine Beast's bloodline. Basically, people use a Divine Beast's bloodline to cultivate, but in Evil Spirit Race's case, they used Cultivator's bloodline to cultivate their own cultivation. Now, the Evil Spirit Race that was exposed had no choice but to show their support for demon god Suote. They began to shout to show support for Suote and booing towards Yi Tianyun. Then again, their voice wouldn't reach Yi Tianyun, but they still did it nonetheless. If Suote were able to defeat Yi Tianyun here, their dreams of conquering the three realms would be around the corner. There was no doubt that they were powerful. At least the three realms were all weak in their perspective, so they wanted to take over this place and get out from the tower to start conquering the three realms. Kill that fucker, one cultivator said with rage in his eyes. Yes, kill those intruders. Brat, you have our full support, another cultivator shouted. These cultivators really despised what the Evil Spirit Race had done to the cultivators that came to the tower. The cheers from the cultivator eventually drowned the cheer from the Evil Spirit Race, as there were more of them compared to the Evil Spirit Race. But it was a pity that neither Suote nor Yi Tianyun could hear anything. Yi Tianyun looked at Suote from the doorway to the stairs and walked forward with confidence. Brat, don't you ever think that I don't know what you have planned? You can kill Demon God Mige on your own, but don't you think for a second that we are the same? He is too negligent. You are naive if you think that you can defeat me, Suote said coldly. But suddenly, a figure slammed Suote to the wall. Suote, that couldn't brace himself for impact in time, clearly took a considerable amount of damage from the attack. Even the bones on his body were shattered from the impact. Suote spat out blood from his mouth and tried to recover, but when he looked at his chest, he noticed that it was starting to rot and turn to dust. You are really in bad luck, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked at Suote from up close. Suote was startled and assumed a defensive stance before he got punched by Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun punched Suote 3 times in a row, and after that, Yi Tianyun's fist suddenly shone before he punched Suote again without mercy. It was worthy to note Yi Tianyun's combat power per attack was at 110 billion points. But still, Yi Tianyun reached that point as his attack always did a critical hit towards Suote. His power reached a whole new level as Suote was still under the effect of the bad luck divine pill. It was clear that Suote wouldn't be able to recover from these attacks anytime soon. Suote couldn't fight back as Yi Tianyun's attack was more than he could chew. He just felt desperate as he wanted to get away, but he couldn't even move his body. Don't look down on me, Suote screamed as he used his extra arms and used the ancient Netherworld Divine King's power to get away from Yi Tianyun's continuous attack. He felt a strong power surging from within, and the ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline began to recover his injuries rapidly. Heaven-shaking divine secret art, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face as his body was turned into iron. Yi Tianyun immediately activated the desolate ancient set and his power increased once more. He immediately grabbed Suote's 8 arms and smashed them together before kicking Suote to the wall with one powerful kick. Oh yeah, that's the stuff, Suote said as his body was smashed to the wall like a large meat sack. In less than a minute, his body has been turned into a ragged doll covered with blood. He couldn't fight back against Yi Tianyun as everything he did was worthless before Yi Tianyun. Everyone that watched them inside the tower had never seen such a brutal style of combat. Every punch that Yi Tianyun threw could easily kill a man and shatter the ground, especially the last attack that Yi Tianyun launched, as it could easily pierce a metal plate. The evil spirit race that watched the fight turned pale as the god they worshipped all this time was helpless against the young human boy. Little brother Yi is so powerful. I thought he would have a hard time against a divine king, but it turns out he crushed a divine king cultivator easily. Does little brother Yi already reach divine king stage himself? Fan Hongdae said as he was shocked to see Yi Tianyun's power. Chapter 833, Chapter 833, I am using heaven-shaking divine secret art to boost my power. Had it not for this secret art, you would be able to hit me by now, Yi Tianyun said as he concentrated his power and immediately attacked with terrifying power. The power from his secret art plus his equipment that further enhanced his power easily blew a divine king cultivator in the smoke. He didn't want to show everything right now as there were many cultivators watching him with unknown affiliation, so this was the best he could do right now. But then again, if he demonstrated how powerful he was, he would be able to unify the ghost world easier later on. Drop dead already? Suote screamed from the top of his lungs as he activated the evil spirit bloodline on his body, swelling his body further as he became a giant. The wound that he received from Yi Tianyun earlier regenerated so fast that it seemed like a lie. This level of regeneration that Suote displayed was clearly better than anyone that Yi Tianyun had encountered before. But as Yi Tianyun looked closely, he noticed that the regeneration was part of the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower's power. Yi Tianyun rushed over and lowered his body as it almost touched the ground before grabbing and lifting Suote's feet to the air, throwing him to the ground once again. You want me dead? Then why don't you start attacking me like you mean it? Yi Tianyun taunted Suote while pinning Suote on the ground with his feet on Suote's chest. Suote struggled as he wanted to break free, but it was hard to do so as he felt like a giant mountain was pinning his chest. He was completely pinned on the ground and couldn't move his body at all. This was the first time that Suote had felt this way for as long as he lived. "Get off of me," Suote yelled as he tried to do whatever he could to break free from Yi Tianyun. However, none of it reached Yi Tianyun's body. Instead, Yi Tianyun attacked Suote's arm and blew it into a bloody mess. Suote screamed in shock as a punch from Yi Tianyun destroyed his arm so easily. Suote felt that the punch that Yi Tianyun threw just now was even more powerful than the previous one. This was the truth, as each of Yi Tianyun's attacks was worth 10 billion combat power, so it was no wonder that Suote wouldn't be able to defend against that. Now, Suote was trampled under Yi Tianyun's feet, and his body was slowly pressured to the ground, leading to severe bleeding. "Don't you want to continue struggling?" Yi Tianyun asked as it seemed Suote was about to give up. Suote gritted his teeth and reached out for his storage ring before pulling out a lower-grade divine tool. He waved the blade around, and everything around them started to freeze as terrifying heavenly yin fire was blazing around them. But Yi Tianyun just smirked as he pulled out Evil Spirit Divine Sword and rammed it onto Suote's weapon. It was clear that Yi Tianyun was far stronger as Suote's sword was blown away from his hands from the collision. "Did you hurt your hands?" Yi Tianyun taunted as he stepped on Suote's shoulder, but his shoulder immediately broke as soon as Yi Tianyun stepped on it. "Now I will step on you as a payback for those you have devoured," Yi Tianyun coldly said as he stepped on Suote's arm. Suote began to scream as he felt an immense pain as soon as Yi Tianyun stepped on his shoulder and arm. Even if he had an amazing recovery, he couldn't regenerate his broken arms fast enough. But even so, his eyes still showed some resistance. "I will definitely kill you," Suote said in between his teeth. "Knock yourself out," Yi Tianyun said as he stepped on another shoulder. The people that watched the fight from every floor trembled as they would definitely scream from the pain if they were in Suote's shoes right now. Even if Evil Spirit Race was cruel, Yi Tianyun certainly looked crueler than them right now. Now, the human that you want to devour is standing on top of you. Can you still imagine yourself conquering the three realms? Do you still want to enslave humans? Do you want me to continue stepping on every single bone on your body? You should know how weak you are after this," Yi Tianyun said coldly. "Just kill him already," the cultivator shouted on every single floor as they began to cheer on Yi Tianyun's victory. It was clear that the human had won, and now their dead friends and family could finally rest in peace as the Evil Spirit Race would be eliminated. They hated Evil Spirit Race for an obvious reason. Although death was a common occurrence on the three realms, it wasn't right that their body was devoured like an animal, especially because the one that devoured them was another race with a human appearance, not a demon beast. Meanwhile, the Evil Spirit Race that was also watching the fight from every floor just remained silent as they watched their old ancestor was at the mercy of a human. They felt powerless right now as they've always believed that their old ancestor would stand on top of the humans, but it turned out to be the opposite of what they had hoped. It was clear that their old ancestor was nothing but trash in front of Yi Tianyun. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully unlocked the title Punisher. Punisher, the Punisher of the Three Realms. Fighting against anyone that comes from outside of the three realms would double the damage dealt to the enemy. Yi Tianyun was happy. Now, if he used his crazy damage mode, where his damage would be amplified by 32, it would be amplified by 34 this time. It was also applied to the effect of Desolate Ancient Set, adding another 5 times his power. His power would be greatly enhanced by this title. Now Suote's chance of turning this situation around became slimmer than his hair. Punisher? I love this title, Yi Tianyun said with a satisfied smile. "Just kill me. I underestimated your power, but don't get carried away just yet. We are just a reconnaissance unit sent to conquer the three realms. Soon our homeland will send much stronger reinforcements to dominate the three realms completely." "You will be dead by then," Suote shouted coldly. "Sure, I will set my sight on your homeland after this. Don't worry, they will join you in the afterlife," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He already knew that the Evil Spirit Race would send more soldiers to conquer the three realms. After all, Ancient Netherworld Divine King built the Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower to halt any form of invasion on the three realms. Chapter 834, Chapter 834. "You want to crush our homeland?" Suote said as he laughed out loud as he thought he heard a joke from Yi Tianyun. "An ant like you sure can run your mouth however you please, huh? You know that our people in the homeland are far more powerful than any of us in these three realms. You know that my cultivation is the same as an ordinary soldier," Suote said with a smirk on his face. "We thought that the three realms was not worth our time, so we didn't send in any experts. If by any chance they send an expert in the next wave, you are all dead. You think you can handle me easily, but our experts would kill by a flick of his fingers," Suote said as he laughed out loud. "It must be funny. If anything you said was true, you should wait for them before advancing recklessly like a pig you are." Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He slammed his feet to Suote's chest, breaking his chest and destroying his heart. Ding! Successfully killed Demon God Suote. Reward, 21 billion XP, 300 CPs, 100 bone, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Divine Sword, Evil Spirit Ring, Evil Spirit Shield, God Star Plate. After killing Suote, Yi Tianyun searched for his storage ring and claimed it for himself. On top of the reward he got from killing Suo Te, he also procured Suo Te's storage ring that contained so many things. After killing demon god Mige in the 7th layer city earlier, Yi Tianyun didn't get the chance to search for anything as Mige's body instantly was teleported back to 8th layer city, so this time it was a wonderful treat for Yi Tianyun. But then again, Yi Tianyun was a little bit disappointed. He didn't have enough crazy points to buy any of the EXP card again. Then again, he tried to look for a silver lining in this situation as he knew that he still had one more chance to gain a level later by killing demon god Suo Ge and the rest of the evil spirit race on the tower. Now that the EXP card was worth millions of crazy points, Yi Tianyun knew that he had to save up in order to buy it again in the future. Although it wouldn't be as good as the XP card, he still had the crazy XP mode in his crazy leveling system, so he'd have to be content with that for now. At the same time, the people on the layered city cheered as they saw Yi Tianyun's victory. But the evil spirit race was clearly shaken as their expression turned pale. They didn't expect their god would be defeated so easily like that. Our old ancestor is just a common foot soldier on our homeland. After the experts come from our homeland, you all will be dead. The evil spirit race started to shout as they felt threatened by Yi Tianyun's existence alone, and so they were trying to find any kind of solace to hold on to. He will become the new Tower Lord, and then he would decimate all of the evil spirit race in the tower. Your time has come to an end, you disgusting cretin. The cultivator started to shout back to the evil spirit race as they celebrated Yi Tianyun's victory. But 12 golden hairpins started to hunt this evil spirit race as they didn't care about anything else except for the annihilation of evil spirit race. Ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant also did the same thing as they also wanted the annihilation of the evil spirit race. The heated battle has started. The faction inside the tower significantly changed, and now the cultivators banded together to fight off the evil spirit race. They already knew how cruel the evil spirit race could be and set aside their differences to put a stop to eradicate them. Meanwhile, nothing else obstructed Yi Tianyun's way after killing Suo Te, so he rushed towards the 9th layer city to pass the illusory spirit test. Of course, there were some kind of minor obstacles that Yi Tianyun encountered along the way to the 9th layer city, such as a heaven-defying gravity that tried to pull him to the ground, heavenly thunder that tried to incapacitate him, and the 5 elemental attacks that kept coming from the wall, but none of them could slow down Yi Tianyun. In fact, if it weren't the ancient Netherworld Divine King himself, Yi Tianyun doubted that anything would slow him down right now. While Yi Tianyun was rushing to the top, the eyes of everyone in the tower kept monitoring his every move. They believed that Yi Tianyun would become the new Tower Lord after so many years that position was vacant. The Tower Lord position has been vacant for a long time, and it went without saying that many people wanted to become the new Tower Lord. But as the qualification to become the Tower Lord wasn't so easy to obtain, many eventually gave up. Furthermore, they didn't know it before, but the evil spirit race has been working hard on eliminating anyone that had the potential to become the next Tower Lord. I will be there soon, Yi Tianyun said as he picked up the pace. He saw a curtain of light at the end of the path, and he didn't hesitate as he pushed through with haste. As he passed the curtain of light, his body was shrouded in a ray of light, but the light soon turned blue, and it began to converge into Yi Tianyun's forehead. The light was none other than a flame imprint that marked Yi Tianyun's qualification as the Tower Lord. Congratulations, you have successfully reached 9th Layer City. Because you've already passed all assessments and successfully obtained the Heavenly Yin imprint, you are eligible to become the new Tower Lord. Now, you have the power to control the entire ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. The detailed memory about the entire tower's power would be passed on soon, including the inheritance of the martial arts of ancient Netherworld Divine King. Illusory Spirit said as it suddenly appeared in front of Yi Tianyun. Sure enough, another shroud of light enveloped Yi Tianyun. The influx of memory immediately entered his mind, detailing the entire ability that the tower possessed and the martial arts of ancient Netherworld Divine King himself. At this time, Yi Tianyun has become the owner of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. Although the tower didn't have any ability to move, it could be used to manipulate anything around the tower. And the best thing was that the tower was the perfect device to decimate the evil spirit race. Finally, I am the Tower Lord, Yi Tianyun said as he finally achieved his milestone. He originally wanted to form an alliance with the ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant, but it didn't seem necessary as he had become the Tower Lord himself. Then again, he started to wonder whether it could bring a negative impact to ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendants later. At the same time, the scene of Yi Tianyun that finally became the Tower Lord excited everyone, including Fan Shuizhuan. Big Brother Yi finally becomes the Tower Lord. He isn't the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King, but he could become the new Tower Lord. It might be a little bit strange, Fan Shuizhuan said as she started to wonder whether Yi Tianyun had the ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline too. In fact, every ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant in the tower was wondering the same thing as Fan Shuizhuan. They were curious whether Yi Tianyun had the bloodline of ancient Netherworld Divine King or not. Chapter 835. Chapter 835. The cultivators in the tower burst in cheers as Yi Tianyun became the new Tower Lord, while the evil spirit race was left trembling out of fear for their own fate. They know that they wouldn't have any place to stay after this, as the new Tower Lord had complete authority to do anything to anyone inside the tower. Yi Tianyun could punish anyone he wanted, but still, he couldn't do it all at the same time. The Tower Lord was still bound by the Tower rule, and he could only punish one person a week. Nonetheless, it was much better than the role of City Lord, as a City Lord could only judge 3 people a month. It was different in a way, too, since the Tower Lord's punishment could kill anyone that the Tower Lord wanted while mobilizing the power of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. Yi Tianyun could still judge anyone with his own power, and this judgment wouldn't have any limit. It was the same as a duel, as the opponent still could resist and fight back, while the punishment was like an instant death for these unfortunate souls. He could judge anyone inside the tower as long as Yi Tianyun had the confidence that he could take them on. The one that got judged by Yi Tianyun as the Tower Lord had no right to refuse no matter what, but ancient Netherworld Divine King was kind and just. Therefore, the Tower Lord wouldn't be able to use the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower's power during their judgment. Even if Tower Lord had complete control over the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, they weren't the owner of the tower, so the Tower Lord still couldn't change the fundamental law of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. It wasn't possible to kill anyone inside the tower without proper rules, unless it was the ancient Netherworld Divine King himself. Is this the power of the Tower Lord? It is much stronger than the Elder's power, Yi Tianyun said as he checked what he could do. He had already thought that he would be able to handle anyone inside the tower, and even though he wasn't exactly wrong, he couldn't use the tower's power to kill them, as he had to use his own power. Even so, it was enough to kill all the evil spirit race inside the tower. He definitely could kill all those evil spirit race with his own power. After he was crowned as the Tower Lord, the phantom shadow in the sky on each layer city disappeared, as everyone had been informed about Yi Tianyun's status as the Tower Lord. Yi Tianyun looked around the 9th layer city, as he didn't have the luxury to do so earlier. He saw that 9th layer city itself was a huge palace that was decorated with many luxurious things. Yi Tianyun walked inside the palace and noticed that there were 3 treasure rooms there, which were Weapon Library, Medicinal Pills Library, and Material Library. He looked inside of each room, and sure enough, the room contained a lot of treasure. These were the treasure that the previous Tower Lord and ancient Netherworld Divine King left behind. There were a lot of divine tool-grade weapon and high-grade medicinal pill that surely would make Yi Tianyun wealthy if he chose to sell them. However, Yi Tianyun didn't come here to take it all for himself, so he ignored it for now. After all, it rightfully belonged to the ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendants. Ancient Netherworld Divine King has done so much to preserve the 3 realms in the past, so Yi Tianyun just couldn't bring himself to claim all the treasure for himself. But surely he could talk it out with the ancient Netherworld Divine Nation and use some of it to strengthen his Heavenly Clouds empire, and maybe even invite them here to cultivate further while he was at it. Yi Tianyun looked around for a little bit more and noticed that the treasure was bound by a rule too. It seemed not everyone would be able to take these treasures for themselves, as they are bound by Flame Imprint. It seemed these treasures were only attained to those that already qualified in the Tower rule. Yi Tianyun finally realized that, aside from drawing the Tower's power, the Flame Imprint could be exchanged with these treasures. But he didn't need them right now, as he had to find some information about ancient Netherworld Divine King here first. But as he walked around the entire palace, he couldn't find any information about ancient Netherworld Divine King. Maybe it would be better if I get rid of Demon God Suoge first. Yi Tianyun sighed as he disappeared and soon reappeared inside the Heavenly Thunder area. As he got to the Heavenly Thunder area, he didn't encounter any Heavenly Thunder, as his status as the Tower Lord prevented him from being struck by the Heavenly Thunder. Along the way, Yi Tianyun heard the Heavenly Thunder struck in the distance, and as soon as he saw where the Heavenly Thunder struck, he saw Suoge squatted on the ground, trying to defend himself. He was covered with a thick layer of shield that was able to withstand the Heavenly Thunder. Suoge didn't just cower without doing anything either. He constantly tried to search for the divine rune that constituted the Heavenly Thunder area so that he could escape this place. Considering what Suoge did, Yi Tianyun predicted that Suoge would be able to escape Heavenly Thunder area after half a month. Fan Hongdae couldn't even escape this place even after years of imprisonment, while Suoge would be able to break out in only half a month. It just went to show how far apart their ability was. Now, Suoge had a middle-grade divine tool, which was one that he wore on his body. The divine tool itself was constantly releasing terrifying energy. That divine tool seems quite troublesome, Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. His voice was heard by Suoge as he immediately turned his attention towards Yi Tianyun. You, Suoge said as he observed Yi Tianyun from his position. Then he noticed that the Heavenly Thunder didn't strike Yi Tianyun while he was able to float in the air. You have become the Tower Lord? Suoge was quite surprised by Yi Tianyun's advancement. He knew that only the Tower Lord could fly in this place and not being targeted by the Heavenly Thunder. Yes, your companion became my stepping stone, and now it's your turn, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Demon God Suoge suddenly disappeared from his spot, but the heavenly thunder kept blasting, trying to keep up with Suogei's movement. He was rushing towards Yi Tianyun with all his arms fully exposed and a huge demon staff on his hands. Suogei knew that he must kill Yi Tianyun as fast as possible, as he couldn't let the Tower Lord live. Punishment, Yi Tianyun indifferently said as he pointed his finger at Suogei. In an instant, the entire ancient netherworld divine tower shook, and everyone could feel a terrifying power move inside the tower terrifyingly. In the air beside Yi Tianyun, a circle of light suddenly appeared, and a huge beam of light was suddenly blasted towards Suogei from that circle. The speed of the light was terrifying, and Suogei himself knew that he couldn't evade the light. He collided with the beam of light, and it immediately swallowed him whole. Suogei was blown to the ground as the beam of light was constantly hitting him, keeping him in place. Suogei screamed as he tried to escape the beam of light, but it was a futile effort as the beam of light's pressure destroyed his body slowly but surely. At the same time, 3 phantom shadows appeared in the sky, which made Yi Tianyun look up. Needless to say, everyone would immediately realize who these 3 would be. Chapter 836. Chapter 836. This was the punishment that used the power of ancient netherworld divine tower. It contained a strong repressive power behind it. Suogei couldn't do anything as he felt his body was falling apart quickly. The power of the beam of light itself was even stronger than the heavenly thunder. Yi Tianyun observed it with his appraisal eye and noticed that the beam of light's power reached 180 billion points. This power was at least equivalent to a 5th layer divine king stage's power, if not more. In the meantime, Suogei was still alive, but he couldn't escape the beam of light. If it weren't for his amazing armor, he would have died some time ago. But that was not the end of it, as the beam of light's power kept rising as it destroyed Suogei's body. Not even Suogei's middle-grade divine tool would be able to withstand that much power soon. No wonder there's a limit to how many times I can use this punishment. The energy needed to use it was too big to use it continuously, Yi Tianyun said as he understood why he couldn't use the power repetitively. If this power were used repetitively, the ancient netherworld divine tower would be drained of its spiritual energy. If the tower was drained of its spiritual energy, the tower protection that made it invulnerable from outside attack would be gone, and it wouldn't be a good sight to see. Sure enough, Suogei's middle-grade divine tools that covered his body broke apart as the beam of lights kept on getting stronger by the second. Yi Tianyun now knew how powerful the punishment of ancient netherworld divine tower really was. After the beam of light gradually disappeared, Suogei was turned into minced meat. Every piece of equipment that he wore earlier was destroyed into tiny little pieces. You are still not dead after all that? You are really as stubborn as a cockroach, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards Suogei indifferently. Of course, I have the ability to fight you human alone, Suogei said with a weak tone in his voice as he was severely injured from the beam of light earlier. Even if he was still alive, he wouldn't be able to recover himself quickly. Being able to speak alone was already a miracle for Suogei right now. You still have the strength to talk shit after all that? You really are a stupid race ruled by strength. But don't you worry, I will send people from your homeland with you soon, Yi Tianyun said as he took the evil spirit divine sword and pierced Suogei's heart with it. He didn't feel like hearing anything from Suogei anymore, so he killed him as soon as he could. The heavenly thunder quickly struck where Suogei's body was, destroying him completely. But Yi Tianyun knew that the storage ring wouldn't be destroyed, so Suogei's would fall into his hands. He was disgusted by the evil spirit race, but their treasure was a different story. Ding. Successfully killed demon god Suogei. Reward, 41,008 billion XP, 40 million CPs, 300,000 CS, evil spirit soul, evil spirit bone, evil spirit divine sword, evil spirit ring, evil spirit bracelet. Yi Tianyun didn't level up from the kill, but the XP he gained was hefty enough. He purchased X100 XP card, X50 XP card, 8x10 XP card, 8x10 XP card. With that many cards, he got a massive amount of XP and crazy points. He didn't want to sell any of his divine tool just to buy another XP card or CP card as it wasn't worth it. He knew that he might not be able to obtain a decent amount of crazy points without selling his divine tools in the future. He knew that he had to get to a higher cultivation stage as soon as possible, but for now, this much EXP cards stacked with each other should be sufficient. He had to level up his martial arts and other things too, but it didn't take as much priority as his cultivation stage. Now I have to continue, Yi Tianyun said as he suddenly disappeared from Heavenly Thunder area and reappeared again on 7th Layer City. There were a lot of evil spirit race here on the 7th Layer City, and thus it would be his hunting ground for a while. After Yi Tianyun became the new Tower Lord, they remained in this place, but there was nothing they could do as they couldn't leave the tower that easily. They were waiting for Suogei to rescue them. They knew that Suote was dead, but there was supposed to be another stronger demon god in the tower, and that was Suogei. Old ancestor Suogei would definitely save us. There is no way that a human would be able to defeat him. The evil spirit race cultivator at 7th Layer City said as they still had faith that Suogei would come and appease their worry. They all were confident that Suogei would be able to defeat Yi Tianyun as Suogei was far more powerful than Suote. You were talking about Suogei. I am sorry, but he was already dead. Yi Tianyun said suddenly, surprising the evil spirit race on 7th Layer City. He floated in the air, showing off his privilege as the Tower Lord. Impossible. Old ancestor Suoge wouldn't lose to the likes of you, the evil spirit race cultivator said as they didn't believe Yi Tianyun's word. Whether you believe me or not, it doesn't matter to me. Now, prepare for your judgment. Yi Tianyun said as a huge light enveloped the 7th Layer City. Yi Tianyun judged all lives inside the 7th Layer City, and now the entire 7th Layer City has been covered with the same barrier as a normal duel. Yi Tianyun didn't care if any human was in the 7th Layer City as he deemed them a traitor of humanity. There was no way an innocent human would be on this floor as the evil spirit race has made it clear that this place was their feeding zone. Clone, Yi Tianyun said as 3 of his clones appeared beside him. Then, the 4 of them rushed down and engaged the evil spirit race in front of them. They each carried the evil spirit divine sword as it was the best weapon at the moment. The evil spirit race began to scream in horror as their friends and companion died with each swing of Yi Tianyun's sword. The XP that he got from killing these evil spirit race was a lot too, as his XP gain now was amplified by 2622. Ding. Successfully killed 8th Layer Spirit King Evil Spirit Race Cultivator. Reward, 450 million XP, 30 to 000 CPs, 12 to 00 CPs. Ding. Successfully killed Chapter 837, Chapter 837 Ding. Successfully killed Evil Spirit Race 3rd Layer Saint King Cultivator. Reward, 18,004 billion XP, 80 to 00 CPs, 11,000 CPs. Ding. Successfully killed Evil Spirit Race 6,000 CPBs. Ding. King Cultivator. Reward. A bunch of notifications immediately popped up inside Yi Tianyun's head. The amount of XP that he got was really something as it was amplified by 2622. If he were able to keep this up, he would be leveling up in no time. Yi Tianyun kept killing any evil spirit race that he could find. The evil spirit race was terrified as they ran around like a headless chicken to avoid Yi Tianyun, but clearly it didn't work. There was no way Yi Tianyun would let any of these evil spirit race cultivators slip past his grasp as they were his precious XP source right now. It would take long before Yi Tianyun killed every evil spirit race in this 7th Layer City. After cleaning up 7th Layer City, Yi Tianyun then rushed towards 6th Layer City. His XP booster didn't last that long, and so he couldn't waste the opportunity to gain as much XP as he could. He didn't know whether he had the chance to gain this much XP, if not more like this again in the future, but one thing that Yi Tianyun believed was that the ghost world would purge the evil spirit race after he took care of the ones in this tower. Heaven World would be fine as the 10 stars of Sealing Heaven Divine King that would attack any evil spirit race relentlessly as soon as it spotted them. This was the main difference between having a tool spirit and not. The tool spirit could serve as a brain on humans as it could make a decision on its own. There might be another group of evil spirit race here on Ghost World outside of Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, but it shouldn't be a problem as the stronger cultivator has already been taken care of. He could always leave the evil spirit race outside of the tower to other cultivators as soon as Yi Tianyun distributed the necklace that could distinguish the evil spirit race later. After all, many cultivators, especially the Phoenix clan, could easily complete such a task in his stead. At the same time, many cultivators were watching as Yi Tianyun went after the evil spirit race in 6th Layer City. Since Yi Tianyun already altered the rules that the evil spirit race created, the evil spirit race that died or anyone else in that matter wouldn't be transferred to 7th Layer City any longer. Instead, they would remain where they died, revealing their original appearance. The other cultivators knew that Yi Tianyun hadn't killed any human just yet, as everyone he killed immediately revealed the evil spirit race's appearance. After cleaning up the 6th Layer City, Yi Tianyun went down to purge the 5th Layer City from the evil spirit race. As he traveled down a floor, it became easier for him to deal with the evil spirit race that he found in the city. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 1st Layer Divine King stage. Finally, Yi Tianyun leveled up after cleaning up the 5th Layer City from the evil spirit race. It was such an arduous effort to level himself up to Divine King stage. Having to accumulate hundreds of billions of XP to level up made it harder and time-consuming, but still, it would be a breeze compared to an average cultivator. Yi Tianyun smiled as he saw the notification, but he didn't slow down his movement at all. Instead, he has become faster than he was before. Yi Tianyun found the evil spirit race at such a terrifying speed that it wouldn't matter where they hid. He kept killing the evil spirit race floor by floor as fast as he could. At the end of it all, Yi Tianyun killed so many evil spirit race cultivators that he lost count. 1,000? Tens of thousands? He didn't know for sure. It was a lot of effort, but it wasn't a waste of time at all. He already knew that he had to kill them manually to ensure that the entire floor inside the tower would be purged of the evil spirit race. There was no easy method here, as he couldn't use the tower's power to kill all of the evil spirit race cultivators, unlike the 10 stars at Heaven World. But then again, he gained so much XP and crazy points that he even leveled up to Divine King stage. It's finally over, Yi Tianyun said as he breathed in relief after killing the last evil spirit race. He already maximized the value of his 262 times XP card. The only downside was that Suote didn't die under his XP card effect. Well, since there was no point in lamenting about it, he decided to just let it go. Big Brother Yi, Fan Shuozhuan shouted as she saw Yi Tianyun on the first layer city. Why are you down here? I have already purged the evil spirit race in the tower, Yi Tianyun said curiously. Hey, I want to ask you about this Tower Lord position that I received. What are you planning to do about it? Did you want it for yourself? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He was willing to give it back to them as he didn't really need it. The ancestor already set the rules. If you are qualified to become the Tower Lord, you will have to carry on the duty you were given. It just meant that you will have to lead us, ancient netherworld divine nation, Fan Hongde said as he walked in front to show his respect to Yi Tianyun. He was convinced that Yi Tianyun held the key to ancient netherworld divine king's power, so if ancient netherworld divine king allowed another divine king's descendant to become the Tower Lord, then so be it. Furthermore, at his current level, Fan Hongde knew that he wouldn't be able to become the Tower Lord. In fact, all of the ancient netherworld divine nation cultivators that were present at this moment nodded their heads as they were looking forward to being led by Yi Tianyun. They wanted Yi Tianyun to rebuild the ancient netherworld divine nation back to its former glory. Yi Tianyun thought for a second before nodding his head. If that was your unanimous decision, then so be it. I will become the Tower Lord in the meantime, but if any of you are qualified to become a new Tower Lord, then I will immediately abdicate this position, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun's train of thoughts has changed as he no longer thought that simply waiting for the evil spirit race to attack the three realms with full force was good enough. It was better to pull out the evil spirit race from their roots, their homeland. Chapter 838. Chapter 838. Since Yi Tianyun became the Tower Lord, he began to add and change the existing rules inside the tower, and even appointed the ancient netherworld divine king's descendants as the deacon and elder of the tower. However, the ancient netherworld divine king's descendants didn't kick anyone out of the tower, and instead welcomed them with open arms. Ancient netherworld divine nation was declining now in terms of number, so it was necessary to replenish their number again. At the same time, the ancient netherworld divine tower's rule has changed, and anyone could enter and exit the tower at will without any limitation, meaning that one wouldn't lose their flame imprint if they chose to leave the tower. Now, the rest of the problem in the tower was handled by Fan Hongde as Yi Tianyun didn't know how the tower should operate. Yi Tianyun chose not to partake in the tower's management, as he saw that ancient netherworld divine king's descendants had more rights to do that. Yi Tianyun then walked towards Tower Lord's palace and began checking the loot that he got from killing all those evil spirit race. Furthermore, he also had a gift pack that he could open now, which was the gift pack that he got after breaking through to the Divine King stage. Open level 81 gift pack, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Ding! Successfully opened level 81 gift pack. Reward, X150 XP card, X20 CP card, X20 SEEP card, 50% shop discount, shop purchase clearance, ring equipment slot. Is that it? What about the next gift pack? Yi Tianyun said as he was confused by the content of the gift pack that he had just opened. The content was amazing. Yi Tianyun could say that for sure, but he usually got a new gift pack every time he opened one, but he didn't get one this time. The shop purchase clearance was probably to reset his purchased item back to its original price. He would be able to buy the EXP card back at its original price, which obviously made Yi Tianyun excited. But no matter how many questions Yi Tianyun was asking towards the system, he didn't get any answer. For now, Yi Tianyun had to be content for not getting a new gift pack. Did the system stop giving me gift packs after I reached Divine King stage? Yi Tianyun said while frowning, but he quickly set that aside as he had to check another reward. He couldn't do anything about it as he didn't have any say in the reward that he got from the system. He checked his status and noticed that the XP required for level up was at 600 billion points. It was a relief as the required XP only went up by 100 billion instead of 400 billion like the last time. This was still acceptable as it was not such a huge margin like last time. However, 600 billion XP was not a small amount nonetheless. Ding! Successfully creating an alliance with Flower Rock Empire. Reward, 3 billion XP, 300,000 CPs, 100,000 TPs. The alliance notification suddenly shattered the silence. It seemed his Heavenly Clouds Empire was working hard as ever in the mortal world to form an alliance for the sake of fighting the evil spirit race in the future. He believed that the mortal world would be able to put an end to the entire evil spirit race there in the near future. Ding! Divine General Hua Yuka successfully break through to the next level. Reward, 800,000 CPs, 500 CPs. Ding! Divine General Luo Shui successfully break through to the next level. Reward, 600,000. Ding! Divine! A new notification popped up, and it was about the Divine General that successfully break through to the next stage of their cultivation. It was a nice addition of XP for Yi Tianyun, but it rarely appeared. Surely, once they got to break through once more, Yi Tianyun would get more X. I should find something to do now, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards the material room. He came to the medicinal ingredient room as it had a lot of precious items inside. Among them, soul-accumulating grass was in abundance, but it wasn't really useful for Yi Tianyun right now as the XP he gained from them was too little compared to the amount he needed. Furthermore, if he wanted to forcefully gain XP through the soul-accumulating grass, the tower didn't have enough soul-accumulating grass to achieve such a goal. It wouldn't even level him up once. Use the mastery point to level up pill refining proficiency, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Ding! Successfully consumed 10 million mastery point and 5 million sin point to level up pill refining proficiency to peak grandmaster stage. Leveling up to creator rank would require 30 million mastery point. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised as he found out that sin point could be used as a mastery point. Moreover, he had enough sin point to buy another suit now, but still, he couldn't buy the evil demon god set yet. Start pill refining, Yi Tianyun said as he took out his furnace and refined the materials he needed to create a good spiritual medicine. He planned to create at least the 6th refinement stage pills to strengthen his people later, especially the 12 golden hairpins, as they had a clear goal to follow. It was his reason to level up his pill refining proficiency as he wanted to refine high-grade medicinal pills for his generals. And so, Yi Tianyun's grueling pill refining time has begun. He managed to refine so many medicinal pills in a few days without any sleep in between. Because of how thorough he hunted for the evil spirit race earlier, Yi Tianyun had so much flame imprint that he started to exchange them for many useful materials. He also made a lot of evil spirit race necklace in between as he knew that the normal cultivator would need it to distinguish the evil spirit race from the normal humans. Just like what he did in the mortal world, he had to share and distribute the evil spirit race necklace to everyone in Ghost World to make sure that the evil spirit race couldn't proliferate anymore. It was impossible to think that the evil spirit race would change their way in the future as aggression was in their blood. Unless their homeland was destroyed, Yi Tianyun doubted that they would stop harassing the Three Realms. At the same time, there was a change outside of the tower. The news about Yi Tianyun's feat had spread to the Ghost World area, and the people were shocked to know that Yi Tianyun was connected to the Phoenix clan. Chapter 839. Chapter 839. The Three Realms soon entered a comprehensive cleaning phase as many factions received the evil spirit race necklace that Yi Tianyun distributed around the Three Realms. They used it to detect the evil spirit race and exterminated them from the Three Realms. In particular, Ghost World was the most determined out of the Three Realms in ridding their realm from the evil spirit race. After all, their ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was hijacked by those evil spirit race for a long time. Surely, ancient Netherworld Divine Nation harbored the most hatred towards the evil spirit race. Although the genocide was in its path, the Three Realms wasn't exactly safe either. But at the very least, the evil spirit race wouldn't be able to cultivate using their disgusting method anytime soon. Yi Tianyun himself originally planned to have the Phoenix clan promote the cause of exterminating the evil spirit race to the Three Realms, but that no longer seemed necessary as it turned out. The cultivators in ancient Netherworld Divine Tower were all influential in their own rights, that they were all willing to support the cause and promote it to others. Yi Tianyun himself was surprised by how much influence these cultivators had, as the extermination of the evil spirit race in Heaven World has also been put to action. He surely never expected such rapid progress. It seemed the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower's charm had lured many cultivators from Heaven World to come here. Yi Tianyun was pleased as he realized that everything had gone on the right track. Now he could relax a little bit and improve his own cultivation and other things that he had put off in the past. He immediately jumped back to refining batch after batch of medicinal pills to give it to 12 gold hairpins, and some of them would be used for Fan Hongdae and ancient Netherworld Divine Nation. After all, the ingredient he used to create the medicinal pills were all from ancient Netherworld Divine Tower's resources. Months passed as Yi Tianyun was busy creating medicinal pills and evil spirit race necklace. He was finally done with the resources he had in ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, so he started looking for the ingredient in his inventory. He had many evil spirit bloodline, evil spirit bone, and evil spirit soul from killing the evil spirit race on the tower. These items were marked as rare, meaning that they could be used for something great if he used them properly. He immediately observed all of them to see what he could do with these ingredients. Evil spirit bloodline, a material used for crafting divine tools and a material for making an evil spirit. Evil spirit bone, a material used for crafting divine tools. It contains strong energy that could be absorbed to improve cultivation base. Works best for dark attribute cultivator. A material used for making an evil spirit. Evil spirit soul, a material used for crafting divine tools. It contains strong energy that would improve the soul capacity of the user, suitable for dark attribute cultivator. Warning, absorption caution as it could lead to cultivation deviation and violent temper. A material used for making an evil spirit. These items were materials for crafting a divine tool rank items. They could also be used for cultivation, but unfortunately, Yi Tianyun didn't take any interest in this purpose. He knew that it wouldn't serve him any good to use a dark attribute item to cultivate as it could pollute his cultivation later. But he couldn't throw it away either, as he preferred to turn it all this to crazy points by selling it to the store. But as he noticed the last line of the item's description that said all of the aforementioned items were crafting materials to create an evil spirit, his interest was sparked once again. Was it something similar that created the Black Dragon in the past? But it was unfortunate that his cultivation was too fast for his pet to follow, so he couldn't bring them along, as they wouldn't be able to help Yi Tianyun in a fight anymore. Yi Tianyun looked over to his pet bar and noticed that due to XP they shared with Yi Tianyun, the strongest pet he had now was at first layer Saint King stage. Due to the XP share that they got being pretty lacking, they couldn't be any stronger. He immediately fused the three materials together, and a black flash appeared. A figure with 4 arms and 5th layer Void Spirit stage cultivation appeared after the black flash. Its cultivation level was lackluster, but its appearance almost completely resembled the evil spirit race. The only difference would be that the evil spirit that Yi Tianyun summoned was artificial. Yi Tianyun could control this evil spirit however he pleased. Yi Tianyun then went back to his room inside the tower. It wasn't exactly his room, but more like the room to accommodate the Tower Lord, a kind of Tower Lord living quarter, one might say. Yi Tianyun also checked the evil spirit race's martial arts that he got. Fortunately, he could use them all without any problems. This is good. I can make the evil spirit learn the evil spirit race's martial arts and have it infiltrate the evil spirit race's homeland for me, Yi Tianyun said as he found a good plan to get to the evil spirit race's homeland, but it needs to level up first. Otherwise, it would be too weak. Yi Tianyun said as he took out the rest of the evil spirit material and fed it to the evil spirit. Ding! Successfully devoured evil spirit bloodline. Evil spirit cultivation base leveled up to 6th layer void spirit stage. Ding! Successfully devoured evil spirit bone. Evil spirit power and defense multiplied by 2. Ding! Successfully devoured evil spirit soul. Evil spirit soul was strengthened, and it can use stronger martial arts now. Each of the materials had a different effect on the evil spirit. Surely, Yi Tianyun could create more evil spirit with these materials, but it would be pointless as it was too weak. It would be better to enhance one evil spirit to become his eyes in the evil spirit race's homeland. And with that in mind, Yi Tianyun immediately fed more evil spirit material to the evil spirit he summoned to make it stronger. Surely with so many evil spirit materials that he got after killing the evil spirit race earlier, the evil spirit he summoned would evolve to something incredible. Chapter 840, Ding! Successfully devoured evil spirit blood. Evil spirit cultivation level leveled up to 7th layer Saint King stage. After consuming all evil spirit material in Yi Tianyun's possession, the evil spirit that he summoned reached the 7th layer Saint King stage. He only needed 1 evil spirit blood at first to level up, but it required more and more as the evil spirit's cultivation level went up. When the evil spirit reached Saint King stage, more than 10 evil spirit blood was needed to level it up. Yi Tianyun sighed as it was too underwhelming. He thought it would be a lot stronger as he consumed all the materials he got after exterminating the evil spirit race in ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, but it only reached the 7th layer Saint King stage. Yi Tianyun didn't think a cultivator at this level would be able to do much on evil spirit race's homeland. Furthermore, there was no evil spirit race left for him to hunt for their item loot. But there was a silver lining to everything, as the evil spirit consumed not only the evil spirit blood, but also the bones and souls. Its power was strengthened further, making it more powerful than any cultivator at the same level. For now, this evil spirit is at least at the same level as a Saint King Peak stage, Yi Tianyun said while a frown was still apparent on his face. Yi Tianyun observed the evil spirit and found one thing that he was satisfied with, which was the appearance of this evil spirit, as it was no different from the real evil spirit race. Furthermore, if Yi Tianyun kept killing the evil spirit race in the future, the evil spirit would certainly become stronger too. But the question remained, how much more evil spirit that Yi Tianyun had to kill to make evil spirit reach a satisfying level? Surely it would take more than the number that he killed earlier. Yi Tianyun immediately gave a set of divine tool equipment for the evil spirit to make it even more powerful. Now, Yi Tianyun knew that the evil spirit would be able to hold its ground against a first-layer Divine King stage cultivator. Now it would be able to hold its own ground, at least for a little bit, Yi Tianyun said as he nodded his head in satisfaction. But suddenly, a pleasant sound of the notification windows rang on his ears. Ding! Completed the main quest Unification of Mortal World, eradication of all evil spirit race from the mortal world. Reward, 40 billion XP, 5 million CPs, 500,000 C SPs, and a new title Mortal World King. Mortal World King, damage would be amplified by 10 while in Mortal World. Yi Tianyun was startled by the shocking effect that the title provided. He could improve his damage further by only staying in Mortal World. He was very satisfied with this reward, but he couldn't say that it was his own hard work. No, it was the hard work of everyone in Mortal World. He knew that it would be impossible to eradicate the evil spirit race if he only relied on Heavenly Cloud's empire. Mortal World was huge and vast. There was a limit to how much a faction could cover, and therefore only with everyone's cooperation could they achieve a total victory like this. Ding! Successfully get a new main quest Unification of Ghost World. Eradication of all evil spirit race in Ghost World. Reward on completion, 60 billion XP, 6 million CPs, 800 W00Cs, a title Ghost World King. It was the same quest as before with only the location difference, but Yi Tianyun wasn't surprised. After all, the Three Realms was his main location. It was normal to think the system would create a quest that would benefit the Three Realms one after another. It was the same train of thought that he had earlier. Even without the main quest, he would act of unifying the Three Realms anyway. All top executives, please come to Ninth Layer City as we are ready to discuss an important matter. Yi Tianyun's voice echoed throughout the entire floor of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. Soon, Feng Hongdae, Phoenix Clan's elder Ye, and other executives began ascending to Ninth Layer City. The Phoenix Clan has not yet left the tower as they began their cultivation here. The tower had a good environment, and it was best for them to continue building up their strength here. What will we discuss, Tower Lord? Feng Hongdae asked as he sat down on the table that Yi Tianyun had prepared. I want to unify the Ghost World under one goal and erase all the evil spirit race from the Ghost World. We have to clean the place we live in, Yi Tianyun said with staggering confidence. Ghost World unification? The executives looked at each other as they were surprised by Yi Tianyun's confident proposition. But even if it sounded impossible, the executives in that room knew that Yi Tianyun had the power to make it happen. Yes, but it's not in the goal of conquering the Ghost World. We will form an alliance with all the divine nations on the Ghost World, and this alliance wouldn't be demanding unless we were facing a critical time. The alliances itself wouldn't interfere with any sort of internal matter that involved the divine nations that joined the cause. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Everyone nodded their head as they understood Yi Tianyun's proposition. They originally thought that Yi Tianyun would start conquering the Ghost World, but now they noticed that Yi Tianyun planned to conquer the Ghost World with a peaceful approach. This idea of yours shouldn't be a problem at all. Eliminating the evil spirit race has become the goal of the Ghost World. I'm sure everyone will immediately join us. Elder Ye of the Phoenix Clan said confidently. Seconded, if we are unified under a single goal, it would be a lot easier to achieve, Feng Hongdae said with a smile on his face. Yes, the prestige of our Phoenix Clan should come in handy as a deterrent for the divine nation in the Ghost World. Now that you, as our divine envoy, already become the Tower Lord of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, the Phoenix Clan received a lot of prestige. The rank 1 divine nation in the Ghost World should be listening to you now, Elder Yi said confidently. It was the truth, as Yi Tianyun's cultivation was absurdly strong right now. There shouldn't be any divine nation that dared to defy him. All right, then I will leave the formation of the alliances to you. If you encounter any problem, please let me know, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Elder Yi nodded as he felt shivers on his skin. He knew that there was no way Yi Tianyun would solve the problem with simply small talk. If the time came for that, the Ghost World would surely be unified a lot faster than what Phoenix Clan could do. Soon, the Phoenix Clan under Elder Ye's lead began to move and persuade the divine nations to join them in an alliance under Yi Tianyun's banner. It was the same stuff that Heavenly Cloud's empire has been doing up until this point. The only difference would be the size of the faction they were handling. While Heaven Cloud's empire only joined hands with another empire and lower-level factions, Phoenix Clan joined hands with a divine nation. Chapter 841. Chapter 841, Yi Tianyun then focused on refining the Evil Spirit Necklace as the Heaven World would definitely need it in the future. While he was busy refining Evil Spirit Necklace, a lot of notifications suddenly popped up. Ding! Successfully formed an alliance with Flower City Divine Nation. Reward, 15 billion XP, 500 00 CPs, 1 million Mastery Point. Ding! Successfully formed an alliance with Happy City Divine Nation. Reward, 14,000 CPs, 940 00 CPs, 900 000 CPs, 950 00 CPs. It has only been a few days after Yi Tianyun sent the cultivators from the tower to inform the outside world about the alliance, and Yi Tianyun was already notified about the birth of the alliance with some of the divine nations in Ghost World. Every faction was welcome to join, giving a surge of XP to Yi Tianyun. This wouldn't end anytime soon as the Ghost World had many factions, and more of them would join over time. Yi Tianyun expected that he would level up at least once from the accumulated XP that he got from the faction joining the alliances by the end of it. At the same time, 12 Golden Hairpin kept hunting the evil spirit race outside the tower, providing XP for Yi Tianyun and powering themselves up even more. Their cultivation rose dramatically over time, and with their increased power they became more confident taking on the evil spirit race directly. It's almost time to go back, Yi Tianyun said as he missed Heavenly Cloud's empire. He used his teleportation god stone to take him to Heavenly Cloud's imperial city directly. He appeared in an instant and surprised some street vendors in the area. In the conference hall of Heavenly Cloud's imperial city, so many people were gathering at the huge table in the middle. These people were cultivators with a high cultivation base, with the lowest being at Void Spirit stage, while the highest was at Saint King stage. But compared to the young-looking Void Spirit cultivator, all the Saint King stage experts were old men. Nobody knew how they could stay on mortal world as the power restriction was pretty harsh. Even so, the old man with the Saint King stage cultivation base was still able to live in mortal world without getting kicked to ghost world or heaven world. Now, other cultivators in the room were paying their respect to the old cultivators as they knew that the old cultivators were the strongest cultivator among them. But still, ch751 sat on the end of the table oozing her majestic aura, worthy of the acting leader of Heavenly Cloud's empire. Today is the first time that everyone gathers here. Now, first of all, I am very grateful to you all for joining the Heavenly Clouds Empire's alliance, ch751 said respectfully, drawing all attention towards herself. This is natural. How could we ignore Heavenly Clouds Empire's alliances? A man said with a smile on his face. It's natural to build a good relationship with the strongest empire on mortal world, but why did you call us today? Is there any pressing matter that requires the assistance of the alliance? Another asked curiously. Everyone felt the same way. Although they agreed to join the Heavenly Clouds Empire's alliance, they weren't expecting the Heavenly Clouds Empire to summon them right away. Furthermore, they felt slightly dishonored as Yi Tianyun, the Emperor of Heavenly Clouds Empire, wasn't present. They were in the same position as him, the Emperor of an empire in mortal world, so they couldn't feel at ease while being led by a woman that was lower in terms of position than their own. In particular, everyone started assessing ch751 and immediately realized that her cultivation wasn't as high as theirs. Her cultivation was still at Spirit King stage, while half of the people here were already stronger than that. These people didn't even stop to consider the matter of age whatsoever. It might be true that ch751 wasn't as powerful as them, but she was definitely far younger than any of them. Maybe she wouldn't have a chance to win against many of these cultivators, but she would find it far easier in the future. I am sorry that Heavenly Cloud's Emperor couldn't come here today, but I will be here on his behalf to receive you here today, ch751 said confidently. So, are you our manager for now? A man asked as he stood up. Yes, Heavenly Cloud's Empire was left in my hands until Heavenly Cloud's Emperor returns, ch751 said confidently. The powerful Heavenly Cloud's Empire was being led by a female? Are you perhaps his woman? Another cultivator asked rudely. Yes, I am one of his women, but I don't see any problem with that. ch751 was confused by all these questions. No, there is no problem at all. So, as the leader of the alliance is not here, you are responsible for directing us? An emperor asked. Yes, that is my responsibility here today. I also ask for the help of some ministers of Heavenly Cloud's Empire to assist us today, ch751 said indifferently. Most of the people that she called to assist today were women, but they were extremely capable of handling their own tasks. Yi Yue was one of them as she could organize everything. But the cultivators in the room began to show doubt, disregarding ch751 as they thought Heavenly Cloud's Empire was tricking them and disrespected them by sending a bunch of women to lead the alliance. What problem do you have with a woman leader? ch751 coldly asked as she noticed the animosity in the air. It was clear for anyone that ch751 wouldn't bow down her head, even though she was talking to the leader of the empire that stood on the top of the mortal world. Chapter 842. Chapter 842. 3 women came forward after ch751 said that the Minister of Heavenly Cloud's Empire would help the alliance for today's meeting. Heavenly Cloud's Empire was an empire that was originally managed by women, so it was normal to see so many women taking the executive position. Furthermore, ch751 has already become the leader of a faction since a long time ago. Coupled with the fact that she had an amazing cultivation base and she was the closest person to Yi Tianyun, it was expected for her to take the helm of the empire while Yi Tianyun was gone. Now, it wasn't the case for the great emperors that gathered here today. They didn't like to be ordered around by a group of women as they wanted to follow Yi Tianyun. In their opinion, women weren't capable of leadership, and they truly believed that if this alliance was led by women, it would be reduced to a joke. I am not saying that women can't take control, but do you have the ability to manage so many empires in this alliance? Don't get me wrong, but we want to ally ourselves with Heavenly Cloud's Emperor. This alliance is worthless without him, one of the great emperors said coldly. That is true. If Heavenly Cloud's Emperor wasn't here, then we should listen to old ancestor Tianzhong instead. He has the best cultivation base among us all. Another emperor said coldly. I agree with that. Old ancestor Tianzhong has secluded himself for so long, but he used to be famous in the past. We should let the Tianchang Empire lead the alliance, another emperor said excitedly. The emperors on the table nodded their heads one by one as they agreed that old ancestor Tianzhong should be the leader of the alliance. They knew that Yi Tianyun was strong and capable of destroying an empire alone, but old ancestor Tianzhong should be more suited in this case as he is a Saint King expert. They knew that it wasn't normal for old ancestor Tianzhong to stay in mortal world as he was already Saint King expert, but no one wanted to question him about it. Even so, old ancestor Tianzhong just smiled through the entire ordeal, not muttering a single word. ch751 glanced around coldly as she noticed that these people didn't come here to hear about the news she planned to convey, but to seek power for their own faction. Heavenly Cloud's Empire has worked hard to build the alliance. If the leadership of the alliance were handed to old ancestor Tianzhong, it would just mean that these people could waltz through Heavenly Cloud's Empire disrespectfully. Furthermore, ch751 didn't even know who this old ancestor Tianzhong really was. There was no way she would let this old man take advantage of the alliance. We already made it clear when we formed the alliance that Heavenly Cloud's empire would lead the alliance, and we wouldn't demand anything from any of you with that status. But in some critical situation, we would have you contribute to help the mortal world. Did you already forget the agreement we had when the alliance was formed? ch751 asked coldly. We will call you Empress anytime, but we should adapt to the situation at hand, no? Old ancestor Tianzhong has the highest cultivation out of anyone in this hall, and he was highly respected as well. I don't see any problem with him becoming the leader of the alliance. If a critical situation ever arose in mortal world, I believe that OID ancestor Tianzhong would be able to take care of it too, one of the great emperors said with a smug look on his face. Yeah, I agree with that. Empress, you should adapt to the situation more. We just want to choose a strong person as the leader of the alliance. If you reject the offer right now, we wouldn't be happy about it either, the emperor said with a frown on his face. The other emperors began to shout as they also felt the same way about the current situation. ch751 couldn't help but think that this situation has been orchestrated from the beginning. These emperors must have discussed everything beforehand. ch751 couldn't think of any other reason why everyone would have the same idea on their mind. This is enough. Heavenly Cloud's empire is the leader of the alliance, and it won't change. It was already agreed upon when you all joined the alliance, and now you want to take back your own words? I don't mind if you want to make old ancestor Tianzhong the assisting lord, but the leader position is already absolute, and that is our Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, ch751 said confidently. Everyone else still looked at ch751 coldly. They didn't expect the woman would go this far to defy them. Girl, don't be so angry. I had already retired from the cultivation world for a long time, and I didn't know any problem or any difference that happened in mortal world during that time. I am aware that no one really knows who I was, but now that I have already chosen to join in the fray once more, it was a natural decision to hand the Alliance leader position to me. I will lead the Alliance better than Heavenly Cloud's Emperor would be. He was still young, and he would be inadequate to control and manage the entire mortal world. Don't get me wrong, but I want to help out Heavenly Cloud's empire in the last bout of my life. Old Ancestor Tianzhong finally speaks after staying silent for so long. His tone was endearing, but the content of his speech was the exact opposite. In the end, he just wanted to be the leader of the Alliance. He said that he would assist Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, but ch751 knew better. She now realized that none of the emperor in this room took the alliance agreement to heart. But as they still argued about having old ancestor Tianzhong lead the alliance, a figure walked in from outside indifferently. Oh, there are so many guests today. What is going on here? Yi Tianyun said as he came in. He knew the gist of the situation here, and he didn't really want to deal with it now, but he couldn't ignore the frustrated look on ch751's face either. Chapter 843 ch751 was excited as soon as she saw Yi Tianyun walk into the room. She planned to punish these people as she thought they had no intention of giving up Yi Tianyun's position as the alliance leader. However, she knew that it was no longer necessary as Yi Tianyun was already here. There was no way he would let old ancestor Tianzhong take the alliance leader position. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. The people around ch751 immediately stood up and bowed down as they saw their emperor. But the other emperors and the faction representatives looked at Yi Tianyun with a confused look on their faces. They supported old ancestor Tianzhong as the alliance leader, but now they were startled and felt anxious as Yi Tianyun walked into the room. Old ancestor Tianzhong himself didn't stand up or greet Yi Tianyun. Are you the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor? You are still too young to sit on a great emperor status at that age. It seems our generation is not as good as it used to be. Old ancestor Tianzhong said as he looked at Yi Tianyun from top to bottom. Yi Tianyun ignored Tianzhong as he walked casually towards ch751. He smiled towards ch751 and patted her head to calm her down. Tianzhong himself immediately became angry as he felt that Yi Tianyun was ignoring him. I don't know what kind of deal you made behind my back, but the seat of alliance leader is mine. As for who I trusted to manage the alliance is my own business, Yi Tianyun coldly said as he sat down on the top of the highest chair. When they signed their agreement to join the alliance, it clearly mentioned Yi Tianyun as de facto ruler of the alliance. The agreement also stated ch751 would take over as the acting leader if Yi Tianyun weren't available at the time. Now, it wasn't funny when the faction that already joined the alliance decided to change the alliance leader on their own, Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. We're well aware of the agreement, but that is when old ancestor Tianzhong still secluded himself. Now that he is out of his seclusion, we think that it'd be appropriate for him to become the leader of the alliance. An emperor voiced his opinion. Yes, we are thinking the same thing, another emperor chimed in. Old ancestor Tianzhong showed a smile as if he had already won. Well, I don't mind it at all. If you wish so, then I will gladly kick you out of the alliance. As per our agreement, you will have to give back everything I gave you. I will have your people abolish their cultivation as they already used what is mine, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The faction representative immediately shouted back as they opposed Yi Tianyun's decision. That is impossible. We want the best for the alliance, and we didn't do anything to spite the agreement we have. Why are you trying to punish us like this? One of the emperors shouted anxiously. We didn't agree to be led by a bunch of women. It was clear that we are stronger than them. Another one chimed in as they opposed Yi Tianyun's decision. I don't want to say this twice. I don't need your help to manage the alliance, so I give you two options here. Either obey me and shut up, or get out and give back everything that I ever gave to your faction, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He was too lazy to reason with these people. He didn't care about old ancestor Tianzhong at all, as he knew that the old man just wanted to reap as much benefit as he could from the alliance. Young man, did you know what you were doing? As the alliance leader, you have to listen to others' opinions. You still have a lot to learn. The position of the alliance leader isn't for you at the moment, old ancestor Tianzhong said indifferently. Old ancestor Tianzhong grew anxious about where the situation was heading, so he tried to tip it to his favor and demean Yi Tianyun as much as he could. I will not listen to most people's opinion. My statement is absolute. If you don't want to follow my order as you join my alliance, you are free to get out of this place, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. But it was clear to everyone how charismatic Yi Tianyun can be. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, you are out of line. Even if you are young and have a good cultivation base, you aren't qualified to flaunt that kind of attitude in front of old ancestor Tianzhong, one of the emperors said as he was shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's word. Don't be too arrogant, Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. Old ancestor Tianzhong said that out of concern for you, he was trying to nurture you, another one chimed in. We will support old ancestor Tianzhong as the alliance leader anyway, so if you disagree with our decision, you are the one that should leave the alliance, another one shouted angrily. The last word that the alliance member spouted was too arrogant for Yi Tianyun's liking, and thus Yi Tianyun immediately stood up. Leave, Yi Tianyun shouted spitefully. A wave of violent energy spread throughout the room, exerting tremendous pressure on everyone in the room, including old ancestor Tianzhong. The emperor supporting old ancestor Tianzhong immediately turned pale as they saw that old ancestor Tianzhong couldn't resist Yi Tianyun's pressure. They didn't know how Heavenly Cloud's great emperor could be this strong, that not even a powerful Saint King cultivator like old ancestor Tianzhong could resist his power. We are done here, Yi Tianyun added, and the terrifying pressure intensified immediately. The people in the room couldn't even lift their heads from the floor, as they couldn't resist Yi Tianyun's pressure at all. Surely old ancestor Tianzhong was no exception. It seems that you don't want to follow me anymore, but it is okay. But how dare you use a mere Saint King expert like him to trample on my goodwill? Don't you know I slaughtered many of these peak stage Saint King cultivators in Heaven World and Ghost World without even trying? The faction representative immediately trembled in fear as they realized that they had made a grave mistake. Chapter 844. Chapter 844. Yi Tianyun had no reservations against a Saint King expert as they posed no threat for him. This was his honest opinion about old ancestor Tianzhong that trembled in front of him right now. With Yi Tianyun's current cultivation, old ancestor Tianzhong was just like a child that he didn't even have to feel vigilant about. Now, the people who kneeled in front of him were the faction representatives that defied him, but some of the representatives that supported Yi Tianyun were also among them. It was unfortunate that everyone that stood with old ancestor Tianzhong would be killed today. But one thing for sure was that the current situation was so humiliating for every representative in the room. Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay any attention to these people. He just wanted to end them immediately so that he didn't have to be here anymore. But Yi Tianyun wasn't a tyrant, so he had to deal with this affair as calmly and collected as he could be. He knew that he had to maintain his dignity as the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. He had to manage the empires as fair and just too, as it was what was required from him. Then again, if he didn't have any management skills or subordinate with good management skills, the empire could collapse at any given time. At the same time, old ancestor Tianzhong was sweating profusely. He finally realized that he wasn't anything near Yi Tianyun's radar. He just gave himself a death sentence by defying Yi Tianyun and disrespecting him in his own home ground. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, we are mistaken. Please forgive us, one of the emperors said nervously. Yes, we would never do you wrong. We are just thinking about the future of the alliance, but it was clear that we are wrong. Another emperor chimed in nervously. They were eager to admit their mistake and forsook old ancestor Tianzhong as they no longer thought he was capable. They couldn't come up with any other way as they realized that whatever they did wouldn't make any difference in front of absolute power like Yi Tianyun. Let's resume the meeting. I want to listen more to what you have to say, Yi Tianyun said as he turned his attention to ch751 and ignored the people on the ground. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, we already make a personal arrangement as you return, Yi Yue said respectfully. I don't know much about the alliance so far, but I'm sure that you had handled everything here, Yi Tianyun said as he nodded his head to Yi Yue and ch751. That's right. I am going to talk about the evil spirit race. ch751 nodded as she smiled warmly. She began to explain what she had in mind about the current meeting and how she planned to organize the alliance. The faction representative could only listen to what she had to say, and to their surprise, her plan was perfect, as reluctant as they were to admit it. The Heavenly Cloud's minister who stood beside ch751 just nodded their heads and smiled towards Yi Tianyun. These women were the most capable people that Yi Tianyun had in terms of management, allowing him to leave Heavenly Cloud's empire in their hands to complete his other quests without any worry. Meanwhile, the representatives that were suppressed on the ground kept their mouths shut as they thought that they would be spared if they let ch751 talk. Old ancestor Tianzhong didn't even know what to do now. He was scared to death as he knew that he had made a grave mistake that wouldn't be easily forgiven. He never thought that he would be staring death right in the face like this right after coming out of his seclusion. Soon enough, ch751 ended her explanation as she had already conveyed everything she needed. The other emperors, however, still remained silent as they didn't know what to say. The only one who moved as soon as ch751 finished talking was just Yi Tianyun alone. Tianyun, what do you think of the plan that I come up with? ch751 asked excitedly. It's perfect. You can handle it for me, right? If you are not here to manage the empire for me, I don't think Heavenly Cloud's empire is still standing today. In the future, mortal world would depend on you to manage them, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun surely was the emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire, but he didn't want to delve into politics. I understand. I will do my very best, ch751 said with a beautiful smile on her face. Yi Tianyun then turned his attention to the faction representatives that were still lying on the ground. They all showered Yi Tianyun with their apology as they were scared that Yi Tianyun would kill them now. I already gave you 2 choices earlier, but I will give you another 2 choices out of kindness. The first one is to vow yourself as my slave, or you can take the second choice, and that is death. You have to choose quickly as I am already losing my patience with you. I'll assume that you are picking the second option if you dawdle around, Yi Tianyun said coldly. The faction representatives were clearly shocked by Yi Tianyun's word. They still thought that Yi Tianyun would let them go. After all, almost all great emperors were here today. Now, they had to choose whether to become Yi Tianyun's slave or die here forever disrespecting him. They regretted what they did right now. They now realized that Yi Tianyun didn't care if all these emperors died here right now, as he had no problem killing them himself. They also knew that they couldn't struggle against Yi Tianyun as they didn't have enough strength to fight him anyway. Chapter 845. Chapter 845. The emperors were shocked by the option Yi Tianyun stated, but certainly no one dared to complain as they knew that Yi Tianyun could decimate their empire single-handedly. Surely, they also understood where Yi Tianyun's anger was coming from. After all, he already spent so much resource to ensure the alliance's prosperity just to be trampled by others. Since they were the ones that insinuated this temper out of Yi Tianyun, they had to pay the price. I am willing to make a slave vow to you, Heavenly Cloud's emperor. A great emperor stated his willingness as he didn't want to die. Me too, I am willing to do that as well. One by one, the emperors began to state their willingness to become Yi Tianyun's slave, and thus Yi Tianyun relieved them from the pressure he exerted, allowing them to stand back up again. This was clearly humiliating as they were the leader of their own faction, but it was certainly better than dying. But as some cast away their pride to become Yi Tianyun's slave, some still struggled and resisted Yi Tianyun's compassion. I don't want to become your slave. I'd rather die than become your slave. Kill me now and let the whole mortal world know that you are a tyrant, one emperor said in contempt. Yi Tianyun sighed and turned the emperor into a bloody mess with just the pressure from his aura. A tyrant? Did you think I care what label you put me under? If you didn't mess with me in the first place, I would never do this kind of thing. I already gave you so many resources to form the alliance, but you dare bite me back? I don't care if I become a tyrant. It is still a lot better than to be disrespected by weaklings like you, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun didn't care about his reputation as he hated ungrateful people the most. It went without saying that what Yi Tianyun just did scared the rest of the emperor that was still trying to resist Yi Tianyun's option. Thus they immediately slumped down and stated their willingness to be Yi Tianyun's slave. Even old ancestor Tianzhong himself finally stated his willingness to be Yi Tianyun's slave as he found no other choice to escape death. No, I am not interested in having you as my slave, Yi Tianyun said indifferently as soon as old ancestor Tianzhong stated his willingness to be Yi Tianyun's slave. What? Why did you treat me differently? Old ancestor Tianzhong said with a surprised and anxious look on his face. I am just not interested in having a prick like you as my slave. You will die soon, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Other emperors were startled by Yi Tianyun's decision as they knew that Tianzhong was a Saint King expert, making him worth more than anyone in the room. I am a Saint King expert. I will surely be useful for you, old ancestor Tianzhong shouted nervously. A Saint King expert? It is surely a great cultivation level, but you showed me your killing intent earlier. Because of that, you aren't qualified to be my slave, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone in the room finally understood. Indeed, it was uncomfortable to have someone who bared their willingness to kill you by your side. Please, Emperor, I am willing to be your slave. I dare say that only a handful of people have a better cultivation base than me in the mortal world. Please give me a chance. Old ancestor Tianzhong said while trembling in fear. It seems you don't know when to give up, Yi Tianyun said as he sighed and clapped his hand. Suddenly, 2 black dragons and a huge snow wolf king fell from the sky and stood beside Yi Tianyun. Everyone immediately recognized that they were strong divine beasts with cultivation level at 6-layer Saint King stage at the lowest. These 3 divine beasts were surely stronger than old ancestor Tianzhong. They were shocked to know that Yi Tianyun's pets were far stronger than a cultivator that they deemed the strongest among them. "You don't even hold a candle to my pet. Clearly, you aren't that good," Yi Tianyun said as he waved his hand, killing the old man with a blow from his aura. Everyone gasped with wonder as they looked at the pet beside Yi Tianyun. It was such a wake-up slap in the face, as the pets themselves were far stronger than any cultivator that they knew. They felt dumb for ever thinking that old ancestor Tianzhong was the most powerful cultivator in mortal world. "Tell me now, what did Tianzhong promise you?" Yi Tianyun asked the emperors that already vowed to become his slave. "He said that he would give us rewards once he became the alliance's leader. He said that he will share Heavenly Cloud's empire's resources with us," one of the emperors said solemnly. "Very good. The old man was courageous, but now it doesn't matter. I will give you all a mission that you have to complete. Destroy Tianzhong Empire," Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. "Yes, right away, Emperor." The emperors immediately got up and got ready to strike Tianzhong Empire. Yi Tianyun rubbed his chin and immediately stroked Shi Shuiyun's hand gently with a smile on his face. The alliance was just formed, but so many things already happened. Yi Tianyun said casually, "Yeah, I've already predicted this problem would arise eventually, and that is also my reason for gathering the alliance here now to discuss it together. I didn't expect that they already had their own discussion beforehand. I was ashamed that you returned to see something like this, but I am confident that I will be able to solve this problem even without you," Shi Shuiyun said with a smile on her face. "It's all right. No one would dare to defy you again later. You are the first palace's lord, and your existence would be feared later on," Yi Tianyun said compassionately. "Hey, I don't want you to fear me," Shi Shuiyun said with a frown on her face. "I am afraid too, but it was because you are my woman," Yi Tianyun said with a wink. He lifted Shi Shuiyun's chin gently before kissing her passionately. Chapter 846. Chapter 846. Yi Tianyun had no intention to leave anytime soon, as he wanted to see Shi Shuiyun and learn the situation that mortal world was currently in. He wanted to see how far the unification of mortal world has progressed, as he knew that Heavenly Cloud's empire didn't dominate everything in the mortal world. Shi Shuiyun began to explain everything to Yi Tianyun, but Yi Tianyun noticed that the situation wasn't that much different from his departure. After all, he formed the alliance to erase the evil spirit race, not to colonize other empires. But as Yi Tianyun has already taken over the alliance now, the unification has changed its course, as almost all members of the alliance had to swear a slave vow to Yi Tianyun. Basically, there was nothing in the mortal world that wasn't part of Heavenly Cloud's empire. Yi Tianyun wouldn't rule in tyranny, but to clear his quest, he had to dominate everything in mortal world to prevent any slip-up later in their war with the evil spirit race. "It is time to see what is happening to the sealed demon," Yi Tianyun said as he flew towards the White Lotus Mansion. He didn't use the teleportation godstone, as he didn't think it would take that long of a time to reach the place. Soon as he reached White Lotus Mansion, he saw that the faction was now booming as a result of the resources that he left behind in the past. Since he had already become some sort of guardian of White Lotus Mansion, people started flocking. But Yi Tianyun didn't have to bother meeting these new cultivators, and so he immediately flashed towards the secret room where the seal was. "You are here again, young man." Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet welcomed Yi Tianyun as it noticed Yi Tianyun's aura. "I couldn't see your cultivation base now. Did you already break through to Divine King stage?" the tablet asked curiously. "That is correct. I already broke through to Divine King stage," Yi Tianyun said casually. "Really?" the tablet said with a surprised tone in its voice. He didn't expect Yi Tianyun to break through the Divine King stage in such a short amount of time. It was sure that it would take 100 years for Yi Tianyun to reach Divine King stage, but the fact that Yi Tianyun reached the Divine King stage only after a couple of years really was shocking. "Now, I am here to assess the power of the demon, so I can prepare my next plan," Yi Tianyun said casually. "No problem. I can let your soul wander inside to let you feel his power up close. But you have to be careful, as it could still attack your soul form," the tablet said warningly. Yi Tianyun nodded and immediately reached for the tablet as he gave permission for the tablet to guide his soul. He entered the space inside the rock immediately, and he started to look around the dark, gloomy cavern while a cage was hung in the middle of it all with the evil spirit race old ancestor inside. It had 8 arms that were nailed to the cage wall. Its body was also being nailed to the cage, preventing it from moving any parts of its body. But its aura still sent shivers down to Yi Tianyun's spine, sending a signal to Yi Tianyun that he still couldn't kill this evil spirit race old ancestor. Yi Tianyun observed everything one more time and realized that the nails that were used to keep the evil spirit race old ancestor in place were lower-grade divine tools. Each nail had a divine rune that connected together, creating a great strong array that suppressed the spiritual energy of the evil spirit race old ancestor. Demon God Yue Long, 8th layer Divine King stage, has strong healing power and belongs to evil spirit race royal bloodline. Super healing ability, super strong soul, super physical ability. It would be difficult to kill this cultivator under normal circumstances. Weakness, extremely hot fire, or destroy its soul. Combat power, 100 billion points. Sealed state, Yi Tianyun was shocked to see the evil spirit race Old Ancestors' combat power reach 100 billion points while in its sealed state. Yi Tianyun was really impressed by Heaven creating Divine King's power, as he could suppress such a terrifying demon. Trapping this demon was indeed the best choice, as Yi Tianyun now knew that evil spirit race royal bloodline had a strong physique that they were almost impossible to kill. But now that Yi Tianyun had already reached the first layer Divine King stage, he could still feel the oppressive aura from the demon, but it wasn't as bad as the last time he was there. He knew that after leveling up a couple more levels, this evil spirit race Old Ancestor wouldn't be a problem. This was why he decided to come here now, as he wanted to test out how far his power could take him against this demon. If he felt that he could kill this demon now, he would do it immediately. "It's you again, brat," demon god Yue Long said as it woke up from its slumber. Yi Tianyun clearly heard the resentment in its voice. It has been sealed here for so long that it didn't know anything else that happened in the outside world. "Yes, it is me," Yi Tianyun said as he stood in front of the cage. Yi Tianyun now knew for sure that the demon in front of him was the strongest opponent that he had ever laid his eyes on. Not even the demon gods on ancient Netherworld Divine Tower could compare to this demon. "Die for me, will you?" Yue Long said as he summoned so many flames, trying to kill Yi Tianyun's soul. "That's enough." The tablet's voice was heard after it deemed it was time for Yi Tianyun to return. But Yi Tianyun had another idea as he mustered his power, and his soul instantly became powerful, exuding a bright golden color. Yi Tianyun took the attack head-on, and a surge of power instantly rose inside the cavern. It was enough to kill a Saint King cultivator multiple times. Chapter 847, Chapter 847. My power is still lacking. Yi Tianyun said as he sorted his clothes, but of course his clothes didn't get rumpled as he was in the realm of souls. However, he knew that his soul would receive damage if he took the attack head-on. Yue Long turned his gaze towards Yi Tianyun and was surprised for a little bit as he saw that his attack didn't do anything to the little human in front of him. He immediately realized that the human was at least Saint King peak stage, as there was no way anyone below that level of cultivation would be able to dodge his attack. But after observing Yi Tianyun for some more, Yue Long knew that the human had already broken through to Divine King stage, which was why his attack didn't do much. "Brat, are you here to kill me? Then do it quickly. You know that your elder already tried to kill me in the past, but they've always failed no matter how many times they tried. I will eventually escape this prison they make for me, and I will devour the entire 3 realms," Yu Long said with a smirk on his face. Yi Tianyun stood outside of the cage without any change of expression. He knew that Yue Long wouldn't be able to do anything while being bound like this, but if by any chance he got a chance to devour a soul, his power would rise immediately. But Yi Tianyun had to admit that the place was perfect for suppressing Yue Long's power. "Yes, I am certainly interested in that topic, but clearly you have gotten insane from being trapped inside this place for too long." Yi Tianyun smiled as he immediately left the prison. Yi Tianyun woke up in his body. "Let me in again," Yi Tianyun said as he was a little bit annoyed that the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet forced him out of the prison before he finished his business. Yi Tianyun knew that it was best for him to deal with Yue Long now, as it was prisoned and suppressed by the heaven-creating Divine King's divine rune. "It's too dangerous. There is no telling what that demon god would do," Heavenly Rock-suppressing ancient tablet said as it refused Yi Tianyun's request. Yi Tianyun didn't have complete control over the Heavenly Rock-suppressing ancient tablet, so the tablet still could make a decision in order to ensure Yi Tianyun's safety. "Don't worry, I will be fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it in the first place. Besides, aren't you suppressing that demon? If things go south, you can just drag me out," Yi Tianyun said casually. "All right, but do take care." That demon was scheming something. Heavenly Rock-suppressing ancient tablet finally relented to Yi Tianyun's demand. "Of course, I got it," Yi Tianyun said as he nodded his head. The Heavenly Rock-suppressing ancient tablet immediately teleported Yi Tianyun back to the soul prison. But this time, it transferred Yi Tianyun as a whole, not only his soul, but also his body, meaning any damage he took wouldn't only damage his soul, but also his body. "I thought that you'd run with your tail between your legs. It turns out you still have a bit of courage to come back," Yulong said with a smirk on his face. He was so happy that a human came to his prison one more time. Yi Tianyun walked towards the cage and immediately stepped inside the cage without any hesitation. He immediately noticed a pressuring aura swirling inside the cage. Yi Tianyun knew that it was Yulong's aura. After all, the divine runes on the cage couldn't contain all of his aura. Yi Tianyun looked at the nail that bound Yue Long to the cage wall and noticed that it wasn't bleeding anymore, as Yue Long's strong healing ability has long healed his hands that were nailed to the cage. As Yi Tianyun got closer to Yue Long, suddenly, power burst out of Yue Long, covering the entire cage with suffocating aura. This is not good. Heavenly Rock-suppressing ancient tablet immediately noticed something was wrong and immediately tried to remove Yi Tianyun from the soul prison. But he couldn't do that as he couldn't penetrate the space within Yue Long's control. This meant that Yi Tianyun was trapped inside the cage with Yue Long. "How dare you, Tool Spirit thinks that your kind could control me." Now, I didn't expect to wait this long for food to finally arrive at my door. It was a perfect food too, as a young Divine King cultivator would be a luxurious meal after fasting for 1,000 years. After eating you, I will break free from this prison with ease, Yue Long said with a big smile on his face. The heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet didn't expect that Yue Long was still hiding such a terrifying power even while being suppressed every day. It seemed Yue Long was gradually becoming stronger during his time being imprisoned here. Is that all? Yi Tianyun indifferently said as he stood inside the cage calmly. He had already expected as much from Yue Long. Otherwise, he wouldn't provoke Yue Long like this. Yi Tianyun was confident that he could take on Yue Long now, and he had no intention to change his mind anytime soon. You are quite courageous, but I have already seen a fair share of that kind of human. Did you know what happened to such people? They died and became my food at the end of the day. Even heaven-creating Divine King couldn't deal with me alone, yet a brat like you come here thinking you can deal with me by yourself? Yue Long said with a smirk on his face. But if you think you could be a hero of the three realms, then you have to be the most stupid person I have ever seen. Nonetheless, your stupidity would become my ticket out of here earlier than I anticipated. Yue Long said as he licked his lips as he couldn't wait to devour Yi Tianyun any longer. Yue Long immediately opened his mouth and began to suck the air around him, creating a powerful suction that tried to engulf Yi Tianyun whole. Chapter 848 Yue Long couldn't move his hands and feet, but he could still use his mouth to create a powerful suction that could pull a strong cultivator and eat them whole. This was all he could come up with as he couldn't remove any nails that nailed him down to the cage wall. Yi Tianyun sighed as he stood still, letting Yue Long do whatever he wanted without even any sense of danger. Clearly, Yue Long's action was for naught, as Yi Tianyun didn't even budge. Is that it? Yi Tianyun said with an expression filled with boredom. The heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet that has been paying attention to Yi Tianyun was shocked by Yi Tianyun's confidence. Yue Long himself was also surprised as he didn't understand why he couldn't pull Yi Tianyun and eat him whole. This was absolutely beyond his expectation, as he expected Yi Tianyun should at least struggle to resist the pulling force that came from his suction. Furthermore, he thought that Yi Tianyun was only at the first layer Divine King stage, so he was confident that he would be able to eat him whole without any problem. However, no one knew that Yi Tianyun had already used heaven-shaking divine secret art, a martial arts that created a powerful gravity that kept him in place, allowing him to be unaffected by the shenanigans that Yue Long was doing. And so, after a while, demon god Yue Long stopped and looked at Yi Tianyun coldly. No wonder you are confident to come inside once more. It turns out that you are more powerful than you let on. If I can get out of these nails, you will be a decent fight, Yue Long said solemnly. You think I am an idiot? You think I would fight an 8th-layer Divine King expert head-on? Clearly, you are an idiot if that thought ever crosses your mind, Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. How dare you belittle me? Yue Long said furiously and started to pull his arms and feet from the nails, but the nails immediately emitted a bright light and began to pull back Yue Long's limbs back to the cage wall. Yi Tianyun's cheap taunt definitely worked on him. He felt humiliated as he knew for sure that he was far more powerful than Yi Tianyun. Wow, now that I see you up close, it's clear to me that you are a fool, Yi Tianyun said as he continued to taunt Yue Long. He then jumped and kicked Yue Long right in the chest. The force of his attack easily injured Yue Long's chest and shook the wall behind him. If it weren't a fortified wall, it would surely collapse from the force of Yi Tianyun's attack. Yue Long spat out blood as his internal organs were injured from the attack. But then again, his powerful healing ability quickly healed any damage he suffered. You moron, keep hitting me and see what happens, you useless piece of shit, Yue Long said as he laughed out loud. You are quite tough, but I wouldn't kill you so fast. I will torture you slowly that you beg me to finish you off at the end of it all, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked tauntingly to Yue Long. How dare you, Yue Long shouted agitatedly. He had no idea what Yi Tianyun would do, and neither did the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet. Level up heaven-swallowing divine secret art, Yi Tianyun said casually. Di Yang successfully used 5 million mastery points to level up heaven-swallowing divine secret art to middle-grade heaven level. Yi Tianyun immediately held Yue Long's head and started absorbing his spiritual energy that was immediately converted to exp for Yi Tianyun. He hasn't used this martial art for a long time as he has been fighting too many enemies and in a constant restraint of time before, but now that Yue Long was just a sitting duck, this martial arts would be the best. Yi Tianyun wasn't in any hurry, so he could use heaven-swallowing divine secret art to make sure that he got the most ESP out of Yue Long. There was no immediate danger in the three realms, and after he killed Yue Long, the evil spirit race would lose all of their decent cultivator on the mortal world, if not the three realms. Even so, Yi Tianyun still had to destroy all the evil spirit race from the three realms without leaving anyone behind. But for now, he had to slowly absorb demon god Yue Long's spiritual energy to get as much XP as he could before killing Yue Long for good. Received 1.5 million XP, 1.8 million XP, 2 million XP, notification of the XP, he got kept popping one after another as heaven-swallowing divine secret art drained Yue Long of his spiritual energy. Although the amount of XP he got was decent, Yi Tianyun still thought it was too slow. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't use heaven-swallowing divine secret art for a while, as it took too much time to finish. What is this? What are you doing to me? Yue Long agitatedly shouted as he found his energy was leaving his body rapidly. For a cultivator that used other cultivators' energy to gain more strength, he felt terrified when someone used the same kind of technique on him. The three great divine kings of the past couldn't even kill him, but this new divine king could strip him of his power so easily that he found it hard to believe. Just hold on tight for me. You will be killed at the end of this. Yi Tianyun calmly said as he kept absorbing Yue Long's spiritual energy and enhancing it with his crazy experience mode. Received 64 million XP, 63.2 million XP, 65 million XP. With the effect of crazy XP mode, he got 32 times more XP than before. If he kept this up, leveling up wouldn't be a problem. Well, as long as Yue Long had enough energy to feed Yi Tianyun's XP bar, that is. Chapter 849. Chapter 849. After activating the crazy XP mode, Yi Tianyun gained so much more XP than earlier. If he still had the XP card, he would be able to enhance the amount of XP he got some more, but he couldn't waste it now. The best timing to use the XP card was when he was about to fight a horde of enemies, and using it for Yue Long alone wouldn't be ideal. Get the hell away from me, Yue Long shouted as he shook his body to shake off Yi Tianyun's hand from his head, but he couldn't do much as his body was nailed to the cage wall. Yi Tianyun himself didn't have any intention to let go of Yue Long's head as he gained so much XP with so little effort. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun knew that it'd be pointless no matter what Yue Long did anyway. Come on, didn't you say that you want to devour me earlier? Why are you giving up this easily? Yi Tianyun taunted once more as he noticed that Yue Long's outer layer energy shield was gone. The only chance for Yi Tianyun to let go of Yue Long was when Yue Long would set himself ablaze. But Yi Tianyun knew that the demon god was too prideful to ever do something like that. Yue Long still struggled, swaying his body around in an attempt to shake off Yi Tianyun's hand, but he could barely move, so the effort was pointless. Yue Long even tried to attack Yi Tianyun once again, but he couldn't do it as Yi Tianyun kept absorbing his spiritual energy. Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet shuddered as it observed what Yi Tianyun did. In the back of his mind, he thought Yi Tianyun was far scarier than demon god Yue Long. Now, Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet realized that Yi Tianyun truly had the power to kill demon god Yue Long. When Yi Tianyun killed Yue Long, then Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet's job on this site would be concluded too, and he'd have nothing left to do as a result. Soon, demon god Yue Long felt fear creeping up on him as he knew that he couldn't shake Yi Tianyun off his head. He knew that if Yi Tianyun kept absorbing his spiritual energy, he would become an empty husk eventually. Once he was in that state, killing him would be nothing but a simple task. Wait, human, I am willing to bargain with you. As long as you are willing to stop, I will leave the three realms, and I will make sure that my homeland leave the three realms alone. In addition to that, I will also give you a lot of treasures, Yue Long said in panic. He felt the fear of death for the first time in his life, and thus he chose to lower his head and begged for mercy. Did you think that I am a fool? Why would I trust any lie that you spouted out of that damned mouth of yours? I'm sure that the three realms would be doomed faster if I let you out. Needless to say, I am willing to compromise. If you make a slave vow to me right now and always obey my order in the future, I will let you live, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Ye Long's face immediately turned pale. He didn't expect that Yi Tianyun would immediately see through his lie like that. Now, he had to make a slave vow to Yi Tianyun if he wanted to live. You can't kill me anyway. Even if on the off chance you manage to kill me, my homeland will definitely avenge me. You will only hasten my homeland's full assault on the three realms if you kill me, Yue Long said arrogantly. Yue Long refused to relent to Yi Tianyun's demand. He would rather die before becoming Yi Tianyun's slave. His begging earlier was just the evil spirit race's way to deal with a desperate situation. If they failed to reach an agreement, they would threaten the other party to submission. Well, it doesn't matter to me. They are welcome to come to the three realms as they like. Furthermore, I already dealt with some of the other demon god that came after you. I believe their name is Demon God Suo Ge and Demon God Suo Te. Well, you will follow them soon enough, Yi Tianyun said coldly. How dare you kill my disciple? Demon god Yue Long shouted angrily. Oh, are they your disciple? No wonder they want to get into the mortal world so bad. It turned out they were looking for you. Well, like I said earlier, there's no need to be flustered. You will meet them again soon. Yi Tianyun said sarcastically, if you want to kill me, then kill me already. The three great divine king couldn't even kill me. What makes you better than them? Yue Long shouted angrily as he couldn't contain his fury anymore. Well, sure, I will try to kill you soon, Yi Tianyun said lazily as he kept absorbing Yue Long's spiritual energy. He constantly received a ton of XP from Yue Long, and he had no intention to stop anytime soon. With Crazy X mode, it was like he was using X30 XP card, which was good enough. He was indeed using 10,000 CPs per second with Crazy XP mode, but it was still better than buying an X30 XP card. Demon God Yue Long couldn't do anything in his current state, but he kept thinking of a plan to turn the whole situation around. He couldn't just give up against some human like this. He now really regretted getting trapped in this place. If he could rewind the time, he would never allow himself to get trapped like this. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun didn't care about any mental turbulence that Yue Long might feel. All he cared about was leveling up now, since he was convinced that he'd be able to do so once he absorbed all the spiritual energy that Yue Long had to offer. He knew something was up when demon god Yue Long calmed himself down and remained silent, like he was meditating, but none of it really mattered for Yi Tianyun. Chapter 850 Yi Tianyun kept absorbing Yue Long's spiritual energy without rest as he gained so much EXP from it. When he noticed that Yue Long's spiritual energy was starting to decrease, he contemplated for a bit, but he immediately decided to use the X150 XP card. His overall XP gain immediately increased to X1A2 after the use of the XP card, but that was not all. He immediately opened the Crazy Shop and used the Shop Reset card to reset the XP card price, and Yi Tianyun immediately bought every single X5 XP card all the way to X50 XP card without hesitation. Yi Tianyun couldn't buy the XP card above the X50 XP card as it was still too expensive even after the price was reset. Unless he sold out all of his divine tools, he wouldn't be able to buy the top-tier EXP card. Yi Tianyun indeed had a discount card on his possession, but he wanted to save it for some other time. After buying the XP card, the total amount of his EXP gain immediately skyrocketed to X277. Yi Tianyun thought that he wouldn't be able to find any enemy on Yue Long's level anytime soon, so it was best to make the best out of killing Yue Long now. Yi Tianyun knew that it would be better use all those XP cards once the evil spirit race sent out their remaining forces, but he had to level up as fast as he could right now to ensure his easy victory. Received 500 million XP, 555 million XP, 500 million XP. Due to the effect of X277 XP gain, Yi Tianyun received an unprecedented amount of XP from Yue Long. He was amazed that the amount of XP he got was so high that it was the same as killing so many Saint King expert. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to second layer Divine King stage. Yi Tianyun finally leveled up. He gained so much XP in a short amount of time. Seeing that Yue Long was still breathing, albeit heavily, Yi Tianyun took it as an opportunity to level up his Heaven-Swallowing Divine Secret Art. Level up the Heaven-Swallowing Divine Secret Art, Yi Tianyun shouted as he wanted to get even more XP from Yue Long. Ding. Deducing 37 million mastery point to upgrade Heaven-Swallowing Divine Secret Art. Successfully leveled up Heaven-Swallowing Divine Secret Art to high-grade Heaven level. Received 11 billion XP, 12 billion XP, 11 billion XP, to 11 billion XP. The XP that he got from Yue Long increased once more, and this time it was on the billions. Due to the high absorption rate, it didn't take long for Yue Long's body to dry up. It happens gradually from his feet and quickly to his body. It was impossible for Yue Long to maintain his energy as Yi Tianyun absorbed it on a completely different level. It seems this method should be still viable in the future to level up quickly, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face as he felt satisfied with himself. The effect he received from leveling up the Heaven-Swallowing Divine Secret Art to using his crazy XP mode plus the XP card was absolutely fantastic. Although he couldn't use this method while battling against many opponents, he could use this when he got to duel 1 or 2 opponents. It was a shame that he couldn't upgrade the Heaven-Swallowing Divine Secret Art anymore, but at the very least, Yi Tianyun wouldn't have to think about leveling it up again in the future. Meanwhile, Yue Long himself was dried up to skeleton while glaring at Yi Tianyun, but not a word came out of his mouth, because at this point he couldn't even talk. Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet kept observing, but it was shocked as it noticed that Yi Tianyun's absorption speed increased all of a sudden. He noticed that Yi Tianyun kept absorbing Yue Long's spiritual energy until Yue Long turned into skeleton, but Yi Tianyun showed no sign of stopping anytime soon. Why is his absorption getting stronger? Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet muttered to himself. Yue Long himself couldn't recover his vitality. Even though he had a strong healing ability, it was all useless without any spiritual energy. When Yi Tianyun noticed that he couldn't absorb any more spiritual energy from Yue Long, he let go of Yue Long's head and pulled out the Evil Spirit Divine Sword to end Yue Long. I am done. I will send you to hell now, Yi Tianyun said as he began to charge the Evil Spirit Divine Sword with power and unleash it to Yue Long. But Yi Tianyun was soon startled as he saw that the sword energy that the Evil Spirit Divine Sword was absorbed into Yue Long's head, leaving him uninjured. Yue Long immediately recovered some of his spiritual energy as soon as he absorbed the sword energy. You have done eating me, and now you want to kill me? How dare you overestimate yourself? Even your ancestor couldn't even do anything to me. What ability do you have to surpass them? Demon God Yue Long said while laughing hard at Yi Tianyun's failure. Well, I just need to investigate this anomaly myself, Yi Tianyun said as he used Appraisal Eye to see what Yue Long had on his head to absorb the sword energy like that. He immediately found out the answer to Yue Long's secret power, and it was a divine tool. Heavenly Soul Divine Tool. high-grade divine tool which can protect the soul of the user and devour all attacks and absorb it into spiritual energy. Strong power is needed to cancel out this effect.